Mo Chen never imagined that a homebody like him would one day become a kidnapper. Mo Chen, do you know you're breaking the law? Let me go. Su Yuyan struggled fiercely, her hands and feet firmly tied with ropes. Looking at the woman before him whose beauty was almost unimaginable, Mo Chen gradually accepted the reality that he had transmigrated into a novel. Medical Business War God. The novel he had just read halfway before the author abandoned it. System notification: the negative emotion system has been bound to the host. The host only needs to evoke negative emotions in others to receive corresponding rewards and ultimately return to the real world. System. I actually have a system. Mo Chen's first reaction was not excitement about the chance to return to the real world. Instead, having read many web novels, he had long yearned for a system. He never expected that today he would obtain one. Yes, host Mo Chen, I am your exclusive system. You should know that this world is the world of a novel you've read. The person you have transmigrated into is the most tragic villain in that novel. If you still end up killed by the protagonist like the original villain, you will truly die. But if you kill the protagonist, instead you can return to the real world with the rewards from this world. I can really go back. Mo Chen finally grasped the key point. As long as you kill the protagonist's halo is very strong. You can only become stronger by doing bad things to evoke negative emotions and earn rewards. Only then can you have the strength to fight him. What kind of rewards are there? Hearing this, Mo Chen, a longtime homebody, suddenly relaxed. There are many reward items such as your physical strength, energy, power, various professional skills, and even cars, houses, money, and so on. Can I bring them back to the real world? Mo Chen confirmed with the system. After the host completes the task of killing the protagonist, you can return to the real world with all the rewards. Well, Mo Chen smiled shyly. Can I ask, the physical strength you mentioned, is it that kind of physical strength? All aspects of physical strength, including the aspect you are thinking of. I'm not thinking of any aspect. I'm just asking. Mo Chen's face flushed. He suddenly thought of another thing. Do I have to oppose the protagonist? I've read this book. The protagonist is too strong. Those who oppose him don't end well. What if I go along with him and join his side? Host, please correct your attitude. You are a villain with a villain's halo. No matter what you do, the protagonist will definitely choose to kill you. So you have no choice but to fight the protagonist. Then there's no alternative. Mo Chen let out a long breath. He made up his mind. Since there was no choice, he would go for it. The protagonist has a protagonist halo, but doesn't he have a system in hand? Moreover, he had read the entire book, possessing a god's perspective and knowing the direction of events. Even if the protagonist was strong now, at best, they would be evenly matched. Does the host have anything else to understand? Mo Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze turning to the struggling heroine Su Yuyan. System: since I need to evoke negative emotions, can I? Host must not directly force the heroine, otherwise it will cause the story structure to collapse, stimulating the protagonist to become strong prematurely, and the protagonist will forcibly kill the host. Even with you, I can't withstand it. The host needs time to grow. I suggest the host endure for the sake of your life. Is that so? Then what if I kill the heroine? A cold glint flashed in Mo Chen's eyes. Killing the heroine is equivalent to forcing her. Host, please be rational. Oh, so you just said I can't directly force her, right? Yes. Then it's easy. What did the host say? Nothing. Continue. System notification, now issuing a sustainable task. The host can use various methods to psychologically influence the heroine. As long as the heroine harbors any negative emotions toward the host will receive rewards. If the host makes any character other than the heroine feel negative emotions, the emotion points will accumulate in the system background, and when they reach a certain level, corresponding rewards will be provided to the host. Oh, I suddenly understand how this game is played. Mo Chen smirked sinisterly. As a homebody, he had played plenty of simulation games. It's hard to make the heroine in a game like you, but making them hate you is too easy. Besides, based on his years of gaming experience, there must be loopholes in the system's restrictions that could be exploited. As for this system that spoke with such a human-like tone, was it an intelligent system or a sentient life form? No matter what it was, if he could find more loopholes and turn the tables, wouldn't he have everything under control? Since Mo Chen was standing right in front of Su Yuyan, every move and expression on his face could be seen by her. This sinister smile frightened Su Yuyan. Mo Chen had just been communicating with the system in his mind, so Su Yuyan didn't know. In her eyes, after being yelled at, Mo Chen had just stood there blankly, his expression shifting from confusion to excitement. She thought Mo Chen had gone mad. Until now, seeing his smile, she finally became afraid. Mo Chen, don't you dare! If you touch me, I will never let you off. Su Yuyan screamed in terror. Mo Chen approached Su Yuyan. Just as she thought he was going to do something untoward, he put on a cold sneer. Miss Su, don't be so narcissistic. I've been with many women, especially beauties. Do you really think you're so beautiful that I would resort to violence? Your figure and looks don't arouse any interest in me. As soon as these words were spoken, the agitated Su Yuyan was stunned. That's not right. Mo Chen must have gone mad. This guy had been chasing her for over a year. To chase her, he had sent flowers, bags, cars, and so on. He had even hired people to pretend to be thugs trying to rob her while he played the hero. He had used every trick in the book. Now he had kidnapped her. Wasn't this to get her? What? Disappointed. If you want me, then kneel and beg me. Otherwise get out. Mo Chen said, reaching out to untie the ropes binding Su Yuyan. She immediately curled up in fear. Get out. Mo Chen's expression was very impatient. Su Yuyan got off the bed in terror, backed against the wall to the door. When she realized Mo Chen had no intention of stopping her, she yanked the door open and rushed out. After running about 100 meters, the still shaken Su Yuyan gradually slowed down. She looked back, but didn't see Mo Chen, only then feeling completely relieved. What does Mo Chen really mean? Su Yuyan was utterly confused. System notification: the female lead Su Yuyan has generated a small amount of negative emotions. Host receives reward: physical strength 1. Keep up the good work. Physical strength 1. Are you kidding me? Such a paltry reward. As the system notification sounded, Mo Chen felt no change in his body. Clearly this slight increase in physical strength was imperceptible. Su Yuyan, having escaped, was entangled in her mind over whether to call the police. What would she say if she did? That Mo Chen kidnapped her, locked her up all night, just to scare her, then did nothing, and released her. After a moment of contemplation, she decided against reporting it. Apart from lacking a plausible reason and the fact that Mo Chen had caused her no actual harm, she had a more urgent matter to attend to. Last night, she was scheduled to sign a contract worth millions. If the deal went through, it would bring her family's enterprise a profit of up to 10 million. Unfortunately, just as she was rushing to the signing, that bastard Mo Chen kidnapped her. She had stood up the client, and even if it was an accident, they might not listen to her explanations. Moreover, the Chu family, the Su family's old rival, was also eyeing this deal. If the Chu family got this contract, the Su family's future would be grim. Su Yuyan had no phone on her, and after a sleepless night, her clothes and hair were disheveled. She urgently hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Su Corporation office building. Mo Chen slowly sat down on a chair, sorting through the plot of the novel he had read in his mind. Right in the original book, at this time, the protagonist, Yi Fan, should have come to rescue Su Yuyan. Just as he thought, a figure burst into his room. Mo Chen, how dare you? The figure pointed at Mo Chen, but as he spoke, he realized Su Yuyan was not in the room. This left him uncertain whether to continue with his prepared lines. Mo Chen looked at the handsome man before him, knowing he was Yi Fan, the male lead of the novel. Brother Yi, why are you rushing over here in such a flurry? Is something the matter? He looked up with a smile. Did you kidnap Su Yuyan? Yi Fan asked darkly. Kidnap Su Yuyan? What are you talking about? Where did you hear that? Mo Chen wore an incredulous expression. Yi Fan had planted informants in both the Mo family and Mo Corporation, keeping constant watch on the Mo family's every move. But the news of Su Yuyan's kidnapping only reached him that morning from his informant, because he had cut off all contact the previous night to spend time with his other women. At this moment, he was consumed with worry. Had Mo Chen already touched Su Yuyan? If so, he would surely exact fierce revenge on Mo Chen. Having read the original novel, Mo Chen naturally knew what Yi Fan was thinking. When reading that part, Mo Chen had been puzzled. Why didn't the author let the villain take Su Yuyan last night? Why wait until the morning for the protagonist to rescue her? In the end, Mo Chen concluded, it was the protagonist's plot armor. Villains die from talking too much. If the author didn't arrange it this way, readers couldn't bear it psychologically. Like that classic martial arts novel where a Taoist known as the Dragon Knight caused many readers to break down over that part. None of your business how I know. Where is Su Yuyan now? Did you touch her? Yi Fan roared. System warm reminder: the stronger the hatred the host evokes from the protagonist, the greater the rewards. Before Mo Chen could respond, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Make the protagonist hate me. How? That's easy. He already hates me anyway, and sooner or later he'll come to kill me. Mo Chen thought to himself. He looked up, locking eyes fiercely with Yi Fan. Brother Yi, to be honest, I didn't actually kidnap her. Miss Su came back with me willingly, and we played a lot of cosplay games. See the rope on the bed? Let me tell you, Miss Su is quite wild. She kept me up all night. If I hadn't been working out regularly, I might not have been able to handle it. Mo Chen said with a grin. The more Yi Fan cared about something, the more he exaggerated it. You're lying. Yi Fan was devastated by Mo Chen's words. He gritted his teeth, holding onto a last shred of hope. The reason Mo Chen's words were half-believed was that Mo Chen already had a notorious reputation for such scandals. Added to that was the information from the informant within the Mo family, and the lady's watch belonging to Su Yuyan that Yi Fan spotted on the bed. All of this indicated that Su Yuyan had indeed been here. And if she had been here, how could a man like Mo Chen have let her go? The only thing he could ascertain now was whether Su Yuyan had come willingly or had been forced by Mo Chen. If she was forced, he would still love her. If she was willing, it was a different matter. As for his hatred toward Mo Chen, it was purely because the woman who belonged to him had been taken. Brother Yi, stop deceiving yourself. It's a pity I didn't record a video, but you can go ask her yourself, if she's willing to tell you the truth. Mo Chen sat back in the chair, crossing his legs, looking thoroughly satisfied and at ease. Yi Fan was seething inside. Mo Chen, once I get to the bottom of this, he'll settle the score with you. He pointed furiously at Mo Chen, then turned and strode away quickly. System notification: the host has successfully increased the protagonist Yi Fan's hatred toward you. Hatred increased by 50 points, current hatred 100 points. Host receives rewards physical strength 1, spirit 1. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing the system notification, Mo Chen almost cursed in anger. So Yifan's hatred toward him had only been 50 points all along. After all his provocations, he had only doubled it, and got such a meager reward. System, do you have to be so stingy? Mo Chen sighed in extreme frustration. System notification: the stronger the negative emotions the host generates, the higher the reward points. The host can work harder in this direction. So you mean I'm not ruthless enough? Mo Chen was momentarily stunned. He suddenly slapped his forehead. In the original book, Su Yiyan went home after being rescued by Yifan, and then got scolded by her grandmother Wang Lijuan for missing the contract with Lao Mei Company. That old hag pissed me off even when I was reading the book. This time I'll go mess with her too. Mo Chen smirked darkly. That old woman didn't seem to be in good health either. Maybe this time she'd die of anger. How many rewards would that be? Even if she didn't die half dead or fainted, would still net him a wave of rewards. With that thought, he strode out the door, heading toward the direction of rewards. System, I have another question. If I anger someone to death, do I get extra rewards? Mo Chen asked in his mind as he walked. Angering, scolding, threatening, and other methods all induce varying degrees of negative emotions. If you cause someone's death through these means, the host will receive corresponding additional rewards, but rewards from minor characters will be less than those from the protagonist or heroine. Less than from the protagonist or heroine. So you're saying I'd get rewards if I anger the protagonist or heroine to death? Didn't you advise against killing the heroine? Wouldn't it trigger the protagonist to act against me early? Mo Chen was puzzled. The heroine isn't that easy to anger to death. The system is just giving a friendly reminder. Oh, Mo Chen nodded. It seemed there might be more loopholes to exploit. If he found enough flaws, could he completely control her? Then he could add points as he pleased and toy with the protagonist as easily as drinking water. Ahead, take it slow, rack up rewards for now, and figure out the rest later. Hopping into his sports car, the exclusive ride of a wealthy villainous scion, Mo Chen sped straight to the Su Corporation. He found it odd that despite having just transmigrated into this book, the city's roads seemed etched into his mind. He floored the accelerator, ran red lights, and cut off other cars. Since generating negative emotions earned him rewards, he figured he'd do anything bad, big or small. Besides, as a rich second-generation heir, such minor troubles were easy to fix. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the Su Corporation building. Parking the car, Mo Chen looked up. The original book's plot flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Being good was indeed exhausting, but being bad was just too satisfying. Mo Chen strode into the office building. Su Yiyan, look at yourself. Where did you go carousing all night? You didn't answer your calls. Did you sign the contract with Lao Mei Company or not? The chairman of Su Corporation, Su Yiyan's grandmother Wang Lijuan, pointed at her with fury. Grandma, let me make a call now. Su Yiyan's heart tightened. Her father had always been frail, and now his severe illness prevented him from handling company affairs. Whether their branch could hold its head high in the family depended on this deal. She grabbed the desk phone to dial. A young man stepped forward with a cold smirk. Don't bother calling Grandma. My dear sister here was off playing somewhere last night, and left the Lao Mei people hanging. Now the contract's probably been snatched by the Chu family. What a... Wang Lijuan staggered back several steps upon hearing this. She pointed at Su Yiyan, her finger trembling with rage. I entrusted such a crucial deal to you. You swore you'd see it through. Do you remember how you promised me? Su Yiyan's face flushed red and pale. She couldn't explain last night's events, nor could she voice them. Should she say she had been kidnapped overnight by the young master of the Mo family, then released without anything happening? No one would believe that. It would only ruin her reputation. Grandma, don't bother asking. Just look at her. She must have been with some man all night. She probably only remembered the contract this morning. I always said she was unreliable. If I'd handled this deal, I'd have closed it. The young man looked at Su Yiyan with contempt. She trembled with rage. His name was Su Rong, her uncle's son. To win their grandmother's trust, he used every trick to suppress her branch. Many past accusations were fabrications. But today Su Yiyan had indeed botched the deal. The lingering grievance from being kidnapped and terrorized by Mo Chen all night, compounded by Su Rong's baseless accusations, brought tears to Su Yiyan's eyes. Enough, drop the pitiful act. Look at your disheveled state. You must have had quite a wild night. Which lucky guy got to enjoy you? You've disgraced the Su family. Grandma once hoped you'd marry into a big family and lift us up. Now with your body sullied, what prestigious family would want you? Su Rong sneered, heaping scorn on Su Yiyan. Su Yiyan, I'll give you two choices. Either secure the contract with Lao Mei Company, use whatever means necessary, even selling your body, to keep it from the Chu family if you want to stay in the Su family, or get out of the Su family right now. Wang Lijuan's face was livid with rage. For this lifelong patriarchal thinking was deeply ingrained. To her, Su Yiyan was merely a tradable tool. Wang Lijuan cared nothing for Su Yiyan's feelings or even her life. As long as she could generate profit for the Su family, Su Yiyan was expendable. Gee, Grandma, you want me to sell my body for a contract? Su Yiyan stared at Wang Lijuan in disbelief, never imagining her grandmother could say such a thing. Even if Wang Lijuan favored sons over daughters, she was still her own granddaughter. If you can't get out of Su Corporation and the Su family, we don't support idle useless ornaments. Wang Lijuan screamed at Su Yuyan. Grandma. Su Yuyan was on the verge of a breakdown. Oh, what a lively scene here. Just as the Su family circled around pointing and staring at Su Yuyan, a young man's voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a handsome youth with a mocking grin walking in. Mo Chen, the Mo family's eldest son. What's he doing here? Wang Lijuan wondered inwardly, but her face quickly hid the chill. To the Su family, the Mo family was a behemoth, one she dared not offend. In all of Lanhai City, the Mo and Yi families were two towering titans. A single stamp of their feet would shake the entire business circle. Young Master Mo, what brings you here? Why didn't you let me know so I could pick you up? Su Rong plastered on a fawning smile and bowed obsequiously as he approached his toadying to power a constant habit. Oh, young Master Su. Mo Chen smiled too, but he paused, his expression shifting, and pointed at Su Rong with a curse. Look at your pathetic mug. Get lost. Su Rong had been pleased when Mo Chen called him young Master Su. They'd met at a nightclub before. Mo Chen liked pretty women, and so did he. They shared some common ground, though they'd crossed paths occasionally since the gap in status prevented a deep bond. Su Rong always sought a way to latch onto Mo Chen's coattails. He racked his brains, but found no good method, until he noticed that every time Mo Chen saw his cousin, Su Yuyan, his eyes gleamed like a hungry wolf. Then he knew the key to getting close to Mo Chen. The reason Mo Chen had managed to kidnap Su Yuyan yesterday was precisely because Su Rong had provided the information. He believed that this would not only curry favor with Mo Chen, but also prevent Su Yuyan from signing the contract with Lao Mei, thus stopping her from stealing his thunder as the eldest young master of the Su family. Thus, when he saw Su Yuyan arriving at the company in disheveled clothes, he assumed Mo Chen had succeeded. If that were the case, his standing before Mo Chen would be greatly elevated. So he took the initiative to greet her. Little did he expect that Mo Chen would call him young Master Su, and then proceed to curse him out. This left Su Rong utterly bewildered. He dared not fall out with Mo Chen, so he could only stand aside, his face alternating between red and pale. Mo Chen felt immensely pleased. The moment he saw Su Rong, the system suddenly issued a mission prompt. After thoroughly cursing Su Rong, Mo Chen received a reward of 1 point in resilience. Getting rewarded for cursing with the target not daring to talk back. Mo Chen finally realized how exhilarating it was to be a villain. In that moment, the former Shuden felt as if a skylight had been opened, revealing a way of life that truly belonged to him. The eldest young master of the Mo family. What business brings you to our Su residence? Wang Lijuan dared not provoke Mo Chen, yet he had cursed her most precious grandson right in front of her. As the head of the family, how could she still greet him with a smile under such circumstances? What business? Mo Chen hesitated for a few seconds. The system tasked him with angering Wang Lijuan, not cursing her. Of course, cursing was a form of angering, but there was a distinction between the two. For instance, with Su Rong, just now the system had directly assigned a cursing mission. Therefore, using the events from the original story to provoke her was the best approach. For example, Su Yuyan had missed signing the contract with the fraudulent company Lao Mei because of her kidnapping. However, at this moment, no one knew that Lao Mei was a pure scam. This matter should be enough to enrage Wang Lijuan to death. Thinking this, Mo Chen sneered and looked at Wang Lijuan, saying, "Old Madam Wang, I heard that the Su family plans to sign a deal with the Lao Mei company by selling Su Yuyan's looks. What does young Master Mo mean by that? How could our Su family do such a thing?" Wang Lijuan had just mentioned this in front of everyone, but in front of Mo Chen, she naturally had to deny it. It was a matter of the entire Su family's face. "Oh, denying it now? That's not what you said to Su Yuyan earlier." Mo Chen looked at Su Yuyan with deep meaning, his eyes full of provocative intent. This blatant expression was noticed by all the Su family members, who couldn't help but feel a greater contempt for Mo Chen. "Su Yuyan, what have you been telling outsiders about the Su family?" Wang Lijuan immediately realized that Su Yuyan must have said something to Mo Chen. I haven't said anything," Su Yuyan anxiously explained to Wang Lijuan. Then turning to Mo Chen, she said angrily, "Mo Chen, what exactly are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? What, already forgetting our past passion after the thrill? You Su family people are truly fickle." Mo Chen sneered, and before Su Yuyan could react, he looked at Wang Lijuan and said, "Old Madam Wang, I came to tell you that your Su family thinks it can cooperate with the Lao Mei company. Dream on. I don't mind telling you the reason Su Yuyan didn't go to sign the contract yesterday is that she was serving me." As soon as he finished, everyone in the Su family was stunned. Su Rong stared blankly, unable to understand. If Mo Chen's words meant he had succeeded, then why had he cursed him earlier? Su Yuyan's thoughts were in complete chaos. Mo Chen hadn't touched her last night, and she had clung to the hope of keeping the whole matter a secret. She never expected Mo Chen to come to the Su family himself and say this. What was Mo Chen's true intention? Wang Lijuan staggered back 2 steps, her heart suddenly turning over. She first looked at Su Yuyan, then at Mo Chen, and said coldly, "Young Master, Mo, do you mean to say that Su Yuyan is already your woman?" "Exactly, mutual consent, mutual affection. What a wonderful night it was. Mo Chen put on a look of intoxication. I didn't. Grandma believe me, there's nothing between us. Su Yuyan hurriedly tried to explain. Shut up. Wang Lijuan refused to listen to Su Yuyan's explanation. She roared at Su Yuyan, then suddenly had a flash of insight, seemingly guessing Mo Chen's purpose for coming here. With this thought, Wang Lijuan slightly assumed the demeanor of an elder. Young Master Mo, let's speak plainly. If you wish to marry Su Yuyan, it's not impossible. But although our Su family cannot compare to your Mo family, we still have some conditions. At these words, not only the Su family members, but even Mo Chen was stunned. What kind of twisted logic was Wang Lijuan using? Couldn't she see he was here to cause trouble? Who said anything about marrying Su Yuyan? Grandma, I don't want to marry him. Su Yuyan cried out urgently. Shut up. This time, it wasn't Wang Lijuan who yelled at Su Yuyan, but Mo Chen. He smiled slyly at Wang Lijuan and said, Old Madam Wang, sorry, I have a bit of a temper. All the Su family members expected Wang Lijuan to explode in anger. Unexpectedly, the matriarch calmly nodded. A man should have some temper. Yuyan has been spoiled since childhood. If she could be with you, it wouldn't be. Old Madam Wang, I never said I would marry her. Mo Chen suddenly interrupted Wang Lijuan. What do you mean? Wang Lijuan was dumbfounded. Hadn't Mo Chen come to her claiming a relationship with Su Yuyan with the purpose of marrying her? Although I had a wonderful night with Su Yuyan, for a family of your Su family standing to seek a marriage alliance with the Mo family is overestimating yourselves. Do you even deserve it? Mo Chen sneered and turned his gaze to Su Yuyan. Su Yuyan, let me make it clear to you. I took you away yesterday to stop you from signing the contract with Lao Mei. I want to toy with the Su family to death. Didn't you say that old Madam Wang herself is incompetent, only takes crooked paths, and wants to use you as a bargaining chip to cozy up to the big families? Now that you're no longer pure, and the Su family has no other beauty like you, let's see how you can climb up. When did I ever say? Su Yuyan was completely stunned. Mo Chen was trying to destroy her. Su Yuyan. Wang Lijuan's eyes were already bloodshot as she looked at Su Yuyan, the dignified head of the Su family, belittled by her own granddaughter in front of an outsider. Where would she put her old face? Wang Lijuan pointed at Su Yuyan, her fingers and lips trembling, so angry she couldn't speak. After a moment, she turned to Mo Chen and said through gritted teeth, Mo Chen. Young Master Mo, our Su family has never offended you. Why do you? Old Madam Wang, you have only your granddaughter to blame. She played innocent in front of me, making me ask her out several times before she agreed. Did you think that would whet my appetite? You overthink things. The more you play such games, the more I want to toy with you. Mo Chen's gaze was like a viper's tongue, fixed tightly on Su Yuyan, who was trembling all over and unable to explain herself. Su Yuyan, because of you the Su family lost a huge order. I heard it was signed by the Chu family. This is getting interesting. As long as you're in the Su family will never have a good day. Mo Chen's words were filled with malice. Wang Lijuan finally understood. This granddaughter of hers had tried to hook a rich young master from a big family and played a petty trick on Mo Chen. In the end, she lost her body, lost the order, and offended this young master of the Mo family. She was utterly useless, a complete failure. Worst of all, she had been bad-mouthing her, the family head, to outsiders. Besides what Mo Chen had just said, who knew how many more terrible things she had said? At this thought, Wang Lijuan's entire body seemed to fail her. Su Yuyan, you're trying to anger me to death. Wang Lijuan pointed at Su Yuyan and cursed loudly. In an instant, blood rushed to her head. She could no longer stand, and she collapsed to the ground. Wang Lijuan was fainted from anger, merely unconscious, not dead. Mo Chen heard the system's reward prompt in his mind. This time, aside from gaining 1 point of energy, he also unexpectedly received 3 points of acting skill. The system explained this ability as enhancing Mo Chen's performance when he later antagonizes others. The more he infuriated others, the greater and more abundant the rewards he could obtain. After all, angering people was the simplest and quickest method to accumulate negative emotions. The higher his acting points, the more his every expression, whether gaze, body language, dialogue delivery, or tone, and even the slightest movement or the aura he exuded while standing still, would send chills down people's spines. Having infuriated the character he despised, Mo Chen was in high spirits. He turned to leave. Behind him, someone from the Su family, unable to contain their anger, shouted, Mo, why did you come to our Su family to say these things? What exactly are you after? Indeed, this question puzzled everyone present. Even if Mo Chen bore a grudge against Su Yuyan and vented it on the Su family, why go to the trouble of explaining it all and driving Wang Lijuan to fainting? Mo Chen initially had no intention of answering. Just as he was about to continue walking away, the system's prompt sounded in his mind again. System suggestion: the host can take this opportunity to have Su Yuyan expelled from the Su family. She will then harbor hatred toward the host, and the negative emotional rewards from that hatred will be substantial. He halted his step. Mo Chen nodded inwardly. This system was quite sensible. It even offered him advice. Admirable, truly deserving of a chicken leg. Getting the Su family to expel Su Yuyan was hardly difficult. Currently, Su Yuyan's father Su Yin was hospitalized with a severe illness, and her mother had also fallen ill from exhaustion during his care. Moreover, Su Yin had never been favored by Wang Lijuan. He had no power to help Su Yuyin. In truth, Su Yuyin was a capable woman. However, Wang Lijuan, with her preference for sons over daughters, suppressed her and denied her real authority, preventing her from showcasing her true abilities. Additionally, Wang Lijuan had subtly hinted that the family head position would eventually pass to Su Rong. Naturally, the Su family relatives leaned towards Su Rong. In the eyes of all Su family members, Su Yuyin and her beauty were merely pawns to forge alliances with powerful families. They didn't even regard her as kin. If any family promised the Su family a large order, they wouldn't hesitate to send Su Yuyin to their bed. Mo Chen, deeply familiar with the storyline, had a firm grasp on these heartless Su family members. He stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. Glaring coldly at the Su family, he sneered, "I've suddenly come up with a new idea." The Su family members trembled with fear. Everyone turned to look at the one who had shouted at Mo Chen, convinced that this outburst had provoked the jinx. The Mo family could annihilate the Su family with a flick of a finger, so they were naturally terrified. "Young Master Mo, you've already thrown our Su family into chaos. Su Yuyin is one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea City, and you had your way with her last night. You're not at a loss. What more do you want from us?" A shareholder among the Su relatives stepped forward, his voice tinged with cowardice. "Did you all hear what I just said?" Mo Chen ignored him and asked with a sneer. The Su family exchanged bewildered glances. They had been too worried to recall which of his many statements he was referring to. "Forgotten so quickly. Let me repeat, listen carefully. As long as Su Yuyin remains in the Su family, I will use the Mo family's power to keep suppressing you. Got it this time?" Mo Chen's gaze swept over every Su family member. His initial acting skill was merely 1, but with the recent 3-point reward it had reached 4, and the menacing aura he projected was far beyond before. Instantly, the Su family members were shaken with terror. Yet they seemed to grasp his intent. He wanted them to expel Su Yuyin from the family. Sacrificing Su Yuyin to save the Su family was a decision they could make without hesitation. However, it wasn't theirs to make. It had to come from the family's head, Wang Lijuan, the current chairwoman of Su Corporation. "Young Master Mo, our family head just fainted from your anger. We can't decide on this matter, so perhaps should I make a call right now and have all your Su family's partners terminate their contracts today?" Mo Chen's expression turned fiercely threatening. "Mo, please wait." The Su family finally panicked. They carried the unconscious Wang Lijuan to the sofa, pounding her chest and back. Su Yuyin stood dumbfounded, unsure how to handle the situation. For a moment, she wanted to step forward and volunteer to leave the Su family, begging Mo Chen to stop harassing them. Yet a faint hope lingered in her heart. She wanted to see if the Su family would hesitate for her sake, even a little. She wished to see if her grandmother, who had always been harsh to her father and strict with her, would resist yielding to Mo Chen's threat at this critical juncture. If the Su family showed her even a shred of warmth, she would leave on her own to protect them. Mo Chen watched Su Yuyin with keen interest, aware of the female lead's stubborn nature. He began to anticipate her subsequent actions. After everyone's combined efforts, Wang Lijuan slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Mo Chen, she glared with anger. "Young Master Mo, why are you still here? Are you here to mock my Su family?" Mo Chen smiled without answering, silently observing the Su family. The relatives around Wang Lijuan quickly relayed Mo Chen's demand. As she listened, her expression shifted continuously. Su Yuyin looked at her grandmother with anticipation. "Young Master Mo, are you serious about what you said?" Wang Lijuan asked with a cold face. "Indeed, if you old Madam Wang publicly announce Su Yuyin's expulsion from the Su family and forbid her return, I guarantee I won't touch the Su family." Mo Chen's smile grew wider. His anticipation exceeded Su Yuyin's. "Young Master Mo, as a member of the Mo family, you mustn't go back on your word." Wang Lijuan's eyes lit up at his words. "Nonsense, who do you think I am? Destroying your Su family would take but a moment. Why would I bother lying to you? Make your decision quickly, I don't have much patience." Mo Chen's smile gradually faded as his acting ability fully unleashed. Wang Lijuan slapped her thigh decisively. "Fine, I trust you." Then, without a hint of hesitation or reluctance, she said to Su Yin, "Su Yin, you've brought disaster upon the Su family. Don't blame your elders for being heartless. From today onward, I expel you from the Su family. You are no longer one of us. Live or die, it's none of our concern. Get out of here." At Wang Lijuan's words, Su Yuyin's spirit completely shattered. Grandmother." Su Yuyin's lips trembled uncontrollably as she gazed at Wang Lijuan. Tears that had been welling in her eyes finally streamed down her cheeks. "Don't call me grandmother. You alone nearly ruined our entire Su family, and you still have the nerve to address me as such. I've already made it clear. From this moment on, you are no longer a member of the Su family. Get out, leave the Su family, and never set foot through our doors again. If you refuse to go, I'll expel your father along with you." Wang Lijuan unleashed her ultimate trump card. Su Yuyin's father was gravely ill at the time, in dire need of both medical funds and protection from emotional turmoil. With such a threat hanging over her, how could Su Yuyin not yield? "Oh, my dear sister, you're so beautiful after all. I've heard that many young masters are chasing after you. Marrying into a top-tier noble family is out of the question, but with your looks, snagging a third or fourth-rate one should be easy enough. If all else fails, you can just entertain some other young master like you did with young Master Mo last night. Making money would still be a breeze. Su Rong's face was etched with contempt as he relentlessly taunted her. You? Su Yiyan stared at Su Rong, her eyes bloodshot. What about me? Oh right, isn't there that young Master Yi who swore he'd marry no one but you? You could throw yourself into his arms. After all, you're already used to this sort of thing. Su Rong curled his lip and let out a cold laugh. Su Yiyan staggered back 2 steps, taking in the faces of the Su family members. Each of them, driven by their own interests, cared nothing for her well-being. Why should she remain in the Su family any longer? Final leave. One day you'll all regret this. Su Yiyan mustered her strength and declared through gritted teeth to the Su family. Regret. Yes, well, regret not having driven out a loose woman like you sooner. Our Su family wouldn't have suffered such great losses. Enough, stop your nonsense. You've already made grandmother faint once. If she falls ill again from anger, can you make up for it? Get lost now. Su Rong was nearly ecstatic inside. When it came to business, his abilities paled in comparison to Su Yiyan's. This fact left him both resentful and displeased. Although grandmother Wang Lijuan had always favored him, and he constantly threw obstacles in Su Yiyan's path, he still feared she might usurp his position in the Su family. Now with Su Yiyan expelled and her one-night stand with the playboy Mo Chen, by tomorrow the entire upper crust of Blue Sea City would know of this affair. Even if Su Yiyan tried to rely on her beauty to marry into a wealthy family for a comeback, it would be impossible. To Su Rong's ears, her threat was merely a desperate bluff. Su Yiyan ignored Su Rong and turned her gaze toward Wang Lijuan. In the old matriarch's eyes there was nothing but disgust, not a trace of pity, not an ounce of compassion. This family. Su Yiyan took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and as if draining every ounce of her strength, trudged step by step toward the exit. The faces of the Su family members were a mixed tableau, some indifferent, some regretful, some gloating. Mo Chen let out a cold laugh. In his current role as the antagonist, he was quite pleased with the Su family's cooperation. But as his original self, he held nothing but utter contempt for them. System notifications: Su Yiyan has generated negative emotions. Host rewarded with 2 stamina points, 1 strength point, 2 energy points, and 1 facial expression psychological analysis point. The moment Su Yiyan stepped out of the Su family office, Mo Chen's reward notification arrived. Facial expression psychological analysis ability. Is that micro-expression analysis? Mo Chen had never heard of such a term before. This ability allows the host to analyze the target's expressions to gauge their level of deceit, approval, intimacy, and more. The higher the ability value, the more precise the judgment. Upon hearing this explanation, Mo Chen smiled. What a fantastic ability. Wasn't this like embodying the combined genius of Sherlock Holmes, Freud, Jung, and other great minds? From now on, who was truly close to him, and who was lying to him, would be crystal clear. Carrying this joyful mood, Mo Chen followed Su Yiyan's silhouette out of Su Enterprises. Emerging from the office building, Su Yiyan paid no heed to Mo Chen behind her. Like a lost soul, she wandered aimlessly forward. Minutes ago she had shouted in the Su family, "You'll regret this." Now she suddenly found those words utterly ridiculous. With Su Rong's nature, by tomorrow all the major families in Blue Sea City would treat her as a wanton, despicable woman. Even the enterprises that had once been on relatively good terms with her would never offer her another chance at cooperation. Even if she wanted to start from scratch as a menial worker, no one would hire her. Living was so hard. A terrifying thought flickered through Su Yiyan's mind. Death. If she died, everything would be over. Then she wouldn't have to endure this pain anymore. As this thought arose, her gaze slowly drifted toward the bustling street. The cars speeding past seemed like a gentle summons calling out to her. Her legs involuntarily moved forward. Host alert detected that the female lead Su Yiyan has suicidal thoughts. If she commits suicide, the host will lose a major source of rewards, and the protagonist will act against the host prematurely. Suicide? That's not in the book. Mo Chen was startled. His recent meddling had altered the story. If Su Yiyan died before he could boost his abilities enough, Yi Fan would awaken his powers and come to kill him, and he would inevitably meet the same gruesome fate as the original antagonist at the hands of the protagonist Yi Fan. Miss Su, you can't die. Mo Chen hurried forward a few steps and suddenly grabbed Su Yiyan's arm tightly. Hey Miss Su, where do you think you're going? Su Yiyan turned back, her eyes vacant. Isn't this what you wanted? I'm already homeless. Are you satisfied now? This is just a small lesson for you. If you're willing to commit to me wholeheartedly, you'll enjoy endless good days ahead. Mo Chen put on the airs of a spoiled, reckless young master. Hearing this, anger gradually kindled in Su Yiyan's hollow eyes. She yanked her arm hard, but couldn't break free from Mo Chen's grip. Her voice, however, rose sharply. Mo Chen, is this your true intention? Just because I rejected your advances, you had to ruin me like this? You've made the entire Su family hate me to the bone. Miss Su, get one thing straight. The Su family never saw you as one of their own. You were merely their tool. Even if no one had pushed things today, something else would have happened sooner or later, and you'd still end up like this. Do I really need to spell this out? I don't believe you can't see through it. Mo Chen's mocking expression made Su Yuyan's teeth itch with rage, but his words echoed loudly in her mind. How could she not know how the Su family viewed her? All along she had merely been deceiving herself. She convinced herself that it was only because she hadn't done well enough that she was treated this way. But was that truly the case? Oh, by the way, Miss Su, I should remind you. Now in Blue Sea City, aside from me, there's no place for you. If anything else happens to you, your parents will. At the mention of her parents, Su Yuyan snapped back to reality. Yet Su Yuyan, having snapped back to reality due to her parents, misunderstood Mo Chen's intentions. She thought he was threatening her with her parents. Her voice began to tremble. What do you plan to do to my parents? Haven't you ruined me enough? Do you also intend to harm my parents? What have I ever done to offend you? By the end of her words, Su Yuyan was nearly screaming. This left Mo Chen momentarily stunned. What did she mean? He hadn't intended to threaten her with her parents. He was merely reminding her that if she died, who would care for them? System notification: due to the host's threat, target Su Yuyan has generated intense negative emotions toward the host, enhancing the host's business acumen by 1 point, physical strength by 2 points, and reaction speed by 1 point. I didn't threaten her. Mo Chen chuckled inwardly. It seemed that as a villain he naturally exuded a domineering aura. Even a casual remark could be misinterpreted. No matter. Since he needed to provoke negative emotions from Su Yuyan anyway, she could misunderstand all she wanted, as long as he got the rewards. Besides, since she had already misunderstood, he might as well go along with it. And this pretext seemed quite useful. Su Yuyan had inadvertently given him an idea. With that in mind, Mo Chen flashed a sinister smile. Miss Su, your father holds no standing in the Su family, and now he's gravely ill. Just the time for spending money. I heard you've hired a top expert. That must be costly, right? Can you afford the treatment? Grandma, even if she despises me, she wouldn't abandon my father to his fate. You need not trouble yourself, Master Mo. Su Yuyan truly believed this. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. Her grandmother couldn't be that heartless. If she were his biological mother, she wouldn't be so heartless. Mo Chen muttered under his breath, his voice too low for Su Yuyan to hear. According to the story's progression, this revelation wouldn't come to light until later. If she found out too soon, unexpected complications might arise. He sneered. Whether old Madame Wang will care for your father's illness, I don't know. But you need to understand that I have the power to make her dare not care, and to make the experts treating your father dare not treat him. Mo Chen. Su Yuyan shrieked at the top of her lungs, her entire body trembling uncontrollably with rage. Through tears she cried, what have I done to offend you? Why must you treat me this way? Come to my side, and I'll give you a position in the Mo group. That's impossible. Let me remind you, this isn't a negotiation, it's a threat. You heard me right, I am threatening you. If you dare refuse, it'll make your parents suffer in agony and die slowly. Mo Chen's acting was at its peak, embodying the essence of a wicked villain. Su Yuyan was stunned. After a long pause, she came to her senses, clenching her fists as if making a monumental decision. Master Mo, isn't all this just to have me? Fine, I'll go with you now. Do whatever you want with me, but after that spare me and my family. Tisk tisk tsk. Mo Chen cut her off, wagging a finger before her. Miss Su, you're wrong. If I wanted you, I wouldn't have let you go so easily last night. Or this morning. Then what do you want? Is it just to torment me and watch me suffer? You've got it. Mo Chen's wagging finger curved, gently lifting her delicate snow-white chin. I want you by my side to watch you hate me daily, yet be powerless. I won't touch you for now, but one day I'll make you beg me to. On your knees, stripped of all dignity. This is revenge for your repeated rejections. Understand now. After the system warned him not to let the heroine Su Yuyan die, Mo Chen had a thought. He was a villain, a complete scoundrel. He needed no reason to do evil, and even if he did something as trivial as whether you wore a hat could suffice. Thus, any means to keep Su Yuyan by his side were justified. This served two purposes: ensuring Su Yuyan survived to avoid mission failure, and continuously generating negative emotions from her to earn rewards. Of course, there was an added benefit: dealing a psychological blow to the male lead Yi Fan and deepening his hatred. You won't succeed. I'll never abandon my dignity before you, never. Su Yuyan knew she couldn't refuse Mo Chen. With the Mo family's power and Mo Chen's ruthlessness, his words were as good as deeds. For her parents' safety, she had to swallow her pride. Yet as the clever heroine, she was a bold idea struck her in an instant. Mo Chen, you want to trap me by your side and torment me endlessly. Can't I find a way to fight back? I'll use your name, your reputation, to constantly stir up trouble for the Mo family and bring about its utter ruin. Then we'll see who truly loses their dignity. So you agree? Mo Chen didn't withdraw his finger from under her chin. He deliberately leaned closer, using proximity to instill a sense of crisis and hatred in Su Yuyan. As expected, with the surge of negative emotions, the system rewarded Mo Chen again. Physical strength, power, and reaction speed all increased by 1. Do I have any other choice? Su Yuyan retorted coldly. What do you think? Mo Chen released her hand, and under her hateful gaze withdrew the finger that had been holding her chin. Get in the car. He turned and strode toward his sports car. Su Yuyan hesitated, then followed him into the vehicle. The roar of the engine filled the air as exhaust fumes billowed from the tailpipe. The car accelerated, abruptly vanishing from the Su Corporation building in moments. I knew that slut Su Yuyin would end up leaving with that bastard, Mo Chen. Su Rong's sister Su Hong stood by the window peering down as she spoke. From Su Yin's return to her departure, she hadn't dared to utter a word. In terms of cunning, she far surpassed her brother Su Rong. She never bothered with overtly offensive acts. Now she spoke deliberately to remind everyone in the Su family, especially old Madame Wang, that Su Yuyin had left with Mo Chen. Master Mo said long ago he was just toying with her. Now that she has nowhere to go, I reckon she'll soon become a plaything for his gang of worthless friends. She might even be used as a bargaining chip in business deals. Is there anything Mo Chen wouldn't do? He's done plenty of such things before. Su Rong feigned disdain, but inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. Why hadn't the Su family capitalized on Su Yuyin's stunning beauty? Forget about her. Mo Chen's anger is directed at her, not our family. He shouldn't trouble us anymore. As for her and her father, keep an eye on the hospital at least. Wang Lijuan's gaze flickered, and she trailed off. Don't worry, Grandma. Leave it to me. Su Rong patted his chest in assurance. Wang Lijuan said no more, slowly walking toward her office. But Su Rong chuckled inwardly. Su Yin, with your treatment funds cut off, let's see how long you can last. Wang Lijuan slumped back into her office chair. She had delegated Su Yan's matters to others, her true intention being to wash her hands of the whole affair. After all, she had given instructions for proper care, which she considered fulfilling her duty. Whether those beneath her actually followed through was beyond her control. There was no helping it. Su Yin was the son of her deceased elder sister. Had her sister not married Master Su first, he would not have pined for her every day after her death, completely disregarding his later wife. She harbored hatred for her sister. Out of familial obligation, she ought to look after her sister's son, but by her own twisted logic his death would be none of her concern. Mo Chen drove at breakneck speed, returning straight to his residence. Parking the car, he turned to Su Yuyin and commanded, "Get out." Su Yuyin cast him a glance, but offered no rebuttal. She obediently opened the door and stepped out, following Mo Chen into the opulent villa before them. Upon entering the bedroom, her gaze fell upon a bed with a rope lying on it. Indeed, this was the very villa she had fled from that morning. Back then she believed she had escaped the den of wolves for good. Now she had willingly returned in the company of the master of that very den. Recalling the previous night, though Mo Chen had done nothing to her, her cheeks still burned with shame and indignation. "What are you looking at? Fond of playing with this? If you like, I can play with you every day." Seeing Su Yuyin fixated on the rope, Mo Chen deliberately taunted her. Su Yuyin turned a deaf ear to his words and a blind eye to his provocative gaze. The most potent way to strike an enemy is to ignore and disdain them. Su Yuyin silently fortified herself with this mantra. "Go take a shower," Mo Chen commanded again. "A shower?" Su Yuyin was startled. "Yes, a shower. What? Did I not speak clearly? Can you not understand?" Mo Chen showed no kindness. "Why?" Su Yuyin bit her lower lip and asked. Could it be that during the drive back Mo Chen had suddenly changed his mind and intended to take her body? Why so much nonsense? Su Yuyin, let me make this clear. You are no longer the eldest miss of the Su family, nor should you put on airs as one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. Whatever I say you must obey immediately. No arguments, no questions. If you transgress again, I will ensure your parents never leave the hospital. Understood? Mo Chen spoke with venom. Su Yuyin had long anticipated such a fate. She dared not utter another word and turned to enter the bathroom. As the showerhead spray cascaded over her head and streamed down her cheeks, she could no longer distinguish between the water and her tears. She could not fathom how she had fallen to such depths. Why could the Su family no longer tolerate her? Why did Mo Chen insist on tormenting her? At this moment, she almost wished he would pounce on her like he did with other women, take her, and then cast her out, never to cross paths again. Yet the mere thought of being held in the arms of that playboy, Mo Chen, made her nauseous. Protecting her parents and plotting revenge against Mo Chen were the twin pillars that kept her from crumbling. Su Yuyin bathed in the bathroom. Mo Chen sat in the room pondering for a moment before pulling out his phone. In his memory, the Su family had cut off the treatment funds for Su Yuyin's father Su Yan, and it was the male lead Yi Fan who had been providing the financial support to continue his care. Now that Yi Fan harbored resentment towards Su Yuyin, he would surely cease funding Su Yan's treatment. Before long, Su Yin and his wife would breathe their last. What leverage would he have over Su Yuyin then? What Yi Fan refused to do, he, the great villain Mo Chen, would have to undertake. He made a direct call to the head of the hospital where Su Yin was being treated. Mo Chen informed him that from now on he would cover all expenses for Su Yin and his wife. If Su Yan's condition deteriorated due to negligence, he would ensure the director never left the hospital grounds. With Mo Chen's threat hanging over him, the director naturally dared not be remiss, repeatedly assuring that Su Yin would be cured. Satisfied, Mo Chen ended the call. Half an hour later, a fragrant vision of a beauty emerged from her bath before Mo Chen. Su Yuyin was fully dressed. Without makeup, her unadorned face remained delicate and fair, now suffused with a rosy blush from the warm steam, making her appear exceptionally lovely and tempting, a sight that stirred an urge to take a bite. Mo Chen marveled inwardly. Before transmigrating into this world, he had seen his fair share of beauties on video apps, all filtered and enhanced. He dared to claim that Su Yuyin, without any filters or makeup, not only rivaled those video sirens, but even surpassed them. With exquisite cosmetics, she could easily be called a celestial maiden descended to earth. Her lively large eyes glistened clearly from recent tears. Yet after leaving the bathroom, she stubbornly held back her sobs, unwilling to let Mo Chen witness her vulnerability. Mo Chen chuckled lightly. Not bad. Be obedient from now on. Come follow me out. Where to? Su Yuyin asked instinctively. Mo Chen frowned. What did I just say? Seeing this, Su Yuyin immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Just follow me. With that, Mo Chen turned and headed for the door. Su Yuyin had learned her lesson. Asking or not, the result was the same. At worst, she could curse him 100 times in her heart. System notification: female lead Su Yuyin is incessantly cursing the host in her heart. Negative emotions are rising continuously. Host receives reward: business insight 1, OA acting 1, energy 2. Mo Chen smiled inwardly as he walked. Everything he did was to fuel Su Yuyin's negative emotions. Though each reward was small, the frequency made up for it. Little by little, grain by grain, the future held great promise. Over 20 minutes later, Mo Chen brought Su Yuyin to the entrance of an upscale restaurant and strode straight in. Su Yuyin had taken only 2 steps when her heart tightened. She seemed to grasp why Mo Chen threatened her, yet refrained from touching her. In the eyes of these top tycoons and magnates, even the most beautiful women were mere commodities for trade. How could the Mo family have reached its current scale without some maneuvering? Su Yuyin was not being arrogant. Being hailed as one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea was a title bestowed by countless wealthy young men. Mo Chen had gone to such lengths and kept her pure for a reason. The true purpose was clear. She was likely to become a tool in Mo Chen's hands to elevate the Mo family. A profound sorrow filled Su Yuyin's heart. Her grandmother Wang Lijuan had hinted at this, and now she had failed to escape that fate. He had made her bathe before coming. The person they were about to meet must be someone important. Her body was about to be sold. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Mo Chen, nearly at the door, noticed Su Yuyin lagging behind and turned to bark. Su Yuyin's knuckles turned white from clenching her fists. Her jade-like legs felt as heavy as lead as she began to move with difficulty. She silently vowed, though today's humiliation was unavoidable, Mo Chen, one day I will have my revenge. Good day, young Master Mo. Good day, young Master Mo. As he passed through the main entrance of the restaurant, the security guards and hostesses bowed respectfully. Mo Chen frequented these upscale establishments, and given his formidable background, the restaurant manager had repeatedly instructed all staff to memorize his face, emphasizing that he must never be offended. Offending this harbinger of misfortune could mean losing one's job at best or one's life at worst. Mo Chen continued walking ahead without acknowledging them, with Su Yuyin closely following behind. As she stepped through the main entrance, the guards and hostesses were slow to react. Only after she had passed did they exchange glances and exclaim in surprise, "Wasn't that Su Yuyin of the Su family? One of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. She's with young Master Mo. Looks like he's won her over. That can't be right. Wasn't Miss Su quite close with young Master Yi? Last time young Master Yi dined here, he hinted at matters between him and Miss Su. Now just days later she's with Mo Chen. Strange, most strange. What's so strange about it? The Yi and Mo families are evenly matched. Though the Su family is considerable, they pale in comparison to those 2 titans. The Mo family must have offered the Su family some benefit, so Miss Su willingly threw herself into young Master Mo's arms. Nonsense. Miss Su is one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. How could she sell herself out for petty gains? You make her sound so fickle, hopping from one man to another. What do you know? These wealthy families care little for such things. They may seem glamorous on the surface, but aren't they all controlled by capital, money, and beauty? It's perfectly normal. No matter how beautiful, aren't they just tools to make money for their families? Compared to them, we live more freely. Alas, if it were me, I'd rather be a tool for my family's wealth. Young Master Yi is so handsome, and young Master Mo is too. What's wrong with being with either of them? Being with both would be worth it. One hostess suddenly swooned. Look at you. You're lucky to have encountered 2 handsome ones. Haven't you seen enough ugly ones? Last time that young Master Lu, short, ugly, fat, with a beard and body odor, the 2 beauties beside him still smiled and praised his handsomeness. What would you do with someone like that? A nearby guard poured cold water on her fantasy. The swooning hostess shuddered. Forget it, I think it's better being poor folks like us. Su Yin walked slowly. She could vaguely overhear the chatter behind her. In the past, hearing such gossip would have infuriated her, a blatant insult to her dignity. But now she felt like a lamb destined for the dining table, awaiting a customer's selection, perhaps to be picked over and scrutinized once served. Her heart grew even more desolate. Young Master Mo. Young Master Mo, why didn't you call ahead? I would have prepared. The restaurant manager spotted Mo Chen from afar and rushed over, his face plastered with a fawning smile. What? Do I need to book a reservation every time I come? Mo Chen's expression darkened. The manager paled in fright. No, of course not. Young Master Mo, please come in. With his newly acquired ability to read emotions, Mo Chen sensed something amiss with the manager. However, his current skill level was only 1 point, so he couldn't discern much. When the manager led him to the Seaview Hall private room, Mo Chen stopped at the door with a cold sneer. "This isn't my usual room, is it?" "It is." "No, it isn't. Young Master Mo, please forgive me. The Mountain View Hall is occupied by young Master Zhao, so you see." "Young Master Zhao? Which young Master Zhao?" Mo Chen knew exactly who the manager meant. Zhao Wugo, the eldest son of the Zhao family, a standard playboy like himself. His sister Zhao Qianyun was another of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. Zhao Wugo had also been one of Su Yuyan's suitors. As a notorious villain and playboy, Mo Chen had to put on a grand show of arrogance. Looking down on everyone was his trademark. Young Master Mo jests. In Blue Sea, which other young Master Zhao is there, but that one from the Zhao family? The manager gave an awkward smile. "So it's that brat. They'll go see who gave him the nerve to steal my regular room." Mo Chen turned and strode swiftly toward the Mountain View Hall. Su Yuyan followed without hesitation. She didn't know what she should do, but she understood one thing: unless Mo Chen told her to stay, she must keep following him, lest the unpredictable man fly into a rage at any moment. "Young Master Mo. Young Master Mo." The manager, terrified, trailed beside him, wanting to stop him, but daring not, offering only constant pleas. His gaze inadvertently swept over Su Yuyan behind them. A flicker of realization crossed his mind. He thought he understood the cause of Mo Chen's fury. He must have lost face in front of Miss Su, one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea, hence such a fierce outburst. Damn it. These spoiled brats, when women are present, fear nothing and stop at nothing. This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Mo Chen shot the manager a fierce glare. At his curse, the manager was too frightened to plead further and stepped back 2 paces, still following closely. Soon they reached the door of the Mountain View Hall, from which came the lively sounds of clinking glasses and chatter. Mo Chen wasted no time. He raised his leg and kicked the door with force, sending it crashing open with a loud bang, startling the boisterous crowd inside. "Who the hell dares to kick my... Huh? Young Master Mo. What wind blows you here?" Zhao Wugo was about to explode in anger, but suppressed it upon seeing Mo Chen. "Cut the crap. This room is mine. Who allowed you to take it? Get out, all of you." Mo Chen's gaze was contemptuous, completely dismissing the dozen or so people in the room. Zhao Wugo had the deepest background among them, but he was still far inferior to Mo Chen's Mo family. In truth, Mo Chen had every right to treat them this way. Su Yuyan watched from behind, secretly startled. She hadn't expected Mo Chen to act so recklessly, completely oblivious to how he might offend so many people. Your Mo family may be powerful now, but one day you might face difficulties, and with no friends around, want those you've offended kick you when you're down. In the end, you wouldn't even know how you died. Of course, Su Yuyan was glad to see this outcome. She kept her face expressionless, but inwardly she gloated. Zhao Wugo, having been abruptly scolded, struggled to maintain his composure. He suppressed his anger and said, "Young Master Mo, I'm entertaining some friends today. All the other rooms were full when I arrived. I didn't expect you to come today. Why don't we sit and eat together? I can introduce you to some friends." As he spoke, Zhao Wugo's eyes fell on Su Yuyan behind Mo Chen. Like the manager, he suddenly grasped the reason for Mo Chen's anger. "Introduce friends. You nobodies think you're worthy of being my friends. I'll say it one last time, get out now and don't delay my dinner. The person I'm hosting is someone none of you can afford to offend." Mo Chen's face was cold and grim as he spoke icily. Mo Chen's words carried immense weight. In the entire Blue Sea City, the 2 commercial giants were the Mo family and the Yi family. Yi Tian, the eldest son of the Yi family, was known for his righteousness and generosity, and he valued friendships. He would always show respect to those who respected him. This made Yi Tian highly popular in Blue Sea City's business circles. Yi Tian's younger brother Yi Fan had recently returned from abroad, and kept a low profile, perhaps overshadowed by his brother's brilliance, and thus had not achieved much. However, those who knew Yi Tian would still show Yi Fan due respect. As for Mo Chen, the young master's character was incomparable to the Yi brothers. He spent his days bullying the weak, and the noble families of Blue Sea City cursed him behind his back, but they dared not offend him due to the Mo family's influence. But setting his character aside, even Mo Chen showed great respect and wanted to host a banquet for someone. That person was certainly no ordinary individual. They were likely even more powerful than the Mo and Yi families. Who would dare to offend such a person? Zhao Wugo's face shifted with unease upon hearing Mo Chen's words. He was a spoiled brat, but not a fool. He knew better than to offend someone he couldn't afford to. Compared to that, what was temporary face worth? So he immediately stood up and smiled apologetically. "Don't be angry, brother Mo, please don't be angry. I truly didn't know you had important matters to discuss. Well, leave right now, right now." Mo Chen stared coldly at Zhao Wugo, not offering a kind expression, even as the latter humbled himself. Zhao Wugo hurried out of the private room with his gang of sycophants, but as he passed Su Yuyan, he gave her a strange smile. He had once pursued the beautiful Miss Su. But ever since he learned that both Yi Tian's brother Yi Fan and Mo Chen had their eyes on Su Yuyan, he had given up. Now seeing Su Yuyan with Mo Chen and hearing Mo Chen mention hosting a banquet for an important figure, it was obvious. Mo Chen planned to offer Su Yuyan as a gift. It seemed this foolish woman had no idea she was about to be sold. As Mo Chen entered the private room, and was unlikely to hear him, Zhao Wugo suddenly leaned close to Su Yuyan and whispered, "Miss Su, if the day comes when Mo Chen no longer finds you useful, feel free to come to me. I would never treat you as an object to be discarded." With that, he gave Su Yuyan a seemingly kind smile and strode away. Hearing Mo Chen's plan to host a grand figure, Su Yuyan grew more convinced of her suspicions. Now even young Master Zhao said so. It was beyond doubt. Who understands a spoiled brat better than another spoiled brat? What are you doing? Get in. Mo Chen sat boldly in the host's seat, and seeing Su Yuyan still standing outside the private room, frowned and shouted. Su Yuyan's body trembled slightly as she stepped inside. Now she was caught in a dilemma. Sit down. Order whatever you want to eat. Mo Chen pointed at the electronic menu on the table. The restaurant staff quickly entered and cleared the table with astonishing speed. I should order. Su Yuyan was confused. Mo Chen was hosting a grand figure. Why would he ask her to order? What's wrong with you ordering? Mo Chen frowned again. Su Yuyan quickly lowered her head. She thought she understood. When the important guest arrived, Mo Chen would surely introduce her, saying these dishes were specially ordered by Miss Su for you. She was so excited to meet you. Wasn't that how they always talked when using women as gifts? She herself was just a dish waiting to be consumed, yet she had to order the food. A wave of sorrow washed over Su Yuyan. Staring at the menu, she suddenly felt a surge of revenge. She couldn't retaliate against Mo Chen now, but she could cause him some trouble and ease her own heart. With that thought, Su Yuyan didn't hesitate and ordered a dozen dishes, all extremely spicy. She had heard that Mo Chen never ate spicy food. Even if the important guest arrived, such fiery dishes would hardly please him, would they? After placing the order, Su Yuyan felt a flicker of satisfaction and even allowed herself a faint smile. This, young Master Mo, would you like to look at the menu and add something else? The manager naturally knew Mo Chen's taste. Frowning at Su Yuyan's selection of extremely spicy dishes, he assumed she was unaware of Mo Chen's dietary habits. He looked up at Mo Chen and asked, "No need. Just serve whatever Yuyan ordered." Mo Chen waved his hand using an affectionate term. The manager immediately understood. Young Master Mo always showed great care for the girls he had just won over and hadn't yet tired of. Once he grew bored, those girls became worthless in his eyes. Su Yuyan was displeased with Mo Chen's familiar address, but she dared not object or express any discontent. Endurance was her only choice now. Soon the dishes were brought to the table one by one. Seeing the plates piled high with red chili peppers, Mo Chen was momentarily stunned. The original Mo Chen in the story didn't eat spicy food, but the current Mo Chen craved it. Having been transported here for half a day, he was drooling at the sight of such luxurious dishes which he could never have dreamed of before his journey, and they were his favorite. Extremely spicy. Su Yuyan watched Mo Chen's dazed expression with some anxiety. Was this guy going to lose his temper again? Not bad. Come on, let's eat. To her surprise, Mo Chen didn't get angry. He calmly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Su Yuyan was baffled, thinking, could the rumors be false? Mo Chen's eating manner was far from that of a young master from a noble family. He cared nothing for his image. As he ate, he secretly laughed at Su Yuyan. She knew the original Mo Chen didn't eat spicy food and deliberately ordered so many fiery dishes, but she overlooked one thing: she herself couldn't handle spicy food well. What are you staring at? You ordered this. Why aren't you eating? Mo Chen stuffed his mouth full of food and glared at Su Yuyan. You said you were hosting someone. The guest hasn't arrived yet, so I thought. Su Yuyan cared little about whether Mo Chen was a good host. She was worried because she couldn't eat very spicy food either. These dishes looked impossible to swallow. How could Mo Chen manage to eat them? What, hosting someone? Hosting who? Mo Chen rolled his eyes and asked. You just told Zhao Wugo. That idiot, I tricked him and he believed it. Mo Chen let out a cold laugh. So you're not hosting a banquet? Su Yuyan was stunned. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Mo Chen had brought her to the restaurant not to offer her as a gift, but just to treat her to a meal. What was he thinking? Why are you so full of nonsense? I told you to order what you wanted to eat. These are all your favorites. I hate waste, and if you can't finish them, don't blame me for being rude. Mo Chen glared. Su Yuyan nearly cried. She had tried to trap Mo Chen, but ended up trapping herself. She gently lifted a piece of food and placed it into her mouth. The aroma was tantalizing, the exquisite flavor spreading from the tip of her tongue inward, instantly reaching its root. This restaurant's cuisine was renowned throughout Blue Sea City for its deliciousness. Many wealthy out-of-towners often drove or flew in just to savor the culinary delights of Blue Sea. Of course, it would have been better if it weren't excessively spicy. After the fragrance, an intense sensation of heat and pain radiated from Su Yuyan's mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes under this excruciating pain. This was only the first bite. She forced the food down and grabbed her glass, gulping down the icy water to quell the spiciness. At the same time, she was filled with astonishment toward Mo Chen. How on earth did he manage to eat something so spicy? Was he devoid of taste buds? No, spiciness was actually a combined sensation of heat and pain, not part of taste. Even without taste, one couldn't be immune to it. He was simply a freak. After that first bite, Su Yuyin didn't touch her chopsticks again. Her action immediately caught Mo Chen's attention. Eat, why aren't you eating? I am full. As soon as Su Yuyin said this, her stomach let out a gurgle. Full? What, can't bear to eat while looking at my face? Mo Chen heard the sound and asked with a cold laugh. No, it's not that. Then eat up, less talk. Should I call the hospital? Or send the leftovers there for your parents to taste? Ill eat, ill eat. Threatened. Su Yuyin had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks again, gritting her teeth to select some relatively milder dishes and put them into her mouth. Yet even so, she couldn't bear the burning pain. After one bite, she immediately reached for the ice water again. You can drink ice water, Mo Chen suddenly said, seemingly out of nowhere. Su Yuyin was taken aback. She sensed something and her face flushed. Negative emotions toward Mo Chen surged within her like a rocket. Detected target. Su Yuyin's extremely intense negative emotions toward host. Host receives reward 10 points in heritage medicine, including all related skills, 1 point in vitality, 1 point in reaction speed. As the system prompted, all the skills of heritage medicine appeared in Mo Chen's mind, such as diagnostics, acupuncture, meridian techniques, herbal formulas, massage, and so on. These abilities, like acting and facial expression, psychological analysis, could be applied at will. However, with only 10 points of proficiency, he was likely still at a beginner stage. But obtaining this skill reward still excited Mo Chen. The book he had transmigrated into was titled Medical Business War God, where the protagonist, Yi Fan, shone brilliantly in both medicine and business. Without corresponding skills to counter him, being the villain and aiming to become the ultimate victor wouldn't be easy. Just as Mo Chen was eating and feeling thrilled about his new ability, he noticed Su Yuyin had put down her chopsticks again. Clearly the food was too spicy for her to continue. Knowing how to reap benefits, how could Mo Chen let her off so easily? He immediately tapped his chopsticks on the plate in front of him. What's this? Ordered so much and only had a few bites. Such an act of tapping on the table during a meal seemed utterly lacking in manners, and her disdain for Mo Chen grew. Yet she dared not show it, only frowning. I don't want to eat too fast, it's bad for my stomach. Oh, then does drinking ice water make you uncomfortable? Mo Chen asked with a smile. No, it doesn't. Su Yuyin felt that Mo Chen was deliberately teasing her. When people like them wanted to force her to do something, did they care whether she could drink ice water? Good. Eating this food without ice water is indeed hard to swallow. I didn't expect Miss Su to love spicy food as much as I do. Mo Chen chuckled, starting to make sarcastic remarks. Su Yuyin's gaze was somewhat resentful. Who loved spicy food? I ordered it because I heard you couldn't handle it. Who knew the rumors were all lies? Look at you enjoying the spiciness so much, not a sip of ice water the whole time, and you say it's hard to swallow without it. You're clearly messing with me. I'm just about done. Miss Su, please finish the rest. You ordered so much you wouldn't want to waste it, would you? Mo Chen put down his chopsticks, his eyes fixed on Su Yuyin. No, I won't. Su Yuyin's voice was barely audible. Just those few bites had numbed her lips from the spiciness. If there were any possibility, she wouldn't want to touch another bite. Mo Chen obviously knew her predicament, but still pressured her, as if watching a spectacle. It was clearly intentional. Truly a scoundrel, as rumored, without a shred of chivalry. No wonder no woman genuinely liked him. Su Yuyin picked up her chopsticks, forcing herself to take another bite. Her negative emotions toward Mo Chen surged once more. Detected target, Su Yuyin's substantial negative emotions toward host. Host receives reward 7 points in heritage medicine, 1 point in business acumen. This new prompt delighted Mo Chen. The more he looked at Su Yuyin, the more he liked her. Of course, that fondness was for an object that could bring him benefits. The smile on his face appeared threatening in Su Yuyin's eyes. This made Su Yuyin dare not stop forcing herself to keep stuffing food into her mouth. But with every bite, she had to down several gulps of ice water. In no time, 2 large jugs of ice water were drained. A few minutes later, Su Yuyin's movement slowed, and she looked at Mo Chen with some difficulty. I've had too much ice water, I'm a bit bloated. Can I not eat? What are you trying to say? Mo Chen still wore that smile. But just that one question stifled the rest of Su Yuyin's words. She hesitated slightly. I need to go to the restroom. Go ahead, be quick. Mo Chen nodded. He wasn't so heartless as to deny her a restroom break for the sake of negative emotions. Su Yuyin hummed softly, stood up, and quickly left the private room, heading for the restroom. Though the luxurious room had its own facilities, she opted for the public restroom outside. Mo Chen didn't stop her. The best was yet to come. As she passed through the hall, Su Yuyin brushed past a short, stout man who was on the phone. The fragrance stirred by her swift movement drifted into the man's senses. Instinctively, he followed the scent's direction with his gaze. Su Yuyin. She's here too. Muttering to himself, the man ended the call and walked toward his own private room, occasionally glancing back until the graceful figure disappeared around the corner. Bursting into the restroom, Su Yuyin reached over the toilet. She had drunk too much ice water, leaving her stomach bloated and sour with a constant urge to regurgitate. Yet try as she might, she couldn't vomit. This nausea brought glistening tears to the corners of her eyes. After a while, the feeling subsided somewhat. She slowly walked to the sink, staring at her reflection in the mirror, a wave of endless grievance washing over her. Su Yuyin, how did you become so wretched? Why did you have to cross paths with someone like Mo Chen? Remember, this is just forbearance. Soon enough the Mo family will be brought down by you and Mo Chen will regret everything he did today. The expression in the mirror gradually grew resolute. Detected target, Su Yiyan's negative emotions. Host receives rewards 6 points in heritage medicine, 1 point in reaction speed, 1 point in facial expression and psychological analysis. Alone in the private room, Mo Chen laughed out loud again. Mo Chen, just use whatever tricks you have. I will never give up. Su Yiyan tidied her appearance and bolstered her courage. Just as she turned to head back to the private room, a faint pulling pain stirred in her stomach. The pain was elusive and not intense, so Su Yiyan paid it little heed. She pressed gently on the spot, and deeming it nothing serious slowly returned to the room. Miss Su, there are no outsiders here. There's no need to be so refined when eating. What else haven't I seen of you? Mo Chen deliberately provoked Su Yiyan. As expected after his words, his inherited medical skill increased by 2 points and his strength by 1. Su Yiyan remained silent, slowly swallowing her food as if it were poison. Miss Su, you'd better hurry up. I have other things to do later and can't waste too much time here. Mo Chen urged. Su Yiyan wished she could end this torment quickly too, but her agony made it impossible to speed up. Under Mo Chen's urging, she forced herself to eat a little faster. However, within 2 minutes the pain in her stomach grew increasingly intense. She pressed hard on the aching spot with one hand. At first it helped, but after a few seconds the pain escalated sharply. Su Yiyan gasped in pain and her chopsticks slipped from her hand, clattering onto the table. Her face turned pale and beads of sweat as large as beans formed on her forehead. Miss Su, what's wrong? Mo Chen's smile faded as he leaned in to ask. Stomach pain, it hurts so much. Su Yiyan's voice was barely a whisper under the excruciating pain. This was clearly not an act. Just as Mo Chen was about to inquire further, his eyes suddenly fixed on her pale, delicate face, as if he saw the root of the problem. He glanced at the table, at the excessively spicy food and iced water. Swiftly he reached out and placed his fingers on Su Yiyan's wrist. The soft, smooth touch sent a ripple through his mind. Then the power of his inherited medical knowledge diagnosed the issue from her pulse. Acute gastroenteritis. Ah, this is my fault. Eating such spicy food and drinking iced water after fasting for a whole day and night. It's only natural to fall ill. But this ailment is easy to cure. A treatment method from his inherited medical knowledge surfaced in Mo Chen's mind. With his skill points now at 28, he was eager to see the results. It's nothing, just a minor issue. It'll cure you and it'll be over soon. Su Yiyan heard Mo Chen's voice beside her ear. She naturally didn't believe this playboy knew any healing methods. But at this moment, she had no energy to ponder it, assuming Mo Chen might have similar symptoms and carry medicine on him. Ah! Su Yiyan screamed as her body was suddenly lifted into the air. Mo Chen carried her horizontally, took a few steps to the large sofa in the room, and laid her down. Just acute gastroenteritis. Don't worry, you'll fix it in no time. Mo Chen comforted Su Yiyan, but his tone remained stiff, devoid of gentleness. Su Yiyan was baffled by his words. What did he mean by fix it in no time? Shouldn't acute gastroenteritis be treated with medicine? Before she could react, Mo Chen pulled up her white t-shirt, revealing her flat, smooth, and flawlessly white abdomen. Mo Chen felt dizzy from the sight. No wonder the original villain Mo Chen, the protagonist Yi Fan, and countless supporting characters all coveted Su Yiyan. From any angle, she was an absolute enchantress. What are you doing? Su Yiyan was startled. Was Mo Chen about to assault her right here in the room? I'm treating you. My skills are top-notch. I guarantee you'll feel so good you'll moan. Mo Chen chuckled slyly. But to Su Yiyan his smile seemed sinister, and his words led her thoughts astray. It only reinforced her suspicions about Mo Chen. No, don't touch me, don't. She struggled with all her remaining strength, shouting, and trying to push Mo Chen away with her hands and feet. So disobedient. How can I cure you if you won't listen? Mo Chen frowned, pressing his body down to sit on her thighs. With one hand, he grabbed both her wrists and pinned them firmly above her head. The entire posture was identical to that of an assault. This terrified Su Yiyan, as if her soul had fled her body. It was over. Mo Chen had finally succumbed to his beastly nature. She couldn't believe he was so inhuman as to force himself on her while she was in pain. Despite all the courage she had mustered, tears slid from the corners of her eyes. Just then the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Leading the way was a short, stout man flanked by a grim-faced restaurant manager. Young master, you can't go in there. The manager's head was about to explode. What was happening today? Everyone was barging into Mo Chen's room. Earlier he had let young master Zhao in, and Mo Chen was already furious. He was just secretly relieved that Mo Chen hadn't sought revenge. Now young Master Wu, who had been eating peacefully in his own room, suddenly ran out to ask who Su Yiyan came with, and which room she was in. When he told Wu that Su Yiyan was with Mo Chen, Wu immediately dragged a few friends straight to Mo Chen's room, bursting in without even knocking. As a mere restaurant manager, he couldn't afford to offend Mo Chen, nor the earlier young Master Zhao, nor the current young Master Wu. None of them were people he could cross. Aside from begging, he dared not physically block them. When the door opened, the 5 or 6 people standing at the entrance witnessed an extremely provocative scene. Mo Chen was on top of Su Yuyin, one hand firmly gripping her wrists. The beauty Su's white t-shirt had just been pulled up, revealing only her tempting abdomen. From the expression on her face and the scream she had just let out, it was clear she didn't consent. A cold sneer rose in young master Wa's heart. That bastard Mo Chen was trying to force himself on her right in the restaurant's private room. Was he that impatient? Hey young master Mo, are you? Get the hell out. Mo Chen cut him off with a roar before Wu could finish. Young master Wa's face darkened slightly. He knew well that Mo Chen showed no one respect. But what was this situation? You're caught red-handed trying to force yourself on a girl, and you still dare to curse us. With so many witnesses, a quick call to the police, and even the Mo family's influence might not save you from trouble, right? Young master Mo, don't be too. Wu Tong, say one more useless word, and he'll make sure you're dead. Mo Chen didn't bother to hear what Wu Tong intended to say, cutting him off with a vicious curse. Wu Tong knew that Mo Chen was a reckless man when enraged. After taking a deep breath, he ultimately didn't dare to confront Mo Chen head-on. Let's go. He turned and led his stunned friends out. The restaurant manager wiped a stealthy bead of sweat, quickly closed the door, and even managed an apologetic smile before shutting it. Young master Mo, please continue. Just as the door clicked shut, Su Yuyin's piercing scream echoed from inside the room. Wu Tong and the restaurant manager outside the door, upon hearing this blood-curdling scream, could not help but frown slightly. Their expressions were not one of sympathy for Su Yuyin, but rather a heartfelt envy and jealousy toward Mo Chen. It seemed that in this Blue Sea city in broad daylight, daring to barge into a restaurant private room and directly force himself on Su Yuyin, one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea, there was no one else but Mo Chen. To be able to taste the beauty of Miss Su was the daydream of countless men. Mo Chen, enjoy yourself now, but later you'll have your turn to cry. Wu Tong sneered inwardly, leading his cronies back to their own private room. At the same time, he did not forget to take out his phone and call the nearest police chief. Meanwhile, the restaurant manager stood guard outside the door, not daring to leave. He decided that this time, no matter who came or what they said, he would not let anyone in. Young Master Mo was handling important matters inside. If he disturbed his good deed and incurred his wrath, he would be lucky to escape with his skin intact. Inside the private room, Mo Chen's right index and middle fingers formed a sword-like shape, pressing precisely on Su Yuyin's navel. This single touch caused Su Yuyin a sharp pain. But as the flow of qi from Mo Chen's fingers traveled along her meridians upward, that intense pain gradually began to fade. In its place came a numbness spreading through her entire body. Mo Chen himself found what he was doing utterly miraculous. Just minutes ago, he had known nothing about the human bodice structure. Now he could actually feel the flow of a person's meridians. More astonishingly, through the meridian flow, he discovered that the cause of Su Yuyin's suffering was not entirely due to acute gastroenteritis. There was also something undesirable growing in her stomach. Mo Chen tried hard to recall the story's plot he had read. Indeed, the narration occasionally hinted that Su Yuyin often suffered from stomach pain, which he as a reader had never taken seriously. Thinking that this book had been left unfinished halfway through, he now strongly suspected this was a foreshadowing left by the author. Su Yuyin's illness was fundamentally an incurable disease beyond modern medicine's reach. Soon this disease would flare up, and at that time, with the protagonist Yi Fan's miraculous medical skills, he would surely cure Su Yuyin. But for now, Su Yuyin's illness was still in its early stages and easy to treat. The inherited medical knowledge in his mind told him that if he guided the qi through her meridians correctly, combined with simple massage techniques, within just 2 or 3 minutes, he could completely cure both Su Yuyin's acute gastroenteritis and the early signs of this incurable disease. She wouldn't even need to take medicine. As the pain grew lighter, Su Yuyin stopped crying out. She watched Mo Chen's strange actions with wonder. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he is skilled in medicine? Is he treating me? Had I misunderstood him? After nearly 2 minutes, the meridian circulation was complete. Only the second step remained: massage. Mo Chen flattened his palm and gently placed it on Su Yuyin's smooth lower abdomen. The moment his hand made contact, the pain in her stomach diminished further. A warm current within her meridians began to spread outward with the pressure. At this moment, not only was there no pain, but she couldn't help but let out a soft, ah. As soon as the sound escaped her lips, Su Yuyin's cheeks flushed crimson. The sound was almost as if she were tempting Mo Chen. What if Mo Chen actually did something now and claimed she had seduced him? And Mo Chen, who was in the midst of healing, was indeed tempted by that sound. If not for the system telling him that he must never force the female lead unless she genuinely consented, he might have truly taken her by force. After all, he was supposed to be the villain. In the book, the real Mo Chen had done such things countless times. In the entire top circle of Blue Sea City, who didn't know what kind of person Mo Chen was? Even if he did it, who would dare to say anything? Who would dare to utter a single complaint? Suppressing the fire of desire within him, Mo Chen quickened his movements slightly. Since he couldn't have her, this massage process was pure torture. It was better to finish quickly. The restaurant manager outside, pressing his ear against the door, happened to hear the sound Su Yuyin had just made. He couldn't help but feel a secret admiration. Young Master Mo was truly extraordinary. Just moments ago, he had been forcing himself on her despite her resistance, and in just a minute or two, he had already won her over. Another 2 minutes passed. Mo Chen withdrew his hand rolled off from above Su Yuyan and said coldly, "Miss Su, don't you know that your stomach can't handle spicy food? You're wasting my time. Control yourself from now on. If you can't eat it, don't touch it. I don't have the leisure to keep curing you." Su Yuyan sat up straight, hastily pulling down her t-shirt to cover her abdomen. Listening to Mo Chen's words, anger rose in her heart. "It was you who forced me to eat it. You clearly saw I couldn't handle spicy food, yet you insisted, and now you blame me." Thus the faint goodwill Su Yuyan had felt toward Mo Chen for treating her and not taking advantage of her vanished entirely. Detected negative emotions from the target. Post-rewarded reaction speed 1, eye acting skill 1, a business acumen 1. Hearing the prompt, Mo Chen was quite pleased. Luckily this Miss Su had a fragile psyche. A few harsh words from him would immediately make her despise him. She was the perfect tool for farming points. "You? How do you know medicine? What method is this and why does it work so quickly?" Despite her resentment toward Mo Chen, Su Yuyan couldn't help but ask. Because all the rumors about Mo Chen painted him as a degenerate, a good-for-nothing playboy, a bully, a lawless scoundrel, and so on. In short, everything he did every day was eat, drink, have fun, flirt with girls, and bully the weak. When Mo Chen had pursued her earlier, he had also acted like a dissolute playboy, never showing a single hint of virtue. Now after such close contact, she had discovered his strengths in just 2 or 3 hours. Su Yuyan really didn't want to admit this, but the facts were right before her eyes. How could she not be curious? She even wondered if behind Mo Chen's wild arrogance there was a hidden personality, yet unknown. If she could awaken that other side of him, would he let her go? "Since when do you have the right to question my affairs? Don't think that just because I treated you once you're something special. In my eyes, you're nothing but a tool." Mo Chen's icy words brought Su Yuyan back from her fantasies to reality. She knew she had been overthinking. Even if someone like Mo Chen had mastered a skill or two, could that change his nature? Her thoughts had been too naive, too ridiculous. However, Mo Chen's words left her with one lingering question. "What do you really want to do with me? You neither touch me nor send me away. What is the meaning of keeping me by your side?" Su Yuyan mustered her courage to meet Mo Chen's cold gaze. If Mo Chen were a positive character, this question would be difficult to answer. Fortunately, he is a major antagonist, and making up excuses is quite casual. He can say whatever he wants. No one would find it unreasonable. Life is just so illogical, what can one do? After being rebuffed by Mo Chen, Su Yuyan lowered her head and fell silent. "Get yourself ready, we're going out." Mo Chen sat down in a chair, his voice still icy. "This restaurant is top-notch, and the private room is naturally luxurious. In addition to the fully automated dining table, there are also wine tables, KTV rooms, and of course high-end restrooms. Although called restrooms, the facilities inside rival those of a first-class bathhouse with cold, warm, and hot water bathtubs, bubble baths, and 360-degree showers without dead angles. Sauna rooms, sweat rooms, lounges, and makeup rooms are all available. Naturally, various toiletries and high-end cosmetics are not lacking. The accompanying facilities are luxurious, and the prices are naturally not low. Not to mention that each dish starts at thousands, just the room fee is over 10,000 per hour exclusive of service charges. But to the poor this amount is astronomical, while for a wealthy heir like Mo Chen it is merely a drop in the bucket. Su Yuyan hurriedly entered the restroom and closed the door. Looking at herself in the makeup mirror, she noticed her bright eyes, which were slightly red around the edges. Her heart was not only entangled, but also extremely embarrassed. She hated Mo Chen, and one could even say she loathed him, and any contact with his body made her feel repulsed. Yet she was also angry, as Mo Chen had clearly tried every means to obtain her before, and now he showed a sense of disgust towards her. Su Yuyan increasingly felt that Mo Chen actually disliked her, and precisely because of this he neither touched her nor let her go, wanting to keep her by his side to torment and bully her. Although she felt humiliated, it could be considered a stroke of luck and misfortune. After calming her mind, Su Yuyan tidied her disheveled hair and quickly applied makeup using the complete set of cosmetics provided by the restaurant. Taking a deep breath, she presented her most perfect side. "Mo Chen, don't you find me disgusting? Don't you want to touch me? I will dress up beautifully." Causing confusion for Mo Chen was probably the largest and only form of revenge Su Yuyan could think of for now. After a few minutes, she opened the restroom door and elegantly walked out. Standing in front of Mo Chen, she remained silent. Mo Chen's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, due to a reward, he couldn't touch her for the time being, but it wouldn't be long before he could resolve this matter. Didn't the system say that direct coercion would have consequences? What if it were indirect, or some other method? With turmoil inside, Mo Chen appeared very calm on the surface. He was a man with 6 points of acting ability. It was quite easy to portray any emotion. "Why is it taking so long? Hurry up." Mo Chen snorted, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. This left Su Yuyan somewhat flustered. She suddenly felt that all her earlier guesses were correct. Having dressed so beautifully, Mo Chen actually ignored her. While her confidence in her charm diminished, she gradually felt much more at ease. Let's go. Mo Chen stopped talking nonsense and walked toward the private room door. But before he could reach for the door, it was suddenly flung open from the outside. Several police officers entered, followed by Wu Tong, who had just been scolded by Mo Chen. What are you doing? Mo Chen asked coldly. This scene also left Su Yuyan behind him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Mo Chen, young master, Mo, do you remember me? Among the police, the leading officer stepped forward to Mo Chen, speaking with a grin, filled with glee at his misfortune. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Haven't you gone to the hospital to take care of Zhang Rui? Mo Chen looked up, nostrils flaring at the officer before him. His memory had already brought the man's details to mind. Zhang Tujia, deputy director of the Blue Sea City Police Department, Zhang Rui, is his only son who had a conflict with Mo Chen some time ago. Later, for reasons unknown, he was severely injured and nearly became a vegetable after being sent to the hospital. The assailant was never found. However, everyone believed Mo Chen was responsible. There were two reasons. One, Mo Chen had just had a conflict with Zhang Rui, and two, Mo Chen's reputation had never been good. Engaging in such acts was likely not a one-time occurrence. At the same time, Mo Chen's ambiguous attitude towards the incident only further solidified people's belief that he was the culprit. But without evidence, they couldn't arrest him, and Zhang Tujia had no way to act. Just moments ago, he received a call from Wu Tong saying that Mo Chen was in this restaurant's private room attempting to assault Su Yuyan of the Su family. Su Yuyan's fame far surpassed the Su family's business strength. Even Zhang Rui had once pursued Su Yuyan. Hearing this news, Zhang Tujia was overjoyed. Finally, he had the chance to put Mo Chen behind bars, and he could also avenge his son. He immediately led a team to rush to the door of the private room. The manager tried to block them. Before he could speak, two officers pulled him aside and crashed the door of the private room open. Mo Chen, we will settle the matter regarding Zhang Rui with you sooner or later. You better get through today's ordeal first. Zhang Tujia sneered, turning to look at Su Yuyan. Miss Su, someone just reported that Mo Chen attempted to assault you. Is this true? Su Yuyan was somewhat dazed. The door of the private room was still open, and a crowd of guests and service staff were peering in. Zhang Tujia actually asked this question in front of so many people. Whether it was a denial or an admission, how should she respond? Just as she was about to deny it, a terrible thought flashed through her mind. If she admitted it, would Mo Chen get into trouble? Would he no longer be able to target her parents, and she would no longer be threatened by him? But Mo Chen hadn't done such a thing, and did she really have to close her eyes and falsely accuse him? In her hesitation, Mo Chen had already turned to look at her. Su Yuyan's heart tightened, unsure of how to respond. Miss Su, you need not be afraid. With our police present, no one can harm you, nor would anyone dare to do anything to you. Seeing Su Yuyan hesitating, Zhang Tujia was overjoyed. It seemed this matter was indeed true. If it weren't, Su Yuyan wouldn't hesitate, but she would directly deny it. Her hesitation indicated there was something. Mo Chen, you are about to fall into my hands. Su Yuyan was still in a dilemma. Mo Chen had not assaulted her. If she admitted it, she would definitely be taken for an examination. If it turned out she was unharmed, it would be tantamount to false accusation. If she denied it, the chances of bringing Mo Chen down in the future would likely diminish. Perhaps she could take another approach and claim that Mo Chen attempted assault. If it was an attempted assault with the Mo family's capabilities, it probably wouldn't significantly impact Mo Chen. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, she would still be fabricating accusations. Would Mo Chen retaliate against her more harshly? Besides, if she did something so deceitful, how was she any different from someone like Mo Chen? With this thought, Su Yuyan finally made up her mind. After all, Mo Chen had her by his side. This guy had done countless bad deeds. It should be easy to find evidence against him. It was unlikely she could bring him down with this small matter, so it would be better to gain his trust first, and then find concrete evidence of Mo Chen's real misdeeds. Only then could she truly escape from this hell. Before Su Yuyan could speak, Wu Tong, who was behind Zhang Tujia, suddenly shouted, I witnessed the whole thing. I am a witness. Not just me, but my friends and the restaurant manager all saw it at the time. Wu Tong's family, the Wu family, was also considered a prominent family, closely aligned with the Yi family, acting as a branch of the Yi family. He knew that the Yi and Mo families had always been at odds. If he could take this opportunity to bring down the Mo family, it would be a significant accomplishment in front of the Yi family, and the family's future development would receive more support from them. So how could he possibly miss this opportunity? Mr. Wu, are you all certain you saw clearly? Was it him attempting to assault Miss Su over there? Zhang Tujia asked with a smile, addressing Wu Tong and the others. It wasn't just an attempt, he already laid his hands on her. We first saw Mo Chen tear Miss Su's clothes, and when we came out of the room, we still heard Miss Su's screams. I am certain that Mo Chen succeeded. Miss Su is not speaking up now, as she must have been threatened by Mo Chen. Wu Tong's words were firm, and his friends echoed in agreement. Although they had not witnessed the event in its entirety, given the situation at the time, it would be unbelievable if nothing had happened. What normal man could hold back in such a situation? It's impossible. Miss Su, you have heard us. We have witnesses here. You are the victim. As long as you confirm this matter, we can immediately take you for an examination and detain Mo Chen. You need not worry about him retaliating against you in any way. We the police will ensure your protection. Zheng Tujia had a serious expression. Mo Chen looked at Su Yuyan and was not surprised at all that she did not immediately come to his defense. Anyone in her position at this moment with a chance to escape the claws of danger would hesitate about whether to tell this lie. But Mo Chen was not anxious. Based on his understanding of Su Yuyan's character from the book, coupled with his ability to analyze expressions and psychology, he judged that Su Yuyan would never resort to making false accusations. However, this did not mean that Mo Chen would let this opportunity to score points slip away. As he looked at Su Yuyan, Mo Chen poured all his acting skills into his gaze. His fierce and menacing eyes pierced through Su Yuyan's heart. In her mind, she almost directly heard Mo Chen's threatening voice, "If you dare to accuse me, I will make sure your parents have no peace." Stunned by his gaze, Su Yuyan instinctively took 2 steps back and shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No, he didn't assault me." Zheng Tujia frowned. He had seen Mo Chen's actions and knew that Su Yuyan must have been frightened by him. He immediately waved his hand, and 2 police officers stepped forward, grabbing Mo Chen by the arm and pulling him to a corner of the private room. Now Su Yuyan could no longer see his expression or gaze. Zheng Tujia took a couple of steps forward, blocking Su Yuyan's view. "Miss Su, I assure you, regardless of what Mo Chen has done, I will bring him to justice and will ensure your safety. Just speak the truth." Su Yuyan gently shook her head, saying, "Director Zheng, I am telling the truth. He really did not assault me. If you don't believe me, you can take me for an examination. Nothing happened just now. I say, Director Zheng, and you too, Wu Tong, aren't you underestimating my Mo Chen's capabilities? It had only been about 10 minutes. If I really intended to do something, could it end so quickly? Why don't you go out and ask around about my reputation in the circle?" Mo Chen's mocking voice came from the corner. Hearing this, both Wu Tong and Zheng Tujia frowned slightly. Indeed, this timing was too quick. Moreover, looking at Su Yuyan, her clothing was intact, her makeup was untouched, and her hair was not even slightly messy. How could she look like someone who had just gone through something? Zheng Tujia cast a puzzled glance at Wu Tong. The latter was also uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Tong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, saying, "I know. It was an attempted assault. Mo Chen must have been too careless in his usual play, and his body couldn't handle it, so he failed." "Wu Tong, you idiot, you're the one whose body can't handle it. It had only been 20 seconds since taking the medication, and you have the nerve to say that." Mo Chen turned to scold Wu Tong angrily. To everyone else, his expression seemed like an angry outburst, and naturally no one would take it seriously. But Wu Tong was confused. How does Mo Chen know? Could it be that the little star I had a secret relationship with was also taken by Mo Chen? Did he expose my embarrassing situation? Even if it was an attempted assault, it's still illegal. Miss Su, you need not be afraid. Mr. Wu has already told me the details of the situation. Even if you dare not admit it, we can still take witness statements to interrogate him. Yan. Before Zheng Tuji's words were finished, Mo Chen suddenly shouted loudly, "At worst, let's tell the truth. We are all adults, so what's there to be embarrassed about?" Su Yuyan was stunned by Mo Chen's words. "What truth? Are you saying I accidentally ate something spicy and ended up having issues, and you were going to help me treat it, but I misinterpreted it as you trying to assault me? Director Zheng Yuyan and I are actually a couple. We were just playing a game between lovers, and it just so happened that Wu Tong, this silly fool, saw it and mistook it for me trying to assault Yuyan. It's just a joke. With our relationship, would I need to resort to assault?" Mo Chen did not give Su Yuyan a chance to speak and continued shouting loudly, "Couple. Game." Zheng Tuji's mouth twitched. He first glanced at Wu Tong, then turned to Su Yuyan, showing a questioning expression. Su Yuyan's face had turned red from her cheeks to her neck. In front of so many people, Mo Chen actually fabricated such a disgusting excuse. If she truly admitted it, her reputation would be entirely ruined. It was likely that the entire wealthy circle of Lanhai City would gossip behind her back, saying Su Yuyan appeared glamorous, but was actually wild at heart. Where could she hide her face after this? "Young Master Mo, I didn't expect your taste to be quite unique enjoying such games." Wu Tong laughed mockingly. "But you can't compare to my level. You just let those little stars tie you up and whip you with a little whip, eh? You even like to call them mistress. Isn't your taste even more peculiar?" Mo Chen laughed heartily. His words drew several gazes towards Wu Tong, causing him to turn red in the face. "You, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I have photos and videos. Don't say, Wu Tong, your photography skills are quite impressive." Mo Chen's words made Wu Tong feel a chill run down his spine. Wu Tong was somewhat well known within the wealthy circles of Blue Sea City. At Mo Chen's shout, everyone's attention momentarily shifted from Su Yuyan to Wu Tong. Who would have thought that this short, pudgy, greasy man had such a hidden proclivity? Mo Chen, don't talk nonsense. I never. Let me think. There was Xiao Ya and Xiao Ling. Ah yes, and times when both of them were there. Mo Chen wore a contemplative expression as he spoke. The blood in Wu Tong's veins froze solid. Since Mo Chen had named names, he must have the dirt on him. Xiao Ya and Xiao Ling. Those 2 bitches must have sold him out. Zheng Tujia also cast a surprised glance at Wu Tong. But he quickly realized he had been led astray by Mo Chen. Composing himself, he said, "Mo Chen, we're discussing your issue right now. Why are you dragging Mr. Wu into this?" "I'm not dragging anyone. Oh, isn't this kind of thing normal between lovers? Those young masters from prominent families, they may look respectable, but in private they're more depraved than anyone with all sorts of kinks. I know plenty of inside stories. If I wanted to talk, I could go on for a whole day and night. This wasn't just Mo Chen bragging. He had been quite interested in this part of the plot and remembered it vividly. His words sent a chill down the spines of the aristocratic youths both inside and outside the door, making them involuntarily step back, fearing Mo Chen might call out their names and reveal some private secrets. Zheng Tuji's face turned ashen. This kid Mo Chen was too good at derailing the conversation. It seemed the key to pinning down his problem still lay with Su Yuyan. Frowning, he turned his gaze back to Su Yuyan's face. Miss Su, Mo Chen's words must be nonsense, right? You were simply coerced by him, weren't you? Deputy Director Zheng, this sounds like you were leading the witness. Isn't that a bit improper procedure? Mo Chen knew that Zheng Tujia had been targeting him because of his son Zheng Rue. But in truth, Mo Chen hadn't laid a hand on Zheng Rue. As for who did it, he actually didn't know either. The author had left the story unfinished, and this plot thread was never resolved. The reason the original Mo Chen never explained was twofold. First, he disdained to; second, since there was no evidence, he figured he'd let everyone misunderstand. That way the rich kids would think that even the police chief's son dared to cross him and ended up beaten and helpless, making them even more afraid of him. Up until the story's abrupt end, Mo Chen never suffered any consequences for this incident. The current Mo Chen naturally wouldn't bother to explain either. For a villain, being both feared and respected is the right path. Zheng Tujia hadn't expected this spoiled brat Mo Chen to come up with such a logical argument. For a moment, he didn't know how to salvage the situation. He could only stare blankly at Su Yuyan, hoping she would overcome her fear and tell the truth. Put on the spot, Su Yuyan could neither deny nor admit it. Her resentment towards Mo Chen grew even deeper. Detected that target Su Yuyan has generated negative emotions towards the host. Host receives rewards: facial expression, psychological analysis, skill 1A, business acumen 1, of vitality 1. Mo Chen smiled with satisfaction. After a moment of deliberation, Su Yuyan felt she had no other choice. She cast a resentful glance in Mo Chen's direction. But blocked by several police officers, she couldn't see his expression. Withdrawing her gaze, she looked back at Zheng Tujia and gave an almost imperceptible nod, her voice faint. Director Zheng, Mo Chen is right. We were just playing a game. As she uttered the last few words, Su Yuyan felt her face burning. She didn't dare lift her head to meet his eyes. Zheng Tuji's heart sank. He advised earnestly, Miss Su, you really don't have to be afraid of him. Although the Su family isn't as powerful as the Mo family, you are still a reputable clan. An attempted rape charge wouldn't affect you much, nor would it tarnish the Su family's image. But what you've just admitted will absolutely damage your reputation and the entire Su family standing. The Su family could suffer greatly. Please think carefully. Mentioning the Su family was a mistake. At the mention of the Su family, an inexplicable pain struck Su Yuyan's heart. Was she afraid of harming the Su family's reputation now? Of course not. Not only was she unafraid, but a vengeful thought against the Su family also began to stir within her. Her father had slaved away for the Su family his entire life, and now he lay in the hospital with the Su family unwilling to spend money on his treatment. As for herself, she had worked tirelessly scheming for the Su family's interests and showing utmost deference to her grandmother. And what had she gained in return? Even if she lacked the power to exact greater revenge on the Su family for now, at least damaging their reputation would be a start. With this thought, Su Yuyan lifted her head, her gaze no longer wavering as she faced Zheng Tujia. Her tone was calm, her voice clear and firm. Director Zheng, I confirm what Mo Chen said. He is my boyfriend, and I am his girlfriend. We were just playing a game. A consensual rough game between lovers. Moreover, last night we played an even wilder bondage game at his place. This is our hobby. Others have no right to interfere. Miss Su, what? Why are you doing this? Zheng Tujia was startled by her sudden change. What was going on? Hadn't he just warned her that magnifying this matter could affect the Su family's reputation? Couldn't she understand? Why was she doubling down, acting as if she was afraid no one would hear? Director Zheng, this was originally a private matter between us. We've tried our best to keep it hidden, but you kept pressing, and some people even tried to use it to frame my boyfriend. Even if I have to sacrifice the Su family's face and reputation today, I won't allow anyone to falsely accuse him. A thrill of vengeful satisfaction flashed through Su Yuyan's heart. She knew that from now on many people would point fingers at her behind her back, and might even humiliate her to her face. But she didn't care. Because no matter what the Su family said or how they explained it, Su Yuyan was born into the Su family. They would have to bear this stain. Bringing trouble to the Su family was what she most wanted to do right now. And she wouldn't stop now. In the future, she would find every way to drag her own name through the mud, just to see how the Su family could continue to stand in Blue Sea City. Apart from her parents, she no longer cared about anything. Beyond her desire for revenge, Su Yuyan also wanted to use this opportunity to build trust with Mo Chen. If she could use Mo Chen's hand to suppress the Su family, that would be even better. Her words stunned everyone present, including Wu Tong, who had called the police. Gazing at the flawlessly beautiful Su Yuyan, he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy towards Mo Chen. Mo Chen was also stunned. He had known Su Yuyan would be forced to admit it, but he never expected her to shout it out for everyone to hear. Was she planning to completely abandon her reputation? Well, Mo Chen didn't mind. He had no good reputation to lose anyway. The most enraged person without a doubt was Yi Fan, who had been standing behind Wu Tong for a while, without a word, having heard the entire conversation between Zheng Tujia and Su Yuyan. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart was seething with fury on the verge of exploding. Before arriving at the restaurant, he had still harbored the illusion that Su Yuyan was being coerced by Mo Chen, that she was not a willing participant. Although Su Yuyan, having lost her chastity, was no longer worthy of being his woman, he felt a moral obligation to avenge her. Even on his way there, he had been contemplating lending Su Yuyan a hand in business, helping her secure a foothold in the Su family. As long as her heart had not betrayed him, offering her what assistance he could would settle the matter in his own mind. Who could have imagined that Su Yuyan would actually be entangled with Mo Chen? And so shamelessly in front of so many people, she directly admitted to their disgraceful affair. Rumors had long circulated among the wealthy circles that Su Yuyan was closest to him, Yi Fan. He had already claimed her as his woman within his circle and spread the word. Now his name, Yi Fan, would become the biggest joke among the wealthy elite of Blue Sea City. He even felt a greenish tint hovering over his head, as if a vast prairie had taken root atop it. Su Yuyan, you betrayed me first, and from this day forth our ties are severed. But remember, those who betray me will never come to a good end. I will make you and that adulterous pair pay. Yi Fan cursed bitterly in his heart, then turned and stormed off. At that moment he felt no hatred toward Mo Chen. Instead, all his wrath was focused on Su Yuyan. The abrupt turn caught Su Yuyan's attention. Watching Yi Fan's departing figure, she felt a faint pang in her heart, as if something had been pulled taut. As yet no formal relationship had been established between her and Yi Fan. She harbored only a fondness for him, not yet reaching the level of love. The true progression of their feelings would have begun later, when Su Yuyan learned that Yi Fan had paid for her parents' medical treatment. Seeing the man she was fond of storm away in anger, clearly triggered by her earlier words, she understood. She knew that her connection with Yi Fan had likely reached its end with no future ahead. After a few seconds of heartache, Su Yuyan steeled herself. None of this mattered anymore. Why dwell on it? Avenging the Su family and protecting her parents were the only things she needed to consider. After stepping out of the restaurant, Yi Fan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, it's me. The medical experts I contacted earlier. Tell them they're not needed. Also cancel the payment for Su Yan's treatment. And arrange a meeting with Su Rong. I want to see what game the Su family is playing. Inside the restaurant, Zheng Tujia stood stunned for a long moment before letting out a soft sigh. Miss Su, were you serious just now? Yes, every word of it. Having made up her mind, Su Yuyan no longer hesitated. Even if this path was wrong, it was her own choice. Zheng Tujia turned to look at the smug Mo Chen, his voice icy. Release him, withdraw the team. With that, he strode out of the private room. The officers, seeing this, ignored Mo Chen and followed suit. Left behind, the awkward Wu Tong didn't know whether to stay or leave. He desperately wanted to ask Mo Chen if he really had his photos and videos, and if so, what price it would take to delete them. The wealthy onlookers behind him lingered, not yet dispersing. They felt there might still be a conclusion to this affair. Mo Chen, a sly grin on his face, sauntered over to Su Yuyan. She lowered her head, unsure how to face him. Yuyan, these people are really annoying. Coming here to mess up our business. Scared, are you? As he spoke, he reached out and wrapped an arm around Su Yuyan's waist. At his touch, her entire body trembled, as if jolted by electricity. She wanted to resist, but with so many eyes watching, she didn't want to embarrass Mo Chen, so she remained still. To the onlookers, this seemed like Su Yuyan was simply shy due to the audience. What? Still here? Waiting for a live show? Mo Chen's hawk-like gaze swept across the crowd. One by one, the wealthy guests turned and left. In the blink of an eye, only Wu Tong remained. Still here? Want to call the cops again and accuse me of harassment? I'll harass her right in front of you. Go ahead, call the police. Mo Chen said, then turned and planted a firm kiss on Su Yuyan's cheek. Su Yuyan was utterly stunned, never expecting Mo Chen to do such a thing. Hey, no, young master Mo, it was all a misunderstanding, truly. Now I know the relationship between you and Miss Su, and I'll never. No, there will be no next time, absolutely not. Wu Tong smiled apologetically, bowing repeatedly. That's it. Mo Chen's eyes widened, and Wu Tong trembled in fear. Why, young master Mo, what do you want? Do you think my dignity is something you can trample on? Mo Chen snorted coldly. Wu Tong recalled the rumors about Mo Chen and broke out in a cold sweat. He had tried to curry favor with the Yi family, but ended up offending Mo Chen instead. The Yi family wouldn't protect him now. What should he do? His face shifted through several shades of panic before his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees with a thud. He raised his hands and slapped his own face hard. Mo Chen, I was wrong, please let me off. After more than 20 slaps, both cheeks were bright red. He looked up at Mo Chen with a pitiful expression, begging. Seeing your sincerity, how about this, 1,000 slaps on each cheek, then crawl out. Also, your families know. 9 Mall is blocking the public restroom of my house. It's an eyesore. Mo Chen said, casually picking at his ear with his pinky. Mall. Yes, yes, Mo Chen will draft the contract as soon as I get back. That mall has never been profitable for us. Why not let the Mo family take an 80, 90, 100% stake? He'll cover all the costs. Wu Tong adjusted his offer based on Mo Chen's expression, his heart bleeding. Mo Chen, you're too ruthless. Billions gone just like that. Fine, start slapping. When you're done, go back and draft the contract. Handle it directly with the company, don't bother me with it. Mo Chen nodded slightly. Yes. Thank you, young master Mo. Wu Tong began slapping his face frantically. After a full 1,000 slaps on each side, he stopped looking at Mo Chen as if to speak. What else? Mo Chen glared at Wu Tong, who was still blocking the door. A young master Mo, about those photos and videos you mentioned. Are they real? Wu Tong lowered his head, afraid to meet his gaze. Photos and videos. Yes, I have them. Mo Chen let out a sinister chuckle. Could you delete them? Name your price, young master Mo. Wu Tong wasn't sure if Mo Chen was telling the truth, but if he named a price, he'd have to delete them in front of him, right? Name a price. What does your Wu family think they're richer than mine? Mo Chen snorted. No, that's not what I meant. Young master Mo is generous. Those things are useless and just clutter. Wu Tong groveled, resentment festering inside him. You're rich and still extorting my family's mall. Well, I can learn a few tricks from young master Wu. Young master Mo, everything can be negotiated. Then we'll negotiate slowly another time. Let me see which other mall is blocking my family's public restroom. Mo Chen walked over to Wu Tong and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Huh. Wu Tong broke out in another cold sweat and dared not say another word. Still not leaving? Waiting for me to treat you to dinner. Get lost. Mo Chen sneered at Wu Tong's flushed face. I'm going. Wu Tong nodded frantically and crawled out, vanishing in an instant. Miss, you did well today. I'll give you a big reward later. With no one else around, Mo Chen leaned close to Su Yuyan's ear and whispered. Su Yuyan's entire body trembled. She had just barely recovered from the shock of Mo Chen's kiss. Before any negative emotions could take root in her heart, his words reached her ears, causing her to stiffen involuntarily. His words seemed laden with hidden meaning. Could it be that he thought her earlier silence was an admission of their relationship? So he planned to. Come, I'll take you somewhere. A place where you'll be happy, and you'll be happy too. Mo Chen's arm remained around Su Yuyan's slender waist, and with a gentle pull he led her out of the private room. Su Yuyan's mind went blank. She felt as though she was about to be led to the execution ground. Mo Chen, however, was inwardly frustrated. The system forbade him from forcing Su Yuyan, but it placed no restrictions on touching or kissing. This gave him a better idea for accumulating her negative emotions. He had made 4 moves already, an arm around her waist, a kiss, and 2 rounds of verbal teasing. So why hadn't Su Yuyan generated any negative emotions? Wasn't this the moment for a prompt and a reward? It wasn't until they walked out of the restaurant and got into the driver's and passenger's seats respectively that Su Yuyan finally snapped back to reality. Mo Chen finally heard the long-awaited chime in his mind. Detected target: Su Yuyan generating a large amount of negative emotion. Host receives rewards: physique 1, strength 1, A energy 1, reaction speed 1, I acting 1, A business acumen 1, inherited medicine 1. Miss Su's reactions are a bit slow, Mo Chen muttered inwardly as he floored the accelerator. The sleek sports car roared to life and sped off. Su Yuyan sat beside him, her heart filled with anxiety. Every time a high-end hotel came into view ahead, her heart clenched. When the car passed by, without stopping, a wave of relief washed over her. In this cycle of tension and release, they drove past 7 or 8 hotels. When Mo Chen finally parked the car beside a 5-star hotel, Su Yuyan's heart began to race once more. Was this the destination after all? Get out, Mo Chen uttered curtly, opening his door and stepping out. Su Yuyan followed mechanically. Even now she was still pondering whether Mo Chen intended to touch her himself, or if he had arranged for some important figure to be in the hotel, delivering her like a takeout order. After walking a dozen paces, Mo Chen turned his head impatiently and called out, Miss Su, can you hurry up? Su Yuyan said nothing, but her long, shapely legs instinctively quickened their pace as she caught up to Mo Chen. They soon arrived at the hotel entrance. Su Yuyan slowed her steps, but Mo Chen continued walking straight ahead. A dozen steps later, Mo Chen turned back again, frowning. Miss Su, did you not sleep well? Huh? Su Yuyan didn't understand his meaning. What, huh? Are you trying to get a room and sleep? Mo Chen pressed. No. Su Yuyan shook her head repeatedly. Then hurry up. Mo Chen snorted coldly and strode forward with long, quick steps. He walked right past the hotel without stopping. It's not the hotel. Was I overthinking this? Su Yuyan lightly patted her chest and quickened her pace to follow Mo Chen. Around a corner, a tall office building came into view. Mo Chen's destination was the entrance to this very building. Could it be that the important person he wants me to meet is in this office building? After he introduces me to that person, if they're satisfied, then, well, go to the hotel. Su Yuyan's mind was now filled with the notion that she was about to be sold off. She came from a wealthy family herself and had heard stories about the affairs of the rich and powerful. She had heard that some tycoons with peculiar tastes would set up secret rooms in their offices for trysts. Sometimes transactions involving money and sex also took place in these secret rooms. Perhaps Mo Chen had no intention of taking her to a hotel at all, Perhaps the important person would find it safer in the secret room of his office. Following Mo Chen into the office building, several security guards stood up and bowed respectfully. Good day, young Master Mo. Mo Chen waved his hand casually and continued walking in silence. It was then that Su Yuyin noticed the sign in the lobby, Tianlong Divine Group. Tianlong Divine Group. Wasn't that one of the Mo family's enterprises? Utterly bewildered, Su Yuyin followed Mo Chen into the elevator. They stepped out on the 36th floor, the top floor of the building. The senior executives of the group had already been notified and were all waiting by the elevator. As Mo Chen appeared, nearly 50 managers bowed in unison. Good day, young Master Mo. To the meeting room. Mo Chen maintained a calm expression, but inwardly he was exhilarated. He was acting based on the memories of his predecessor. Surrounded by all this attention, an unprecedented feeling, Su Yuyin remained in a daze throughout. This didn't seem like a scenario where she was being delivered as a takeout at all. What was Mo Chen really up to? In the meeting room, Mo Chen took the main seat. The senior executives sat in 2 rows while the rest stood behind them. Su Yuyin stood beside Mo Chen as he had instructed. Young Master Mo, which department's work would you like to inspect today? Tianlong Divine Group's General Manager Lei Peng asked with utmost respect. No inspection today. Do you all recognize her? Mo Chen pointed at Su Yuyin. All the executives followed Mo Chen's finger. In truth, their eyes had already lingered on Su Yuyin many times since leaving the elevator. The appearance of the beautiful Miss Su was enough to catch any man's eye and provoke silent envy in any woman. It's Miss Su Yuyin, one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. Of course we know her, Lei Peng and the other executives nodded in unison. Good. Starting today, she will be the vice president of Tianlong Divine Group in charge of investments. Mo Chen announced in a tone that brooked no argument. All the executives were stunned. This was typical of young Master Mo, sweeping in and making an appointment with a single sentence. But didn't he know the vice president positions were already filled? Su Yuyin's expression mirrored that of the executives. 1 minute ago she thought she was about to be delivered, and the next Mo Chen had made her a vice president of Tianlong Divine Group. Was this guy out of his mind? What was his game? What? Get the paperwork done immediately. Finish it today. Mo Chen's serious and stern expression made it clear to everyone present that he was not joking. He meant it. But young Master Mo, our vice president positions are already filled. Adding another isn't impossible, but investments have always been managed by Vice President Du Hai. General Manager Lei Peng's face showed signs of difficulty. Your point being? Mo Chen looked at Lei Peng. My point is, since you've given the order, well, certainly carry it out. But handing over the investment division to someone unfamiliar seems inappropriate. Lei Peng gave a dry laugh. Young Master Mo, I also think. Before Mo Chen could continue, Su Yuyin suddenly spoke. Her mind was still in a daze, not just confused, but also bristling with unease. First, she couldn't understand why Mo Chen would entrust such an important position and such significant power to her. Secondly, she had never been exposed to such matters, even in the Su family. If she were truly made to do it, she simply couldn't manage it. What do you think? Mo Chen's gaze turned icy. I think this matter might not be quite suitable for me. Su Yuyin's voice grew softer and softer. Faced with Mo Chen's threatening glare, she dared not continue. I don't want what you think, I want what I think. Mo Chen coldly tossed out those words before turning his head to look at Lei Peng. Hey, young Master Mo, I understand your feelings. Indeed, a beauty like Miss Su doesn't deserve to suffer any grievance. And Miss Su, she should be quite capable, otherwise young Master Mo wouldn't give her such an important position. But rest assured, young Master Mo, the vice president position is no problem and the benefits are top-notch. I guarantee that everyone in the entire group will respect Miss Su just as they respect you. Absolutely not. Slap. Mo Chen suddenly slammed the table. Lei Peng's following words were swallowed back in fright. In his view, young Master Mo had simply chased after a top-tier beauty and wanted to arrange an incredibly impressive position for her, just to give her face at home. If so, he could arrange a sinecure for her with a high salary and the halo of a vice president just to keep her pampered. After all, the group wasn't short of money. If they actually brought in such a decorative figure to handle real affairs, wouldn't the group suffer huge losses? Hearing Lei Peng's words, Su Yuyin suddenly felt that Mo Chen might indeed mean that. Like keeping a canary, he would provide her with fine food and drink. The title would seem glorious to outsiders, but in reality, she would have no real power at all. Afterward, he might at any moment use her beauty to negotiate deals and make transactions. Thinking of this, Su Yuyin's heart filled with desolation again. Young Master Mo, please don't be angry. If I said something wrong, just guide me. Lei Peng hurriedly bowed and scraped. No, you're right. Mo Chen suddenly smiled. Su Yuyin's heart sank at these words. Lei Peng, on the other hand, broke into a smile. But only partly right. Who did you say is in charge of investments now? Reporting to young Master Mo, it's Du Hai. Lei Peng said, turning around and pointing at a middle-aged man a few seats away. Young Master Mo. Du Hai stood up and bowed to Mo Chen. I remember you. You've done well these past few years. Mo Chen nodded. Thank you for the praise, young Master Mo. Du Hai's face lit up with joy. Fire him. Mo Chen waved his hand. The meeting room fell into dead silence. No one could understand the meaning of Mo Chen's 3 words. Literally, it meant dismissal, but who was to be dismissed? Lei Peng. Highly unlikely. Du Hai. Impossible. Hadn't Mo Chen just said he remembered him, and that had done well? But if he meant someone else, the context didn't connect. Young Master Mo, who exactly do you want to fire? Lei Peng stammered in confirmation. Him Du Hai. Isn't he in charge of investments? Fire him and hand it over to Yu Yan. Mo Chen said casually. What? Young Master Mo, are you joking? Du Hai is a veteran. He has rendered outstanding service to our group. You can't just fire a meritorious official for a woman. Lei Peng in great shock began to babble incoherently. Du Hai's face turned ashen. He never expected that the young Master Mo, who had been all smiles a moment ago, would directly fire him the next. Had the eldest son of the Mo family lost his mind? What? Are my words no longer effective? Lei Peng, do you want to be fired along with Du Hai? Mo Chen looked at Lei Peng, his expression absolutely not a joke. Lei Peng knew that if he dared to say another word, given Mo Chen's temperament, he would definitely be shown the door. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, Lei Peng shot up from his seat, turned to Du Hai, and said, Sorry, President Du. Please go to HR to handle the procedures. What? Mo Chen, you're firing me for a mere vase. What crime have I committed? Ill appeal to the board. Du Hai, boiling with rage, stood up and pointed at Mo Chen, cursing loudly. Mo Chen sneered. He knew the entire plot before the story was abandoned. This Du Hai was definitely a treacherous double-dealing character. Moreover, he was very careful in his actions, rarely leaving any loopholes. Overseeing investments, a highly lucrative position. Over the years, he had already siphoned off a considerable amount of money from the Tianlong Divine Group. Yet on the surface, he appeared as a hard-working, meritorious talent. As for the evidence, others might not know, but Mo Chen was perfectly clear. However, he didn't plan to produce the evidence. If he did, everyone would say that Mo Chen was a wise and intelligent rich second generation. That would be far too inconsistent with his identity as a dissolute villain. Everything he did now had to make people think he was acting willfully, without thinking a prodigal who only knew how to ruin the family business for the sake of a beauty. As for replacing Du Hai with Su Yuyan, that was also something he had planned long ago. Others thought Su Yuyan was just a beautiful vase, only he knew the immense power lurking within her. If given room to grow, even the male lead, Yi Fan, might not be her match. But of course he couldn't let Su Yuyan grow too fast. This great beauty still harbored deep resentment towards him. What if she turned around and helped Yi Fan move against him? So what he needed to do was first find a way to threaten Su Yuyan so she wouldn't dare to defy him, second, keep her penniless so she couldn't pay for her parents' medical treatment, and third, continue to drive a wedge between her and Yi Fan, causing a complete rift between them. At this moment, he was still unaware that Yi Fan already regarded Su Yuyan as Mo Chen's woman in his heart. Seeing Mo Chen only sneer and not respond, Du Hai continued to curse. Mo Chen, you prodigal. Firing me today, you'll regret it tomorrow. The Mo family will be ruined by you wastrel. Get lost. Mo Chen didn't bother to listen to him, and coldly spat out a single word. Mo Chen, you brat, how dare you curse me? Today I'll fight you to the death. Ill. Security, throw him out. From today on he is banned from all enterprises under the Mo family. Mo Chen gave a sharp shout and several security guards immediately burst in from outside, dragging Du Hai out of the meeting room. For a moment the meeting room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All the senior executives felt a sense of crisis, fearing that Mo Chen might, in a fit of displeasure, throw them out too. At the same time, Du Hai's last words echoed in everyone's mind. If Mo Chen continued to act so willfully, the Mo family might not last much longer. Young Master Mo, I will immediately process Miss Su's onboarding. Her compensation will be double that of President Dus. No Du Hai's original package. Lei Peng no longer dared to be negligent, and said with a fawning smile. And no need. Su Yuyan cried out in alarm, only to be immediately cowed by Mo Chen's gaze. At that moment she suddenly began to see Mo Chen in a new light. Could it be that Mo Chen truly liked her, and that was why he had arranged all this? For her sake, he had even dismissed a veteran minister who had rendered countless meritorious services without a second thought. Could it be that his reluctance to touch her stemmed from cherishing her and not wanting to go against her will? She had heard that the subsidiaries under the Mo Corporation offered extremely high salaries and benefits. Even if Du Hai's compensation was doubled, or even halved, it would still be dozens of times more than what she earned at the Su Corporation. It seemed her parents' medical expenses were no longer a concern. Just as Su Yuyan's mood began to improve, Mo Chen's next words plunged her into an abyss. Lei Peng, you've got some nerve deciding to double a vice president's compensation on your own. Are you deducting it from your own salary? No, young Master Mo, I shouldn't have acted without authorization. You decide how many times to increase it, and I'll implement it immediately. Lei Peng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What exactly was young Master Mo thinking? Trying to flatter him was like navigating a maze without a map. Her compensation, a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. Mo Chen chuckled inwardly. With this amount, renting a place was out of the question, as she would have to stay at his villa. It was barely enough for meals. As for anything else, it was utterly insufficient, let alone helping her parents with their medical bills. In the future, if she needed money, she would have to come to him. Wouldn't that allow him to continuously farm her negative emotions? Oh, 1,000 yuan. Young Master Mo, are you sure you didn't misspeak? That's less than a third of what our cleaners make. Lei Peng was baffled. Did young Master Mo treat Miss Su well or not? Truly, the thoughts of a profligate son were beyond ordinary comprehension. Regardless of closeness or usefulness, everything was subject to his whims. What do you have an objection? Mo Chen glared. And no, absolutely none. Lei Peng fell silent immediately. What a joke. The woman was yours, treat her however you pleased. What did it have to do with him? If not for trying to curry your favor, he wouldn't bother with your affairs. Su Yuyan stood beside Mo Chen dumbfounded. What was Mo Chen up to? Giving her such a high position, but paying her only 1,000 yuan. So that was it. His arrangement was merely for show. In that case, the returns from using her identity as the group's vice president to facilitate his shady deals would be even greater, wouldn't they? Aside from this possibility, Su Yuyan couldn't fathom any other reason for Mo Chen's actions. However, she remained silent, determined to see what game Mo Chen was playing. Go process the onboarding procedures. She starts work officially tomorrow. Oh, and from tomorrow onward, she will be solely responsible for selecting all group investment projects. However, before execution, she must report to me for my confirmation and signature. Mo Chen instructed Lei Peng. Yes, I'll do exactly as you say, young Master Mo. Lei Peng dared not voice any further objections. He grumbled inwardly. After all, the group belonged to your family. If it went bankrupt, it had nothing to do with him. When you became a homeless dog, he could freely jump ship. With young Master Mo's special approval, Su Yuyan's onboarding procedures were completed swiftly. Lei Peng took the opportunity to familiarize her with the work environment, so she could start work the next day. Afterwards, he brought her back to the meeting room. All done? Mo Chen asked as he stood up. Yes, young Master Mo, everything is complete. Lei Peng bowed. Let's go. Mo Chen commanded and headed for the elevator. Su Yuyan felt like a puppet on strings, obediently following behind him. On the way back, Su Yuyan sat silently in the passenger seat. Only the continuous system reward notifications in Mo Chen's mind told him that Su Yuyan was inwardly cursing him. Mo Chen found it amusing. He had seemingly given her real power, but the final say still rested with him. Although he trusted Su Yuyan's abilities, he was constantly feeding her negative emotions. It was hard to say whether the beautiful Miss Su might take the opportunity to engineer loss-making projects for the group. While scheming against her, he also had to protect himself. The car stopped at Mo Chen's villa, the very place Su Yuyan had desperately tried to escape that morning. She hadn't expected that in just one day she would willingly return with Mo Chen. Starting today, you'll be living with me. Mo Chen said, turning to look at Su Yuyan, whose pretty face was already flushed. Clearly she had misunderstood his meaning. But that wasn't surprising. Mo Chen had deliberately led her to misunderstand. Misunderstandings would continuously generate negative emotions, granting him rewards. Indeed, that single sentence boosted his energy and business acumen by 1 point each. Pick any room you like, Mo Chen added. Su Yuyan's face grew even redder. Realizing she had misinterpreted his words, she felt a pang of awkwardness. By the way, you know where my room is. If you really can't bear the loneliness, feel free to come find me anytime. But remember, take a shower first. I have a thing about cleanliness. Mo Chen flashed a wicked grin and, accompanied by the sound of system reward notifications, headed to his room. Farming points off the beautiful Miss Su was truly delightful. A casual teasing remark was enough to earn him rewards. His reaction speed, business acumen, and inherited medical knowledge all received corresponding boosts. After watching Mo Chen return to his room, Su Yuyan chose the room farthest from his in the vast villa. Once inside, she slammed the door shut. Stamping her little feet in frustration, she bit her lower lip and muttered, "Damn, Mo Chen, who's so lonely they want to go to your room. Who do you think you are? Just a spoiled brat relying on your family background. If the Mo Corporation were left in your hands, it would be doomed. Putting me in charge of investment projects with a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. What can I do with 1,000? If I lose you money, don't blame me. Lose money." Su Yuyan suddenly seemed to have an idea. She murmured to herself, what if I deliberately invest in some absurd projects and increase the investment to make the Mo family suffer heavy losses? He's definitely up to no good treating me this way, so isn't it only fair for me to repay him in kind? And even if he reviews them, so what? A trust fund brat who knows nothing but pleasure-seeking and chasing women. What does he know about business? Perfect. That's the plan. Su Yuyan made up her mind. But she wasn't a fool. If all the investments resulted in losses, even if she blamed it on her inexperience and inability to read the market, it would be hard to explain to Mo Chen. So she would also select some profitable projects, albeit with modest returns. This way, even if Mo Chen wants to find fault with me, he won't be able to. Mo Chen, just wait and see. And the Su family. I never thought I'd be able to use the Mo family's power to suppress the Su family so soon. Arranged by Mo Chen, Su Yuyan suddenly found herself with a clear goal and direction. She began to ponder her next move. Just then her phone rang. It's already past 4. Who could be calling me? Su Yuyan took out her phone. The screen displayed Dr. Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuqin, a doctor at Blue Sea City First Hospital, had met Su Yuyin a few times and was a few years older. Perhaps because both their names contained the character Yu, they got along well. A few days ago, Su Yuyin had felt unwell in her stomach and went to Zhou Yuqin for an examination. Su Yuyin guessed the results were probably ready. She pressed the answer button. Yuyin. Zhou Yuqin's voice came through the receiver, sounding somewhat disappointed. Yes, are the results out? Su Yuyin asked. Come over again when you have time. I want to tell you in person. Zhou Yuqin's tone was strange. Su Yuyin's heart stirred. She had often heard that when a doctor speaks hesitantly and seriously, you should be cautious. Could it be that something was wrong with her body? Yuqin, just tell me directly. I can accept anything now. Su Yuyin felt her mind was already very strong. What was the worst that could happen? A malignant tumor. So be it. Even if it were more severe, she could still live for at least 3 more months, right? That was enough time to accomplish many things. She just needed to speed up the pace. Yuyin, you should come again. I'm worried the previous check might have been flawed. This time we'll do a thorough re-examination. Zhou Yuqin continued to persuade. Well, all right, when? Su Yuyin asked. Right now. Now. Su Yuyin instinctively turned her head and glanced toward the door. Although Mo Chen hadn't explicitly said whether she could go out freely, she felt that acting on her own would anger that rogue. Biting her lower lip for a moment, Su Yuyin finally decided to test Mo Chen's limits. Only by knowing this second-generation rich kid's boundaries could she operate more conveniently in the future. With that thought, she nodded into the phone. All right, I'll go now. After saying this, she hung up and quickly walked out of the room. Leaving the villa, she walked a long distance before hailing a taxi. Over half an hour later, Su Yuyin entered the hospital gates and went straight to Zhou Yuqin's office. Yuyin, you're here. Zhou Yuqin rose and came to the door holding Su Yuyin's medical report. Yuqin, don't hesitate. Just tell me the situation directly. I've been through too much today. Oh, nothing can defeat me now. Su Yuyin said with firm eyes. This? Son. Zhou Yuqin let out a troubled long sigh. Your parents are both lying in the hospital now. To be honest, I really didn't want to tell you this. I originally thought of informing your other elders in the Su family, but after what the Su family did today, I know your position there. Telling them would only make them happier. The Su family. What did they do? Su Yuyin was utterly confused. How was this related to the Su family? Had they done something to her parents? You don't know? Your parents' treatment funds were already limited, and the newly hired specialist requires a large sum. Today, the Su family suddenly announced they would stop all treatment expenses for your parents. Stop all of it. Then, they would. Su Yuyin had braced herself for her own health issues, but she never expected her parents to face this situation. She was now penniless. Even if she lost all dignity and begged the Su family on her knees, they would show no mercy, otherwise they wouldn't have so easily cut off her parents' treatment. At that moment, she burst into tears from anxiety. Yuyin, don't panic. I'm just telling you what the Su family did. But don't worry, your parents' treatment costs are covered. Someone has already paid. Zhou Yuqin quickly comforted her. Paid? Who paid? In less than a split second, Su Yuyin searched her mind for every possible person who might help her. A figure soon surfaced. Yi Fan. Was it him? It seemed only he would help her like this, right? It would be false to say she had no fondness for him. Yi Fan was handsome and exceptionally capable. Though born into a prominent family, he wasn't like Mo Chen, a spendthrift second-generation rich kid. So far, the Yi family was managed by his elder brother Yi Tian, and Yi Fan didn't rely on him or the family. He started his own business and was doing quite well. It was impossible to say he didn't borrow any of the Yi family's influence, but at least he was making his own efforts. Yi Fan had also mentioned his relationship with Su Yuyin outside, even boasting that they liked each other. Su Yuyin had never denied it, because she also felt that such an excellent man was worth continuing to get to know. Men always cared about face. If he liked to boast, let him. Now thinking about it, besides Yi Fan, there couldn't be another person so kind, silently helping her without telling her right. With that thought, before Zhou Yuqin could answer, Su Yuyin blurted out, "Is it Yi Fan?" Yi Fan? Who is Yi Fan? Zhou Yuqin looked confused. So Yi Fan hadn't even mentioned his name. Su Yuyin felt a warmth in her heart. That man was so thoughtful. I remember the person who paid was surnamed Mo. Mo. Zhou Yuqin couldn't recall the full name at once. Mo Chen. Su Yuyin asked instinctively. Ah yes, Mo Chen, that's the name. It seems a few hours after the Su family's notice, Mo Chen paid the money. Zhou Yuqin slapped her forehead. How? How could it be him? Su Yuyin was utterly incredulous. The one silently helping her from behind was that second-generation rich kid Mo Chen. This was too unbelievable. What does this Mo Chen do? He must be quite wealthy. He also specifically requested several renowned domestic specialists who were coming for a consultation in a few days. Zhou Yuqin asked with surprise. She didn't usually follow the wealthy circle, so she knew neither Mo Chen nor Yi Fan. She only knew about the Su family because Su Yuyin's parents were hospitalized here, and they had become familiar through conversation. Mo Chen, the eldest young master of the Mo family in Blue Sea City. Su Yuyin said woodenly. The Mo family. Zhou Yuqin was still clearly confused. The Tianlong God Group. I know the Tianlong God Group. It's a huge listed company. Very influential. Besides dabbling in various industries, it also does venture capital, holding shares in many emerging enterprises. Zhou Yuqin was somewhat familiar with this group name, often seen on TV. The Tianlong God Group is just one of the Mo family's assets. Su Yuyan's words were startling. Zhou Yuqin was so shocked that her mouth fell open and couldn't close for a long time. After a long pause, Zhou Yuqin finally came to her senses. Yuyan, what's your relationship with this Mo Chen? Why would he help you so much? Could it be he's pursuing you? Su Yuyan shook her head. No, why would he pursue me? A company of our Su family scale is beneath the notice of the Mo family, and am an unwelcome figure in the Su family at that. Besides now. She lowered her head, leaving the rest unsaid. Firstly, explaining would take a long time, and secondly, she didn't know where to begin. Zhou Yuqin knew how difficult Su Yuyan's life was in the Su family. Seeing her like this, and recalling that the Su family had even cut off the medical expenses for Su Yuyan's parents, she could roughly guess that Su Yuyan was not faring well. She decided not to dwell on painful topics, so she didn't press further. By the way, Yuqin, why did you call me here? Is there something wrong with my health? Su Yuyan looked up, temporarily relieved about her parents' treatment. If she truly had a terminal illness, she needed to know how much time she had left. Yuyan, I won't hide it from you. There's a growth in your stomach. But don't worry too much. It's not very large, though its shape is concerning. So I suggest you get another examination. If it's confirmed, we'll have to consider surgery. Zhou Yuqin said this to comfort Su Yuyan while clinging to a sliver of hope that the earlier diagnosis was mistaken. Should we do the exam now? Su Yuyan didn't object. Yes, follow me. We'll take some scans. It's a quiet time now. I will put in a word, and we'll have results soon. Zhou Yuqin led Su Yuyan to the examination room. About half an hour later, she stared blankly at the scans. No, this can't be right. What's wrong? Su Yuyan's heart sank. Could the reality be even worse than she imagined? She frowned and asked, Yuqin, am I not going to live much longer? No, that's not it. How is this possible? Zhou Yuqin waved her hand first, then muttered to herself while looking at the scans. Yuqin, just tell me straight. I can handle it. Su Yuyan said this, but her heart grew even more desolate. She never expected all the misfortunes to fall on her. Why did fate treat her so cruelly? Yuyan, have you had any unusual experiences recently? Zhou Yuqin looked up, staring at Su Yuyan in disbelief. Unusual experiences? Su Yuyan laughed bitterly. Does being kicked out of the Su family count? Being publicly humiliated by countless people count? Not those. Like, have you taken any medicine? Been exposed to any radiation? Met any peculiar people? A Taoist? A fortune teller? Zhou Yuqin felt she had encountered the greatest miracle in medical history. Honestly, she didn't believe it. But the facts were clear. The scans told her that the growth in Su Yuyan's stomach had vanished without a trace. So now the only explanations she could think of were those beyond science. Yuqin, what do you mean? Why are you talking so cryptically? Su Yuyan was utterly confused. Look, the growth in your stomach has completely disappeared. Zhou Yuqin handed her the scans. What? What does that mean? Su Yuyan asked instinctively. It means I suspected you had a malignant tumor before, but now it's completely gone. You're fully recovered. But that's impossible. It's only been a few days since the last exam. Even if your body had an extraordinary immune system capable of self-healing, it couldn't resolve this in just a few days. Zhou Yuqin shook her head repeatedly. So you're saying based on my previous results I had a malignant tumor, but today's results show I'm completely fine. Su Yuyan summarized Zhou Yuqin's words simply. Yes, exactly. Then it's simple. You must have misdiagnosed me last time. Misdiagnosed? How is that possible? I hoped for that possibility, but it's extremely unlikely. Besides, I did the exam myself. There's no way it was wrong. This is abnormal too abnormal. Think carefully. Have you eaten anything recently? Met anyone particularly strange? As a doctor educated in modern medicine, Zhou Yuqin shouldn't have been entertaining such wild thoughts. But she couldn't help herself. Vaguely, she even began to believe in miracles. Eaten anything? Met anyone strange? Many images flashed through Su Yuyan's mind. Soon one scene came to a halt. Earlier that day, in the private dining room, Mo Chen had used a very peculiar method to cure her acute gastroenteritis in just a minute or two. Of course, that diagnosis of acute gastroenteritis was also something Mo Chen had told her. She believed it because the pain had come on so suddenly. It couldn't have been anything else. And when Mo Chen pressed his finger on her navel and moved it across her body, she had indeed felt a very strange sensation, a numbing, tingling pleasure. Could it be? She said thoughtfully to Zhou Yuqin. Yuqin, do you believe someone can cure illness through acupressure or massage? Acupressure. Massage. Yes, I do. Zhou Yuqin nodded without hesitation. Have you seen it? Su Yuyan asked quickly. No, I haven't. Zhou Yuqin shook her head. But I've heard of it. It's a technique from our country's traditional medicine. Traditional medicine? You mean that mysterious ancient healing art? Aren't there very few people who still practice? Yes. Compared to modern medicine, traditional medicine is more difficult, requires greater experience, and relies on stronger diagnostic and therapeutic methods. It includes techniques like meridians, acupoint striking, and massage. I have a distant great-uncle who's an inheritor of traditional medicine. I even wanted to learn it, but it's too exhausting. They say you have to move qi through the meridians during treatment, so you also need to practice qigong. I couldn't handle that. So, do you think traditional medicine can cure a tumor in a short time? Su Yuyan was utterly astounded. If Zhou Yuchen confirmed this, she could be certain that Mo Chen had healed her. Perhaps he had already seen the growth in her stomach, deliberately taken her to eat that insanely spicy food to trigger symptoms resembling gastroenteritis, and then used that as an excuse to treat her. But that didn't add up. Hadn't she ordered all that spicy food herself? How could Mo Chen have known in advance? Unless he had already calculated that she would order those insanely spicy dishes. At that thought, Su Yuyan suddenly gasped. Well, whether tumors can be cured in a short time, I wouldn't dare say. However, I did hear my granduncle mention that inherited medicine is divided into stages. When one skill reaches a certain level for some early-stage mild conditions, acupoints and massage techniques can indeed be used to heal them in an extremely short period. Oh, and sometimes to achieve the therapeutic effect, special foods are used to trigger symptoms. But that's just hearsay. Oh, I've never seen it myself. Zhou Yuchen replied truthfully. She suddenly looked at Su Yuyan with curiosity and asked, Yuyan, why are you asking about this? Has someone treated you with acupoints and massage techniques? Zhou Yuchen's words gave Su Yuyan a precise answer and inspiration. This plunged Su Yuyan, who was secretly astonished, into deeper thought. She became increasingly convinced that Mo Chen had deliberately made her eat spicy food to trigger her symptoms. It wasn't acute gastroenteritis at all. It was a special method Mo Chen used to treat her illness. Even the step where she ordered the extreme spiciness was probably premeditated by Mo Chen. If that were the case, Mo Chen's meticulousness would be somewhat terrifying. Should the entire sequence be pushed further back? When she wanted to end her life after leaving the Su family, Mo Chen stopped her, threatened her with her father, and forced her to obey him. No, it had to go even further back. From the moment she returned to the Su Corporation and was besieged by her grandmother and relatives, Mo Chen suddenly appeared and demanded the Su family expel her. Still not right. Pushing further back, it would be when Mo Chen took her to his home, tied her up all night, yet did nothing. Had Mo Chen already discovered something wrong with her body before that, and thus devised this entire plan? If that were true, why didn't he just tell her the truth from the start and treat her directly? Thinking of this, Su Yuyan let out a soft sigh. Back then, Mo Chen had been pursuing her for months, and she had never once given him a kind look. She hadn't even given him the chance to invite her to a meal. She had naively believed that Mo Chen, like other top-tier rich heirs, was just constantly swapping pretty women for fun. Now it seemed he was truly different from other rich heirs. If he hadn't changed his approach and treated her with such cold and harsh detachment, she would never have let this ne'er-do-well Mo Chen help treat her. Even to this day would she. Yet there was still one thing she couldn't figure out. Mo Chen had cured her illness, but he still wouldn't tell her, and his attitude toward her hadn't changed. Why? If she knew the truth, she would never treat him the way she had before. Could it be that because of her past attitude, he was also feeling wronged and angry, wanting to vent his resentment this way, yet unable to bear hurting her? So, he put on a fierce facade, while actually caring for her in every way. Yuyan, what are you thinking about? Seeing Su Yuyan silent for so long, Zhou Yuchen nudged her with a shoulder. Oh, I get it. Jolted by the nudge, Su Yuyan seemed to have a sudden epiphany. He gave me such a high position to train my business skills. He wants me to stand on my own in front of the Su family. Giving me only 1,000 yuan a month in salary is so I don't have enough money to leave him. He wants me to stay by his side and accompany him. Who would have thought that a seemingly idle ne'er-do-well could be so meticulous? Yuyan, what are you smiling about? Zhou Yuchen saw Su Yuyan still silent, only muttering to herself with a faint smile. It was truly strange. Mo Chen, others might not see through your true intentions, but who am I, Su Yuyan? From this morning until now, in just one short day, I've already seen through your flawlessly perfect plan. Let's see how you'll perform next. If you want to act, I'll do my best to play along and see what tricks you can still pull. Thinking this, the smile on Su Yuyan's face grew even brighter. Yuyan, you haven't gone mad from extreme sorrow and joy, have you? Zhou Yuchen waved her 5 fingers in front of Su Yuyan's face. I'm fine. Su Yuyan snapped back to reality, shaking her head repeatedly. You scared me. I thought you were losing it. By the way, you suddenly mentioned inherited medicine. Has someone treated you with it? If so, you have to tell me. That person must be a true master, and I need to go back and tell my granduncle. I'm not really sure. Let me go back and figure it out. If it's true, he'll definitely tell you. Su Yuyan nodded. Great, all the gloom is gone. Your parents' medical expenses are covered, and your body is healed. Today is truly a day worth celebrating. Zhou Yuchen nodded and smiled happily. It's a special day too. I've gone from hell to heaven in just one day. The first half of my life was never this tumultuous. Su Yuyan muttered another sentence under her breath. Until now, there were only 2 things she hadn't figured out. If Mo Chen truly cared for and liked her, why did he sabotage the contract between the Su Corporation and Lao Mei Company, and why ruin her reputation across all of Lanhai? Unable to figure it out for the moment, Su Yuyan decided not to dwell on it. Since she was staying by Mo Chen's side every day, she could investigate slowly. She reached out and linked her arm with Zhou Yuchen's. Yuchen, take me to see my parents. I miss them. No problem, let's go. Zhou Yuchen waved her hand grandly. 2 hours later, Su Yuyin with immense relief took a taxi from the hospital back to Mo Chen's villa. Her parents' conditions were both stable. The medical fees Mo Chen had deposited were ample, and the hospital had promised that the relevant specialist would soon arrive for a consultation. All of this was cause for joy. As she reached the villa door, Su Yuyin suddenly grew puzzled again. If Mo Chen could use inherited medicine to cure her tumor, why didn't he directly treat her parents' illnesses? Why bother spending money to bring in specialists for consultation? She took a few steps forward, pushed the door open, and walked in. She saw Mo Chen sitting on the sofa in the living room. As soon as he saw her return, Mo Chen put on a fierce expression and said harshly, "Miss Su, where did you go without my permission?" The shift in her mindset made Su Yuyin no longer afraid of Mo Chen's gruff demeanor. Instead, she felt he was putting on an act. And the thought that Mo Chen's ferocity was just an act made his behavior seem rather endearing. She felt an urge to laugh inside. Forcing herself to suppress it, she put on a submissive and timid look and said, "Young Master Mo, I just got a call and went to the hospital." "What did you go to the hospital for?" Mo Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that something had happened to her parents? That shouldn't be possible. This part wasn't written in the book. It was about a physical I had before. They thought it might be a serious illness and asked me to go for another checkup. Serious? What illness? Is it dangerous? Mo Chen shot up from his seat. "Miss Su, you can't have anything happen to you. If something does, I'm finished." Su Yuyin chuckled, inwardly convinced that her suspicion was correct. Mo Chen's anxious demeanor clearly showed his concern for her. She gently shook her head. "Last time the examination results suggested I might have a malignant tumor, but today during the follow-up the tumor had vanished." Oh, Mo Chen instinctively recalled the treatment he had administered to Su Yuyin in the private room. The very foreshadowing the author had planted was resolved on the very first day of his transmigration. Certain that Su Yuyin was not seriously ill, Mo Chen slowly sat back, down, his voice still icy. "Why didn't you inform me when you went to the hospital?" "I was a bit scared and anxious, so I didn't tell you." With her changed mindset, Su Yuyin spoke much more fluently. She no longer feared Mo Chen's threats or his fierce attitude. After all, it was all an act. Still, at appropriate moments, she would play along and feign fear. Slap. Mo Chen slammed his palm heavily on the coffee table. "I don't care what your reasons are. From now on, wherever you go or whatever you do, you must report to me. If I disagree, I will never do it. All right, from now on, I'll report everything to you immediately, young Master Mo." Before Mo Chen could finish, Su Yuyin nodded promptly. Mo Chen was stunned. Had Miss Su changed her temperament after going out? He was furious, yet she should have been afraid. At the very least, she should have shown some negative emotions. What was with this sudden obedience and compliance? Watching Mo Chen's speechless expression, Su Yuyin felt like laughing out loud. She found this man increasingly adorable. When she first returned, she had wanted to ask about Mo Chen's inherited medical knowledge. But now she thought it best not to ask for now. Even if she did, Mo Chen would certainly not answer, and would instead shout at her with a fierce demeanor. It was better to observe slowly, and perhaps test him with some methods. "Do you have any other instructions, young Master Mo?" Su Yuyin asked softly. No. Go back. Oh, and tomorrow at work you must not be late. If you dare to be late. Will young Master Mo be going to the company tomorrow too? Su Yuyin interrupted him again. "I am not going. I have other things to do." Mo Chen wanted to vent his anger, but Su Yuyin's question was reasonable, so he could only reply with a cold face. "Then how will I get to the company tomorrow?" Su Yuyin began to push her luck. "Figure it out yourself. Take a taxi or the bus. Do you have to ask me about this?" Mo Chen finally found a reason to lose his temper, his voice rising a few notches. "Young Master Mo, I was brought here by you last night, and didn't have much money on me. After going out twice today, I've spent all the little cash I had. The Su family froze my bank account after kicking me out. Now I'm penniless. I can't even take the bus, let alone a taxi." Mentioning the Su family filled Su Yuyin with grievance. The desire for revenge against Mo Chen and the Su family she had felt during the day had now dwindled to only wanting revenge against the Su family. Her only remaining pleasure was teasing Mo Chen. Perhaps because Mo Chen had helped her in her time of crisis, Su Yuyin felt that she not only disliked him less, but had even developed a slight fondness for him. Mo Chen was speechless again. He hadn't expected Miss Su to be so resourceful. After a pause, he took a stack of cash from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. "Use this for now. When you get your salary, you'll have to use your own money." Su Yuyin didn't refuse. She walked slowly to the coffee table and picked up the cash, then suddenly seemed to remember something. "Young Master Mo, my public identity is your girlfriend, right?" "Of course." Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, unsure why she was bringing this up. But he saw an opportunity to provoke negative emotions. Raising an eyebrow, he smirked wickedly. "What? Miss Su wants to exercise her rights as a girlfriend. If you're in a hurry, I wouldn't mind." Su Yuyin's heart trembled slightly. She realized that up close Mo Chen was actually quite handsome, but his words stirred a sense of resentment within her. Even knowing he was pretending, such jokes were still hard for her to bear. Detected target, Su Yuyin's negative emotion. Host rewarded 1 point of resilience, 1 point of acting skill. This reward was rather meager. Mo Chen felt secretly dissatisfied. Was Su Yuyin becoming immune to his tactics? Why was the negative emotion so weak? Young Master Mo, the entire Blue Sea City knows I'm your girlfriend, including all the management of Tianlong Divine Group. If your girlfriend takes the bus or a taxi to the company, won't you be ridiculed by the entire upper-class circle of Blue Sea? After steadying her emotions, Su Yuyin spoke again. Well, Mo Chen's original intention in making her take a taxi or bus was still to farm rewards through this method. But now Su Yuyin's argument made perfect sense. How could the woman of the notorious playboy young Master Mo be seen taking a taxi or bus? Where would his face be? So I forget it. There were plenty of ways and opportunities to farm rewards. He would let her off this time. With that thought, Mo Chen took a sports car key from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. You can drive the car outside from now on. Thank you, young Master Mo. Su Yuyin picked up the key and said leisurely, young Master Mo. A monthly salary of 1,000 yuan isn't enough for gas. Can't you get Lei Peng to fill it up? Get lost, get lost. Don't bother me here. Just seeing you annoys me. Mo Chen was genuinely a bit confused. He suddenly realized that Su Yuyin was showing her high intelligence earlier than expected. According to plan, she should have only gradually recovered after being suppressed for a while, and after becoming completely disillusioned with the Su family, her mindset would slowly change, allowing her intelligence to emerge. But that was supposed to happen after the Su family continuously targeted her. The current Su Yuyin made Mo Chen feel she wasn't as easy to control as he had initially thought. He decided to berate her harshly to see how she would react. Detected target, Su Yuyin's negative emotion. Host rewarded 1 point of energy. After the outburst, the reward notification echoed in Mo Chen's mind. 1 point of energy. That's it. He was about to collapse. Judging by this meager reward, his angry tirade had barely any effect. When had Su Yuyin become so thick-skinned? Could it be? A thought suddenly struck Mo Chen. Could the beautiful Miss Su have developed feelings for him after this one day together? He immediately asked the system in his mind. System, it seems this female lead's attitude toward me has changed. Has she fallen for me? Can I take advantage of her? Reminding host target Su Yuyin does not have feelings for you. The host must not force the target. She doesn't like me. Mo Chen was secretly startled. That meant Su Yuyin's intelligence had indeed awakened early. Oh no, he hadn't collected many rewards from her yet. What was he going to do from now on? For characters other than the protagonist, the system would not issue any prompts when negative emotions arose. According to the system, those values would accumulate continuously. When they reached a specific threshold, the rewards would be granted to him all at once. In other words, he could continue doing bad things, but he shouldn't count on rewards from those people for now. Who knew what that so-called specific threshold was? Maybe the system was skimming off the top. For now, the most direct way to get returns was to make Yifan hate him and make the other heroines loathe him. Indeed, it was unwise to put all his eggs in one basket. Young Master Mo, then he'll go rest now. Su Yuyin took the cash and car keys, turned, and walked toward her room. She closed the door only to open it a crack again. She poked out half her head, her voice soft and gentle. I am now nominally young Master Mo's girlfriend, and this is your home. If you truly can't hold back and want to do something, I have no strength to resist. Mo Chen felt his hair stand on end. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Could Su Yuyin really say something like that? Was she losing her mind? Mo Chen deliberately shot her a cold glare. Su Yuyin's door closed again. If the system hadn't told him she didn't like him, any man would have misunderstood from that gesture alone. Playing with fire, that's what she was doing. If the system hadn't forbidden him from forcing himself on her, he would have already taken Su Yuyin. Damn it. Being teased by this stunning beauty left him burning with desire, unable to calm down enough to sleep. Mo Chen stood up, paced a few steps, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. What was his identity? A spoiled playboy. Wasn't it common for him to drink, chase women, and seduce minor celebrities? The system wouldn't let him touch the heroines, but it didn't say he couldn't touch others. Why not find a supporting character to vent his fire? With that thought, Mo Chen no longer felt sleepy. He pushed open the door and left the villa. Outside, the roar of a sports car echoed. Su Yuyin through her window watched Missouri Chen drive away. Where is he going so late? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. They were only nominal lovers, not real ones. Besides, Mo Chen held too many secrets to unravel in a day or two. Su Yuyin was indeed somewhat curious about him, but not overwhelmingly so. Her biggest goal now was to figure out how to use the Mo family's power to teach the Su family a harsh lesson. Of course, these things couldn't be rushed. She would first take it slow and secure her position in the Tianlong God group. Mo Chen sped his sports car straight to the city's largest nightclub. For a romantic encounter, a nightclub was undoubtedly the best choice. Most people who came here, men or women, had some intention in mind. Who would willingly come here without a reason? The place was noisy with chatter and flashing lights, so few noticed who was entering. Even Mo Chen, a notorious rich second-generation playboy, went unrecognized as he walked in. Mo Chen's gaze swept like a hawk's, scanning the nightclub for the most dazzling beauty. Suddenly, a pure girl in a white t-shirt with a ponytail caught his attention. In this environment where everyone dressed seductively, her attire stood out conspicuously. Hey beauty, haven't seen you before. First time here. Two fairly handsome men stood beside her. They were quite polite, simply striking up a conversation without making any inappropriate moves. Just my type. If only they'd harass her so I could play the hero and save the damsel. Maybe I'd hit a home run later. No. I'm a villain, why would I play the hero? If anyone's going to harass her, it should be me. Mo Chen's fleeting thought was immediately overturned. The girl seemed uninterested in the two handsome men merely holding her wine glass and chatting idly. Just as Mo Chen was about to execute his harassment plan and took 2 steps forward, he keenly noticed one of the men distracting the girl while the other slipped some white powder into her glass. Oh, isn't this the trick my former self used? I haven't even used it yet, and you've beaten me to it. Mo Chen's eyebrows lifted. A top-tier beauty like this. If he didn't take her for himself, wouldn't it be a waste to let others have her? He strode forward, but he was still a bit too late. The girl, unaware she had been drugged, had already raised her glass and taken a few sips. The two handsome men exchanged glances revealing triumphant smiles. Hey beauty, want to take a ride with us? Before they could proceed further, an untimely voice rang in their ears. Both men and the girl turned to look at the speaker. There stood Mo Chen wearing a wicked grin. After glancing at each of them, he fixed his gaze on the girl and asked, reminding host, new heroine Yi Beer has appeared. Mo Chen was still staring wide-eyed at the girl whose beauty rivaled Su Yuyan's, marveling that even a supporting character could be so stunning when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Yi Beer? Damn, what's going on? Isn't she Yi Fan's sister? The one without blood ties? Hearing that name, Mo Chen's mind instantly recalled the known story. Yi Beer, Yi Fan's sister, a police officer. Before she returned to Blue Sea City, the city only had 4 beauties. After her return, the 4 beauties of Blue Sea became the 5 beauties. Like in other cliché warrior novels, she was Yi Fan's sister without blood ties. And soon she would become one of Yi Fan's many harem members. Strictly speaking, all 5 beauties of Blue Sea would eventually join Yi Fan's harem. But by the time Mo Chen stopped reading, none of them had been touched by Yi Fan, who knew what the author had planned later. Normally, encountering a heroine should make Mo Chen happy, another chance to farm rewards. But this time he really didn't want to meet a heroine. In this novel, his villainous identity was despised or even hated by all the heroines. The system wouldn't let him force himself on them. What about venting his fire? What he needed now was a supporting female character. After a string of complaints, Mo Chen noticed the 2 men staring at him with hostile expressions. Clearly they weren't from Blue Sea's upper circles, or they would have recognized Mo Chen as the super-rich second-generation heir. Oh well. Sorry, I just remembered something urgent. Beauty, maybe another time. Mo Chen slowly backed away a few steps. For now, the priority was still venting his fire. A new task prompt: make the target female lead Yi Beer believe the host is a despicable scoundrel. Arouse her disgust and intense aversion. No way. Mo Chen, who had just taken 2 steps back, was shocked by the system's sudden notification. Yi Beer was a police officer. If he made her see him as a despicable person, wouldn't she just arrest him on the spot? System, do you think him cut out to be a despicable scoundrel? Task completion rewards: physique 2, strength 2, energy 2, reaction speed 2, business acumen 3, inherited medicine 2, endurance 2, comprehensive combat technique 2, alcohol tolerance 3, business planning ability 3. What the hell? Such a bounty of rewards left Mo Chen utterly stunned. In his mind, he put on a fawning smile. System, to be honest, I'm actually quite the scoundrel. Ordinary people just can't see it. The stingy system usually only gave 1 or 2 points at a time, but this time it dropped so many rewards. How could Mo Chen not be tempted? The main thing was that it even included comprehensive combat technique. In critical moments that could save his life. If he didn't take these rewards, wouldn't he be missing out big time? Seeing Mo Chen retreat, the 2 men smirked in satisfaction and turned back to target Yi Beer. Mo Chen stopped in his tracks, then suddenly stepped forward, putting on a lecherous expression. Gentlemen, how about letting this beauty go with me? His acting skill was already high, allowing him to convincingly play any role. With this lecherous look, he appeared to the 3 across from him as a complete lecher. Let her go with you. She's not goods, is she? Who she wants to hang out with is her own business. What right do we have to decide? The drug hadn't taken effect yet, so the 2 men still pretended to be upright. Then why not ask the lady herself? Mo Chen grinned slyly and turned to Yi Beer. Beautiful, come with me, I guarantee you'll have a thrill. Yi Beer looked Mo Chen up and down and said coldly, my brother was right. That Mo Chen of the Mo family really is a man who chases after every pretty face. Beautiful, you know me. Mo Chen feigned surprise. Of course I do. I've never seen you in person, but I've watched some videos and photos. Yi Beer gave a mocking smile. Watching my videos and photos. Seems like you keep an eye on me, huh? Got a crush on me. Mo Chen touched his face, laughing narcissistically. Sorry, I'm not interested in a playboy like you. But maybe we'll see each other often from now on, though I doubt you'll want that. Yi Beer spoke with hidden meaning. Mo Chen knew that Yi Beer, influenced by her brother Yi Fan, had started investigating him in secret as soon as she returned to Blue Sea City. This played right into Mo Chen's hands. Frequent meetings would let him use her to farm reward points. What? You 2 know each other? The 2 men, puzzled by the conversation, frowned. Of course. Not really. Mo Chen and Yi Beer spoke at the same time. Seeing this, the men smiled at Mo Chen. Brother, she said she doesn't know you well, so don't force yourself on her. With that, they turned to Yi Beer with exaggerated politeness. Miss, just say the word, and we'll drive this nuisance away for you. Drive him away. Yi Beer nodded without hesitation. With the bow tie's command, the two men beamed as if they'd received a royal decree. They strode toward Mo Chen. But as they approached, they heard his low voice. 50,000 each, and this girl is mine tonight. They froze in their tracks. Before they could question him, Mo Chen's voice whispered again. I saw you two slip her a drug. If you don't let me have her, I won't let you get away with it either. Let her go with me, and he'll give you 50,000 each. Agree, and he'll transfer the money right now. The two men exchanged glances, quickly weighing the pros and cons in their minds. In just a few seconds, they made their decision. They simultaneously pulled out their phones and held them out to Mo Chen. Transfer. Mo Chen deeply appreciated a saying he'd heard before traveling through time. Problems that money can solve aren't problems at all. He took out his phone and transferred 50,000 to each of them. The two men hurried away without looking back. Mo Chen then returned to Yi Beer's side. As expected of the Mo family's eldest young master, throwing money at every problem. Think ITLL work on me. Do you know who I am? Yi Beer showed no surprise that Mo Chen had bought them off, as if she'd anticipated it. May I ask for your name, miss? Mo Chen chuckled. Yi Beer. My brother is Yi Fan. With that, Yi Beer lifted her pretty face and smiled brightly at Mo Chen, hoping to see the anticipated expression of shock on his face. Yi Beer. Mo Chen first feigned surprise. When her smile grew more triumphant, his expression suddenly shifted. He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, Miss Yi, you're exactly who I was looking for. Yi Fan is always opposing me. If I had you under control, your brother would have to behave too, right? Hearing this, Yi Beer's expression shifted slightly. Yet she showed no fear. Instead, she sneered. Master Mo, since you know who I am, you must also know what I do, right? I do, you're a cop. But a cop is still a woman, isn't she? Mo Chen unleashed his acting skills, his lecherous eyes scanning Yi Beer from head to toe. He had to admit this female lead's figure rivaled Su Yuyan's. In fact, due to years of combat training, her muscle lines were more defined without being exaggerated. A physique that was a dream for countless men. Master Mo, do you believe that if you dare lay a finger on me, I'll have you begging for mercy in no time? Yi Beer's face radiated confidence. Not someone like Mo Chen, whose body had been drained by wine and women, but even 5 or 6 strong fit men couldn't get close to her. I know. Miss Yi has been trained since childhood, skilled in combat techniques, and once won a fighting competition. Mo Chen showed no fear, which caught Yi Beer slightly off guard. Master Mo, looks like you've done your homework on me. What? Thinking of setting your sights on me? Yi Beer challenged him with her gaze. A beauty like you, Miss Yi. What man wouldn't set his sights on you? I'm a normal man after all, right? If you agreed, I wouldn't mind becoming relatives with brother Yi Fan Ha. Seeing that Yi Beer still hadn't reached the level of disgust, Mo Chen's gaze slowly traveled down from her slender fair neck, finally resting on her heaving towering curves. Sensing that scorching gaze, Yi Beer finally revealed a look of indignation. Her voice was icy as she said, Mo, where are you looking? At your most beautiful place. Mo Chen licked his lips. You scoundrel. Yi Beer raised her right hand ready to slap Mo Chen. But before the slap could land, a sudden dizziness overcame her. A wave of weakness spread through her limbs and body. You? She realized something. The next second her body went limp and she collapsed into Mo Chen's arms. Mo Chen had finally waited for the drugs administered by those two men to take effect. In the moment before losing consciousness, all she saw was Mo Chen's sinister smile. Post-mission accomplished. Rewards: strength 2, power 2, energy 2, reaction speed 2, business acumen 3, medical heritage 2, durability 2, combat skills 2, alcohol tolerance 3, a business strategy 3. Holding the beautiful woman in his arms, what excited Mo Chen even more was the system's reward notification in his consciousness. As for Yi Beer, he no longer had any designs on her. What use would it be? The system wouldn't allow him to force himself on her. It seemed he would have to find a hotel for her. His plan to quench his desires had ultimately failed. He picked up the unconscious Yi Beer and walked out of the nightclub. This act might have drawn attention elsewhere, but in this nightclub, it was almost a common occurrence. Not only were pretty girls drugged by ill-intentioned men, but handsome boys were also drugged and taken away by female predators. Those who cast glances wouldn't interfere, they would only envy and secretly smirk, thinking another wolf had succeeded. Yi Beer was extremely light. Holding her in his arms felt like cradling an infant. Of course, even if she were light, she wasn't like an infant, but Mo Chen's strength had now reached 19 points, close to that of a moderately fit strong man. As he just reached his sports car, 5 men surrounded him. Seeing them, Mo Chen frowned slightly. 2 of them were the men he had each paid 50,000 yuan to in the nightclub. Kid, leave the girl with us. One of the men stepped forward with a cold smile. You took my money, and now you want to renege. Mo Chen sneered. Kid, we want the money, and we want the girl too. We've never seen a top-quality woman like this, let alone touched one. Leave her here, and we'll go easy on you. How about it? As he spoke, the man took a metal knuckle duster from his pocket and slowly put it on his fist. The others snickered on the side, clearly not taking the weak-looking Mo Chen seriously. Indeed, Mo Chen's physique looked okay, but he lacked the intimidating bulky muscles. 2 of the 5 men were burly and strong. Just looking at their arms, it seemed they could crush Mo Chen with ease. Do you know who I am? Do you know who she is? You drugged her. When she wakes up and retaliates, your lives won't be safe. I advise you to leave before it's too late. Mo Chen's heart was still a bit uneasy. The system required that the female lead not be harmed, and as the villain, he had to take on the responsibility of protecting her. But these men were clearly not someone he could handle. He wondered how effective the rewards, strength, reaction, speed, durability, and combat skills, would be in a critical moment. I don't care who you are. Maybe when this little lady wakes up, she'll think our skills are impressive and decide to stick with us. The man said, glancing at his companions, and all 5 revealed lecherous smiles. Mo Chen's face darkened. Damn it, even I, the big villain, haven't laid a hand on the female lead, and you want to get there first. Listen up, my name is Mo Chen. Ever heard of the Mo family of Blue Sea? She's Yi Beer of the Yi family of Blue Sea. Heard of it? Standard villain dialogue, announcing his name and using family background to pressure them. What the hell are the Mo family and Yi family? Never heard of them. He'll ask you one last time, will you hand her over or not? Hand her over, and we'll let you go. If not, don't blame us for being rude. The 5 men showed no reaction to Mo Chen's words. Mo Chen realized they probably weren't from Blue Sea City, or they were low-level thugs who had never heard of the upper echelons of society. This was a bit tricky. Let me tell you one more thing. She's a police officer. Mo Chen thought for a moment and revealed Yi Beer's profession. Police. Are you serious? The man opposite paused, then, without waiting for Mo Chen's answer, laughed weirdly. Brother's a policewoman. A police beauty. We've never had one in all these years. There's no way we're letting her go today. She's a police beauty indeed, haha, third brother is right. We can't let her go. Mo Chen was stunned. Were these guys desperados? Not only did mentioning the police not deter them, but it made them even more excited when they learned Yi Beer was a police officer. He wondered how effective his current reward points would be in action. Maybe he could test them on these men. That way he'd have a better understanding of his own strength when facing the protagonist. You poor bastards, you took the money, so you should go spend it on something that costs. Why are you asking for trouble here? Mo Chen gave a sinister smile. Kid, we like money, but compared to money we're more interested in the police beauty. Since you want hand her over, you're not leaving either. The man with the knuckle duster threw a punch at Mo Chen. Half an hour later, Mo Chen drove Yi Beer to a star-rated hotel. His body ached in several places, and there were bruises on his face. But fortunately, the series of rewards from the system allowed him to barely gain the upper hand against 5 strong men. In addition to strength, reaction, speed, durability, and combat skills, the medical heritage also greatly helped him. He could clearly see the weak acupoints on his opponent's bodies and strike them accurately. This narrow victory only strengthened Mo Chen's desire to earn more rewards. For no other reason than to survive Yi Fan. He now had a certain understanding of his situation. He was still far behind the protagonist Yi Fan. To survive, he needed more reward points. The book was titled Medical Business Where God. That kid Yi Fan was top-notch in medicine business and combat skills. Fortunately, at this point in time, Yi Fan was also in a rising phase of continuous cultivation. So with equal family backgrounds, the formerly useless Mo Chen had gradually become Yi Fan's stepping stone. Now it was different. While Yi Fan was growing, Mo Chen was also growing. With the system in hand, he didn't believe Yi Fan could outpace him. Sir, how many? 2. Please provide your ID for registration. Entering the hotel, the receptionist at the counter looked up and saw a handsome man carrying an unconscious or drunk girl and couldn't help frowning slightly. This hotel was very close to the largest nightclub. It was not uncommon for men to bring unconscious girls to check in. Though she was used to it, she still felt a bit of concern for the girl. Mo Chen didn't waste words and tossed his ID over. A few minutes later, he took Yi Beer into the hotel room. Just as Mo Chen entered the hotel, a man lurking outside revealed a sinister grin. Interesting, this is getting interesting. The Mo and Yi families have always been at odds, and now Mo Chen, the eldest son of the Mo family, has brought Yi Beer, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, to a hotel for a rendezvous. And it looks like Yi Beer is unconscious. Mo Chen, you've got some nerve. Not taking the Yi family seriously, and not even caring that Yi Beer is a police officer. Looks like I'm about to get rich. This little incident could earn me money from at least 3 parties. He glanced at the photos he had just taken on his phone with satisfaction, then slowly faded into the darkness. Inside the hotel room, after tossing Yi Beer onto the bed, Mo Chen did not leave immediately. From the brief contact with her skin, he realized that the dosage of the sedative she had ingested was quite high, and it was a type of drug extremely harmful to the human body. If he allowed this amount of the drug to remain in her system, it would likely affect her health before long. If she were to die from it, his own life would be in danger too. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to test the detoxification abilities inherited from his medical knowledge. With this thought, Mo Chen sat beside Yi Beer, extended his right index finger, and pressed it on her dantian acupoint. Then, following the meridian pathways, he guided the toxins toward her fingertips. After a few seconds, dark red blood began to gather at Yi Beer's fingertips. Mo Chen looked around, but found no sharp object to use. With no other choice, he brought her finger to his lips and gently bit down, breaking the skin. A stream of dark, blackish red blood flowed out. Sigh, and she's a police officer too. Getting drugged so easily. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't just have been gang raped by those guys, but probably kidnapped and locked away, never to see the light of day again. Mo Chen muttered softly as he gazed at Yi Beer's stunning face. He did not expel all the toxins, only leaving a minimal amount that was harmless to her body, but would keep her unconscious for a while longer, otherwise she would wake up immediately. Then he got up and left the hotel room. When he returned to the lobby, the receptionist at the counter was visibly startled. After Mo Chen walked out of the hotel, the receptionist lowered his head and murmured, "So fast. He's broken the record for the shortest time again." After all this commotion, the fire that Su Yuyan had ignited in Mo Chen had long since died out. All he wanted now was to go home, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. He jumped into his sports car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away, leaving a trail of dust. At dawn, Yi Beer slowly opened her eyes in the hotel. Memories of the previous night came flooding into her mind. She bolted upright in bed. A chill ran from her head to her toes. What remained vivid in her memory was Mo Chen's sinister smile just before she lost consciousness. He didn't. She frantically looked down at her clothes. There were slight tears as if from pulling. But the damage was minimal. Did he? And then put my clothes back on. Yi Beer sat in a daze for a long time, her mind a blank. It was a while before she snapped back to reality. Maybe there was something else. There was no strange sensation on her body, but she needed to check to be sure. Just as she was about to jump out of bed, she suddenly noticed a few drops of blood on the bedsheet. This blood. Mo Chen. He'll kill you, I swear he'll kill you. A surge of unprecedented hatred rose from the depths of her heart. She had never hated anyone this much. Just last night, when facing Mo Chen, she had confidently told him that if he dared to touch a single hair on her head, she would make him beg for mercy. But now, that damned Mo Chen had drugged her and then freely manipulated her body. At that moment, Yi Beer could even imagine the expression on Mo Chen's face last night as he humiliated her and the vile, filthy words he must have spoken. He might have even taken plenty of photos to threaten her later. What if those photos got out? She was a police officer. Wouldn't that mean social death? Mo Chen. Yi Beer clenched her teeth again. She began to envision the scene of finding and taking revenge on Mo Chen, cutting off his hands, gouging out his eyes, turning him into a cripple, making sure he could never touch another woman for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, just as he woke up, Mo Chen suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Detected that target Yi Beer harbors extremely strong negative emotions toward the host. Host receives rewards 3 points of physical strength, 5 points of power, 5 points of energy, 5 points of reaction speed, 1 point of acting skill, 3 points of business acumen, 3 points of facial expression analysis ability, 5 points of inherited medical knowledge, 2 points of endurance, 2 points of comprehensive combat skills, 2 points of alcohol tolerance, 3 points of business planning ability. This series of prompts was even more generous than the rewards from last night. Mo Chen was momentarily stunned. Just how much did Yi Beer hate him? Could it be that she hadn't realized he hadn't done anything to her? That couldn't be right. Wouldn't she know if someone had touched her or not? It seemed this girl was a bit of a hothead. Damn, the rewards were pretty good, but what if Yi Beer really came after him for revenge? System, if the female lead tries to kill me, what's the maximum I'm allowed to do? In his panic, he could only turn to the system for answers. The host's life is the top priority. If the female lead threatens the host's life, the host may take necessary countermeasures. Under such circumstances, the host may restrain, injure, repel, or capture the female lead, but should not kill her. The reason was mentioned by the system before. Additionally, during the final confrontation with the protagonist, the host will need the female lead's assistance. So you're saying that if they try to kill me, I can fight back, restrain them, or injure them, or drive them away, but I can't kill them, because besides causing Yi Fan to become stronger earlier and come after me for revenge, the female leads can help me in the final battle against him. Can I take it that after using them to farm rewards, I still have to find a way to win them over? Mo Chen suddenly felt the difficulty had increased. The host's understanding is correct. The more female leads the host wins over, the higher the victory rate in the duel with the protagonist, and vice versa. System, that's not right. You make me provoke them, make them hate me to get rewards. By the time I've farmed enough reward points, won't they hate me so much they'll want me dead? And then you expect me to win them over. Win them over my ass. Are you an enemy sent to mess with me? Mo Chen was dumbfounded. This wasn't just a difficulty increase, it was hell mode. Host, do your best. The system is rooting for you. System, are you seriously acting cute with me? Mo Chen sat up abruptly. No, Yi Beer was the type to seek revenge for any grievance. She might even disregard her police identity and come straight to kill him. If it were just her alone, he wouldn't care. But if she brought along a bunch of her suitors from the combat training team, he might end up dead before he even got to face Yi Fan. He had to hurry up and boost his reward points. Mo Chen slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on the door. Beautiful Sue, it looks like I'll have to keep farming rewards from you. Mo Chen mustered his courage, unleashing all 10 points of his acting skill. He pushed open the door and peered towards Su Yin's room. She was likely still asleep, her door tightly shut. Striding to the threshold, he raised his fist and pounded heavily on the wooden panel. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his pounding was nearly deafening, yet there was no response from within the room. Thump, thump, thump. Mo Chen struck again with force. The room remained utterly silent. No way. Could she have run away? That's impossible. If she fled, wouldn't she worry about her parents' safety? Or has something happened? Mo Chen was startled by his own thoughts. If something truly happened to the heroine, it would spell trouble. He lifted his foot and kicked the door with all his might. The blow was fierce. The sturdy door panel burst open under his kick. Su Yuyin, he shouted as he charged inside. The room was immaculate, the quilt neatly folded. Yet Su Yuyin was nowhere to be seen. Had she really fled? Mo Chen felt a jolt of alarm. Young Master Mo, what are you doing? A gentle melodious voice came from behind him. Mo Chen spun around abruptly, finding Su Yuyin standing there perfectly unharmed. You're all right. Seeing that the heroine hadn't left or met with misfortune, Mo Chen was genuinely delighted, a smile creeping onto his face unbidden. But he quickly realized he was here to earn rewards. What was smiling supposed to achieve? With that thought, Mo Chen swiftly suppressed his smile, hardening his expression. Miss Su, where did you run off to? You weren't thinking of escaping, were you? Aren't you afraid something will happen to your parents? To his surprise, despite his fierce demeanor, Su Yuyin showed not a trace of fear. Instead, she smiled gently. Young Master Mo, I went to buy breakfast. I know you like spicy food, but eating it on an empty stomach isn't good for you, so I only added a tiny bit of chili. Let's eat together. As she spoke, she set the breakfast she was carrying on the table. Just as Mo Chen kicked the door and shouted, she had happened to return, witnessing the entire scene clearly. And when he turned back and saw her return, that genuine smile that escaped him, Su Yuyin had captured it distinctly. Ah, young Master Mo, only the expressions you let slip unintentionally reveal your true heart. You were frantic at the thought that I had left or met with harm, and overjoyed when you saw me return. So deep down you still care for me, as you always did. If you like me, why do you put on such a fierce front? What is the reason? Whatever it is, I will uncover it. Mo Chen looked at Su Yuyin, who seemed so different from yesterday, and found his prepared anger dissipating. Miss Su had been off since last night, had some screw come loose. If not for the lack of negative emotion rewards from the system, Mo Chen might have suspected she was trying to sweet-talk him. No, he couldn't let this situation continue. He glanced down at the breakfast, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. Miss Su, is this garbage fit for human consumption? I suggest you stop wasting time on such trivialities. Do exactly as I say, or else. Watch out for your parents. With that, Mo Chen hardened his heart and swept his arm across the table, sending the breakfast crashing to the floor. The ground was left in a mess. Su Yuyin paused momentarily. Clean this up, then come with me to work. Mo Chen ordered coldly, turning to head into the bathroom to wash up. Yet as he turned, his heart softened. Had he been too harsh? Su Yuyin was pitiable, gentle-natured, and had proactively tried to make peace. And he treated her like this. Sigh. No choice. For his own survival, the rewards were paramount. Staring at the breakfast she had labored to buy, Su Yuyin felt a pang of grievance. She lifted her gaze to Mo Chen's retreating back. Why is this happening? Is this punishment for how I treated you before? Clearly you care for me, in your heart worry about me, and secretly look after my family. Yet on the surface you deliberately do things to make me hate you. Mo Chen, I see everything you do. I've taken the first step. Why can't you treat me as you once did? If you did, I might accept you as you are now. Or are you waiting for me to confess openly? I want to deny that I have some fondness for you now, but I admit it's still far from true love. Aren't you afraid this behavior will make me misunderstand and resent you? Or do you only want to punish me, not truly be with me? A trace of bitterness finally welled up in Su Yuyin's heart. At the same time, Mo Chen, washing his face, felt his mood lift slightly. The rewards had finally arrived: 1 point in resilience, 1 in comprehensive combat skills, 1 in alcohol tolerance, and 1 in business planning ability. All in all, not a huge haul. But a good start is half the battle. Once at the company head, find ways to make her dislike him even more. Mo Chen was brimming with confidence. After washing up, he returned to the living room. The scattered breakfast had been cleaned up by Su Yuyin, who stood silently by the table. Mo Chen was quite satisfied with this. Back when he read the story, he had always thought Su Yuyin was the ideal woman for marriage. Though she hadn't ended up with Yi Fan, she had managed his company and family affairs flawlessly. A powerhouse outside, a devoted wife at home. Gentle, affectionate, and not averse to cosplay. In reality, any man who married such a woman would be laughing in his dreams. Once he was strong enough to deal with Yi Fan, Mo Chen resolved to do everything in his power to win Su Yuyin over. Let's go. Time for work. Mo Chen maintained his icy demeanor. Su Yuyin said nothing, following closely behind him. She wondered, hadn't Mo Chen said yesterday that she should go to work on her own today? Why were they leaving together? With this question in mind, she settled into the passenger seat of his sports car. The engine roared, and the car shot off in a flash. They hadn't gone far when Mo Chen's stomach growled quietly. No breakfast. His stomach was protesting. He felt a twinge of regret. The breakfast Su Yuyin had bought looked quite appetizing. If only he had taken a few bites, then, just before getting full, knocked it to the ground, claiming it tasted awful. Now he was starving. Served him right for being a fool. As they neared the company, Mo Chen couldn't take it anymore. He pulled over, got out, and headed toward a breakfast shop. Su Yuyin, confused, remained in the passenger seat. Seeing that she hadn't followed, Mo Chen's spirits lifted. Wasn't this another chance to earn rewards? Get down. Do I need to invite you? Mo Chen barked at Su Yuyin. Oh. Su Yuyin hurried out of the car and followed Mo Chen. Resentment welled up in her heart once more. He hadn't told her to get out, so how was she supposed to know what he meant? Host awarded alcohol tolerance 1A, business strategy 1. Mo Chen chuckled inwardly. Finally, Miss Su was back to normal. That was right. He scolded her, and she would surely curse him back in her mind. Otherwise, why waste his breath? The two walked into the breakfast restaurant one after another. Mo Chen casually ordered a few relatively light dishes. This wasn't an ordinary breakfast joint. Situated on this prime, exorbitantly priced location, it catered to the wealthy, with high-end nutritious meals. Non-greasy, diverse in variety, rich in nutrition, fresh ingredients, and balanced combinations. All meticulously crafted by the in-house senior nutritionist. Each dish came with a corresponding description. Su Yuyin looked at the stomach-soothing food before her and thought of the cheap breakfast she had bought. Suddenly warmth surged in her heart. So Mo Chen was looking out for her. Yesterday he had healed her stomach tumor and acute gastroenteritis. In the early morning, it wasn't suitable to eat things that would irritate the stomach, so he deliberately knocked over the food and brought her here for a stomach-friendly meal. She had misunderstood him, but it wasn't entirely her fault. Why did he have to act so extreme? Mo Chen, what are you trying to do? I will find out. Lost in thought, Su Yuyin stared blankly at Mo Chen without moving. What are you staring at me for? Eat up and get to work. I don't keep idlers. Mo Chen snapped at her again, but this time it didn't achieve the desired effect. Su Yuyin actually chuckled softly, and then quietly began to eat, leaving Mo Chen utterly confused. He even felt an urge to flip the table to provoke more negative emotions from Su Yuyin. However, recalling her aggrieved expression at home, he softened. Forget it, there would be plenty of opportunities. Once at the company, work matters would give him plenty of reasons to lose his temper. Meanwhile, Yi Beer had stormed out of the hotel like a madwoman. She was going to find Mo Chen and tear that bastard limb from limb. A few steps later, her phone rang. Hello. Yi Beer answered with irritation. Beer, when did you get back? Why didn't you contact me? If I hadn't heard from your colleague, I wouldn't have known. What, grown up and forgotten your brother? A gentle male voice came through the receiver. Brother? How? Yi Beer recognized the voice. It was Yi Fan, the brother she had grown up with. They were very close. Since she left for combat training and then the police academy, she hadn't seen Yi Fan again. She had returned with a mission. As a rookie, Yi Beer was eager to make her mark, so last night, she had gone alone to that nightclub. Her goal was to investigate a criminal gang. But just as she spotted the target, Mo Chen ruined everything. Not only that, but Mo Chen had taken advantage of her vulnerability and forcibly claimed her body. At the thought, Yi Beer felt like dying. Even hearing her brother Yi Fan's voice couldn't lift her spirits. What's wrong, Beer? Still unhappy to hear my voice? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Nothing, brother. I have a case to investigate. It's confidential, so I didn't contact you. I need to get back to the case now. I'll reach out later. With that, she hung up before Yi Fan could respond. Why should she tell her brother about this? How could she even start? The dignified eldest daughter of the Yi family, a combat champion, a police officer, drugged and taken by a playboy. Mo Chen. If I don't kill you, my name isn't Yi Beer. Her fury surged again. Grinding her teeth, she muttered and decided to head to the Mo family's company. Just then her phone rang again. Who is it? Can't you leave me alone? She grabbed the phone and shouted into it. Yi Beer, where are you? A middle-aged woman's voice came through, stern and calm. Master. Yi Beer immediately became obedient. How did the investigation go last night? The middle-aged woman asked. Investigation. It didn't go well. Yi Beer had sent her master Tong and I a message about her solo investigation the night before, boasting extravagantly. Tong and I had been asleep then and only saw the text in the morning prompting an urgent call. Not well, meaning you found nothing. Tong N's tone held no reproach, as if she had expected this. Not exactly. I did see the key figure, but someone interfered. At the memory, Yi Beer cursed Mo Chen incessantly in her mind. Do you have your micro recorder on you? Tong and I asked. Of course, I always carry it. Everything I saw I recorded. Good. Come back now to my place. I want to see what you recorded. Tong and I gave the order and hung up. Yi Beer stared at her phone screen, feeling wronged. She couldn't disobey her master, but she couldn't let that damned Mo Chen off either. After much deliberation, she decided to go to her master first. Once she handled her master's concerns, she would find Mo Chen and end it all together. Yi Beer changed course and headed to Tong N's place. Mo Chen felt 3 consecutive reward notifications from Yi Beer. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Rewards were supposed to be good, but the speed and quantity indicated that Yi Beer's hatred for him had reached an extreme. In just a short while, his stamina had risen from 20 to 25, resilience from 8 to 15, comprehensive combat from 5 to 10. Inherited medicine had gone from 35 to 40, alcohol tolerance to 12, and business strategy to 13. This might be more than the points gained from angering Su Yuyin 10 times over. He needed to be extra careful to prevent Yi Beer from charging at him with a blade at any moment. At the same time, Yi Fan, who had been hung up on by Yi Beer, wore a helpless expression. What was wrong with Beer? Had they grown apart after so long apart? That wouldn't do. Yi Fan slowly closed his eyes, and Yi Beer's stunning face appeared in his mind. He was the protagonist of this story, and also a playboy. Protagonist and playboy were never in conflict. At that moment, he recalled something he had overheard his parents discussing as a child. Yi Beer was not the biological daughter of the Yi family, as she shared no blood ties with him. Faced with Yi Beer, whose beauty rivaled Su Yuyan's, how could Yi Fan, knowing the truth, not have thoughts? It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to test his sister's feelings for him, and subtly reveal her true origin. Yi Beer rushed to the doorstep of Tong Ni's home. Throughout the journey, she could only curse Mo Chen in her mind. Now standing still as she thought of removing the miniature recorder, she suddenly realized it had captured so much content. From the conflict last night, to being drugged by Mo Chen, then being taken by Mo Chen to the hotel. There might be even more explosive content afterward. If Master Tong and I were to see all this. Yi Beer's face flushed crimson in an instant, so red it seemed ready to drip blood. No, she couldn't let her master see it. She wanted to turn and leave. But before she could move, Tong and I had already stepped out. Why don't you come in when you've arrived? What are you spacing out at the door for? Yi Beer was stunned at a loss for how to explain. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Come in. Unaware of Yi Beer's inner turmoil, Tong and I stepped aside. Oh, a chill ran down Yi Beer's spine as she trudged forward step by step. Should she confess to her master first? But how could she ever bring herself to say it? In a daze, her mind went blank. When she came to her senses again, she had already followed her master into a dim, windowless room. The miniature recorder on her had also been taken by Tong and I and connected to the large screen. Hey! Yi Beer wanted to stop her, but the moment she made a sound, the video had already started playing. The footage began from Yi Beer's entry into the nightclub. Tong and I shot her a peculiar glance. What's wrong? Master, perhaps you shouldn't watch. Yi Beer's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The loud sounds from the screen completely drowned out her words. So Tong and I didn't hear a thing she said. How odd. Tong and I muttered, sitting down before the large screen. Come sit here too. Oh. Yi Beer didn't know what to say or do. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, her heart suspended in midair, terrified that at any moment the footage of her mishap would play out before her master. The scene quickly progressed to where the two men approached her. Through the gap between them, Tong and I spotted the target Yi Beer was investigating. Tiger Luo. He's making a deal. Who's that person opposite him? I've never seen him before. Tong and I watched, frowning and muttering to herself. Suddenly she sensed something off. Tiger Luo's gaze seemed to drift toward Yi Beer now and then. She had to admit Yi Beer was a rare beauty. Few men could resist casting a glance at her. Tiger Luo, a seasoned lecher staring at her, wasn't surprising. But his look wasn't that of a lecher eyeing a beauty. Instead, it felt more like. Tong and I couldn't quite describe the sensation. She just knew something was off. As she watched, she turned to Yi Beer and asked, Beer, did that Tiger Luo come over to approach you later? No. Yi Beer shook her head, biting her lower lip hard. The one who truly approached her was about to appear. Hey beautiful, fancy a ride with me? A man's voice echoed from the screen, accompanied by the face of a man both wicked and handsome. Hearing that voice, Yi Beer's scalp tingled. Summoning a sudden burst of courage, she leaped in front of Tong and I, blocking the screen with her body. Master, let's stop here. There's nothing after this. Why are you so nervous? Yi Beer's overreaction made Tong and I frown slightly. Years of police instinct told her something was wrong with Yi Beer. Had something happened afterward? Tong and I instinctively locked eyes with Yi Beer. Those beautiful large eyes betrayed panic, tension, fear, and shame. Why was Yi Beer feeling fear and shame? What was she so afraid of? Tong and I sensed something amiss. The first thought that flashed through her mind was whether Yi Beer had fallen for a man at first sight and gone out with him. But that notion was dismissed in less than a split second. The Yi Beer she knew wasn't so irresponsible. Raised with good upbringing, she would never casually engage in intimate contact with a stranger. There must be something else. Could it be? A terrifying possibility surged in Tong and I's heart. She yanked Yi Beer aside. Beer, sit down. Master. Silence. Under Tong and I's reprimand, Yi Beer dared not utter another word. Her eyes remained glued to the screen, her hands pinching her own flesh. Tong and I didn't press further. She knew such questioning would be futile. Yi Beer surely lacked the courage to speak up. It was better to watch on. On screen, Mo Chen and Yi Beer stood face to face. Mo, where are you looking? At your most beautiful part. You scoundrel. After those words, Yi Beer's body went limp, falling into Mo Chen's arms. Witnessing this, Tong and I's face darkened. So it had happened. Exactly what she had feared. She cast a subtle sidelong glance at Yi Beer. The latter was trembling all over, as if the scene rekindled the painful memories of yesterday. Beer, step out for now. Let me watch alone. Tong and I said softly. No, I want to see. I want to see what that Mo Chen did to me. Yi Beer's mindset had shifted. A moment ago she feared her master seeing that scene, but now she resolved to toughen up and face yesterday's events head-on. Meanwhile, in Mo Chen's consciousness, the system began frantically showering him with rewards. A chill ran through Mo Chen. He had a nagging premonition that Yi Beer would soon come knocking with a knife. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I, a full-fledged villain with a system, can't handle a mere female lead like you. Feeling his abilities surging, Mo Chen's resolve hardened. In Tong Ni's room, the scene had shifted outside the nightclub. Mo Chen was surrounded by 5 men. This made Tong Ni even more alarmed. She knew Mo Chen, the Mo family's wastrel drained by wine and women. When it came to spending money, he was unmatched, but fighting, he'd surely be beaten to death. Could these 5 have snatched Yi Beer from him, and then? Tong Ni dared not think further. Seeing this, Yi Beer initially thought the men were Mo Chen's underlings, but their conversation revealed they weren't allied. She then, like Tong Ni, assumed she had been taken by those 5 men. Could it be not Mo Chen, but them? This outcome was even more unbearable for Yi Beer. Yet what followed defied both Tong Ni and Yi Beer's expectations. After exchanging words with the 5 individuals, Mo Chen unexpectedly resorted to physical confrontation. The quintet did not appear to be easy adversaries. However, to Yi Beer's surprise, Mo Chen was not as feeble as he seemed. At the very least, his punches demonstrated a foundational grasp of combat techniques. More importantly, his reaction speed was remarkably swift. Time and again, when faced with simultaneous blows, he deftly evaded them and retaliated with a punch that sent his opponent stumbling. The problem, however, lay in the disparity of numbers, 5 against 1. With only himself to rely on and the burden of protecting Yi Beer, Mo Chen soon took several hits. Tong Ni's eyes widened in astonishment. As a professional in martial arts, she could discern that those strikes should have been easily dodged, yet he deliberately absorbed them to shield the girl in his arms. He's actually protecting Beer. Tong Ni's confusion deepened at this sight. Yi Beer too was shaken inwardly. Who would have thought this scoundrel possessed a chivalrous streak? However, as Mo Chen prioritized Yi Beer's safety, he clearly began to lose ground against his opponents. The 5 men, noticing his relentless efforts to shield the girl, strategically targeted her instead. This threw Mo Chen into further disarray. In the midst of chaos, he swiftly jabbed his fingers at specific points on his adversaries' bodies. The men recoiled in pain, grimacing. Acupoint striking, Tong Ni blurted out. Acupoint striking. Yi Beer echoed, familiar with the term. A specialized skill rooted in ancient martial arts and traditional medicine. Given his precision in targeting acupoints, he's no ordinary man. Yet he only resorted to this technique after such a prolonged scuffle, suggesting he's unaccustomed to combat and hasn't fully integrated this skill. This lad is far more complex than he appears. Tong Ni spoke in a low, firm voice. Yi Beer stared blankly at the screen, her mind reeling. Could it be that Mo Chen never actually touched her? No, if that were true, would explain the bloodstains on the sheets. After incapacitating his foes, Mo Chen wordlessly scooped up Yi Beer and sprinted away. The men quickly recovered and gave chase, shouting curses. It seems his acupoint striking skills are still lacking. Yi Beer snorted. No, the fact that he could accurately target acupoints under such pressure indicates mastery. He likely seldom fights, so his force control is imprecise, probably fearing he might kill or severely injure them. He was holding back. Tong Ni trusted her judgment implicitly. It appeared the Mo family's vast empire was built on profound foundations. Since Mo Chen excelled at acupoint striking, he must also be well-versed in traditional medicine. Could such abilities truly reside in a playboy who frequented pleasure houses? Mo Chen's stamina was extraordinary. Even while carrying someone, his speed remained unimpeded. The angry shouts behind him faded, eventually swallowed by distance. After a few more minutes, he arrived at a sports car with Yi Beer. So in the end, he took you away after all, Tong Ni remarked, glancing at Yi Beer. Yi Beer clenched her teeth. The fleeting gratitude she had felt for Mo Chen's protection evaporated in an instant. The next few minutes showed Mo Chen driving. Tong Ni fast-forwarded through this segment. When the car stopped, she resumed normal playback. This is... The micro-recorder, disguised as an elegant brooch, was pinned to Yi Beer's chest. As Mo Chen carried Yi Beer out of the car, the recorder swept across a hotel sign. Tong Ni cast a sidelong glance at Yi Beer, whose expression darkened. Barely an hour ago, Yi Beer had emerged from this very hotel. She still recalled the peculiar look the receptionist gave her. On screen, Mo Chen had already checked in and was carrying her into the elevator with the room key. The distance to the room shrank with each step. When they reached the door that matched Yi Beer's memory, her eyes flew wide. Inwardly, she unleashed another torrent of curses at Mo Chen. As Mo Chen led Su Yuyan into the Tianlong Divine Group building, he received yet another negative emotion reward from Yi Beer. This morning alone, his metrics had surged dramatically. Amid his astonishment, Mo Chen seemed to have discovered a lucrative path. His gaze slid over Su Yuyan beside him. If he applied the same method to her, would she yield as many rewards as Yi Beer? Relatively speaking, the misunderstanding with Su Yuyan was far safer than with Yi Beer. Aside from their differing temperaments, the former being gentle and timid, the latter a potential killer, there was also the fact that he was currently threatening her with her parents' safety, ensuring she wouldn't dare act rashly. This was definitely worth exploring. Mo Chen chuckled inwardly as he stepped into the elevator. In the dim room, the screen continued to display his next move. He slowly reached out his hand toward Yi Beer's chest. Pervert. Shameless. Yi Beer's delicate fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her teeth ground together, emitting a grating sound. She wished she could tear Mo Chen apart and devour his flesh. What is he doing? Tong and I remained far more composed. She noticed that when Mo Chen's hand touched Yi Beer, his fingers formed a sword gesture. Where exactly it made contact was unclear. However, his sword-like fingers seemed to trace a specific pattern. This motion resembled neither undressing her nor taking advantage. While Tong and I stayed calm, Yi Beer's blood boiled. She felt as if this despicable man was groping her all over. A profound humiliation. Surely, even more obscene scenes would follow. Master, please stop watching. Yi Beer's words were squeezed through gritted teeth. Her eyes were bloodshot, brimming with tears, but hatred and stubbornness held them back. Don't rush. I don't think he's molesting you, Tong and I said softly. Seeing Yi Beer's astonishment, Tong and I continued, sit down. Rest assured, if anything truly happened, he'll keep it secret. I won't release this video. But I suspect he didn't do anything to you. Impossible. When I woke up this morning, I saw bloodstains on the sheets. Yi Beer couldn't finish. Both she and Tong and I turned their attention back to the large screen. At that moment, in Yi Beer's eyes, the image of Mo Chen revealed a lascivious expression as he took her small hand and placed one of her fingers into his mouth. Shameless. Perverted. Deviant. Yi Beer cursed under her breath again. Tong and I furrowed her brow as well. Could she have misjudged the situation? Mo Chen actually had such a bizarre fetish. The next second, Yi Beer's finger was withdrawn from his mouth. The fingertip had already been bitten. What kind of twisted obsession is this? A surge of anger rose in Yi Beer's heart. Instinctively, she raised her hand to examine the finger he had bitten. Indeed, there was still a trace of damage, though the wound had healed. In her earlier fury, she hadn't even noticed this injury. Now that she had discovered it, she immediately felt a faint sting. Could he have bitten me somewhere else? Yi Beer suddenly recalled their first encounter at the nightclub. Back then, Mo Chen's eyes had been fixed intently on her. Damn it. No way. Mo Chen, if you dare, I'll kill you. She fumed inwardly once more. And she's a police officer too, so easily drugged. If it weren't for me, you'd not only have been gang raped by those thugs, but possibly kidnapped and locked away, never to see the light of day. Mo Chen's voice came through the screen. Then Mo Chen stood up and turned to leave. The sound of a door closing followed. He left. Yi Beer was mid-curse when she saw this ending, and she froze in surprise. To confirm nothing else had happened, Tong and I fast-forwarded the video several times. The fast-forwarded footage seemed frozen, maintaining a fixed angle aimed at the ceiling. The light in the hotel room gradually shifted. The rays streaming through the window grew whiter. The scene only changed again when Yi Beer herself sat up. Tong and I paused the video. She turned to Yi Beer and said, "There, you can rest easy now." "But master, I saw blood on the sheets." Yi Beer said incredulously. "Blood? It must have been from when he bit your finger," Tong and I speculated. "Then why did he bite my finger? He's a pervert." Yi Beer's anger had already diminished as she uttered these words. Knowing that Mo Chen hadn't touched her, her mood completely relaxed. Yet she was still baffled by his strange behavior. "Go find that bloodstain and have it tested to find out." Tong and I stood up, turned off the video, and returned the miniature recorder to Yi Beer before heading toward the door. "Master, take me to that hotel. We need to retrieve the bloodstain before it's cleaned up," Tong and I said without looking back. "But it's been nearly an hour. At a big hotel like that, it's probably already been sent for washing, right?" Yi Beer hurried a few steps to catch up. "I know these hotels but won't be that fast. But to be safe, we should go as soon as possible," Tong and I said as she led Yi Beer out the door, got into the car, and drove straight to the hotel. "Master, why do you want to test that blood? If you need a sample, couldn't you just take my blood?" Yi Beer asked, puzzled in the car. "Your blood? I'm afraid there's nothing left in yours," Tong and I replied with a smile. "Master, what do you mean by nothing left?" Yi Beer asked curiously. "If I'm not mistaken, he likely helped expel the drug you were given," Tong and I answered. "Expel the drug? Through the blood from my finger? How is that possible? And master, it's been less than 24 hours since I was drugged. Surely a test would still detect traces. Even if traces are found in you, what use would that be? I need a result." "A result?" Yi Beer couldn't grasp what her master was after. "You'll understand once the results come out." Tong and I offered no further explanation. The two quickly arrived at the hotel. As Tong and I had said, even a hotel of this caliber hadn't sent the sheets for cleaning that fast. They had merely been collected, not yet dispatched to housekeeping. Among a pile of linens, they found the one stained with Yi Beer's blood. After paying the appropriate amount in cash, they took the sheet away. Tianlong Divine Group. Mo Chen and Su Yuyan had already entered the conference room. General Manager Lei Peng hadn't expected the young master to grace them with his presence today. Standing by Mo Chen's side, Lei Peng was trembling with anxiety. Heaven knew if this prodigal son might whimsically hand over his general manager position to Su Yuyan as well. "How many investment projects have we been in contact with recently?" Mo Chen leaned back in his chair, looking up at the standing Lei Peng. Young Master MO, including those we've actively approached third-party collaborations and individual submissions, there are about 300 or so. And this is after Du Hai had already filtered out a large portion before his resignation. Lei Peng replied, the ones Du Hai filtered out. How many are there in total, including those? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. Roughly. Roughly. What roughly? I want exact numbers. Go bring me all the projects Du Hai excluded, not a single one missing. Mo Chen slammed the table abruptly. Yes, young master, Mo, right away. Lei Peng's legs went weak with fright as he scrambled out. His assistants and secretaries standing behind him witnessed the formidable general manager Lei displaying such cowardice for the first time. In the past, he had always been so arrogant. He would boss around his subordinates like an emperor. Seeing him like this now, they felt a secret glee. Su Yuyin sat there unsure of what to do. She stole a glance at Mo Chen and suddenly felt that society's perception of him was deeply mistaken. Everyone said he was just a second-generation rich kid who only knew how to spend money and chase women, never taking business matters seriously, much to his parents' distress. But now how could that be true? Mo Chen clearly operated with swift efficiency. He was likely very meticulous in his work. Asking Lei Peng to retrieve Du Hai's rejected projects must mean he wanted to review them again to see if any good opportunities had been overlooked. As she pondered, Lei Peng rushed back with a thick stack of project documents followed by several staff members. Pile after pile of documents were placed on the desk, and Lei Peng quickly turned to Mo Chen. Young Master Mo, I've just confirmed. There are 839 projects in total. From the past 3 months. Mo Chen nodded. Yes, the last 3 months. Anything older than that might. Might what? Bring me all the projects Du Hai rejected that haven't been invested in over the past 6 months. Mo Chen barked again. They'll go right now? Lei Peng cursed inwardly in frustration. According to company policy, even projects that were eliminated must be kept for 6 months. However, rules are rules. For as long as he could remember, eliminated projects had never been revived. As a result, they paid no heed to those projects. Once eliminated, they were simply tossed aside. He couldn't fathom what was wrong with Mo Xiao, who actually wanted to find all the projects from the past 6 months. After spending 2 or 3 hours, he finally gathered all the project proposals that could be found from the last half year. Combined with the previous ones, there were over 1,800 proposals. The large conference table in the spacious meeting room was piled high with these 1,800 proposals. Mo Xiao, this is everything we could gather. If you want to review them again, please take care of your health. Lei Peng expressed concern on his face. What health should I be concerned about? These are all for her. Mo Chen shot a glance at Lei Peng. Lei Peng was confused. What did Mo Xiao mean? Was he treating Miss Su like a mule for labor? Wasn't he supposed to let Su Yuyin enjoy herself here? From now on, all projects received daily, all preliminary reviewer work is cancelled, and everything will be sent to Su Yuyin. This meeting room will be used as her office. Mo Chen tapped the table with his knuckles. Su Yuyin stared blankly at the table full of project proposals. She had never really handled investment projects, but she had at least seen them being processed. Normally, the preliminary reviewers would filter some out first, then they would discuss and select a few before sending them to her. Right. With the preliminary reviewers gone, would all the work fall on her? She would probably never finish, even if she worked herself to death. Miss Su, what's wrong? Is it difficult? Mo Chen coldly glanced at Su Yuyin. And no, it's not difficult. Su Yuyin felt that Mo Chen was definitely taking revenge on her. That petty man. Her earlier impression of Mo Chen had changed again. You need to review at least 100 proposals every day and find those you think are suitable for investment to send to my desk. All these proposals must be filtered within half a month. Can you manage that? Mo Chen continued to ask coldly. Half a month. Su Yuyin was frightened. She dared to say that even the seasoned vice president Du Hai couldn't complete it in half a month. Unless he didn't bother to look at them at all. Mo Chen giving her half a month was simply setting her up for failure. Upon thinking of this, a feeling of resentment arose in Su Yuyin's heart. A notification sound of rewards appeared in Mo Chen's mind. He chuckled inwardly, finding it quite easy to earn points through Miss Su's work. Having already achieved results, he planned to stoke the fire further. With a somewhat disdainful look, he said, "What? Is it because of your poor work ability at the Su family that you were targeted by them?" Upon hearing the Su family, Su Yuyin's mind couldn't help but jolt. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Mo Xiao, rest assured, I will definitely complete this task." As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Chen received some rewards. Although I have some doubts about your abilities, I am still quite pleased with your enthusiasm. You may work now. I have other matters to attend to. Drive yourself home tonight." Mo Chen chuckled lightly and stood up, walking towards the exit of the conference room. "Mo Xiao will escort you." Lei Peng followed with a smile, pondering to himself that perhaps Mo Xiao and Miss Su had had some quarrel, which was why he was deliberately making things difficult for her. After all, they were a couple. Perhaps if their relationship mended, Mo Xiao would regret assigning such heavy work to Miss Su. At that time, if Miss Su whispered in his ear, Mo Chen might think that his general manager was incompetent, and seeing his girlfriend so exhausted would not lend a helping hand. No, after Mo Xiao leaves, he must arrange for some experienced preliminary reviewers to help Miss Su with her work. Just as Mo Chen reached the door, he turned to Lei Peng and said, "By the way, you are not allowed to help her, nor is anyone else allowed to help her. All this work must be done by her alone. If I find out anyone has assisted her, they will be fired immediately, including you. Do you understand?" Huh? Why wise? Lei Peng was startled. Mo Xiao could actually guess his thoughts. How terrifying. It was truly terrifying. Mo Chen secretly smiled. This ability to analyze expressions was quite useful. However, among all the rewards he could obtain, this skill improved the slowest. The medical inheritance improved the fastest. It was the system planning for him to become a doctor first. Su Yuyan gazed at Mo Chen's departing figure, murmuring, Mo Chen, you truly are a contradictory person. On one hand, you care for me so much, on the other hand, you use these things to retaliate against me. Are you also struggling with how to face me? Mo Chen still had one more task to do, a task that was beneficial to him and could also stir up more negative emotions: layoffs. Lei Peng, Mo Xiao, is there anything else? Go to conference room B and call in employees from all departments of the group in batches. As Mo Chen instructed, he walked towards conference room B. Mo Xiao, what are you going to do? Layoffs. Mo Chen replied coldly. Layoffs. But our personnel arrangement at Tianlongshan is just right. There's no need. He'll go right now. Lei Peng wanted to express his opinion, but he immediately noticed Mo Chen's unfriendly gaze and dared not say anything further. Mo Chen sat at the head of conference room B. Employees from various departments lined up outside the meeting room. As soon as Lei Peng spoke, an entire department of employees would walk in. From department leaders and managers to ordinary employees, there were no exceptions. Looking at the 30 or so people standing in front of him, Mo Chen pointed to the first one and asked, "Name, age, how long have you been with the company?" "Hello, Mo Xiao, my name is Su Feng. I am 26 years old and have been with the company for 2 years. The female employee answered confidently. "You're fired." "Next, name, age, how long with the company?" Mo Chen said without even thinking. "Why?" Su Feng was confused. There should be a reason for firing an employee, right? You just asked for a name, age, and time with the company, and now I'm fired. On what grounds? No reason. Do I need a reason to fire you? If you must ask, I just find you displeasing. Mo Chen sneered. That's illegal. Oh, I will file a complaint with labor arbitration. Sure, Lei Peng, give her the maximum compensation. Next. Mo Chen couldn't be bothered to waste more words with her and directly pointed at the next person next to Su Feng. My name is. Retained. Next. Mo Xiao, I am. Fired. Next. Mo Xiao, my name is. Retained. Double salary. Next. Mo Xiao, I am. Retained. Promoted to team leader. Mo Xiao. Retained. Promoted to manager. Mo Chen spent no more than 5 seconds on each person before deciding whether to retain, dismiss, or raise their salary. In an instant, some rejoiced while others grieved. Outside the conference room, employees from other departments watched as one person after another emerged, some smiling, some weeping. Some walked out expressionless, others seething with rage. Among those dismissed were many long-serving veterans, including managers, deputy managers, and team leaders. Without any warning, Mo Chen uttered a single sentence, and they were fired for no apparent reason. Yet those ordinary staff members who had always gone unnoticed were casually promoted to leadership positions. Throughout that day, Mo Chen threw the entire Tianlong Divine Group into turmoil. But whether dismissed, retained, or promoted with a raise, everyone shared the same sentiment about Mo Chen. This guy was utterly clueless. He made personnel decisions based purely on personal whims. If this continued, the Tianlong Divine Group was bound to collapse under his mismanagement. Was Mo Chen insane? This massive upheaval at Tianlong Divine Group instantly spread across the entire Blue Sea City. All the top figures in the business circle sneered at this despicable second-generation wastrel. Mo Shizhong, once such a brilliant business prodigy, how could he have fathered a waste like Mo Chen? Even if he just idled away his days as a pleasure-seeking scion, wouldn't that be better than this reckless meddling? The Mo family's wealth was more than enough for Mo Chen to squander for a lifetime. But if he kept this up, within a few years the Mo family would be erased from Blue Sea City's elite circles. Mo Chen had a unique method for judging who should stay or leave the group. In the original story, the corruption and betrayal of certain managers were documented. Among them were moles sent by Yi Fan or other families. Most of the remaining ordinary employees weren't particularly described. But when the Mo family faced disaster later in the story, the implicated employees fell within a specific range. Mo Chen judged based on relationships between employees and management, combined with his ability to analyze expressions and psychology. He rooted out all those who had betrayed the Mo family and expelled them. Capable individuals were directly promoted or given raises. But he naturally wouldn't reveal this. He intended to use this incident to loudly proclaim his reputation as a reckless wastrel. The dismissed employees came from various factions unfamiliar with one another. Thus, they couldn't determine whether their firing was due to Mo Chen discovering something or simply his madcap behavior. The results of the layoffs were not yet visible. For a time, the Tianlong Divine Group was filled with grievances. Just when over half the employees had been laid off, Mo Chen heard a system prompt in his mind. Accumulated negative emotions from supporting characters have reached sufficient reward. Host receives reward. First World Bank Gold account activated. Host's personal funds 50 billion Dian coins. Second Eagle Country Language Proficiency Level 2. Wood Country Language Proficiency Level 3. C Country Language Proficiency Level 3. World Language Proficiency Level 1. Hearing this prompt, Mo Chen felt ecstatic. In Blue Sea City, the Mo family was a top-tier clan, but within the entire Dian Empire, they couldn't even rank in the top 500. The family's fixed assets were indeed vast, but they only represented market value and valuation. This included stock prices, not actual cash. Currently, the cash under Mo Chen's name amounted to merely 500 million. He didn't even qualify to open a regular account at the World Bank. The World Bank's tiers were regular account, 20 billion gold account, 50 billion platinum account, 200 billion black gold account, 100 billion diamond account, 500 billion supreme account, 1 trillion, and infinite account, 10 trillion. All amounts were calculated in Dian coins. The supporting characters had contributed a gold account amount to Mo Chen. How could he not be delighted? Moreover, his future business empire would inevitably expand to every corner of the world. As a wastrel, how could Mo Chen speak so many foreign languages? This reward even granted him proficiency in 4 foreign languages. It seemed that aside from the protagonist's negative emotions, those of supporting characters were also crucial. Mo Chen felt he needed to work harder at his duty as a despicable villain. He should engage in more bullying and oppression. As he continued the layoffs, Yi Beer and her master Tong and I had finished analyzing the blood-stained bedsheet. Both were stunned when they held the test report. It clearly stated that the blood contained an excessive amount of hallucinogenic drugs. Their concentration in that drop or two of blood was terrifyingly high. Even if dispersed throughout the entire body, it would be several times the lethal dose. In other words, if they had remained in Yi Beer's body overnight, she would likely have been reduced to a fool by the drugs. This drug. He didn't give it to me. Yi Beer recalled the situation. Mo Chen had always faced her directly and never stood too close. Instead, the two men had distracted her while speaking, likely slipping the drug into her glass at that moment. Combined with Mo Chen's words in the micro-recorders video when she was unconscious, it was essentially certain that the drug had nothing to do with him. Moreover, Mo Chen had taken her to the hotel to save her using a mystical skill to force the poison to her fingertip and release it. I never expected that Mo Chen, who has always had a bad reputation, could do such a thing. Tong and I shook her head in astonishment. Yi Beer remained silent, her mind in turmoil. The man she had been cursing since morning was actually her savior. Without Mo Chen, she would have been taken away by those men last night. Without Mo Chen, even if she hadn't been taken, she would now be a fool. After a moment's thought, Yi Beer turned to Tong and I and asked, "Master, why didn't he explain when he saved me? Why didn't he wait until I woke up to explain? Would you have believed him if he told you then? Would you have believed an explanation after waking up?" Tong and I countered. "Well," Yi Beer asked herself twice and then gently shook her head. Given her pride, she likely wouldn't have believed Mo Chen's words. "But I think whether you believed or not wasn't his main reason for concealing it," Tong and I suddenly said. "What do you mean, master?" Yi Beer was baffled. "Actually, he didn't know you were carrying a micro-recorder. He never intended to tell you about the rescue process. In other words, he didn't want anyone to know about this mystical skill." Tong and I speculated in a low voice. "But why? If he revealed this side of himself, it would surely erase his reputation as a wastrel." Yi Beer asked, puzzled. "Perhaps he has his reasons that we can't guess for now. However, I'd like to meet him." With that, Tong and I turned and walked out the door. "Master, are you going to see him now?" Yi Beer hurriedly followed, asking. "Otherwise," Tong and I replied without turning back. "What are you going to ask him when you meet?" Yi Beer pressed on. "I want to know just how skilled his inherited medicine truly is, how miraculous it can be. And there's something I need his help with." Tong and I answered after a moment of thought. "Master needs his help. Is it to treat someone? Why not go to a big hospital? With your reputation, you could invite most domestic experts, couldn't you?" Yi Beer's rapid-fire questions made Tong and I stop. "Beer, first, this is a secret. You must not tell anyone. Second, I've consulted many domestic experts, and all were powerless. Aside from inherited medicine, there seems to be no effective method left. But there are plenty of experts in inherited medicine too. Most are frauds, and some have skill, but they're helpless in this case. If those experts can't help, is Mo Chen really better than them?" Faced with Yi Beer's doubt, Tong and I chuckled and shook her head. "His ability may not surpass theirs, but it might not be inferior either. I don't know his true capability, so I need to talk to him. However, for someone so young to possess such skill, even if he can't cure it, there might be a formidable master behind him who can." "So master isn't seeking him, but the master behind him." Yi Beer finally grasped Tong and I's intent. She lowered her voice. "But master, who exactly are you trying to treat?" "Like you, it's one of my disciples, Tang Ro. That was years ago." Tong and I sighed softly. "I haven't heard that name much, as she must be my senior sister. What illness does she have?" "She..." Tong and I hesitated, then finally sighed, leaning close to whisper a few words in Yi Beer's ear. "Ah, is that so?" Yi Beer gasped, covering her mouth. "I shouldn't have told you this. I've kept it to myself for years. But when we meet Mo Chen, I'll have to reveal it, and you'll find out eventually. You must never let anyone else know, understand?" Tong and I admonished. Yes, master, rest assured. I won't tell a soul, not even my parents or brother. Ybir clenched her fists. Good, let's go? To Tianlong Divine Group. Tong and I nodded slightly and continued forward. At that moment, the Tianlong Divine Group was in chaos. Employees from all departments felt like they were opening blind boxes. Before seeing Mo Chen, no one knew whether they'd be fired or get a raise or promotion. This heart-pounding sensation had been absent for a long time. When Tong and I and Ybir arrived at the Tianlong Divine Group's building, they saw many employees streaming out with idle staff gathered outside. Everyone was cursing Mo Chen's lack of propriety. As they passed through the crowd, they heard not a single good word about him. Master, it seems Mo Chen isn't a good person. All his own employees curse him. Ybir whispered. Beer, how many times have I taught you? You can't judge things by appearances. Have you forgotten what happened to you last night? Yes, master, you're right. But is it possible Mo Chen knew about my micro-recorder and staged it all for me? Theoretically, it's unlikely, but anything's possible. Even if he did, his inherited medicine skills can't be faked. Besides, don't you trust my judgment of micro-expressions? After a few words with him, he'll know if he's genuine or a fraud. Tong and I declared confidently. This wasn't boasting. She had trained in micro-expressions since childhood. At Ybir's age, she had already competed both domestically and internationally, winning numerous awards. To date, she ranked in the top 30 in the entire Dian Kingdom's micro-expression analysis field. With tens of thousands of experts in the country, she was an expert among experts. Hearing this, Ybir grew eager to find Mo Chen quickly, so her master could discern his true nature. You retained. You fired. You. Mo Chen continued processing the employees one by one. After listening to a subordinate's whisper, Lei Peng hurried to Mo Chen's side. Young master Mo, 2 women are looking for you. 2 women. What for? What do they want? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. They're from the Blue Sea City Police Bureau, Tong and I, and Ybir. Lei Peng's heart pounded as he spoke the names. He didn't know much about Ybir, but Tong and I was legendary. It was said she had solved countless cases, and no criminal could deceive her after just a glance and a few words. Why would this renowned figure suddenly seek out young master Mo? Tong and I. Ybir. Never heard of them. Not seeing them. Mo Chen shrugged, pointing to the next employee. You retained. Lei Peng was baffled. Was young master Mo being too arrogant? Tong and I. Every top-tier family knew her. He dismissed her outright, claiming ignorance. Wasn't that a direct slap in the face? Perhaps he hadn't realized who she was. Lei Peng felt he should remind him again. What if Mo Chen later blamed him for not emphasizing the importance? The responsibility would fall on him. As for Mo Chen offending Tong and I, Lei Peng couldn't care less. With that thought, he leaned in again. Young master Mo, Tong and I is a criminal expert and micro-expression analyst. Didn't I say no? What damn criminal expert or micro-expression analyst? I don't know her. She thinks she can see me just because she wants to. Tell her I'm busy. If she wants to see me, she needs to make an appointment. Mo Chen shot Lei Peng a glare. Lei Peng had no choice but to step aside awkwardly. His initial thought was to relay Mo Chen's exact words to Tong and I through a subordinate. After all, Mo Chen would bear the consequences of offending her. But on second thought, Mo Chen might later shift the blame onto him. Moreover, if he personally explained to Tong and I, he might gain some favor. Such a valuable connection. Mo Chen might scorn it, but Lei Peng coveted it dearly. With this in mind, he quietly slipped away while Mo Chen wasn't looking. Mo Chen caught a glimpse of Lei Peng leaving the conference room out of the corner of his eye. A faint smirk curled within his heart. Tong and I. How could he not be familiar with her? She was a figure of considerable renown. According to the original storyline, she was not supposed to appear until some time later. Moreover, upon her arrival, her first contact was with Yi Fan. It was only after witnessing the level of Yi Fan's inherited medical skills that she actively approached him. Her purpose was to seek treatment for her former student Tang Ro. Tang Ro was also one of the female protagonists of this book. A few years ago, while on a mission, she and several female teammates were captured after a mishap. The events that followed left Tang Ro unable to ever escape that shadow. To extract information from Tang Ro, the criminals hung her up, used a baseball bat to shatter both her arms and legs, as well as multiple ribs, and severely damaged several of her internal organs. Then with a red-hot dagger they carved words into her face. Even then she refused to speak. They resorted to even crueler methods, forcing her to witness as they took turns violating and torturing the other female teammates one by one. By the time they were rescued, she was barely breathing, and all the other female teammates had perished from the torment. If the rescue hadn't arrived in time, she would have undoubtedly shared the same fate as her teammates. Afterward, not only did her physical wounds remain unhealed, but the scars on her soul were even more impossible to soothe. Thus, this rising star of the police force, whose beauty rivaled Ybir's, faded into obscurity. Tong and I dared not speak to anyone about her situation, and the few in the police department who knew of it also kept their lips sealed. It wasn't until Yi Fan appeared that with his formidable inherited medical abilities, he completely healed Tang Rao's physical injuries. Through the circulation of meridians, he gradually soothed the trauma in her heart. After that, Tang Rao developed feelings for Yi Fan. If not for the author's rushed ending, it would have been strange if Tang Rao hadn't become part of Yi Fan's harem. However, based on the current timeline, Yi Fan had yet to encounter his fortuitous opportunity. At this moment, he was frantically improving his business acumen. Soon he would discover an ancestral jade pendant from the Yi family, within which lay a legacy, ancient medical and martial arts manuals. From then on, he would cheat his way to the pinnacle of life. Mo Chen had once considered stealing or destroying that jade pendant. Unfortunately, the original author had left a plot thread here, and even by the rushed ending, its origin was never revealed, rendering Mo Chen's plan unusable. From Mo Chen's current perspective, healing Tang Rao's wounds before Yi Fan would likely gain him a powerful ally to help him counter Yi Fan. The reason he hadn't immediately agreed to meet Tang and I was mainly that Tang Rao's injuries were too severe. His current inherited medical skill points were only 50. Based on his understanding of inherited medicine, 50 points were roughly on par with the current level of the top 10 national masters of inherited medicine in the Great Yin Kingdom. Above the top 10 masters were the top 10 sages. How severe were Tang Rao's injuries? Even the foremost among the top 10 sages couldn't cure them. Yi Fan only gained the ability to treat Tang Rao a year after receiving his inheritance. Since neither of them possessed that level of skill, now there was no need to panic. Delaying a bit might even allow him to harvest some negative emotions from them. In any case, it was all to his advantage. Lei Peng hurried downstairs to the first-floor lobby. He had never met Tong and I, but at that moment only two women were standing at the reception area. "You must be Professor Tong and I, right?" Lei Peng approached Tong and I, momentarily stunned by Yi Beer's breathtaking beauty, before speaking. "And you are?" Tong and I had never met Mo Chen either, but she instantly recognized that the man before her was not him. "I'm Lei Peng, the general manager of Time Launching Group. I just mentioned to young Master Mo that you two wished to see him, but..." He paused deliberately, wearing a troubled expression. Tong and I chuckled lightly. "General Lei, feel free to speak your mind. No need to be troubled. Young Master Mo doesn't want to see us, does he? And nothing escapes you, Professor Tong. Young Master Mo is indeed busy and has no time at the moment, so he sent me down to ask if you could come another time." Lei Peng was tactful. Tong and I shook her head with a faint smile. "I suspect young Master Mo wasn't so polite. I'd wager he said he's not someone just anyone can see and that he doesn't know either of us." Off. Lei Peng was astonished. He had only heard of Tong and I's prowess before, but now he saw where her true skill lay. Without even going upstairs, she could perfectly guess Mo Chen's words. She was practically a divine figure. The expression on Lei Peng's face was enough for even Yi Beer, who wasn't particularly skilled in reading people, to realize her master was right. She let out a light snort. "Young Master Mo certainly has a high and mighty air. Did you tell him my master's name?" "Missy, I did." "And my name?" Yi Beer. "Did you mention that too?" "No mistakes, right?" Yi Beer felt that given the events of last night, Mo Chen shouldn't refuse to see her. This notorious playboy was famous for his lechery. Even if he had saved her last night without touching her, did that prove he wasn't a womanizer? It only showed he might disdain such actions. If he didn't like her, why would he risk his life for her? Why insist on saving her? Now that she had come to him, how could Mo Chen refuse to meet her? It must be that the people at Time Langshan hadn't stated her name clearly. Faced with Yi Beer's doubts, Lei Peng smiled bitterly. "Miss Yi, I mentioned both your names, and am certain I got them right. But young Master Mo simply refused to see you, just as Professor Tong said. He claimed he didn't know either of you, and wouldn't meet you." Yi Beer's pretty face flushed with anger. Tong and I gently squeezed Yi Beer's hand and smiled at Lei Peng. "Go tell Mo Chen that there's a case from last night requiring his cooperation. If you want clarify the situation in person, I'll apply for an arrest warrant and bring him in for questioning. Go on." "Ah, yes. Lei Peng clicked his tongue. What was wrong with young Master Mo? First, he had gone mad by firing Du Hai and bringing Miss Su in as vice president to take over Du Hai's work. Then he assigned Miss Su a series of impossible tasks. After that, he laid off employees purely on a whim, disregarding the company's operations. And now he had even offended the great Tong and I. Was he courting disaster? Not just for himself, but for the entire Mo family. As Lei Peng stepped into the elevator, he lamented the misfortune of old Master Mo having such a prodigal son. Returning to the conference room, he relayed Tong and I's words verbatim to Mo Chen. "Arrest? Trying to scare me. I wasn't born yesterday. If she wants to see me, tell her to wait. He'll come down when I've finished handling the company's affairs. If she can wait, fine, or if not, she can leave." Mo Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. Lei Peng nodded, submissively retreating, while secretly wiping away a cold sweat. Damn it, being the general manager of Time Langshan really was a thankless job. How could he possibly repeat Mo Chen's exact words? If he did, whether Tong and I got angry, or Mo Chen later blew up over some incident, Lei Peng would be the one caught in the crossfire. Back before Tong and I, Lei Peng forced a smile. "Professor Tong, young Master Mo's meaning is that if you want to see him, you'll have to wait until he finishes his current work. So would you two like to?" "Well, wait here." Tong and I wasn't upset. She turned and sat down on the sofa in the reception area, leisurely surveying her surroundings. "Master, I think I should just go up and find him." Yi Beer said, her pretty face tinged with a hint of anger. "Go up and find him? In what capacity?" Tong and I asked with a smile. "As a police officer, of course. Well, request his assistance in investigating last night's case. Yi Beer replied. What case last night? Tong and I pressed on. Last night's. Yi Beer's pretty face flushed crimson. She suddenly understood. Her master didn't want anyone to know about what happened last night. Indeed, if it blew up, not only could her own reputation be tarnished, but the investigation into Tiger Luo would also be exposed. If that caught Tiger Luo's attention, the case would become much harder to handle. At that thought, Yi Beer deflated. It seemed they could only sit here and wait. Her emotions were quite tangled at the moment. On one hand, Mo Chen had saved her last night, and she felt a measure of gratitude. On the other, her instincts as both a woman and a police officer told her that Mo Chen might have ulterior motives. All of this could only be resolved after her master met with Mo Chen. Lei Peng awkwardly approached them with an ingratiating smile. Ladies will head back to work now. When Mr. Mo is done, he'll come down on his own. Tong and I nodded. Lei Peng hurriedly turned and went upstairs. Just as Mo Chen was busily engaged, his phone rang in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw old man on the screen. Mo Chen's father. Mo Chen murmured softly. In the original story, Mo Chen's father, Mo Shizhong, was extremely indulgent toward him, granting almost every request. Otherwise, Mo Chen wouldn't have grown into a spoiled playboy who only knew pleasure and bullying. As the replacement, Mo Chen felt awkward staring at the phone screen, unsure how to communicate with this father. Still, he pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Hey old man, what's up? He asked, mimicking the tone Mo Chen used with Mo Shizhong in the original story. You little rascal, can't you show some respect when talking to your father? Mo Shizhong feigned anger. Alright, just get to the point. I'm busy here. Mo Chen said impatiently. Busy with what? Firing employees. I heard you let Du Hai go yesterday. And today you've stirred up such a mess that word has reached me. Can't you just take it easy for once? Mo Shizhong sighed helplessly. Old man, you put me in charge of Tianlong Divine Group. Didn't you say I could run it however I wanted? Didn't you tell me to use it to practice business? So why can't I exercise my authority now? Mo Chen put on an indignant tone. Fine, I won't interfere. Tianlong Divine Group is yours to play with. Run it into the ground, and you'll just have to settle down quietly. I have enough other assets for you to coast through life. I know. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Wait. That's not why I called. You almost made me forget. I don't care how you mess around or play, but you must listen to me on this. Engagement. Mo Chen blurted out, cutting Mo Shizhong off mid-sentence. Mo Shizhong was stunned, momentarily unable to respond. Why the silence? It really is about an engagement, isn't it? Which family's daughter? Don't tell me it's lawn binding. Mo Chen fired off another rapid volley into the silent phone. How? How did you know? Mo Shizhong was bewildered. Could his son predict the future? It was one thing to guess why he called, but to nail the engagement partner so accurately. What else would you call me about? You've always wanted me to settle down. That wasn't hard to guess. Our Mo family wouldn't settle for a minor clan. In all of Blue Sea, only the Yi family rivals us, but they're at odds with us. That leaves the Lan family second only to us. What's so hard about figuring that out? Mo Chen chuckled lightly. He had spoken lines that should have belonged to Mo Shizhong in the original text. His simple aim was to instill some confidence in the old man, ensuring he wouldn't restrict Mo Chen's actions later when he started to make bold moves. In the original story, though the old man spoiled Mo Chen to the extreme, Mo Chen had never meddled in major company affairs. To ensure smooth sailing in the future, he needed to subtly let the old man know he had some capability. Sure enough, this tactic worked. Mo Shizhong was utterly astonished. He had never realized his son possessed such sharp insight. Perhaps the boy's antics at Tianlong Divine Group had some rationale after all. Greatly gratified, Mo Shizhong grinned broadly. Son, not bad. You're starting to show a bit of your old man's spirit. Lan Binding of the Lan family is known as one of Blue Sea's 4 beauties. With the Lan family's strength just behind ours, and the Yi family's, she's a suitable match. What do you think? No problem, I agree. Mo Chen didn't hesitate. His reasoning was simple. Following the normal storyline, Lan Binding would become his fiancée, but her heart belonged to Yi Fan of the Yi family, not him. Lan Binding herself was vehemently opposed to this marriage. However, under the political alliance between the Mo and Lan families, she was forced to be with Mo Chen. Yet before they could actually marry, the story was left unfinished. During this time, Lan Binding's feelings for Yi Fan only deepened. She even repeatedly helped Yi Fan steal information and data from Mo Chen. In the latter half of Mo Chen's miserable downfall, Lan Binding played a significant role. You don't like me, but I'll keep you by my side anyway. That way I can rack up rewards. And I'll even provide plenty of material for you to leak to Yi Fan to help him develop nicely. Mo Chen sneered inwardly. Son, you really agree? Mo Shizhong hadn't expected such a swift acceptance. He had assumed his pleasure-seeking son would never willingly enter marriage and lose his freedom. Agree, of course I agree. One of Blue Sea's 4 beauties. Why wouldn't I? Alright, I've still got work to do. Arrange it however you like, I have no objections. Mo Chen urged. Fine, I'll take charge. Get back to work, son. I believe in you. Mo Shizhong beamed with joy. After hanging up, he hurriedly contacted the Lan family. This matter needed to be settled quickly. The alliance between the Mo and Lon families would surely boost their stocks. Mo Chen put away his phone and was about to continue with staff appointments when Lei Peng suddenly sidled up to him. "What are you doing?" Mo Chen was startled. "Ah, sorry, Mr. Mo. Was that Mr. Mo Sr. on the phone?" Lei Peng asked with a sly grin. "Yeah, my old man. What about it?" Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Mo, I couldn't help but overhear. Are you getting engaged to Miss Lon Binding of the Lon family?" Lei Peng lowered his voice and whispered close to Mo Chen's ear. "Yes, engaged. Any objections?" Mo Chen regarded Lei Peng's odd reaction with mild surprise. No, not at all. How dare I object? I merely meant, Senior Mo, aren't you already involved with Miss Su? Lei Peng deliberately gestured toward the conference room where Su Yiyan sat. "Miss Su? What does my engagement have to do with her?" Mo Chen asked coldly. "Senior Mo, your engagement ceremony will surely be magnificent. Surely Miss Su will hear of it. Might that cause? Cause what? Engagement is engagement, a play is play. Must I explain myself to them?" Mo Chen leaned back, his expression laced with disdain. "Ah, yes. Naturally, they'd never dare raise objections. But there's something else I wish to discuss with Senior Mo." Lei Peng continued in a hushed tone. "Speak. I've heard Blue Bai Ning, the Blue family's daughter, holds strong affection for Yi Fan, the second young master of the Yi family. Were it not for Yi Fan's desire to launch his own venture, he might well have already proposed to the Blue family. And so? I care not whom she favored before. Once she's mine, I'll sever those ties utterly. Yes, Senior Mo certainly possesses such authority. Still, I worry might Miss Blue act against Senior Mo, or even the Mo family, in service of Yi Fan." Lei Peng ventured cautiously. Mo Chen studied him with quiet amusement and smiled. "Well reasoned. You truly merit your appointment as general manager, personally endorsed by my father. Rest assured, however, if she dares betray me." He leaned forward, drawing near Lei Peng's ear, and whispered, voice low and lethal, "I shall kill her myself." "Ah!" Lei Peng recoiled sharply. Staring at this man, once known only for indulgence and frivolity, he felt his limbs grow icy cold. Since when had Senior Mo become so terrifying? Mo Chen watched satisfied as fear flickered across Lei Peng's face. A modest surge of negative emotion registered, but that was secondary. What mattered most was this: from this day forth, General Manager Lei Peng would obey without question. Obedience, precise, effortless, absolute, was precisely what Mo Chen required now. General Manager Lei, rest assured loyalty will be richly rewarded, and betrayal, that will be met with merciless retribution. Mo Chen offered a chilling smile, then fixed his gaze on an employee waiting nervously to open a blind box. "You, get out." Lei Peng watched Mo Chen work, intently, methodically, and his entire back ran slick with sweat. Unbearably terrifying. In that fleeting instant, Mo Chen's expression, his gaze, they were the hollow, unblinking eyes of one who had crawled from a charnel field. How many lives must he have taken to wear such a look? Watching several employees depart, each dismissed with cold finality, Lei Peng suddenly grasped the truth. Was this round of layoffs truly arbitrary? And Du Hai yesterday, as general manager, even if investment oversight fell primarily to Du Hai, could Lei Peng truly claim ignorance? Impossible. Even if he lacked full insight into Du Hai's affairs, fragments of intelligence inevitably reached him. Why hadn't he intervened? Because it served no purpose. That position was a plum assignment. Anyone holding it long enough would inevitably succumb to temptation. Moreover, Du Hai wielded connections beyond corporate walls. With no internal audit department established by senior management, why should Lei Peng provoke such a man? Now abruptly dismissed by Mo Chen. Could it be that Mo Chen already knew of Du Hai's transgressions? This heir apparent intends nothing less than a complete overhaul of Tianlong Shin Group. Lei Peng's thoughts spiraled deeper, each turn tightening the knot of dread in his chest. His pulse quickened, terror swelled. Mo Chen was no idle playboy as rumored. Perhaps that persona was merely a carefully crafted facade. What about those two women? After dismissing another staffer, Mo Chen turned sideways to Lei Peng. "Ah, Senior Mo, you mean Tong and I, and Yi Baier. They refuse to leave. They're waiting for you downstairs in the lobby." Lei Peng's manner toward Mo Chen had transformed utterly. Before outward deference, inward contempt. Now outward deference, inward terror. That shift, from soul to surface, radiated palpably a total surrender of bearing. Mo Chen, equipped with acute emotional and facial analysis, finally allowed himself a satisfied smile. At that grin, Lei Peng's composure shattered. "Senior Mo, what has pleased you so?" "General Manager Lei, tell me, if two female officers vanished without trace tomorrow, how seismic would that news be?" Mo Chen waved Lei Peng closer, then murmured softly, "Mo Senior." Lei Peng's eyes widened in raw panic. His heart hammered, a frantic, deafening drumbeat threatening to burst from his throat. "Huh?" Mo Chen clapped Lei Peng hard on the shoulder. "Old Lei, you've no sense of humor. Let them wait if they wish." With that, he resumed his work. Lei Peng stood drenched, not just in sweat, but in sheer visceral dread. Though Mo Chen claimed to jest, his expression and tone, just moments ago, had been unmistakably grave. Lei Peng harbored no doubt for one chilling instant Mo Chen had genuinely contemplated killing those two women. A demon. Mo Chen was a demon. Lei Peng staggered backward, spine pressing against the wall. His legs trembled uncontrollably. How desperately he wished to resign, yet feared that tendering his resignation today would land him on tomorrow's front page. Enough. Self-preservation came first. Hours later, Mo Chen completed the dismissals. The conference room held only him and Lei Peng. Phew, sitting for hours like this is exhausting. General Manager Lei managing this company must be grueling work. Mo Chen rose slowly, stretching his lower back. Senior Mo, you flatter me. I'm paid to do my duty. And please don't call me General Manager Lei anymore. Just Xiao Lei. General Manager feels oddly stiff. Lei Peng bowed, slightly forcing a strained smile. No, General Manager Lei it remains. You're older than I am, Xiao Lei. Would be inappropriate. Come, let's go downstairs and meet those two officers. Mo Chen strode purposefully toward the conference room door. Lei Peng hurried after him, step tight upon step. 2 minutes later, Mo Chen emerged from the first-floor elevator. From afar, he spotted Tong and I, and Yi Bayer. General Manager Lei. Who's here to see me? Yet he feigned obliviousness, glancing casually at Lei Peng beside him. Senior Mo, it's those two. Lei Peng cared little for Mo Chen's pretense. So long as the heir apparent wished to play, he would play along flawlessly. Oh, those two. First-time meeting. May I ask what brings you here? Mo Chen spoke loudly. His opening words alone drew Tong Ni's and Yi Bayer's immediate attention. Hearing that question, Yi Bayer, I thought Riley you escorted me to the hotel last night, and now you feign ignorance. Let's see what game you're playing. Hello, Mr. Mo. My name is Tong Ni, and this is Yi Bayer, my disciple. Tong Ni paid no heed to Mo Chen's demeanor. She rose and approached him, extending her hand for a handshake. Mo Chen cast a downward glance at her palm, but did not reach out. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said, I am unacquainted with you two. What business do you have with me? Mr. Mo, do you not recognize her? Mo Chen ignored the hand Tong Ni offered, yet she showed no embarrassment, withdrawing her hand with composure and smiling as she posed the question. Her. Mo Chen responded, as if seeing Yi Bayer for the first time, deliberately letting his gaze roam from head to toe, scrutinizing her meticulously. Then he shook his head with a grin and said, The young lady is quite beautiful, but I believe this is our first encounter. May I ask your name? As he spoke, Mo Chen proactively extended his hand toward Yi Bayer. Yi Bayer was taken aback. She could not fathom what game Mo Chen was playing, yet she felt no genuine desire to take the hand he offered. However, from the corner of her eye, as she caught Tong Ni's subtle signal urging her to accept the handshake. A master's command could not be defied. Reluctantly, Yi Bayer placed her hand in Mo Chen's and said curtly, My name is Yi Bayer. I am. What are you doing? Before she could finish introducing herself, she realized her hand was already firmly gripped by Mo Chen. Not only that, but his thumb was incessantly stroking the back of her hand. Startled, she let out a cry. Young lady, how about we grab a meal together? Mo Chen spoke as if entirely deaf to her words, his face still wearing a look of infatuated delight. Who would want to dine with you? Let go. Yi Bayer struggled to pull her hand free, yet found that even with all her might it was utterly futile. A jolt of shock ran through her heart. This Mo Chen was no ordinary man. Tong Ni observed Mo Chen's expressions and gestures without revealing her thoughts, yet inwardly she was astounded. From the demeanor Mo Chen displayed, he appeared to be nothing more than a lecherous wastrel. The expression he directed at Yi Bayer was also thoroughly roguelike, and from this expression Tong Ni could detect no trace of pretense. Had she not viewed the footage from the micro-recorder on Yi Bayer before coming, she might have genuinely mistaken Mo Chen for an ordinary pervert. Thus a conclusion could be drawn: Mo Chen was putting on an act. Yet, he performed so convincingly that even she, a micro-expression expert, could not see through it. Mr. Mo. Tong Ni reached out and gently placed her hand over their clasped palms. Mo Chen paused, then released his grip on Yi Bayer's hand. At that moment, he was utterly unaware that Yi Bayer carried a micro-recorder on her. According to his reasoning, Yi Bayer only remembered being taken away by him the previous night, waking up to find herself in a hotel room. Whether he had done anything to her, she simply had no way of knowing. Since his goal was to provoke her negative emotions, he naturally had to make her believe he had indeed done something to her. Though he had earlier worried that Yi Bayer might bring people to seek revenge, upon further reflection, such a scenario seemed unlikely. Even if Yi Bayer lacked experience, her master Tong Ni certainly had it. She could surely tell whether her disciple's body remained intact. However, any other forms of contact could only be a matter of speculation. Mo Chen's reputation as a playboy was well known. If Yi Bayer was taken into a hotel by him, even if nothing truly happened, faced with such beauty, would Mo Chen simply leave without making a move? This claim even Mo Chen himself would not believe, let alone Yi Bayer. Now, as long as he acted lecherous, while flatly denying everything about the previous night, it would inevitably make the other party suspect he was hiding something. He was confident that negative emotions would surely flood in. Mr. Mo, I would like to have a chat with you. Do you have a moment? Tong Ni asked with a smile. I'm quite busy, as you can see. The company has a mountain of matters waiting for me to handle. Mo Chen pointed behind him at the dismissed employees filing out one by one. Then before Tong and I could speak, he shifted the topic, flashing a sly grin at Yi Beer and saying, "But for Miss Beer's sake, I can squeeze in some time." Yi Beer looked at him, a flicker of confusion stirring within her. The way Mo Chen looked at her was like a big bad wolf eyeing a little white rabbit. She had no doubt that if no one else were present, Mo Chen would not hesitate to pounce on her. Yet this was completely at odds with his behavior from the previous night. Which side of him was the real one? "Mr. Mo, let's sit down and talk for a while. It won't take up too much of your time." Tong A's tone was remarkably calm, as if entirely unbothered by Mo Chen's lecherous demeanor. Sit. Mo Chen turned and plopped down onto the sofa, then beamed at Yi Beer and asked, "How old is Miss Beer this year? Do you have a boyfriend?" Yi Beer shot him a glare, leaned back into the sofa, and completely ignored him. "Mr. Mo, I'd like to ask about last night. Do you remember anything?" Tong and I leaned forward as she inquired. "Last night? What about last night?" Mo Chen looked genuinely curious. "Mr. Mo, a man of your stature may have a poor memory. Last night you encountered Beer at a nightclub along with 2 other men. After Beer fell unconscious, you took her out of the club. Outside, those 2 men and their associates surrounded you, and you even came to blows with them. Do you recall this incident, Mr. Mo?" Tong and I stared into Mo Chen's eyes, enunciating each word clearly. "This matter?" Mo Chen feigned recollection for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ah yes, now that you mention it, I have a faint memory. But I drank too much last night, and I can't recall the specifics. It seems something like that happened. So the beauty at the nightclub was Miss Beer. Does this mean I was a hero saving a damsel in distress? Have you 2 come specifically to thank me? Hey, no need to be so polite. Forgetting about offering yourselves to me in gratitude would be fine, but if you insist on repaying me that way, I suppose I wouldn't refuse." Mo Chen had initially intended to deny everything. But hearing Tong and I recount the details so precisely, he reasoned there were 2 possibilities. Either there was surveillance footage nearby that Tong and I had reviewed, or she had captured the men from last night and extracted the story from them. "Mr. Mo, you jest. We are here today indeed to express our gratitude for that matter. However, I also wish to ask, where did you take Beer afterward?" Tong and I pressed on. "Afterward? I drank too much last night. I don't remember. Did you drink last night, Mr. Mo?" Tong and I abruptly cut him off. "Yes, I drank heavily so. But it seems you drove last night, Mr. Mo. Traffic cameras show you were driving at a considerable speed. How much did you drink? If you can't recall even these details, you've likely blacked out. Drinking to the point of blacking out. Mr. Mo, could it be that you were driving under the influence?" Tong and I fixed her gaze on Mo Chen's eyes, which suddenly curved into a sly arc. "Kid, do you know what it means to say that old ginger is spicier?" Mo Chen's smirking expression suddenly froze. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he forced the muscles in his face to move. Yi Beer felt immense satisfaction seeing Mo Chen outwitted by her master, and a smug smile crept across her own face. "No matter how much you pretend, Mo Chen, compared to my master, you're still far too inexperienced. Go on, keep up the act." Mo Chen had already poured all his acting skills into the performance. "Are you kidding me? Did you really think I couldn't see through such a cheap trick? I deliberately led you down this path. Watch me continue to fool you." Chuckling inwardly, the stiffness on Mo Chen's face gradually eased. "Oh well, actually, Mr. Mo, I really don't understand why you're hiding what happened last night. You clearly saved Beer, so why won't you admit it? I just want to know where you took her afterward. I hope you can tell me, Mr. Mo, otherwise the consequences of drunk driving will be quite serious." In Tong and I's eyes, Mo Chen's expression had been genuine all along. From his feigned forgetfulness of the previous night to the rigidity of his features now. He was like a seasoned actor immersed in his role, making it impossible to distinguish truth from falsehood. A competitive spirit stirred within Tong and I, who she refused to believe that her professional expertise couldn't see through a mere spoiled rich kid. "Well, since Sister Tong puts it that way, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I hadn't been drinking last night. As soon as I entered the nightclub, I noticed those 2 men had slipped something into Miss Beer's drink. She'd already taken a sip, so I stepped in to stop them. Later, just as you said, I fought those men after leaving the club. Don't judge me by my pampered upbringing. I've had real training. I took on all 5 of them and sent them running." As Mo Chen said this, his acting shifted, and he put on a boastful expression. Yi Beer chuckled inwardly. "Keep bragging. You were the one who got chased off by those 5. But then she suddenly paused. Mo Chen couldn't defeat those 5, yet he hadn't abandoned her. Instead, he risked his life to escape with her. "Mr. Mo, we know that part. You were very brave, and on behalf of Beer, I thank you. What happened afterward?" Tong and I instantly caught the subtle shift in Mo Chen's expression as he boasted. "Still too green. He shows his cracks when trying to impress a beauty. Take it slow, more flaws will surface. After driving them off, I saw Miss Beer was still unconscious. I didn't know her, so I figured I'd take her to a hotel, get a room, and let her sleep it off." Mo Chen said calmly. "Go on, Mr. Mo." Tong and I nodded. "I drove to a hotel, checked, and brought Miss Beer to the room, and then left." At this point, Mo Chen deliberately flashed a fleeting look of panic. "I didn't do anything to Miss Beer. I never touched her. I wouldn't take advantage of someone in that state. If Tong and Yi Beer hadn't seen the video, Mo Chen's current expression would have made them suspect he had laid a hand on Yi Beer. But they had watched the footage. He truly did nothing. Tong and I began to feel puzzled. She couldn't be mistaken. Mo Chen had indeed shown signs of panic. He was trying desperately to hide something. Combining his words with her analysis, she could only conclude that he had done something to Yi Beer. Yet the video clearly showed nothing. What was going on? The experienced Tong and I found herself bewildered. Mo Chen laughed inwardly. Given Tong and I's skill, she must have concluded he had done something indecent to Yi Beer. You can analyze all you want, but without evidence you can only curse me in your heart or behind my back. Only a genius like me could come up with such a scheme. However, after waiting a long while, Mo Chen received no reward of negative emotional boost from Yi Beer. He was a bit puzzled. Why wasn't Yi Beer reacting? Was it because his acting was too good, and the flaw he revealed went unnoticed by her? Was her professional ability really that poor? Having such a formidable teacher as Tong and she still couldn't see through it. Utterly useless. Mr. Mo, we believe you. Tong and I nodded slightly. Believe me? No, you shouldn't believe me. With my reputation, no beauty ever leaves my hands intact. Why aren't you suspicious? Is my acting skill still not enough? Just as Mo Chen was at a loss for words, Tong and I asked softly, Mr. Mo, after Beer woke up, we found some bloodstains on the sheets. Do you know how they got there? Mo Chen was taken aback again. How did they get there? He had deliberately left those drops while helping Yi Beer detoxify, intending to make her misunderstand. And judging from the negative emotions Yi Beer had shown earlier, the plan had clearly worked. Since Tong and I was asking about it, he might as well keep them in the dark. Oh well. Maybe I got scratched during the fight with those guys. Hey, believe me, I really didn't do anything to Miss Beer. I'm not into unresponsive partners. Mutual consent is what makes it fun. This time, Mo Chen exaggerated his panic. It felt just like someone caught red-handed. His act left Tong and I confused again. She had always been supremely confident in her professional skills. Based on Mo Chen's micro-expressions and behavior, he had not only touched Yi Beer, but that drop of blood might even be something vital to her. But he clearly hadn't done anything. Why was he so panicked? What was he hiding? Was there something in the video she had missed? Thinking this, Tong and I forced herself to recall every detail of the footage. She even regretted not scrutinizing it more carefully. Perhaps she had indeed missed something. Even Yi Beer, with her weaker micro-expression analysis skills, could see Mo Chen's panic. Without the video, she would have been certain Mo Chen had done unspeakable things to her while she was unconscious. At this moment, she felt no negative emotions, only stealing glances at her master, wondering if she had found any. Mr. Mo, we tested the bloodstains and confirmed they belonged to Beer. We also found a large amount of hallucinogenic drugs in the blood and a corresponding wound on Beer's finger. So we believe you didn't do anything improper to her. But I need to know how the blood got there. Tong and I's line of inquiry was finally closing in on the crux of the matter. Tong and I had no intention of letting Mo Chen know about the miniature recorder on Yi Beer. It might prove useful later. Thus, she refrained from mentioning the video she had watched, using only the available facts to steer the conversation toward what she wanted to know. Seeing the anticipation flickering in Tong and I's eyes, Mo Chen chuckled inwardly. Here it comes. He had long guessed the purpose of her visit. She had discovered the wounds on Yi Beer, analyzed the blood, and found it laced with a heavy dose of hallucinogens. It was easy to deduce that Mo Chen had drawn that blood from Yi Beer. How could Tong and I let such miraculous medical skills slip away? She had toiled for years over Tang Rao's illness. However, Mo Chen shook his head with an innocent look. Then I wouldn't know. Maybe I accidentally scratched her finger while placing Miss Beer down. The hallucinogens should be normal, right? She was drugged, so it's bound to show up in tests. Know that small bloodstain contained a massive amount of the drug. If it were just from a cut finger, the concentration wouldn't be so high. At that level, Beer wouldn't have lasted even half an hour before dying. Tong and I shook her head. Then what happened? Mo Chen asked, feigning surprise. Mr. Mo, I'm the one asking questions here. Why are you turning it back on me? Tong and I frowned slightly. I don't know. You're the expert, so I'm asking you. Mo Chen spread his hands. Tong and I fell silent, her eyes fixed on his expression. From his gaze, breathing, and subtle muscle twitches, she soon spotted a flaw. Mo Chen was lying. Even without the video, she could tell from his micro-expressions that he was hiding something. Tong and I understood. His earlier panic and evasion were all about protecting his medical skills. He didn't want to reveal his expertise. Her expression unchanged, she sneered inwardly. Mo Chen was still too green to match wits with her. He thought that without evidence, she could do nothing with mere speculation. But perhaps he didn't know her true strength, beyond micro-expression analysis. Mr. Mo, since you don't know, we won't impose further. If we need your assistance with the investigation later, we hope. Don't worry, ma'am. I'm a model citizen, or it's my duty to help. Feel free to call anytime, I'm free. Mo Chen cut her off, then turned his gaze to Yi Beer. If Miss Beer comes to me personally, I guarantee it'll be available 247. Seeing his lecherous look, Yi Beer felt a surge of anger. The goodwill from his rescue last night was slowly eroding. She shot him a glare, but said nothing. Very well, thank you, Mr. Mo. We'll take our leave. Tong and I signaled Yi Beer, and they headed for the exit. Mo Chen rose with a smile to see them off. Oh, by the way, if it's convenient, Mr. Mo, please add beer as a contact. If I need to ask you anything, I'll have her reach out directly. How about that? Tong and I turned back with a smile. No problem. I'd love to. Mo Chen's face lit up with delight. He quickly pulled out his phone and handed it to Yi Beer. Reluctant as she complied, knowing her master had a reason. After retrieving his phone, Mo Chen leered at Yi Beer. Miss Beer, beyond work, if you have any life troubles, emotional issues, or career setbacks, feel free to call me anytime. They'll be there in a flash. Yi Beer was thoroughly disgusted by his demeanor. He was like a fly spotting a cake, desperate to take a bite. She pocketed her phone without a hint of kindness and strode away. Mr. Mo, farewell. Tong and I flashed a barely perceptible smile and left. The moment they were gone, Mo Chen's grin vanished. This Tong and I was no ordinary person. The original story gave few details about her. But whenever trouble arose, she handled it with ease. Dealing with her would require some cunning. MMR. Mo. Lei Peng's cautious voice came from beside him. What? Mo Chen turned. Should we continue? Lei Peng asked softly. Of course. Let's get back to work. Mo Chen waved and headed for the elevator. Outside, the Tianlong Divine Group building, Yi Beer checked for onlookers and demanded, Master, why did you make me add him? Beer, after talking with him for so long, did you notice anything? Tong and I asked with a smile. Notice? I noticed he's always leering at me, a total pervert. Yi Beer pouted. In truth, I've been watching his micro-expressions, gestures, and tone from the start. This man is no simpleton. Tong and I's expression grew serious. Master, what did you find? Yi Beer perked up with interest. He doesn't want to reveal his medical skills. I'm not sure why yet. Tong and I said. Master, I've been wondering. Since we have the video, why not show it to him? With evidence, how could he deny it? Yi Beer looked puzzled. No, I don't want him to know about the recorder on you yet. We'll need it later. That's also why I had you add him. Tong and I smiled. Master, I don't understand. Yi Beer was bewildered. When he saved you last night, he wasn't so frivolous. Today he's all lecherous looks. Both expressions are genuine, which means one thing, he's truly interested in you. From his expressions, I can tell he really likes you. I don't like him. Yi Beer shook her head quickly. You don't have to. But at least one thing is certain. He won't do anything too drastic to you. So Master needs your help with something. Master, just tell me what to do. Beer, I want you to act as bait and put on a show for Mo Chen. Tong and I gently patted her shoulder. Bait? A show? What do you want me to do? You're not asking me to sell my looks, are you? Yi Beer joked. Well, Tong and I offered a knowing smile. Seeing her master smile, without speaking, Yi Beer felt a shiver of unease. She stammered, Master, you wouldn't really make me seduce Mo Chen, would you? Relax, theoretically Mo Chen won't do anything to you. Even if he tries, it'll appear in time. You just need to expose his expertise in medicine. Well, film it with a third-angle camera and catch him red-handed. Then see how he denies it. Tong and I had already formed a rough plan in her mind. All right, I trust Master won't harm me. Tell me what to do and he'll do it. Yi Beer finally felt at ease. No rush. Let's leave him hanging for 2 days. Remember, in his eyes you are a goddess. When a man pursues a goddess, he's always impatient. You must maintain an aloof demeanor to ignite his desire to conquer. Then to win you over, he'll fulfill your every demand. For now, we need to set the stage and whet his appetite. Tong and I smirked mysteriously and strode forward. Master, why do you seem like a femme fatale? Yi Beer muttered, watching her back. In a private room at a restaurant, Yi Fan calmly regarded Su Rong before him. Hey Master, what brings you to invite me out? Since Su Yiyan left the Su family, Su Rong had been overjoyed. His grandmother Wang Lijuan doted on him excessively. The Su family was now firmly in his grasp. He felt exhilarated. The thrill of a crown prince finally about to ascend the throne after years of waiting. Wang Lijuan had even drafted her will. Su Rong showed her outward respect, but secretly wished for her demise. These past 2 days, as he gradually took over more businesses, he received Yi Fan's invitation for a meal. How could Su Rong afford to offend this second young master of the Yi family? Dining with him was an unparalleled honor. The Mo family was no longer an option. Forging ties with the Yi family would greatly benefit Su Rong's future. Master Su, this meal is nothing special. I just heard the Su family has an outstanding heir and wanted to make your acquaintance. Yi Fan smiled faintly, flattering Su Rong. You flatter me, Master Yi. I'm hardly outstanding. If anyone is outstanding, it's you, Master Yi. Su Rong was elated by the praise. He immediately stood up, pouring wine for Yi Fan while smiling obsequiously. You're too kind, Master Su. I'm sure you've heard about Su Yiyan and me. Yi Fan cut to the chase without further ado. I've heard a thing or two, just baseless rumors. How could our Su family match the Yi family? Besides, Yiyan is that kind of... Su Rong paused mid-sentence, noticing Yi Fan's darkening expression, and nervously stared at him. Yiyan is that kind of what? Yi Fan frowned. Master Yi and Yiyan. Su Rong hesitated. Could the rumors be true? Was Yi Fan really involved with Su Yiyan? If he revealed the truth, would Yi Fan fly into a rage? I'm asking you. Yi Fan's voice grew cold. Well, Su Rong still wavered. Master Su, I hope you'll be honest with me. Yi Fan took the wine bottle from Su Rong and poured a glass for him in return. This gesture thrilled Su Rong, who quickly cupped his hands around the bottle. Master Yi, truth is. Sigh. Heaving a light sigh, Su Rong downed the wine in one gulp. Yi Yin tried to marry into wealth by going after Mo Chen of the Mo family. Not only did she lose herself, but Mo Chen never intended to marry her. He even. Pausing with gritted teeth, he continued. She abandoned her dignity and crawled into Mo Chen's bed, but she failed to please him. He came to the Su family and forced Grandma to kick her out. Slap. Yi Fan slammed his palm on the table, rattling the wine glasses. Master Yi. Su Rong recoiled in fear. Is what you said true? Has Yi Yin been taken by Mo Chen? Yi Fan's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Even after witnessing Su Yin's confession yesterday, he clung to a sliver of hope. Now hearing it from Su Rong, he fully believed it and was utterly disillusioned with her. That fickle woman. She had maintained a flirtatious relationship with him while secretly pursuing Mo Chen all along. She was casting a wide net, hoping to catch whoever she could. Thinking back, the report from his spy in the Mo family about Su Yin being kidnapped was utterly baseless. No, not baseless. It was a twisted game between that slut and Mo Chen. Humph. Su Yin, what did you gain from this? If you had stayed with me, I would have treated you well. But you chose Mo Chen first, and what happened? He saw you as nothing but a toy. He never intended to marry you. Hadn't you heard of his abysmal reputation? Are you clever or foolish? Since your heart and body are no longer pure, they'll have no more feelings for you from now on. Expelled by the Su family, you must hate them deeply, don't you? From this moment, they'll help the Su family grow strong, leaving no place for you. They'll make you regret your choices. One day you'll kneel before me and beg. Seeing Yi Fan's fury escalate, Su Rong was terrified. He quickly interjected, Master Yi, Su Yin has been cast out of the Su family. Whatever she did has nothing to do with us. Grandma has declared she can never set foot in the Su family again. She's completely severed ties with us. Even her parents' hospital bills have been cut off. Yi Fan gradually calmed down. He looked up at Su Rong and suddenly flashed a strange smile. Master Su, did you know? Su Yin is now the vice president of Mo Chen's Tianlong God Group. What? Mo Chen made her vice president. How is that possible? He was just playing with her. Su Rong said in disbelief. Mo Chen might be out of his mind. I've confirmed that he fired Du Hai, the former project investment head, and placed Su Yin in that role. He's given her all the half-year investment projects to handle alone, with no help allowed. Yi Fan continued. She knows nothing about project investment. She never dealt with this at the Su family. Master Yi, I think Mo Chen has truly lost his mind. Su Rong said, then fell into thought. What was Mo Chen's real intention? Mo Chen is undeniably a libertine, but he is no fool. Even if he cared nothing for the family estate and squandered it for his own amusement, there must be a reason. I believe his aim is to elevate Su Yin to great heights, only to dash her down with devastating force. Yi Fan, now fully composed, took a gentle sip of wine and said calmly, Young Master Yi, I still don't quite understand. Even if Su Yin failed to please him, he could simply deny her any opportunities. Without the Su family, she would have no platform to develop. Why would Mo Chen go to such lengths? The twisted psyche of such a man is beyond ordinary comprehension. He has grown weary of women. What he now craves is the torment of the soul. If my guess is correct, his next move will be to help Su Yin take revenge against your Su family. Against our Su family. Yi Fan's words startled Su Rong immensely. If the Mo family wished to destroy the Su family, it would be effortless. Mo Chen could simply lift a finger, and the Su family would be bankrupt within a month or two. If what Yi Fan said proved true, wouldn't the empire he had just gained crumble? Would it fall in just 2 generations? What benefit does destroying our Su family bring to Mo Chen? Su Rong's voice trembled. It offers him no tangible gain, but it serves Su Yin well. In my judgment, Mo Chen will likely not act directly. Instead, he will operate behind the scenes, aiding Su Yin in crushing the Su family herself. After savoring the spectacle of internal strife, he will reclaim everything he gave her. That will be the true torment of the soul. Yi Fan spoke with a calm tone, his eyes fixed on the red wine in his glass as he smiled faintly. That Mo Chen is a sick bastard. Young Master Yi, thanks to your keen insight, you saw through his twisted mind. Could I trouble you to devise a plan? Our Su family has worked so hard to get where we are today. You must help me. Su Rong did not doubt Yi Fan's analysis of Mo Chen for a moment. The reason was simple. The Yi and Mo families had long been at odds, rivals for decades. The Yi family had produced a business prodigy in Yi Tian. Though overshadowed by his brother's brilliance, Yi Fan had built his own successful venture outside the Yi family. In just a year or two, its scale had already surpassed that of the Su family. A man like him could not be far inferior to his brother Yi Tian. If anyone understood the Mo family, it was the Yi family. The analysis from a super genius like Yi Fan could not be wrong. Helping your Su family is not out of the question. Yi Fan's gaze shifted from the wine glass back to Su Rong's face. Young Master, you name your conditions. I, Su Rong, and the entire Su family will obey your commands without question. Su Rong immediately stood up to pledge. First, regardless of the outcome, the Su family must never allow Su Yin to return. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Su Rong couldn't help but shudder. He had once despised Su Yuyan, but now he felt a pang of sympathy. Having offended both Mo Chen and Yi Fan, Su Yuyan would never recover. He quickly nodded in agreement. Second, I will sometimes employ business strategies that may appear to cause losses initially. Those are mere illusions. If you trust me, you must follow my instructions and not be swayed by appearances. The final outcome will surely be favorable. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I have complete faith in your decisions. If you wanted to destroy the Su family, you could do so with a mere snap of your fingers. Your directives are undoubtedly sound. Su Rong pledged once more. Good. I knew the next heir of the Su family was extraordinary. Young Master Su, your future is boundless, perhaps even rivaling mine. Let us stay in close contact and build a stronger bond. Yi Fan smiled, adding a flattering remark. Young Master Yi flatters me. To be close to you is something I earnestly desire. I wish to learn much from you. Should I achieve even modest success one day, I will never forget your guidance. Su Rong's talent for flattery was unmatched. Setting aside his linguistic skill, his thick skin allowed him to say anything. Very well, then it's settled. Oh, and one more thing, if I ever do something excessive to Su Yuyan in the future. Young Master Yi, though she bears the surname Su, there are many Sus in the world. She has no connection to our family anymore. Her fate is none of our concern. Before Yi Fan could finish, Su Rong interjected. Young Master Su, let's drink. Yi Fan, pleased with Su Rong's response, raised his glass. Your health, young Master Yi. Su Rong cupped his glass with both hands, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum. He could already envision the dazzling achievements of the Su family under his leadership, riding the fast track of the Yi family's backing. By early afternoon, Mo Chen had finished handling the departures of all staff. The Tianlong Divine Group now had fewer than half its full-strength workforce. Lei Peng frowned deeply. How could the company function normally like this? So much work was left undone. The dismissals were immediate with no handover, and there was no one to take over. How would the work proceed? Old Lei, why the long face? Mo Chen stretched, lazily glancing sideways at Lei Peng. Young Master Mo, with so few employees, I'm worried the company can't operate. Lei Peng didn't mind Mo Chen's blunt remarks. Oh, you have a point. No one's working right. How did I forget that? Mo Chen tilted his head in thought. Forget? My dear young master, how could you forget something like this? Even if we hire now, it's too late. I thought you had a plan. Right, hiring is too late. You've reminded me. Mo Chen suddenly stood up, looking at Lei Peng. Come, we're going out now. Where to? Lei Peng asked, bewildered. To acquire a company. Mo Chen chuckled and strode out. Acquire a company. Young Master Mo, we were discussing the staff shortage, and now you're jumping to acquisitions. Lei Peng called out anxiously as he followed. In the private dining room, Yi Fan drank, with Su Rong occasionally glancing at messages on his phone. He sneered inwardly. Mo Chen, what the hell are you up to? Firing over half the company's staff. How will your business survive? Don't let me destroy the Mo family before I even lift a finger. A luxury car rampaged recklessly down the road. In the passenger seat, Lei Peng gripped the door handle tightly, his hands trembling. Normally, having the young Master Missouri drive him personally would be a great honor, but at this moment Lei Peng felt nothing of the sort. He only wished the car would stop soon, lest his aging heart leap out of his throat. When the vehicle finally halted before an office building, Lei Peng staggered out of the passenger seat. Dizziness, nausea, and fear overwhelmed him simultaneously. He leaned against a tree, gasping for air. Old Lei, your health is really lacking. You need more tonics and exercise. Don't spend all your time on those beauties' beds. It's bad for you. Mo Chen patted Lei Peng's shoulder with a grin. Lei Peng had no strength to respond, merely glancing sideways at Mo Chen. Internally, he grumbled, me spending time on beauties' beds. Young Master Mo, aren't you the one who's always changing women like clothes? You even brought home Su Yuyan, one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. Who knows what you're doing with her all day? I'd say you're the one who needs more exercise and tonics. Mo Chen laughed heartily and strode toward the office buildings in trance. After a few dry heaves, Lei Peng quickly followed. Young Master Mo, we should be figuring out the group's staffing shortage. Why are you thinking about acquiring companies at a time like this? Once beside Mo Chen, Lei Peng, having recovered slightly, asked in confusion. This is exactly how I'm finding people for the group. Mo Chen replied with a smile. Huh, what do you mean? Lei Peng was baffled. You'll see soon enough, Mo Chen said. Upon entering the lobby, he headed straight for the elevator. This building housed hundreds of companies, but Mo Chen was only interested in 2 of them. The elevator doors opened on the 18th floor, revealing a company sign. Spring Radiance. What kind of company is this? Young Master Mo, how did you find out about such a small firm? Lei Peng asked with a frown. Mo Chen didn't answer, instead stepping into the company. Sir, how can I help you? The receptionist asked with a smile. I'm looking for your boss, Qin Feng, Mo Chen said casually. You mean President Qin? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist inquired. No, Mo Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, sir, but without an appointment. Here is my name. Show it to her. He'll wait, and she has 1 minute to come see me. Before the receptionist could finish, a name card appeared before her eyes. She took it, glanced at the content, and was instantly stunned. Please wait a moment. He'll inform President Qin right away. With a slight bow, the young receptionist clutched the card and scurried off. Lei Peng, watching Mo Chen's smug expression, suddenly understood the young master's purpose. Qin Fong. The name sounded like a girl's, likely a beauty. So Mo Chen was here to chase women again. He hasn't even settled the beauty Sue at home, and he's already eager to pursue the next one. Truly full of energy. But this was too absurd. The company was in shambles, yet he had time to pick up women instead of planning the next move. Poor old Master Mo. The receptionist muttered to herself as she ran. Mo Chen, the young master of the Tianlong Divine Group. Oh my God, why would he come to our tiny company? And he's asking for President Qin by name. Could she have offended him? I've heard Mo Chen is a ruthless playboy. Anyone who crosses him suffers. President Qin, President Qin. At that moment, Qin Fong was frowning at the documents on her desk. Two men with beaming smiles sat before her. President Qin, just agree to either of the two conditions. Otherwise, given your company's debts, it won't end well, one of them said. You know very well why our company ended up like this, and now you're threatening me. Qin Fang's pretty face turned cold as she glared at the two men. Her casually tied hair revealed her fair cheeks and elegantly curved neck. President Qin, Miss Qin, you can eat whatever you want, but you must watch your words. How can you blame us for your company's operational issues? Our boss has always admired you, so upon learning of your predicament, he specially devised these two solutions to help. Why are you so ungrateful? The man opposite remained unruffled, still smiling. If your so-called solutions are truly considerate. Qin Fong snorted coldly, sinking back into thought. Spring Radiance had recently signed a contract involving a sum far beyond the company's capacity, yet the profits were substantial. The other company had a good reputation in the industry, so after consulting with shareholders, Qin Fong decided to take the risk. However, when they submitted orders to their partner factories, all of them claimed they couldn't accept the work, having just taken on several large orders. With the contract signed, and longtime partner factories suddenly occupied, Qin Fong sensed something amiss. If the orders weren't completed on time, they'd face a massive penalty, enough to bankrupt the company several times over. Desperate, she exhausted every means to find new factories, managing to secure a few small ones that could process part of the order. Yet their combined capacity was less than 50% of what was needed. As the delivery date approached, the other company came to urge. Qin Fong honestly explained the situation, hoping for an extension. To her surprise, instead of getting angry, they presented two options. First, they would acquire Spring Radiance at 40% of its total value. Qin Fong could remain as general manager, but all other shareholders would have to leave. Second, they wouldn't acquire the company, and would grant an extension on the sole condition that Qin Fong spend some time with their boss. Hearing these options, Qin Fong understood their true intent. The first was absurd. 40% wouldn't even cover the debts. What they really wanted was the second. This was the toughest moment since she started her business. She now understood what some predecessors had said: for a beautiful woman, success can be both very easy and very hard. If you're willing to lower yourself, success is effortless. If not, your beauty becomes the biggest obstacle on your path to success. Most of the shareholders were her friends, as she couldn't bear to see them suffer losses. President Qin. A female voice at the office door interrupted her thoughts. What is it? Qin Fong raised her head, showing no sign of anger. She knew her employees well. If not for an urgent matter, they would never dare to disturb her. President Qin. The receptionist said, stepping closer and handing over the business card. She whispered in Qin Fang's ear. He said you must come see him within a minute. Him. Qin Fong was startled by the name on the card, her eyes widening as she stared at the receptionist. President Qin, have you made your decision? The deadline is almost. We'll discuss this later. I have an important guest to meet now. Qin Fong had no idea why Mo Chen was seeking her out, but she suddenly felt this might be a chance to save Spring Blossoms. Though she had never met the young master of the Mo family, his reputation preceded him. An important guest. One that warrants such attention from President Qin must be quite distinguished, said the two men, intrigued by her sudden change in demeanor, reluctant to fail their employer. What? Do you two wish to meet my guest as well? Qin Fong said coldly. We wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position, President Qin. It would be a bit awkward, so perhaps it's best you don't meet him for now. Qin Fong tossed out the words icily, then rose and strode swiftly out of the office. You. The two men exchanged awkward glances, surprised that she remained so proud, even in her current predicament. Yet they dared not provoke her recklessly. Should Qin Fong yield and submit, she might become their employer's woman. A few whispered words in the pillow could see them cast aside. As she and her staff departed, the two men exchanged a look and nodded in unison. They followed behind. Within less than a minute, Qin Fong reached the front desk. Spotting a middle-aged man and a young man standing there, she immediately identified Mo Chen. Approaching him with a smile, she said, Young Master Mo, I am. Qin Fong. Mo Chen blurted out. You know me, Young Master Mo? Qin Fong was taken aback, certain they had never met. Yes, I know you, and quite well. I also know the predicament your company is facing. Mo Chen said with profound meaning. Young Master Mo, you. Qin Fong, sharp as she was, found herself at a loss. What did he mean by knowing her well? Could it be that he too had taken a liking to her? What? Am I to stand here and talk? Mo Chen chuckled. No, Young Master Mo, this way, let's talk in the office. Qin Fong gestured with her arm. Mo Chen did not stand on ceremony and led the way. Lei Peng and Qin Fong flanked him closely. The two men from Qin Fang's office happened to cross paths with Mo Chen and his companions. They were strangers to each other. As they passed, the duo turned and trailed behind Qin Fong. In her office, Mo Chen made himself at home, plopping down into her chair. Well, Qin Fong started to speak, but hesitated, her voice trailing off. She stood opposite him as if reporting for duty. The two men followed them in. And these two are... Mo Chen's gaze fell upon them. Please step out. I have an important guest. Qin Fong said, curtly turning to them without introduction. President Qin, your company is about to be acquired by us. Is there anything we shouldn't know? One of them sneered. You're from Blazing Fire Group. Mo Chen casually named their affiliation, startling both men. Who are you? They demanded, their smiles vanishing, faces turning stern. One of you is Feng Du, the other by Shu. Am I wrong? Mo Chen said with a calm smile. Who the hell are you? Horror flickered in their eyes. Enough, take a seat. Your matter will be settled shortly. I have business with her first. Mo Chen's expression hardened, his powerful acting skills unleashing an imposing aura that cowed the two men. They slowly sank onto the sofa, not daring to utter a word. President Qin. Mo Chen's gaze returned to her face. Off. Qin Fong, still shaken by his presence, snapped back to reality. My purpose is simple. I want to acquire your company. Name your price. Mo Chen smiled. What? Qin Fong, Feng Du, and Bai Shu all exclaimed in unison. Was I not clear? Acquire your company. Now, immediately, right away. Name the price. Mo Chen leaned back in the chair, his gaze piercing and direct. See, can I ask why? Qin Fong stammered. Why, oi? Mo Chen sat up straight, locking eyes with her. Simple, I have great faith in you. Work for me, and your future will be boundless. Qin Fang's heart skipped a beat. She felt his words carried a double meaning. Her earlier suspicion was confirmed. Mo Chen must have seen her somewhere and taken a liking to her. It was said he spared no expense in courtship, and it seemed true. Qin Fong wanted to refuse, but thinking of her partners, she knew mishandling this would betray their trust. Yet the thought of being kept filled her with resentment. As she hesitated, Mo Chen spoke again. Sell to me. You name the price, so I want haggle. Would you rather sell to these scheming bastards who take advantage of your plight? Qin Fang's eyes widened in disbelief. So he knew everything. He had likely been waiting for this moment, ready to dangle a tempting offer. Feng Du and Bai Shu were utterly stunned. They sensed this man was no ordinary foe. Though they wanted to argue, his presence crushed their will to speak. Their employer's plan was in jeopardy. I'm waiting for your answer. Mo Chen urged, his eyes fixed on hers. Now, Qin Fong bit her lower lip. I said immediately, right away. His voice brooked no dissent. Qin Fong bit down hard on her pearl-like teeth. She made her decision to save the friends who had trusted her with everything. She would sacrifice herself without hesitation. But when it came to the price, since he said she could name it, and he wouldn't bargain, she would aim high. Twice the company's market value, and... Done, I accept. Mo Chen cut her off with a light tap on the desk. I haven't finished, Qin Fong said, suddenly feeling she had undersold. Twice the market value for a company drowning in debt and on the verge of bankruptcy. Only a fool would agree to that. I'll agree to all your terms as long as you work for me. Mo Chen emphasized. Brother, you're blatantly stealing our business. We were the first. Feng Du could no longer hold back. The other party had started with such a high price. If this continued, how could they possibly fulfill their master's orders? But before he could finish, Bai Shu beside him pressed a hand on his arm. What are you doing? Feng Du turned to look at Bai Shu, only to see the latter gently shake his head. Mo Chen glanced at the two, and seeing them fall silent without further commotion, he paid them no more heed, continuing to gaze into Qin Fang's eyes. Qin Fang's delicate face was already flushed crimson. She was now certain that Mo Chen, this prodigal son, had set his sights on her. To possess her he would spare no expense. She just didn't know if his intentions were genuine or merely a fleeting whim. Yet regardless of which it was, Qin Fong felt that using herself to save her friends from bankruptcy was a worthwhile sacrifice. After a moment's deliberation, she lifted her burning hot little face to meet Mo Chen's gaze. She decided that since she was going to sell herself, she might as well drive a hard bargain. Young Master Mo, I haven't finished stating my conditions. Since you want me, then hear all of them out. The moment Qin Fong spoke, Feng Du and Bai Shu behind her were shocked. Young Master Mo. Who was that? The eldest son of the Mo family, Mo Chen. No way. But in Blue Sea, who else could possess such boldness and wealth, be called Young Master Mo, and intimidate the haughty Qin Fong to such a degree, if not the colossal Mo family? The two exchanged another glance before slowly rising to their feet. They knew that today, no matter what, their master's business was doomed. It was better to report back to their master promptly and await his next move. With that thought, the two scrambled out of the office as if fleeing for their lives. Lei Peng, watching their retreating figures, let out a soft snort. All right, speak. But as I said, I'll agree to any of your conditions. I, Mo Chen, never go back on my word. Mo Chen leaned back in his seat, propping his legs on the desk. Qin Fong bit her lower lip gently. She knew her upcoming demands were somewhat excessive. Even if he desired her, he wouldn't pay such a steep price. After all, no matter how beautiful she was, she still fell short of the four beauties of Blue Sea. Besides, if Mo Chen, the young master, truly wanted to use underhanded tactics against her, could she even escape? She was playing with fire now. Yet for the sake of those who followed her, playing with fire was worth it. Young Master Mo, I will agree to all your demands. My conditions are besides double the market value, retain all employees without layoffs, align their benefits with Tianlong Divine Group, keep all positions unchanged, and additionally, change their contracts to Tianlong Divine Group's, extending the original term by 5 years. Qin Fong was fighting for the last shred of benefits for her loyal friends and employees. Her company had about 100 people, all of whom had followed her startup without regard for pay. Over the past 2 years, they had worked day and night, enduring immense hardship. Their compensation hadn't even reached half the level of other companies. Meanwhile, Tianlong Divine Group's benefits were top tier in the industry, more than 5 times what her Spring Blossoms could offer. If Mo Chen agreed to her demands, it meant he would bear the cost of supporting over 100 people, nearly 1,000 times the expense. Were they worth it? Qin Fong didn't know. She even braced herself for a harsh slap from Mo Chen. She could almost hear him cursing. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're that beautiful? I'm honoring you by wanting you, and you dare to ask for the moon. At worst, she could lower the price later. But Mo Chen's next reaction utterly stunned her. Is that all? He asked with a faint smile. Qin Fong was taken aback. What? Had she asked too little? Fine, I agree to all of it. However, Mo Chen wore a peculiar expression. Qin Fang's face flushed even deeper. She felt certain he was about to make some improper and perverse demand. Though she hadn't witnessed it, she had heard tales of the prodigal son's exploits. Those fellows were all mentally twisted. They often indulged in depraved games, torturing people half to death. So before agreeing to become their plaything, one had to be prepared for suffering. Not only she, but even Lei Peng thought the same. Seeing that Mo Chen was about to shift the topic, Lei Peng tactfully exited the office, closing the door behind him and standing guard outside like a security guard. With only the two of them left in the room, Qin Fong grew even more bashful, her blush spreading from her face to the nape of her neck. She dared not meet Mo Chen's eyes, merely lowering her head, waiting for him to continue. In a little while, take all your employees and pack up. Move to Tianlong Divine Group today. In the coming days, I want everyone to work overtime, hand over all corresponding duties from Tianlong Divine Group, and start working there from now on. Qin Fong looked up in surprise, never expecting Mo Chen to speak of work matters. Could it be that she had overthought things? As for you, Mo Chen gazed at this most capable female supporting character from the original story. He couldn't touch the female lead, but who said he couldn't touch the supporting one? As a proper prodigal son, he couldn't exactly have no outlet for his urges, could he? If he hadn't come to take over Qin Fang's company, Yi Fan would have made his move soon. Then Qin Fong would become one of Yi Fan's most formidable lieutenants. She wasn't the female lead, but her abilities were no less impressive. Given the opportunity and authority, she could save him a great deal of effort and work. Besides, there was another point: undeniably, she was a beauty, the most outstanding one aside from the main heroines. Should he let such a beauty slip away and leave her for that brat Yi Fan? Young Master Mou. Qin Fong looked at his burning gaze, feeling like a little lamb bound at all 4 hooves, facing a ravenous wolf that hadn't eaten in 3 days. I need a secretary right now. You'll temporarily serve as mine. Mo Chen valued Qin Fang's capabilities, believing she could handle many matters efficiently. However, as Mo Chen, he had the advantage of omniscience. Qin Fong, on the other hand, did not. She didn't think the secretary position Mo Chen offered was truly about work. There was a saying, when there's work, the secretary works, when there's none. No matter how resentful she felt inside, the deal was already struck. Since Mo Chen had no objections, what more could she say? She could only nod, slightly resigned to her fate. Seeing Qin Fong nod, Mo Chen stood up with great satisfaction. Notify all employees right now to pack up today and move everyone to Tianlong God Group before the end of the workday. Coordinate the specifics with Lei Peng. Lei Peng. Qin Fong was also well acquainted with the name of Tianlong God Group's general manager. Yet she had never laid eyes on this manager's true visage. After all, could an ordinary person become the general manager of Tianlong God? He's the one outside the door. Mo Chen chuckled. Qin Fong never imagined that the esteemed general manager of Tianlong God Group would act like an errand boy before Mo Chen. She simply couldn't see how that obsequious figure could be such a lofty personage. All right, go notify all employees now and come back here in 5 minutes. I have other matters for you. Mo Chen flashed another sinister smile. Qin Fong hurriedly turned and ran out, her heart already pounding with unease. Other matters for me? Could he possibly intend to? In the company, in my office? At this moment, Qin Fong felt as if caught between ice and fire. On one hand, she was exhilarated that the company had weathered this crisis. On the other, she worried about her own future. Leaving the office, she gave Lei Peng an awkward smile before departing. Watching Qin Fang's crimson neck, Lei Peng sighed inwardly. Young Master Mo truly stopped at nothing for women. He turned and entered the office. Old Lei, why did you suddenly run out just now? Bladder acting up. Kidneys failing with age. Mo Chen could needle the general manager without restraint, knowing the old fox was cursing him inwardly. The more Lei Peng cursed, the happier Mo Chen became. Ahem, young Master Mo, you were just about to discuss serious matters, and I thought it inappropriate to listen in. Lei Peng rolled his eyes. As expected of someone who fought alongside my father to build our empire. Truly perceptive. Mo Chen praised. Hey, you flatter me, young master. Lei Peng rolled his eyes again. Just as they were speaking, the rapid click-clack of high heels sounded from the doorway. Qin Fong, who had just left, returned. Less than half a minute. Quite fast. Mo Chen offered a heartfelt compliment. Young master Mo, could we sign the contract first? Qin Fong hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. What? Worried I won't keep my word. Mo Chen smiled. No, I trust you, but. No problem. Have your company's legal counsel draft the contract now. Old Lei. Mo Chen's gaze fell on Lei Peng. Young master Mo, is this what you need? Lei Peng smiled obsequiously as he pulled out the official seal of Tianlong God Group from his pocket. Oh, well done, old Lei. My father truly had good judgment. Mo Chen's grin grew even wider. Hey, you flatter me, young master. Lei Peng continued to smile ingratiatingly. Why are you still standing there? Go. Seeing Qin Fong frozen in place, Mo Chen glared and urged her. Yes, I'm going now. Qin Fong dashed out of the office once more. An hour later in Qin Fang's office, the acquisition contract was signed. Qin Fang's suspended heart finally settled. When she informed the company's shareholders and employees of this news, everyone was stunned. Tianlong God Group was the dream workplace for 90% of Blue Sea City's workforce. They couldn't fathom how, as mere staff of a small company called Spring Blossoms, they had suddenly become employees of Tianlong God Group. Wasn't the interview process at Tianlong God Group notoriously difficult? Initially, upon hearing this news, most of Spring Blossom staff suspected it was a placating tactic following the acquisition. But when they learned they could renew their contracts, their doubts dissipated. Soon a rumor spread among the employees packing their belongings. It claimed that their favorable treatment was solely because their boss Qin Fong had acquiesced to the humiliating demands of Mo Chen, the young master of Tianlong God Group. Qin Fong had become Mo Chen's personal private secretary. The implications of this so-called private secretary were obvious to all. The entire company, once jubilant, now grew somber. While they felt fortunate to have such a boss, they harbored contempt for their new boss, Mo Chen. The negative emotions of over 100 people accumulated into the total sum, an unexpected windfall for Mo Chen. After arranging everything, Qin Fong returned to Mo Chen, awaiting his next instructions. Old Lei, both of you come with me to the 21st floor. Mo Chen rose from his seat and led the way out of the office. The 21st floor. Qin Fong was surprised, as she had expected Mo Chen to make advances toward her next. Hearing they were heading to another floor, she instinctively glanced at Lei Peng. Lei Peng also wore a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the arrangement. The elevator soon stopped at the 21st floor. The doors opened, revealing four large characters: Azure Sea and Sky. Young Master Mo, you're not planning to acquire another company, are you? Lei Peng asked instinctively. Qin Fong had some dealings with this company, but wasn't particularly familiar with it. She knew the boss, a woman named Yang Shui, who was about her age. The difference was that Qin Fong had built her business from scratch with investments from friends as shareholders, while Yang Shui was a minor second-generation rich kid, growing her enterprise slowly with family funding and connections. In terms of scale, Azure Sea and Sky was considerably larger than Spring Blossoms, with 300 employees. Its reach spanned handicrafts, textiles, tech products, and more, a vast range, and every sector was thriving. Such a flourishing company likely had no major debt issues. How could Mo Chen acquire it? And why would he want to? Could it be for Yang Shui? Qin Fong had met Yang Shui a few times, and had to admit the woman was highly capable, no less in talent or diligence than herself. Most importantly, in terms of looks, they were evenly matched. If Mo Chen was willing to go to such lengths for her Qin Fong, he might use the same tactics to pursue Yang Shui. But Qin Fong stole a glance at Mo Chen. Taking over Azure Sea and Sky would cost far more than acquiring her Spring Blossoms. Sir, may I ask whom you're looking for? The young receptionist stood up, smiling at Mo Chen. Looking for your boss, Yang Shui, Mo Chen replied. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist's tone was identical to that of Qin Fang's company's front desk. Mo Chen smiled, faintly pointing back at Qin Fong. Do you recognize her? Her. That's President Qin of Spring Blossoms. The receptionist quickly identified Qin Fong. Qin Fong was startled. Why had Mo Chen suddenly brought her up? Exactly. Does she need an appointment to see your President Yang? Mo Chen asked with a smile. Please hold on, let me make a call. The receptionist picked up the desk phone and dialed a number. Moments later, she hung up and said to Mo Chen and Qin Fong, President Yang says to let President Qin in, as she happens to have something to discuss with her. Thank you. Mo Chen shot Qin Fong a follow-me look and strode inside. Qin Fong suddenly had an intuition. She felt Mo Chen might be about to sell her off. Before the door to Yang Shui's office, Mo Chen and his two companions halted. At that moment, the door swung open and Yang Shui was escorting a guest out. Upon seeing Qin Fong, she nodded with a smile in greeting. Qin Fong somewhat awkwardly gave a slight nod in return. President Yang, please consider that matter further and give me your reply as soon as possible, the guest said to Yang Shui with a chuckle. After speaking, his gaze casually swept over Qin Fong, Mo Chen, and the others. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before he turned and departed. After seeing the guest off, Yang Shui turned to Qin Fong. President Qin, you've come at the right time. I was planning to look for you these past couple of days. And these two gentlemen are... He is... Before Qin Fong could finish, Mo Chen interjected, a friend and also a partner. Oh, I see. Please come in, Yang said, leading the way into the office. Have a seat. Qin Fong hesitated, stealing a glance at Mo Chen's eyes. In her current role as Mo Chen's secretary, it would be improper to sit before her boss had given permission. Mo Chen settled onto the sofa and said to Qin Fong with a smile, Fong, come sit beside me. Fong. Qin Fang's brow twitched violently. Wasn't this form of address far too intimate? Using it in front of Yang Shui would surely expose the private relationship between her and Mo Chen. Bah! What private relationship did she have with Mo Chen? Even if there was one in the future, it hadn't happened yet. Qin Fang's face flushed. She stole another glance at Yang Shui, who seemed preoccupied with some worry, paying no heed to Mo Chen's words. Perhaps she thought that as Qin Fang's friend, using the nickname Fong was nothing significant. Qin Fong breathed a sigh of relief and obediently sat down beside Mo Chen. Lei Peng, however, remained standing by the sofa. President Qin, may I ask what brings you here? Yang Shui, having just snapped out of a momentary daze, asked Qin Fong. Well, Qin Fong turned her head to look at Mo Chen again. But Mo Chen merely smiled and didn't say a word, leaving Qin Fong in a dilemma. If he wouldn't speak, what was she supposed to do? After a pause, Qin Fong asked instead, President Yang, let's put my business aside for a moment. You just said you were planning to find me. Is there something you need? President Qin, I've heard that your company recently landed a huge order with substantial profits. Is that true? Yang Shui asked after a brief hesitation. Yes, Qin Fong nodded with some difficulty. Then it'll be direct. I've run into some trouble lately. When my company expanded, I brought in many shareholders. Now for some reason they all intend to sell off their shares. I've heard my rival company has approached them and offered an exorbitant price. You know, this company is my life's work. I can't bear to see it fall into outsiders' hands. But I simply don't have enough liquid capital to buy back those shares. Seeing Yang Shui's troubled expression, Qin Fong realized she might be facing a similar predicament. Could it be that Yang Shui was planning to ask her to invest in the buyout? President Qin, how about this? I'll contribute some capital myself, and your company contributes as well. We'll form a new company which will then acquire the shares from my shareholders. This way you retain control of the entire company, and on this basis you can achieve deep cooperation with Fong Fang's company for mutual benefit. Mo Chen suddenly interjected. Yes. Since this gentleman is a shareholder in President Qin's company, we can discuss this matter together, Yang Shui said, nodding at Mo Chen. Fong, what do you think? Mo Chen didn't answer directly, but turned to ask Qin Fong. Well, Qin Fong was at a loss. Why are you asking me? My own company has been merged by you, and now I'm just a secretary. Is it really up to me to decide whether something is feasible? What do you think? After a moment's thought, she tossed the question back to Mo Chen. Hey, you're the boss. It's your call. Mo Chen threw it back again. My call. Qin Fong felt like cursing. My call. What if I say something and you disagree? Wouldn't my words be as useless as a fart? Suddenly struck by an idea, she turned to Yang Shui and asked, President Yang, how much capital would be needed to buy out your shareholders' stakes? And what percentage of shares do they hold in total? They hold 51% in total. As for the capital, it might be several hundred million. Yang Shui bit her lower lip lightly. Several hundred million. Qin Fong was taken aback. Even if she hadn't been set up and this order had succeeded, the profit wouldn't have been that high. There was no way she could come up with several hundred million. Faced with such an astronomical figure, she stole another glance at Mo Chen. Mo Chen curled his lip. Only a few hundred million. He had thought it would cost a lot more. This time, he didn't wait for Qin Fong to speak. Instead, he addressed Yang Shui directly. President Yang, can you be certain that if we come up with the money, those shareholders will agree to sell? Well, Yang Shui's face showed hesitation. She couldn't be sure. Judging by the shareholders' reactions, it wasn't simply a matter of monetary temptation. They were most likely also under personal threat. If that were the case, no amount of money might persuade them to transfer their shares. Mo Chen chuckled inwardly. Yang Shui's company Blue Sea and Azure Sky would face a period of relentless trials in the near future. At the critical moment, she would receive a capital injection from Yi Fan, which would propel her company to ever greater heights. From Mo Chen's perspective, he couldn't afford to wait that long. He needed the personnel from both companies to fill the ranks of the Divine Dragon Group. Miss Yang, I have a proposal. Would you like to hear it? Mo Chen suddenly wore a sly grin. Leaning back into the sofa, he casually wrapped an arm around Qin Fang's slender waist. Startled by Mo Chen's sudden move, Qin Fang's entire body tensed up. Yang Shui furrowed her brow slightly. She had already discerned that this man's relationship with Qin Fong was far from ordinary. Even more, she could see that Qin Fong seemed to be in great awe of him. A flicker of fear in her heart, she said in a low voice, Please go ahead, sir. Miss Yang, I hear you're a trust fund kid. The foundation of this company was laid by your parents, wasn't it? Mo Chen asked with a smile. That's right. I've never hidden that fact, nor do I think it's anything to be ashamed of. What are you getting at, sir? Yang Shui asked, frowning. They haven't been in the best of health lately, have they? I'd wager it's because their own company has run into some trouble, causing them undue worry. Mo Chen continued with a smile. That's not true. My parents are in excellent health and their company is doing just fine. Miss Young, I hope you can be honest with me. If their company had no problems, why would you need to find outsiders to help you buy back your shares? Am I right? Mo Chen's piercing gaze sent a chill down Yang Shue's spine. After locking eyes with Mo Chen for a few seconds, Yang Shue finally yielded. She nodded gently and said, as expected of a friend of President Qin, your judgment is truly sharp. Indeed, they have also encountered some troubles, so I have a proposal. How about I acquire your entire company? That means not only the shares held by your shareholders, but also you yourself. Mo Chen interrupted Yang Shue. What do you mean? Yang Shue was taken aback. It means that from now on you Yang Shue Miss Yang will work for me. But I can guarantee that you will achieve greater success than running your own company. How about it? Mo Chen said with a smile. No, that's impossible. This company is my life's work. I don't care about making a lot of money, I just want to build my own career. And Yang Shue suddenly calmed down. And do you know how much capital it would take to acquire my entire company? With the strength of your Chuni Ongran company, can you afford it? You can rest assured on that point, Miss Yang. I can definitely offer you a satisfactory price. Additionally, I guarantee to take over all the employees in your company and their salaries, regardless of position, will be tripled. As Mo Chen spoke, he moved his palm back and forth on Qin Fang's slender and soft waist. Qin Fang's face was flushed red, and her whole body was stiff, not daring to move. She barely registered what Mo Chen and Yang Shue had just said. Although she knew that Mo Chen would not let her off sooner or later, when it actually came to this moment, she felt utterly uncomfortable from the inside out. President Qin, is this also your intention? Yang Shue's face showed a hint of anger. She stared intently into Qin Fang's eyes. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Qin Fang didn't react immediately. She glanced awkwardly at Mo Chen, then slowly lowered her head without a direct response. Yang Shue's pupils contracted sharply. She sensed that something was wrong. She had met Qin Fang a few times before, and she had always been a decisive and resolute person. How could she now show such hesitation? Who was that man? His identity was definitely not simple. Fang is my woman, so naturally everything follows my wishes. Miss Yang, now I want to hear your decision. Mo Chen pressed on relentlessly, giving Yang Shue no chance to catch her breath. No, absolutely not. I will never sell my life's work. Feeling overwhelmed by his pressure, Yang Shue suddenly stood up, her voice rising significantly. By the way, your parents' company is called Tongfei, right? Mo Chen stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. What? What do you mean? Yang Shue had a bad feeling. Old Lei, Mo Chen tilted his head. Young master, I'll make the call right now. Without waiting for Mo Chen's instructions, Lei Peng pulled out his phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, the call connected. Me. Within 1 minute, find out all the partners of Tongfei Company. Within 5 minutes, cut off all supplies to this company. Gather all creditors and send lawyer letters simultaneously. Also inform the head of Tongfei Company that all this is happening because their daughter Yang Shue offended someone she shouldn't have. While on the phone, Lei Peng's demeanor completely changed from his attitude towards Mo Chen, becoming shrewd and sinister. After hanging up, he immediately switched back to that flattering smile and said to Mo Chen, "Young master, is my arrangement acceptable?" Mo Chen gave him a thumbs up. Old Lei was truly impressive in the books he had read, and now seeing him in action, that feeling grew even stronger. What kind of act are you putting on for me here? With your capabilities, even if Tongfei Company encountered difficulties, you wouldn't be able to touch it. Yang Shue watched Mo Chen and Lei Peng's performance and suddenly felt like laughing. It was too fake, way too fake. Who did they think they were? The Mo family or the Yi family? Cutting off all supplies. That joke was too much. Miss Yang, don't be so hasty. If you receive any bad news about Tongfei Company later, don't get too nervous. Just bow your head and beg me. If my heart softens, there might still be room for a turnaround. Mo Chen's face was full of an evil, sinister smile. Qin Fang, standing nearby, couldn't help but tremble all over. She never expected that Mo Chen would go to such lengths just to get a woman. This demon, whoever offended him, would definitely not have a good ending. From this perspective, her own choice was still the right one. He had been relatively polite to her. Beg you. Yang Shue was so angry she laughed. All her previous elegance vanished in an instant. She said indignantly, "I don't care who you are or what your status is, but dreaming of me begging you is out of the question. Also, no matter what tricks you play, I will never sell this company. Just give up. Miss Yang, don't be so absolute. What if something unexpected happens?" Mo Chen said calmly. "There will be no accident." Yang Shue said angrily. "Alright, since you're so adamant now, I've decided that if you need me to change my mind later, a simple request won't work anymore. Unless you beg me to let you become my woman." Mo Chen said with a sinister smile. Qin Fang sighed inwardly. Alas, this playboy, Mo Chen, just as I expected, will stop at nothing to get a woman. Coercion and bribery, there's nothing he won't resort to. Are you crazy? Yang Shue was about to go mad with anger. What kind of nonsense was this? A man barges into her company, and after just a few words he wants to ruin her parents' company, and then wants her to beg to be his woman. Was he a patient who escaped from some mental hospital? I'm not crazy, but if you don't change your mind, your parents might be driven crazy with worry. For the sake of their health, you need to learn to be a filial daughter. Mo Chen said in a meaningful tone. Get out. You are not welcome here. Now immediately right this moment get out of here. Yang Shui pointed at the office door and flew into a rage. Qin Fang's face was completely red. She lowered her head, and since Mo Chen didn't move, she didn't dare to move either. Faced with Yang Shui's outburst, she could only pretend not to hear. You? Security. Security. Yang Shui grabbed the phone on the desk, muttering the word security as her fingers pressed the buttons. Just then her mobile phone on the table suddenly rang. The sudden sound startled Yang Shui. The word, Mom, displayed on the screen filled her with an inexplicable fear. No way. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. She grabbed the phone and pressed the answer button with trembling fingers. Xiao Shui. All our partners just notified us that they are canceling their cooperation with us. The suppliers also said they are cutting off our supplies. And many people are coming to our door demanding payment. Someone just informed me that it's because you offended someone you shouldn't have. Xiao Shui, who exactly did you offend? Your father is so angry he's about to have an attack. Yang Shui, who had been so confident just a second ago, now turned stiff all over. The phone in her hand slipped and fell instantly. Shui, Shui. Her mother's voice kept calling out from the phone. At this moment Yang Shui's mind was buzzing. Her terrified gaze fell on Mo Chen. She stammered, Who exactly are you? Mo Chen smiled faintly and glanced at Qin Fang beside him. He is the eldest young master of the Mo family, Mo Chen. Qin Fang's entire body trembled under Mo Chen's gaze as she spoke to Yang Shui. The Mo family. Mo Chen. Hearing this name, Yang Shui felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Although she was not part of the top-tier social circle, she was well acquainted with the elite families. Especially the Mo family and the Yi family. Such colossal powers in Blue Sea City that even a slight move from them could shake the economy. Doing business in Blue Sea City, one could hardly bypass these two families. Each of these families had a notoriously famous young master, Mo Chen of the Mo family and Yi Tian of the Yi family. Yi Tian was renowned for his humility and capability, while Mo Chen was infamous for his cunning and ruthlessness. It was said that anyone Mo Chen set his sights on would inevitably fall. Any woman he desired would eventually come into his possession. He had no moral boundaries whatsoever. If you refused to comply, he would resort to every means possible to oppress you, never stopping until he achieved his goal. For years Yang Shui had been cautious, careful not to stand out too much. She feared offending a villain like Mo Chen. But she never expected that Mo Chen would eventually come for her. She didn't even know how Mo Chen had learned of her existence. Seeing Qin Fang's demeanor now, it was clear she too had been coerced by Mo Chen. Shui, what's wrong? Is something happening there? Don't scare your mother. With the family in such a state now, if anything happens to you, Her mother's voice kept coming through the receiver. Yang Shui slowly picked up the phone and pressed it to her ear. Mom, don't worry, I'm not. Before she could finish, she heard her mother's startled cry from the phone. Along with the scream, there was the sound of breaking glass and the clamor of many people shouting. Amidst the noise, she could vaguely make out the word, payback. Mom, are you okay? What's happening at home? Yang Shui's heart tightened as she cried out anxiously. Shui, don't come home for now. Oh, don't come back. The families. Don't worry about things at home for now, don't. Her mother's fragmented cries faded away, replaced by the continuous beeping of a disconnected call. Mom. Yang Shui called out a few more times in panic. She hastily redialed the number, but there was no answer. Mom, you can't be in trouble. I'm coming home right now, she muttered to herself as she hurriedly tried to leave the office. After taking just 2 steps, she heard Qin Fang's voice. President Yang, going back now won't do any good. Yang Shui's footsteps halted abruptly. Her slender fair neck turned slowly, as if mechanical. She fixed her gaze on Mo Chen and gritted her teeth. Mo Chen. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? I'm calling the police right now. Miss Yang, please go ahead, but consider the consequences. Your parents' company is facing a business cooperation issue, or what they're dealing with is a debt problem. How exactly would the police handle that? Perhaps if the police get involved, things might even worsen. Mo Chen's tone was full of menace. Yang Shui held up her phone, her fingers stiff, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to dial the emergency number. What exactly do you want? She asked through clenched teeth. Miss Yang, you're young, but your memory is so poor. Have you already forgotten what I just said? However, I won't repeat myself. I'll give you 10 seconds to think it over. Mo Chen's acting skills were on full display once again. He portrayed the image of a wicked young master with perfect authenticity. He felt that by now both Qin Fang and Yang Shui must have reached the peak of negative emotions toward him. He wondered how many rewards this round would earn him. But since the system hadn't given him any rewards, yet he had to keep working hard. Don't waste your efforts. No matter how vicious your methods, I will never. 654. I will never be manipulated by a petty scoundrel like you. 321. Time's up. Mo Chen glanced at the time. He stood up with a smile and said, Miss Yang, your time is up. Since you refuse to agree, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. With that, he exerted force with his arm, pulled Qin Fang's slender waist, and began walking toward the door. His unusual behavior stunned Yang Shui at first, then a tremendous sense of fear rose within her. No. How could Mo Chen leave so easily? The more a demon refrains from showing its ferocity, the more terrifying its actions are bound to be. Suddenly Yang Shui recalled a rumor the son of Deputy Director Zhang of the police station had offended Mo Chen and was later beaten severely with the culprit never found. The rumor didn't directly point to Mo Chen, but everyone could tell he was behind it. If he could be so ruthless even to the son of a police station deputy director, what couldn't he do? The more Yang Shui thought about it, the more frightened she became. Seeing Mo Chen already at the door, she finally couldn't help but want to surrender. Qin Fang's gaze never left Yang Shui. She empathized with the other woman's plight. She felt that once Mo Chen stepped out of this office, the Yang family's fate would inevitably become utterly tragic. What should she do? An idea flashed through Qin Fang's mind. Mo Chen hadn't yet possessed her. If she offered a small suggestion at this moment, perhaps Mo Chen would agree. With that thought, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and gently tugged at Mo Chen's arm. What's wrong? Mo Chen turned to look at her with confusion. Young Master Mo, perhaps we could give Miss Yang another 2 minutes to think it over. She might just need a little more time to prepare herself mentally. I believe she can see reason. Qin Fang spoke tremblingly. Mo Chen's face darkened. Qin Fang, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to question my words? Qin Fang shuddered and quickly shook her head. Young Master Mo, I'm not questioning you. I just think Miss Yang was startled by what happened at home and hasn't come around yet, so what? I've given her 2 chances. Since she refuses, I naturally won't force her. Mo Chen always act on the principle of voluntariness and winning people over with virtue. Are you trying to break my rules? Absolutely not, absolutely not. Young Master Mo, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Qin Fang dared not continue. She too had a family. If Mo Chen later targeted her family, she couldn't bear to imagine. Miss Yang, go home early and spend time with your parents. Oh, by the way, you have a younger brother, don't you? Spend more time with them. Who knows, maybe someday. Mo Chen stopped mid-sentence, let out a cold laugh, and continued walking out the door. And there's also a younger brother. Yang Shui's blood ran cold. This demon Mo Chen was threatening her using her family. She had no way out now. Just as Mo Chen was about to step out of the office, Yang Shui steeled herself and called out, wait. Mo Chen halted. He turned around and looked at her with keen interest. Aye. Yang Shui was momentarily at a loss for words. Miss Yang, do you have something to say? My time is precious. If you have nothing to say, I have other very important matters to attend to. Mo Chen emphasized the words, very important. Yang Shui felt a chill run down her spine. What exactly do you want from me? Yang Shui bit her lower lip and asked. I don't want to repeat myself. Mo Chen's voice was icy. Could you please ask President Lei and Miss Qin to step out? I want to speak with young Master Mo alone. Yang Shui had made an important decision in her heart. Fine. Mo Chen nodded casually and said to Lei Peng and Qin Fang. You two go out first. Guard the door and don't let anyone in. Yes, young Master Mo. Lei Peng acknowledged. He and Qin Fang left the office and closed the door. Miss Yang, please speak your mind. Mo Chen smiled meaningfully. Yang Shui stared intently into Mo Chen's eyes. She took a few deep breaths, then, as if summoning immense courage, took 2 steps forward until she was a meter away from Mo Chen. Her hands trembling slightly, she moved them to her collar and began unbuttoning. 1 button, 2 buttons. In less than a minute, Yang Shui's top slipped to the floor. Mo Chen watched with a smile. Only when her flawless jade-like body was fully exposed before him did he show a hint of confusion and ask, Miss Yang, what are you doing? Yang Shui was furious inside. What was she doing? Isn't this what you wanted? Do I have to spell it out for you? Seeing that Mo Chen made no move, Yang Shui finally forced herself to speak. Young Master Mo, I'll give you what you want right here. I just hope you'll spare my family afterward. Are you begging me? Mo Chen asked with a smirk. Yes, young Master Mo. No matter what happened, it's all my fault. Punish me, but not my family. I beg you to let them go. At this moment, Yang Shui had cast aside all her pride. Before Mo Chen, she was now completely exposed inside and out with not a shred of dignity left. Miss Yang, will make an exception and repeat myself. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't take it. Then what did I say? You need to beg me to let you become my woman. Forgotten already. Mo Chen sneered, his gaze roving unbridled over Yang Shui's exquisite figure. Young Master Mo, you have countless women by your side. You'll surely tire of them all quickly, won't you? Even if you keep me by your side, you'll soon grow bored. What you want, I'm offering it to you right here, right now. What? Forget it. Since Miss Yang doesn't understand, I'll take my leave. Take care not to catch a cold. Mo Chen snorted, cutting her off, and turned to leave. Young Master Mo. Yang Shui knew this demon wouldn't be so easily appeased. She called out anxiously, I don't understand. Can you tell me what you truly want? You're clever. That's the right question. They'll tell you plainly, I want not only you, but also your entire company and all its employees. From now on, you will be my personal assistant. Qin Fang is already my secretary. You two will be at my beck and call at all times. Mo Chen's smile was sinister and eerie. Yang Shui sensed a perverse obsession in his words. She and Qin Fang to be at his disposal at all times. From now on, she would be reduced to Mo Chen's plaything and slave. How unwilling she was. But even with her unwillingness, what could she do? After a few seconds, Yang Shui's psychological defenses finally crumbled completely. 2 streams of tears slid slowly down her cheeks. She closed her eyes and nodded forcefully. Fine, I agree. No, Miss Yang, you're mistaken. It's not that you agree, it's that you beg me. Mo Chen's words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the last vestiges of Yang Shue's pride. Young Master Mo, I beg you. I want to be your woman. Please take me and my company. After uttering these words, Yang Shui completely broke down in tears. Mo Chen stepped forward, now less than half a meter from Yang Shui. Kneel. Panic flickered in Yang Shue's eyes. After exchanging a glance with Mo Chen, her legs slowly began to bend. Outside the office door, Qin Fong was anxious. She looked at Lei Peng beside her, hesitated for a moment, and then asked softly, President Lei, has young Master Mo always been like this? Miss Qin, what do you mean by like this? Lei Peng asked with a grin. Just so ruthless. Lei Peng finished her sentence. Qin Fong nodded slightly. Young Master Mo, well, he stops at nothing to achieve his goals. Ruthlessness is just one of his methods. You'll come to understand gradually. Oh, and Miss Qin, don't be too afraid. Young Master Mo never hits women, and as long as you go along with his wishes, he won't treat you badly. Lei Peng's words carried a veiled warning for Qin Fong. But I heard that young Master Mo will use every means to force the women he fancies to submit, and he especially enjoys playing perverse games. As soon as she said this, Qin Fong regretted it. What was her relationship with Lei Peng? They had only just met. How long had Lei Peng been with Mo Chen? How could she say such things in front of him? If Lei Peng passed her words on to Mo Chen, wouldn't she be? Seeing the regret on Qin Fang's face, Lei Peng chuckled. Miss Qin, rest assured. I'm loyal to young Master Mo. He'll definitely take care of anything that harms his interests. But trivial matters, especially those between men and women, I can't be bothered with. As for what you mentioned, I can only say you'll have to experience it yourself. You can't believe everything you hear. Yes, thank you for the advice, President Lei. Qin Fang's heart, which had been in her throat, finally eased a little. But Lei Peng thought to himself, indeed, you can't believe everything you hear. Sometimes reality is even more frightening than the rumors. Oh, Miss Qin, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Seeing Qin Fang's pitiful state, Lei Peng's heart stirred, and he lowered his voice. Please go ahead, President Lei. Qin Fong said. Don't be fooled by young Master Mo's demeanor. He is extremely demanding when it comes to work. When you get to Tianlong Divine Group, he will definitely assign you a huge workload. You must work hard and be very careful to make as few mistakes as possible. Otherwise, he will be furious and the consequences will be severe. Alright, I understand. Thank you, President Lei. Qin Fong never expected that a spoiled rich kid like Mo Chen could also be such a rigorous workaholic. It seemed quite inconsistent with his persona. After chatting with Lei Peng for a while, Qin Fang's guard was lowered. She took the opportunity to ask Lei Peng about the work procedures and precautions at Tianlong Divine Group. Lei Peng generously explained everything to her. After an unknown amount of time, the office door creaked open. Mo Chen walked out first, followed by Yang Shui, who was now fully dressed, but kept her head deeply bowed. Young Master Mo. Seeing Mo Chen emerge, Qin Fong and Lei Peng immediately took the initiative to greet him. I've already reached an agreement with Miss Yang. Old Lei, you'll sign the contract with Miss Yang shortly. Just like Qin Fang's company, before all employees must report to our Tianlong Divine Group for the handover within today. Furthermore, Mo Chen said, glancing back at Yang Shui before continuing to Lei Peng, handle the troubles of the Yang family. Yes, young Master Mo. Lei Peng nodded. As cunning as he was upon hearing Mo Chen's command, he inadvertently swept a glance at Yang Shui's face. The latter blushed deeply, her head bowed in silence, evidently having just experienced something. Imagining the long time they had spent in the room, Lei Peng chuckled inwardly. Young Master Mo, indeed, always the same. Nearly an hour later, Mo Chen, along with Lei Peng, Qin Fong, and Yang Shui returned to the Tianlong Divine Group. The combined employees of Qin Fang's and Yang Shui's companies exceeded 500. Although this still fell short of the vacancies created by Mo Chen's mass firings, these individuals possessed exceptional work capabilities. In their former small enterprises with meager compensation, each could handle the workload of two. Now, with such a multiplied increase in benefits, wouldn't every one of them give their utmost? As for the remaining vacancies, they could simply continue recruiting. Old Lei, go ahead and handle the onboarding procedures. I still have matters to discuss with these two. Back in his office, Mo Chen lounged back into his seat with a casual air. Yes, young Master Mo. Lei Peng exited the office, closing the door behind him. The room was left with only Mo Chen and the two girls, their hearts filled with trepidation. Let me reintroduce you. Qin Fong, starting today, you are my private secretary. Of course, besides serving as my secretary, you will have many other tasks. Yang Shui, from today onward, you are my private assistant. Like Qin Fong, aside from being an assistant, I will assign you other duties as well. Throughout the entire group, you two are to take orders only from me and report all matters solely to me. Understood? Mo Chen's gaze shifted between the two women. Yes, young Master Mo, I understand. Qin Fong immediately nodded. Yang Shui, however, harbored some ambiguity towards Mo Chen's phrase, other duties. She involuntarily recalled what had transpired in her own office earlier. At this moment, she felt that Qin Fong must have endured the same experience. Qin Fong nodded without the slightest hesitation. What other choice did she have? After a moment's hesitation, Yang Shui also nodded, saying, I understand, young Master Mo. By the way, I recently conducted a massive layoff at Tianlong Divine Group. We may be shorthanded for a while. With the addition of employees from both your companies, we can barely manage for a time, but we still need to continue recruiting. Coincidentally, the position of HR manager is vacant. Xiao Shui, you will concurrently serve as HR manager. Xiao Fang, you will act as administration manager. They'll have Old Lei issue the appointments shortly. Mo Chen continued addressing them. Neither of them expected Mo Chen to entrust them with such critical departments directly. Did he not realize that the two women who had been coerced might betray him at any moment? The workload when you ran your own startups was far heavier than this. Can't you handle this much? Mo Chen frowned. No, it's not that. Qin Fang quickly shook her head. I'm just a bit surprised. Yang Shui also shook her head. Surprised that I would entrust you with important roles. Do your jobs well, and your future prospects will be far greater than now. Also, from now on, both of you are considered shareholders of my Tianlong Divine Group. I will allocate a portion of shares to you. Mo Chen dropped another bombshell. Qin Fang and Yang Shui were so stunned that their mouths fell open, unable to speak. They had heard before that Mo Chen would stop at nothing to pursue women, but this was too audacious. Moreover, they had already been coerced into surrendering their dignity, submitting to Mo Chen's whims. Why would he still treat them this way? What game was Mo Chen playing? You look like you don't believe me. Mo Chen smiled faintly. It's fine. I've already instructed Old Lei. He'll take you to sign the contracts later. Young Master Mo, may I ask a question? Qin Fang finally couldn't hold back. Speak. Why? Why would you, young Master Mo, entrust me with such responsibility? We've only just met. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Mo Chen naturally had no reason to give. But as a villain, no reason was reason enough. No, I don't need an explanation. I just don't understand. Qin Fang quickly lowered her head. Very well, I'll give you a reason then. It's simple, I've taken a liking to you both. Because you're beautiful and capable, and I don't want any other man to touch you. How about that? Mo Chen smirked wickedly. Qin Fang and Yang Shui both bowed their heads. His words were far too blunt. He might as well have said outright that he was keeping them, though they had never heard of any rich second generation doing it this way. Mo Chen's thinking was indeed unconventional. All right, off you go. Find Old Lei to handle the rest. Also, when I call for you, you must come at once. Understood. Understood. Qin Fang and Yang Shui replied in unison. The implication of that statement was even more obvious. Wasn't the ultimate purpose of Mo Chen taking them in precisely this? Watching their retreating figures, Mo Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. He had already secured the two most promising female supporting characters. This effectively severed Yi Fan's future right-hand aides. By granting them high positions and shares coupled with the threat he held over them, using both carrot and stick, they would surely serve him diligently. And by occasionally teasing them to reap negative emotional rewards, it was simply perfect. Just as he was planning his next move to further dismantle Yi Fan's allies, a ringing phone interrupted his thoughts. Why is the old man calling again? Has the Lan family agreed so quickly? Mo Chen glanced at the name on the screen, pondered briefly, and pressed the answer button. Son, I've already negotiated with the Lan family. Tomorrow at the Baihui Immortal Restaurant, our two families will officially meet. You'll meet Miss Lan as well. Dress sharply tomorrow, don't disgrace the Mo family. Mo Shizhan's excited voice came through the receiver. All right, I got it. Don't worry, old man. He'll definitely win over that Lan girl. She can't escape my grasp. Mo Chen boasted arrogantly. Son, don't brag too much. That Lan Binding of the Lan family has extremely high standards and has studied abroad in multiple countries. To be blunt, even though this is a political marriage, I hope you can truly capture her heart, so your married life can be happier. Mo Shizhong did not hide his thoughts from Mo Chen. Mo Chen nodded. I know it's fine by me. As long as I can marry a top-tier beauty to keep me company, I'm good. Don't worry, I won't mess this up. After hanging up, Mo Chen chuckled to himself mockingly. No matter what method he used, Lan Binding would never like him. Because that Miss Lan had long heard of his reputation as a playboy, Mo Chen the Casanova. Dealing with her would require some special tactics. In the twilight, Su Yuyin, clutching a dozen project proposals, arrived at Mo Chen's office with slightly reddened eyes. Young Master Mo, she began timidly. What? Have you finished the 100 documents today? Mo Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, these are the projects I selected today. Su Yuyin nodded and placed the proposals on Mo Chen's desk. Done so quickly without even working overtime. Miss Su, your work efficiency is impressive. Mo Chen praised sincerely. You flatter me, young Master Mo. Su Yuyin rubbed her weary eyes. It seems you can handle a bit more, Miss Su. How about starting with 150 documents a day from tomorrow? Mo Chen said half-jokingly as he picked up the proposals from the desk. Oh. Su Yuyin was startled. She had barely managed to finish the 100 documents by pushing herself to the limit. Adding 50 more would mean she wouldn't get any sleep at night. These 5 are acceptable. The rest are no good. Mo Chen flipped through each proposal for only a few pages before selecting a few. Young Master Mo, I carefully analyzed those others. They are actually feasible because I don't need to explain myself to you. If you want to know why, go back and review them yourself. if you have the energy. Mo Chen stood up and stretched. Su Yuyin bit her lower lip. From the speed at which Mo Chen had flipped through the proposals, it was clear he hadn't examined them closely. He was likely making choices based purely on whim. Su Yuyin had initially wanted to engineer projects that would cause losses for Tianlong Divine Group. But now she was eager to achieve results to prove herself to others, to show that Su Yuyin was not a useless ornament. So she wanted to argue further with Mo Chen about the remaining proposals. Seeing her hesitate, Mo Chen could easily guess what she was thinking. He sneered, "Miss Su, are you dissatisfied with my decision?" Su Yuyin was taken aback at first, then nodded firmly yes. "Very well. Tonight go back and thoroughly review the proposals I rejected. Then come up with a reasonable justification and convince me tomorrow. If you can persuade me, they'll pass. If not, never question my decisions again." "Understood." Mo Chen snorted coldly. "Fine. It's a deal." Su Yuyin refused to back down. Even though she felt that no matter how reasonable her arguments were, Mo Chen could find excuses to dismiss them, she still wanted to challenge him. "If there's nothing else, let's go home." Mo Chen strode toward the door, his tone as if he were speaking to his own wife. Due to her recent change in mindset, Su Yuyin had largely stopped caring about Mo Chen's attitude. She gathered the rejected proposals in her arms and followed behind him. Just as they exited the office, they ran into Qin Fong and Yang Shui approaching. "Young Master Mo," the two said in unison. "Is everything taken care of?" Mo Chen asked. "Yes, young Master Mo, all done," they nodded. Their eyes instinctively fell on Su Yuyin behind Mo Chen. Although Su Yuyin didn't know them, they were somewhat familiar with her. After all, as one of the four beauties of Blue Sea, she attracted attention not only from men, but also from women. "Yuyin, let me introduce you. Qin Fong, my personal secretary and administrative manager. Yang Shui, my personal assistant and HR manager." Then Mo Chen pointed at Su Yuyin. Su Yuyin, now the vice president of Tianlong Divine, in charge of project investments. "Get to know each other. You'll likely need to collaborate on many tasks in the future." "Hello, Miss Su." Qin Fong and Yang Shui nodded slightly at Su Yuyin. They exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Mo Chen had already brought Su Yuyin, one of the four beauties of Blue Sea, to his side. So why had he gone to such great lengths to coerce them? And judging by Mo Chen's attitude, he didn't seem to care if Su Yuyin was jealous. Could it be that he wasn't serious about Miss Su, either just playing around? Su Yuyin was also puzzled by these two stunningly beautiful women. Mo Chen rarely came to the company, so where had these personal secretary and assistant suddenly come from? "Over the next few days, settle your former employees. They'll assign you tasks later." "All right, we're heading home." With a casual remark, Mo Chen continued forward with Su Yuyin. The two women watched his retreating figure, pondering his words. "We're heading home." Was Su Yuyin already living with him? Could she be the woman he intended to marry? No way. Bringing both his wife and his mistress to work together. Mo Chen had no scruples at all. Exiting the building, Mo Chen and Su Yuyin got into the sports car. Just as he was about to start the engine, a top-tier blue luxury car suddenly blocked their path. Who's so blind? Mo Chen got out of the car, and the door of the blue luxury car opened as well. A long-haired beauty in sportswear stepped out from the driver's seat. Mo Chen immediately noticed her most striking feature. Long legs, damn really long, and perfectly shaped. Even without seeing her face, he knew she must be a stunning beauty. Still, even a stunning beauty wouldn't earn his respect. Just as he was about to curse, she walked toward him. New heroine detected lawn binding. The system timely prompted in Mo Chen's mind. Lawn binding. Coming to find me early. This is interesting. A sly smile curled on Mo Chen's face. "Are you young Master Mo?" Lawn binding approached him step by step. Her expression was calm, her red lips parted, and her voice was melodious. "That's me," Mo Chen replied with a nod and a smile. "I am. Lawn binding, Miss Lawn, right?" Before she could continue, Mo Chen interrupted her. "You know me?" Lawn binding was surprised. "One of the four beauties of Blue Sea. I may not have met you in person, but I've seen you on TV. Mo Chen laughed. "Since you know me, you'll cut to the chase. Your reputation precedes you, but to be honest, I don't like you, and I have no interest in a blind date or an engagement." Miss Lawn were on the same page. Mo Chen interrupted her again. "You?" Lawn binding had prepared countless persuasive speeches before coming. Having her first sentence immediately agreed with left her somewhat unsettled. "Forget the engagement, we could go straight to marriage," Mo Chen added, causing Lawn binding's heart to sink. She glanced at the passenger seat of Mo Chen's car and chuckled lightly. "Young Master Mo, if you marry me, where would that leave Miss Su over there?" "Her." Mo Chen turned to glance at Su Yuyin, then looked back with a grin. "She can be the concubine." "Be a concubine?" The corners of Lawn binding's mouth uncontrollably twitched a couple of times. This Mo Chen was utterly devoid of decency. He actually had the audacity to suggest right in front of her that another woman become his concubine. The problem was that other woman was still present. He truly didn't take her seriously at all. The reason Lawn binding disagreed, aside from not knowing or liking Mo Chen, was that she often heard various negative rumors about him. A profligate young master like Mo Chen, who only knew how to indulge in pleasure and lazed about all day without learning a thing, would squander even the greatest family fortune sooner or later. In comparison, the number of women around him wasn't really her main concern. Who would entrust their lifelong happiness to a man who showed no ambition and only knew how to chase women? Especially after meeting Mo Chen, Lan Binding became even more steadfast in her decision to refuse. Before anything had even happened, Mo Chen had already uttered such words in front of two women. If they were truly together, the consequences would be unimaginable, wouldn't they? The disdain in Lan Binding's eyes grew increasingly pronounced. Detected target Lan Binding, generating a large amount of negative emotions. Host receives rewards 1 point each for physique strength, energy, and business acumen, 2 points for inherited medicine, 2 points for mixed martial arts, 3 points for damage resistance, 3 points for alcohol tolerance. Mo Chen received the system's rewards in his mind. Just as he was secretly laughing to himself, the system's voice came again. Detected target Su Yuyan, generating negative emotions. Host receives rewards 1 point for reaction speed, 2 points for business acumen, 2 points for inherited medicine, 1 point for facial expression and psychological analysis ability. Is this what they call killing two birds with one stone? Mo Chen stole a glance at Su Yuyan, whose face was full of resentment, and a smile crept onto his lips as he muttered to himself. What did you say? Lan Binding looked at Mo Chen's strange expression as she vaguely heard him say something like, one stone, but couldn't quite catch the exact words. I was just asking Miss Lan what you think of my proposal. Mo Chen looked at her with a beaming smile. Young Master Mo, I am discussing serious matters with you. I hope you won't joke with me like this. Lan Binding's face hardened, though she was certain that what Mo Chen had just whispered was not those words. But since he wouldn't tell the truth, she saw no need to press the matter. After all, her only purpose in coming to see Mo Chen was to make the arranged marriage clear. All right. Miss Lan is far too rigid, you can't even take a joke. Marrying someone as dull as you would probably make life very dreary. So what suggestions do you have, Miss Lan? Mo Chen still wore a calm smile, his words continuing to stir up negative emotions in Lan Binding. However, Lan Binding didn't react at all to Mo Chen's assessment of her as dull and life with her as dreary. If what Mo Chen said and thought were true, it would actually be a good thing. Young Master Mo, I know this arranged meeting was set up by both our families. We can't stop tomorrow's blind date event, but we can influence the final outcome. As long as we both clearly show coldness and dissatisfaction toward each other after meeting tomorrow and reject all our parents' demands, things won't be able to proceed from there. What do you think? Miss Lan, do you really think that will work? Let me remind you, this marriage they decided on isn't because we've reached a marriageable age. It's a political marriage. Do you think it matters whether we have feelings for each other? Mo Chen let out a light laugh. Of course I know it's a political marriage, but if we both strongly oppose it and make it impossible to proceed, they can't exactly hold a knife to our throats to force us, can they? Lan Binding clearly didn't think the matter was that serious. Mo Chen shook his head and smiled. Miss Lan, you're still thinking too simply. They might not hold a knife to your throat, but what if they hold a knife to their own throats to force you? What can you do then? This. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Lan Binding fell into deep thought. Yes, what if her parents used self-harm as a threat? After a moment of reflection, she came back to her senses, her voice tinged with hesitation. They shouldn't go that far. As long as young Master Mo is willing to do as I say. I don't care whether they go that far or not. But why should I do as you say? What benefit is there in that for me? Mo Chen looked back at her with a half-smile. Didn't you just say I'm boring and dull, that living with me would be dreary? Do you actually want that kind of life? Lan Binding was taken aback for a moment, then frowned as she asked. Of course not. However, I have a rather peculiar personality. I don't like others telling me what to do. If they do, I get very annoyed, and I might even do the opposite. I didn't. Lan Binding instinctively tried to explain, but Mo Chen cut her off. Besides that, I usually don't do things that have no benefit to me. So what do you want? Lan Binding took a deep breath. Young Master Mo, I need to explain. I came to you today not to boss you around, but to ask you to cooperate with me in putting on a show that benefits both of us. As for benefits, you can name them. If I can do it, I will do my best to satisfy you. Miss Lan has probably heard of my reputation. I have no other vice but lust. You've seen Miss Sue in the car. She's already mine now. Maybe one day when I get tired of her, I'll kick her out. No beautiful woman stays by my side for long. So, detected target Su Yuyan, generating negative emotions. Host receives rewards 2 points for inherited medicine, 2 points for alcohol tolerance, 3 points for mixed martial arts. The muscles on Mo Chen's face uncontrollably twitched into a smile again. He seemed to have found the key to farming Su Yuyan's negative emotions. Impossible. Unless I meet someone I truly love, I won't let anyone touch me. Lan Binding read the implication in Mo Chen's words and said angrily. Detected target Lan Binding, generating negative emotions. Host receives rewards 2 points for physique, 2 points for reaction speed, 2 points for acting skills. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Mo Chen's smile grew even wider. What are you laughing at? Don't even think about this. Not only is it impossible for me to marry you, but even if I eventually do, I will never let you touch me. And young Master Mo, you should think carefully. If you really marry me, I will watch you every moment. Once you have any close relationship with another woman, I will make it public. Then you'll lose your reputation, and all your family property will be taken by me. Consider carefully whether that's worth it. Lan Bining's mind grew increasingly calm, and she quickly found a reason that could effectively counter Mo Chen. Aren't you a lecher? At home you can't touch me, and outside you can't touch other women. Is this the life you want? HSS. Mo Chen's face contorted in alarm. Miss Lan, now that you've explained it this way, it does make sense. So marrying you would be no different than becoming a monk. Seeing Mo Chen's expression and hearing his words, Lan Bining finally exhaled in relief. A faint smile graced her lips as she said, since young Master Mo has grasped this point, so clearly will you then cooperate with me? Fine, very well. For the sake of both my happiness and my brother's, I'll help you. But, since I'm doing this for Miss Lan, surely you owe me some compensation. You? Don't rush to protest. I haven't even specified what I want yet. Then what exactly do you mean? What kind of compensation do you demand? Very well. I'll waive the compensation altogether. Yet as heir to the Mo clan, I must preserve my dignity. Simply grant me one condition, and I shall render you this favor. Mo Chen's eyes flickered shrewdly. He had devised an excellent scheme. Name your condition. From this moment onward, I require Miss Lan to refrain from dating any man, or even entertaining rumors, for the next year. Moreover, you must avoid all non-professional contact with men, especially members of the Yi clan. Can you abide by this, Miss Lan? What absurd demand is this? Whether or not I date someone is none of your concern. And why single out the Yi clan? The reason is simple. Our matchmaking meeting, and its failure, will soon spread across Lanhai City. If you begin courting someone else shortly thereafter, where shall I, Mo Chen, hold my head high? I'm helping you. Surely you can at least maintain appearances showing others you're simply uninterested in romance rather than having rejected me outright. Do you understand? And the Yi clan? Surely the relationship between the Yi and Mo clans requires no elaboration from me. If you reject me today, and tomorrow are seen together with the Yi clansmen, where then shall the Mo clan's honor reside? Where shall my dignity stand? Mo Chen lightly slapped his own cheeks twice. Lan Bining froze. A strange, reluctant logic seemed to shimmer beneath his words. After all, it was only a year. She doubted she'd find someone she truly liked so easily. It hardly mattered. She hadn't engaged with any man in years. The stipulation in truth changed nothing. She nodded. Very well, I accept your terms. I trust Miss Lan's word. But let me remind you, you've heard whispers of what kind of man Mo Chen is. Should you break this vow, my retribution will know no bounds. Mo Chen's expression hardened into something fierce. A tremor ran through Lan Bining's chest. Gritting her teeth, she gave a sharp nod. Rest assured, Lan Bining honors every promise she makes. You need not threaten me in such a manner. Then we shall meet again tomorrow. His demeanor shifted instantly, back to easy, playful charm. With a casual wave, he turned and climbed into his car. Lan Bining watched the luxury vehicle vanish into the distance, momentarily dazed. How swiftly Mo Chen's moods changed. Moments later, she vigorously shook her head, dispelling the lingering unease. All things considered, despite minor turbulence, her objective had been achieved. Tonight called for celebration, with friends. This renowned beauty among Lanhai's four graces withdrew her phone dialing as she walked back to her car. Su Yuyin sat beside Mo Chen in the front passenger seat, her gaze heavy with quiet resentment. She had heard every word he exchanged with Lan Bining. Clearly he'd meant for her to hear. Especially those two lines, she's already mine, and you'll be the junior wife. Though those words stirred deep resentment within her, curiosity burned even brighter. How peculiar. Mo Chen had never laid a hand on her. Why fabricate such a lie to Lan Bining? Could it be to provoke her jealousy? Or was he subtly signaling to Lan Bining that a man like him was unfit for her? Suspicious. On the surface, Lan Bining sought Mo Chen's counsel to decline the engagement, but in truth Mo Chen was maneuvering behind the scenes to ensure it happened. He likely had no intention whatsoever of marrying Lan Bining. Yet wasn't his public reputation that of a notorious philanderer? Faced with Lan Bining, one of Lanhai's four graces, why refuse? And this was a political marriage, beneficial both publicly and privately. He ought to have accepted it gladly. Unless Mo Chen already loved another. Su Yuyin's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. Could it be, just as she'd once speculated, that he truly harbored feelings for her? Why do you keep staring at me? Mo Chen quickly noticed her dazed, fixed gaze. Su Yuyin faltered, speechless. Miss Su, could it be you've fallen for me? Mo Chen tossed his head back, deliberately flashing his most charismatic profile. Not at all. Su Yuyin turned sharply away. Though she sensed Mo Chen wasn't truly malicious, that didn't mean she'd fall for him. No matter. Living side by side day after day, affection inevitably blooms. I only fear you'll grow so deeply enamored that you'll willingly accept junior status. Mo Chen never missed an opportunity to harvest negative emotions. Target: Su Yuyin detected strong negative emotion. Host awarded stamina 1, A reaction speed 1, A acting skill 1, traditional medicine knowledge 2. As predicted, her resentment surged immediately after his remark. Dream on. I'd sooner love anyone else than you. Su Yuyin retorted, gazing out the window. Don't speak so rashly. You'll only embarrass yourself later. Mo Chen burst into laughter. Love you? Only if lightning strikes on a clear day. Crack. Before Su Yuyin could finish, a blinding bolt of lightning split the cloudless sky, followed instantly by a deafening thunderclap. Miss Su, did you just swear an oath? Mo Chen glanced upward, barely containing his amusement. Su Yuyin stood utterly frozen, stunned by the celestial thunder. Could it truly be that uncanny? She swallowed hard, burying her face in her chest, silent. Oaths, never utter them lightly. They have a way of fulfilling themselves. Su Yuyin murmured inwardly. Never swear carelessly. Oaths have a habit of coming true. Mo Chen chuckled, glancing sidelong at her with a grin. You? Su Yuyin flinched anew. Did Mo Chen possess mind-reading abilities? How else could he know her thoughts? Or was it merely coincidence? What about me? You look so startled. Did you think the same thing? Then truly our hearts resonate in perfect harmony. Mo Chen continued, teasing, her voice laced with playful provocation. Su Yuyin stared at him for several breaths, then turned away without a word. After a long silence, she lowered her head, speaking softly, not only to Mo Chen, but to herself. Young Master Mo, I, Su Yuyin, will never fall in love with you. No, I will never love anyone, not for the rest of my life. Target: Su Yuyin generated intense negative emotion. Host awarded acting skill 2, business acumen 2, traditional medicine knowledge 2, alcohol tolerance 2. Mo Chen cast a sidelong glance, taking in Su Yuyin's disheartened expression. The system had indeed thrown him a difficult challenge. To accumulate negative emotions, he had to magnify his worst traits, targeting and striking them at every turn. Afterward, he still had to turn their fortunes around. An almost impossible task. Mo Chen no longer held much hope for that reversal. With negative emotions maxed out and rewards secured, he would deal with the future when it came. Miss Su, why are you telling me this? I never expected you to fall in love with me, or even like me. Let me make it clear, don't think that being one of the Blue Sea 4 beauties makes you something special. I've seen plenty of stunning women, Mo Chen has. Otherwise, why do you think I haven't touched you at all? Mo Chen planned to seize this opportunity to keep farming rewards. Su Yuyin was stunned by his words, her mind buzzing. She stared at him in bewilderment. Spare me your narcissism from now on. Focus on the work I've assigned you. That's probably the only thing you're still useful for. If you can't even handle that, you'll be utterly worthless to me. To put it bluntly, you'd be trash. And you know how trash is disposed of, don't you, Miss Su? I hope I never have to treat you like trash. Mo Chen's face turned icy as he locked eyes with Su Yuyin. His acting skills flared once more. The bone-chilling coldness in his voice made her shiver. She instinctively shrank back into her seat, putting some distance between herself and Mo Chen. At that moment, she felt that everything before had been an illusion. Mo Chen still harbored resentment toward her. Everything he did was merely using her. Perhaps his unique insight had recognized her extraordinary abilities. So was she just a work robot to him? The warmth that had begun to grow in Su Yuyin's heart was utterly extinguished. She decided that from today onward, she would transform into nothing but a tool, a robot solely for work. Protect her parents, take revenge on the Su family, and then she might as well work herself to death. Detected target: Su Yuyin, generating negative emotions. Host receives rewards: strength 1, stamina 1, reaction speed 1, acting 1, business insight 2. Mo Chen heard the system's reward notification in his mind, but this time, he wasn't too thrilled. The sight of the female lead Su Yuyin, her lonely, frail figure, an expression of utter detachment, stirred a flicker of pity in him. In the original storyline, she was a kind and pitiable character. Since arriving in this book, he had done nothing but threaten and berate her. Even he felt her experience was too oppressive. He realized he needed to control his methods and intensity when farming negative emotions in the future. If he pushed her too far, and she ended up suicidal again, that would be disastrous. Hesitating briefly, Mo Chen made a sharp turn, changing their destination. Su Yuyin was slightly surprised, but didn't ask questions. After all, Mo Chen never cared about her wishes. The car soon stopped in front of a hot pot restaurant. I'm craving hot pot today. Miss Su, you don't mind joining me for a meal, do you? Mo Chen said as he pushed open the car door. Su Yuyin's heart stirred at the sight of the restaurant sign. This was her favorite place. But no one knew that. The place was too small, not the kind of establishment someone of her status should frequent. She had only been here twice. Most of the time, when she felt down, she would recall the taste of this place in her mind. It brought her some comfort. Did Mo Chen bring her here because he knew, or was it just coincidence? Su Yuyin tossed her files into the car and got out. The restaurant was bustling. When the owner and customers saw a luxury car pull up and a handsome couple step out, they were all stunned. They wondered the food here was indeed good, but was it good enough to attract people in luxury cars? This way, please. The owner hurried over, smiling as he led them to a relatively quiet spot. Once they were seated, the owner handed the menu to Su Yuyin. Miss, what would you like to order? Su Yuyin hesitated, not reaching for the menu. As a mere accessory, she didn't know if making a decision without permission would provoke Mo Chen's anger. He'll take it. Mo Chen reached out and took the menu. Seeing their dynamic, the owner sighed inwardly. Wealthy people indeed. Such a beautiful girlfriend, and she dared not speak loudly before him. The power of money was truly unmatched. Beef brisket, beef balls with cheese, enoki mushrooms, bone marrow. Mo Chen ordered a large selection of hot pot ingredients. Su Yian's heart skipped a beat. These seemed to be exactly what she had ordered on her previous 2 visits. Another coincidence. Well, probably. These were common hot pot staples. Your signature spiced ribs, boneless, sour spicy chicken feet, and your house-made fried, dried tofu skin. Mo Chen then listed several more side dishes. The owner was stunned. He studied Mo Chen carefully and asked curiously, "Sir, have you been here before?" "No, why?" Mo Chen countered. "Oh, nothing, it's just that usually only returning customers know about these dishes. I always recommend them when taking orders, and many people think it's unnecessary for a hot pot place to have them, but 90% of customers order them directly next time. Given your style and demeanor, I'd definitely remember if you'd been here, so." The owner explained with a chuckle. "Oh, a friend of mine came before." Mo Chen said casually. "By the way, did your friend mention our squid and tofu skin?" "Skip that, she doesn't like it." Before the owner could finish, Mo Chen waved him off. The owner glanced at Su Yian, but he didn't recognize this strikingly elegant beauty either. He smiled and nodded before heading to the kitchen to prepare the order. Su Yian was utterly stunned. Both times she had come before, she had been in disguise. The first time the owner recommended those dishes, and she ordered them all. The second time she declined the squid and tofu skin because she didn't like it. No one in the world knew about this except herself. How did Mo Chen know? Facing Su Yian's unwavering gaze, Mo Chen suddenly realized he might have revealed too much. He cleared his throat and said, "Miss Su staring at me like that. Are you suddenly thinking him too handsome and developing feelings?" "Didn't I tell you?" "How do you know?" Su Yian suddenly asked. "Know what?" Mo Chen asked with a puzzled expression. "Know what I like to eat and know what dish I dislike." Su Yian stared intently at Mo Chen's eyes and his expression. "I don't know. A friend came to eat here and recommended these dishes. Is there a problem?" "Miss Su, you don't actually think I investigated you, do you? Then you're overthinking it. You need to drop that narcissistic habit." Mo Chen frowned, his tone laced with disdain. "Then how did you know about the dish I dislike?" Su Yian found no flaw in Mo Chen's expression, yet she still couldn't believe him. If the hot pot ingredients were mere coincidence, and the side dishes could also be excused as such, how could he so readily name the dish she disliked? That was simply beyond explanation. "My friend said that dish was average and none of the women he knew liked it. Based on his conclusion, women just don't enjoy it. So I didn't order it. Is there a problem?" Mo Chen retorted. Su Yian turned her head and scanned the restaurant. The proportion of female customers was quite high. Almost every one of them had a plate of cuttlefish and dried tofu, and they seemed to be enjoying it immensely. Mo Chen's excuse didn't quite hold water. She turned back without pressing further. She knew that if Mo Chen didn't want to talk about something, no amount of questioning would pry it out of him. "Sir, would you like any drinks?" the waiter asked Mo Chen as he set the dishes on the table. "Do you have a drink called sparkling lemon?" Mo Chen looked up and asked. "Yes, sir," the waiter nodded. "That'll do. I've heard girls like it." Mo Chen emphasized the word heard. Su Yian's heart skipped a beat again. That drink was indeed her favorite. Heard. Hot, definitely suspicious. The dishes arrived quickly, and the clear broth hot pot on the table had already come to a boil. Mo Chen, naturally unconcerned, rolled up his sleeves and dug in. Su Yian, on the other hand, ate with her head down very delicately. While the two of them were enjoying hot pot, Lan Binding had already gathered a few close girlfriends and headed to a bar to celebrate. "Xiao Ning, did you really come to an agreement with that good for-nothing from the Mo family? I've heard he's quite lecherous. You're one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. Do you really think he'll let you off that easily? I think you need to be extra careful. He might still have some other trick up his sleeve." "Oh, but I have an idea. If Xiao Ning finds a man she likes ahead of time and makes it a done deal, then even if Mo Chen has any schemes, he won't be able to do anything." Lan Binding's girlfriends chattered around her, offering advice. The whole thing left her dizzy. She shook her head with a wry smile and said, "Find a man I like. Is that so easy? The man I like needs to be handsome, talented, witty, humorous, mature, and steady. Not one of these can be missing. Family background doesn't matter much. I'd rather admire someone who has his own abilities and doesn't rely on his family for everything." "What you just described, I think I see him." One of the girlfriends suddenly muttered, her gaze going blank. "You see him? Where?" The other girls followed her gaze. Soon their focus locked onto a man in the center of the bar, handsome, refined, and completely absorbed in playing the piano. "You don't mean that pianist, do you? His skills aren't bad, but how can you tell he meets all of Xiao Ning's requirements?" "No way. You don't even know him." "Who is he?" Yi Fan, the second son of the Yi family in Blue Sea City." "The second son of the Yi family? He doesn't seem very famous. I've only heard of Yi Tian. I heard the Yi family is entirely propped up by that eldest son Yi Tian. Yi Fan seems pretty useless, doesn't he?" "You're so out of the loop. Yi Fan just returned from studying abroad not long ago. He's very low-key, and he started his own business right after coming back without any help from his family. I met him at a business cocktail party." A big shot in the business world asked some sharp questions to test the second-generation heirs of wealthy families. Of the dozen or so people there, only he answered them all. "Handsome and talented. He's absolutely perfect." "Really? Could you even get into a Yi family cocktail party?" "You're just bragging, right?" "Well, I was dating a rich second-generation guy at the time, and he took me in. We've broken up now." Xiaoning, do you believe what Xiaolin said? Xiaoning. A girl sitting next to Lan Binding called her twice before she snapped back to reality. Huh? What? No, Xiaoning, have you taken a fancy to that Yi Fan? Why are you staring at him so intently? No, it's nothing. Actually, I know him. Lan Binding gave an awkward smile. You know him? Are you close? Is it like what Xiaolin said? Tell us all about it. The girls perked up at Lan Binding's mention of knowing Yi Fan and crowded around to ask. Actually, we're not that close. Like Xiaolin, I met him at a cocktail party. I've seen him 3 or 4 times, and we've only spoken once. He is indeed talented, and I think he meets most of the other criteria, but I've never really interacted with him. Ladies, let Big Brother buy you a drink. Before Lan Binding could finish, a man's voice suddenly reached their ears. They turned to see 2 young men holding up their glasses and smiling at them. Not far behind them, 5 or 6 other men were watching and cheering them on. Sorry, we don't drink with strangers. Thank you, the girl named Xiaolin replied with a polite smile. Don't be so cold, sis. Since you're at a bar, drop the act. Everyone here knows what they're after. You know I'm up to no good, and I know you're just pretending to be reserved. Have a drink with us, and then we'll take you somewhere fun. We'll cover all the expenses. What do you say? The man in front smiled at Xiaolin, then quickly shifted his gaze to Lan Binding, the most beautiful girl at the table. His eyes lit up. His heart itched with desire. Damn, in all his years he had never seen a beauty like this. If he could take her home for the night, he'd gladly be hacked to death the next day. Sorry, we're just having a small gathering among friends. Lan Binding and the others lost their smiles, their faces turning stern. Are you dissing us? Are you really dissing us? Let me make this clear, we're sleeping with you tonight whether you like it or not. Be good, and we'll be gentle. If not. He slammed his glass on the table, revealing a large green dragon tattoo on his forearm. The dragon's eyes stared directly at Lan Binding and her friends, instantly frightening the girls into shrinking back. Excuse me, what's going on here? A warm, gentle male voice suddenly rang out. Kid, what business is it of yours? The tattooed man turned back, casting a contemptuous sneer at the handsome guy before him. Gentlemen, since these ladies aren't interested in drinking with you, don't force the issue, all right? The man still wore a smile, his words calm and indifferent, yet his eyes suddenly gleamed with sharpness. Lan Binding and her friends were all stunned. Yi Fan. They couldn't help but glance toward the center of the bar. The piano was indeed empty. Hadn't they just heard his piano playing? How could he have moved so fast? And Yi Fan looked pretty cool now. Kid'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight, or else. The tattooed man raised 3 fingers, glaring menacingly at Yi Fan. 3 seconds. No need, 1 second is enough. Yi Fan sneered, his arms suddenly flashing. In an instant he tightly gripped the tattooed man's 3 fingers. Then came a cracking sound of bone breaking, and all 3 fingers were snapped at once. You damn bastard. Get him. The tattooed man screamed in agony. But he was tough, refusing to beg for mercy, instead ordering his companions to attack Yi Fan. The others didn't hesitate, surrounding Yi Fan and throwing punches simultaneously. The bar echoed with screams. After a dozen seconds, all the men who had attacked Yi Fan lay on the ground, groaning in pain. They'll give you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, or else. Yi Fan's voice was icy as he addressed them. They trembled all over. Without a second thought, they scrambled to their feet and fled without daring to look back. Such incidents were common in the bar. Apart from patrons keeping their distance during the scuffle, they resumed their cheerful chatter as soon as it was over. A bunch of scum. Yi Fan watched until their figures disappeared, then turned back with a light snort. Ladies, are you all right? His expression had shifted to one of refined elegance. The girls felt a refreshing breeze. Yi Fan, you're Yi Fan. One of them exclaimed softly. He looked incredibly handsome playing the piano, even more so when fighting. Up close, his charm was almost overwhelming. Lan Binding's eyes flickered. She genuinely admired Yi Fan. The second young master of the Yi family met all her expectations for a partner, especially the quality she hadn't voiced, his sense of justice. You know me. Yi Fan smiled, his gaze sweeping over all the girls. When it passed Lan Binding, he didn't pause at all. This simple gesture endeared him to the girls, including Lan Binding. Of course we do. I never expected young Master Yi to be both handsome and incredibly skilled. Could we add each other on social media? One girl asked adoringly. Her suggestion was immediately echoed by the others. They all looked at Yi Fan with eager anticipation. Sure, I'm no celebrity. Just scan my code. Yi Fan smiled, pulling out his phone. He brought up his personal QR code and placed the phone on the table. The girls scrambled to scan it. Only Lan Binding remained still. She felt the urge to pull out her phone too, but when her fingers touched it in her pocket, she suppressed the impulse. Mo Chen's words from earlier flashed through her mind. He forbade her from contacting any men, especially the Yi family. Adding him as a friend could lead to close interactions, and Mo Chen would find out. If that spoiled heir got angry, both the Lan family and she would suffer. It was only a year, if she shouldn't take the risk. If fate allowed, she could reconnect with Yi Fan after a year. After the girls had scanned and added him, Yi Fan's gaze finally fell on Lan Binding. He was puzzled. Her eyes clearly showed interest. Why hadn't she added him? Shyness? Probably not. Her friend's playful banter had eased the awkwardness, and the eldest miss of the Lan family wasn't that reserved. Yi Fan had noticed her since she entered the bar. Playing the piano was just a way to attract her attention along with the heroic rescue. The outcome should have been favorable, so why? Despite his curiosity, Yi Fan knew patience was key. He didn't ask or show any hesitation. After everyone had scanned, he put his phone away. Young Master Yi, how about hanging out sometime? A girl suggested. Of course, it's my honor to know such beauties. Yi Fan turned to the waiter. This table's bill is on me. He flashed a charming smile. Enjoy yourselves, ladies. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The girls looked disappointed, hoping to chat more with this handsome man. As for lawn binding not adding, Yi Fan, her friends surprisingly said nothing. They knew lawn binding outshone them all. Strictly speaking, she surpassed them combined. Since the top beauty of Lan Hai wasn't making a move, why create competition for themselves? Yi Fan turned and left. This encounter left him slightly disgruntled. The one he truly wanted to connect with ignored him, while he ended up with a bunch of average girls. But he didn't dwell on it. Could a top-tier beauty lack personality? The greater the challenge, the sweeter the conquest. Yi Fan wouldn't act like a simp. He would use his brilliance to melt the iceberg and win her heart. Being pursued, that was the pinnacle of romance. At the hot pot restaurant, Mo Chen patted his round belly, impressed by the restaurant's skill. But the place was too small, serving only mid to low-end customers. If it upgraded its image with this flavor, it could dominate Lan Hai's hot pot scene. Su Yuyan's earlier gloom vanished. Delicious food was truly a source of joy. Miss Su, what do you think of this place? Mo Chen suddenly asked. The taste is quite good, Su Yuyan replied softly. Besides the taste, do you have any thoughts on quality control, ambience, business philosophy, or development direction? Mo Chen asked with a smile. Well, as a small low-end shop, the quality control is decent. But if it could be more refined, the prices could be raised slightly to increase profits. As for the ambience, Su Yuyan looked around, having never scrutinized it before. Now that Mo Chen had asked, she began to examine it carefully. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze and said, the decor is monotonous. Since it targets a low-income clientele, little effort has been put into the ambience and lighting. Simply put, it relies on repeat customers within the residential area. Profit margins are low, and there seems to be no development direction. If you were to redesign it, Miss Su, how would you approach it? Mo Chen asked with keen interest. Me? Su Yuyan hesitated, not answering immediately. She was uncertain about the meaning behind his words. That is, if we set aside the issue of capital investment, how would you redesign the operation, positioning, and even the decor details of this shop, Mo Chen's eyes held an encouraging glint. If I were to position it, I would most likely redefine the shop's target audience to couples. The overall decor would lean toward warmth and romance. The location would be near commercial districts, office buildings, or newly built residential areas. I would enhance quality control, optimize and refine the dish's presentation, and give each dish a meaningful name. The prices would be raised by at least 50% from the current base. Su Yuyan spoke as she pondered. If you raise the prices by over 50%, do you think customers would accept it? Wouldn't it be too expensive? Mo Chen's gaze swept over the dishes as he quickly calculated their costs and profits. Serving the mid to high-end market, this price is actually not expensive. Moreover, the property prices in the areas I mentioned are relatively high. Most importantly, young people have strong spending power. As long as the taste is good and quality control is solid, they will fully accept it. Of course, there is an even more crucial element. Su Yuyan paused, lowering her voice slightly. Couples are different from married couples. Even those in less affluent circumstances often need to save face. If a boy is average, it means he might go out less frequently, but when he's with a girl, especially if she suggests a place to spend money, he will spare no effort to satisfy her. That is the main reason I target couples. Well, not bad. Miss Su, you have quite insightful views, Mo Chen praised sincerely. Additionally, if capital investment were no object, I would open a large number of stores in a short time to rapidly build brand presence and create a sense of luxury. The price increase would only be 50%, which relative to the brand would still feel very accessible. Of course, service would also require special training, using high compensation to drive high service standards. Su Yuyan seemed to grow more excited as she spoke. Even without Mo Chen continuing to ask, her eyes sparkled as she elaborated on her vision. For over 10 minutes straight, Su Yuyan discussed many details about operational planning and execution. This made Mo Chen increasingly impressed with her. It wasn't until Su Yuyan realized she had been rambling while Mo Chen remained silent that she stopped, somewhat embarrassed. Mo Chen smiled. He looked at the lovely young woman before him. Did she in her heart particularly long to achieve something great? After all, Yi Fan would soon enter the catering industry. Why not seize this opportunity to beat him to it? It would be a waste not to fully utilize Su Yuyan's abilities. Master Mo, have I said too much? Mo Chen's unpredictability made Su Yuyan uncertain which remark might provoke his anger. Even if he was smiling, it was hard to tell if a wolf lay hidden beneath that smile. No, you've spoken well. In fact, I've been thinking about entering the catering industry recently. How about this? The Tianlong God Group will establish a separate catering company with you as the chairwoman. You can collaborate with the shop's owner. The specifics are entirely up to you. I won't interfere. What do you think? Mo Chen's words were startling. Su Yuyan was instantly shocked. Madame, as chairwoman. Su Yuyan, that's right. legal representative, and chairwoman will both be you. You don't need to worry about investment. But there are two conditions. First, you can't abandon the investment projects for Tianlong God. You'll still be responsible for those. Second, if this new catering company runs at a loss. Mo Chen's smiling face suddenly took on a sinister edge. If it loses money, what happens? Su Yiyan's heart tightened. I want you to kneel before me willingly and become my slave. Mo Chen sneered. Kneel to apologize. A slave, meaning work for free for life. Su Yiyan asked instinctively. You? Mo Chen nearly fumed with anger. Could Miss Su be that naive? Faced with such a golden opportunity to accumulate negative emotions, how could Mo Chen let it slip by? He slowly stood up, walked over to Su Yiyan, leaned down to her delicate pink and alluring earlobe, and whispered something inaudible, describing an unspeakable act. Su Yiyan quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Her face and neck flushed completely red. Her large watery eyes stared at Mo Chen in terror. Shameless, lewd, vile. A triple blow erupted in her mind. Detected significant negative emotions from target Su Yiyan. Host rewarded energy 3, A reaction speed 2, business acumen 1, I acting skill 1, inherited medicine 5, durability 3, comprehensive combat technique 2, alcohol tolerance 3. Hearing the prompt, Mo Chen couldn't help but feel amused. Miss Su's resistance in this area was far too low. He could use this to farm negative emotions from time to time. Seeing Su Yiyan frozen in shock, unable to snap out of it. Mo Chen tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. Miss Su, this counts as a bet. Do you dare to take it? Su Yiyan slowly came back to her senses from her shock. Her thoughts gradually cleared. Doubt arose in her heart once more. This didn't add up. If Mo Chen wanted to possess her, whether by force or by threatening her parents, she would be powerless and dare not resist. Why would he go to such lengths to make a bet? From any perspective, it was completely unnecessary. Thus, she analyzed that the reason Mo Chen said this was simply to provoke her. Indeed, if one wants to achieve great things, but lacks even this much courage, how can they succeed? To accomplish great deeds, one must have the determination to burn one's bridges. The panic gradually faded from Su Yiyan's eyes, replaced by clarity and resolve. Master Mo, I accept this bet. Good. Mo Chen's eyes narrowed into slits. However, you can't give up your job at the Tianlong Divine Group either. Don't worry, I won't delay any of my tasks. Su Yiyan's tone was resolute. Once she decided on something, she would see it through even if it cost her everything. They settled the bill and left the hot pot restaurant. After returning home, Su Yiyan immediately buried herself in the remaining project documents. Mo Chen retreated to his room, contemplating how to extract more negative emotions from Lan Binding. Midnight arrived in the blink of an eye. Lan Binding returned home slightly tipsy. As soon as she opened the door, her waiting parents rushed over. Xiaoning, where have you been so late at night? You reek of alcohol. Did you go to a bar? Her mother asked with a worried expression. Lan Binding nodded slightly. Nonsense. We have an appointment with the Mo family tomorrow. Coming back this late and drinking so much will make you groggy. How disrespectful would that be when we meet? You have no sense of the bigger picture. Her father Lan Sheng scowled in anger. I only had a little. How is that too much? Besides, you don't need to worry about this. I've already handled it. Lan Binding replied casually. What do you mean you've handled it? What did you do? Lan Sheng asked in astonishment. Daughter, are you planning to slip away again tomorrow? Let me tell you, that's absolutely not happening this time. We've already arranged things with Mo Shizhong. If you offend him again, our Lan family won't have an easy time. Lan Binding's mother said with concern. Who said I'm going to slip away? Don't worry, he'll go with you obediently tomorrow dressed up beautifully. But if young Master Mo doesn't fancy me, that's not my fault. Lan Binding chuckled and swayed toward her room. The elderly couple watched until she closed the door. Her mother then asked Lan Sheng suspiciously, Tell me, old man, what's gotten into our daughter today? Usually she resists 100 times, but today she agreed, without a single objection. Is she drunk? I think she might be drunk. Our daughter is so beautiful. How could Mo Chen of the Mo family not take a liking to her? Lan Sheng's face darkened. After a few seconds of thought, he said, No, she was too certain when she said Mo Chen wouldn't fancy her. I suspect she's already met him and done something to provoke his dislike, which is why she said that. Provoke Mo Chen's dislike. Oh my heavens. I've heard Mo Chen is ruthless in his actions. If our daughter deliberately offends him and he retaliates. Don't panic. I've looked into Mo Chen. Though he's harsh, he's never gone too far with women. Since our daughter returned unscathed today, she probably hasn't pushed him too far. There may still be room for maneuver. Sigh, old man, I don't understand why you insist on marrying our daughter to that Mo Chen. Isn't Yi Tian of the Yi family also single? With our daughter's qualities, wouldn't she be a match for him? Or even Yi Fan, the younger son of the Yi family. He's not bad either. Any of them would be better than Mo Chen. Do you think I don't know that? Everyone knows Mo Chen spends his days indulging in pleasure. Compared to Yi Tian, he's as different as heaven and earth. Even next to Yi Fan, Mo Chen has no advantage. The problem is that this concerns the rise and fall of our entire Lan family. Recently, we've offended the Yi family in several business deals while deepening our cooperation with the Mo family. I'm afraid Yi Tian now sees us as aligned with the Mo family. You mean Yi Tian might move against us? Yi Tian may be magnanimous, but this isn't a personal matter. It involves family interests and opposing alliances, even with a pure heart he'll act for his family's sake. If we don't unite with the Mo family, now the Lan family alone won't last long. So you're selling off your daughter. A marriage alliance with the Mo family is a union of strengths. Mo Chen is a playboy, but he's no fool. At worst he'll continue his escapades after marriage without mistreating our daughter. Besides, which of these wealthy scions doesn't have a string of women? Some are exposed, others aren't. Mo Chen just never hides it. Even Yi Tian of the Yi family might not truly be single. Lan Sheng, having navigated the business world for years, had long seen through such matters. A woman's fate, after all, depends on how her man treats her. In the wealthy circles, what difference does it make whom she marries? Sigh. Lan Bining's mother let out a soft sigh and said no more. After all these years with Lan Sheng, how could she not understand his reasoning? That was why she had sided with him from the start without asking questions. But how do we resolve the issue of our daughter offending Mo Chen? She asked helplessly. I don't know the specifics yet. We'll take it step by step after meeting tomorrow. Lan Sheng shook his head with a sigh. Unlike her parents' concerns, Lan Bining wasn't overthinking things. She knew that her situation with Mo Chen was essentially doomed. Moreover, she had met Yi Fan again today, a man who seemed to meet her standards, and she couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. Morning arrived. Mo Chen walked out of his room to find Su Yuyin already waiting in the living room. Good morning, Miss Su. Did you sleep well last night? Mo Chen asked with a grin. Su Yuyin rubbed her reddened eyes. A wave of resentment surged within her. Sleep? As if. Didn't you notice I didn't sleep a wink all night? As she cursed inwardly, Mo Chen heard the system's reward notification. Some stats had increased again. I reviewed all those project documents last night. Su Yuyin shook her head to clear her mind and began speaking. And then? Mo Chen asked. I agree with young Master Mo's decision. Su Yuyin lowered her gaze. Last night, she had meticulously examined the project plans. Mo Chen had rejected checking each one several times. She had also searched online for relevant information. What she discovered was startling. Every project Mo Chen had turned down had underlying issues that were difficult to resolve. Some of these problems seemed minor at first, insignificant in the early stages. But as the projects progressed, these issues would spawn new ones, more numerous and more severe. Ultimately, they would become time bombs that could cripple the entire endeavor. It had taken her repeated checks and online research to uncover these flaws. Yet Mo Chen had merely skimmed through the documents, casually glancing at them, and accurately judged which projects were viable and which were not. Was he truly an ignorant playboy? This was the first time Su Yuyin felt a hint of respect for Mo Chen, though it was only a tiny fraction. Well, aside from this, is there anything else? Mo Chen inquired. Yes. Regarding the hot pot chain you mentioned last night, I've drafted a proposal myself. Would you like to take a look, Master Mo? No need. I've told you this project is entirely under your charge. Don't bother me with anything except spending money. Anything else? Mo Chen interrupted Su Yuyin and asked again. No. Nothing. Su Yuyin was a bit bewildered. What on earth was wrong with Mo Chen? The previous investment projects, which were smaller than this hot pot venture, he had insisted on reviewing every single detail. Yet now, when it came to an independent project requiring sustained investment, he wouldn't even glance at it. Was Mo Chen not afraid she might make a misstep and squander all the money he had invested? Or did he simply not care about the money at all, even hoping she would lose it all so she would then become a docile slave obediently by his side? If there's nothing else, go to work. Neither of these jobs can be delayed. Mo Chen waved his hand. You're not coming? Su Yuyin asked instinctively. I'm not going. I have a blind date today. Mo Chen flashed a strange smile. Su Yuyin immediately recalled the woman she had encountered last night, Lan Bining, who was also renowned as one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. All right then. But Master Mo, are you sure you don't want to take a look at my proposal? I'm afraid. I said, are you annoying, or what? Mo Chen's expression suddenly darkened. He put on an extremely impatient look and said, what did we agree on last night? What did I just say? Can you handle this project or not? If not, I'll find someone else. I can't. Su Yuyin was startled. She hurriedly nodded repeatedly. If you can then put your heart into it. Don't come asking me about everything. If I have to do everything myself, what do I need you for? Get lost. Mo Chen's face darkened as he bellowed. The sudden and unpredictable outburst made Su Yuyin tremble all over. She nodded rapidly, hugged the project documents, and turned to run out. Mo Chen gazed at her slender and graceful silhouette, secretly puzzled. Where were the negative emotions? Where was the reward? Why was there no reaction from the beautiful Su Yuyin even after all that yelling and cursing? Could it be that he had been too fierce and scared her senseless? No, this method wouldn't work next time. The best approach was still to tease her. After freshening up, Mo Chen glanced at his watch. It was almost time. This little lady Lan Bining was still waiting for him to put on a show. He left the house, got into the car, and sped off. Half an hour later, the roar of the engine faded in front of an upscale restaurant. Mo Chen walked into the restaurant and, guided by a waiter, arrived at the private room his father Mo Shizhong had reserved. He's here. As soon as he saw Mo Chen enter the room, Mo Shizhong, who had been waiting for a while, quickly stood up, his face full of reproach. Why are you so late? Keeping the girl waiting. Oh, had too much fun last night, almost forgot about this. Mo Chen chuckled. Can't you just behave yourself for once? Mo Shizhong deliberately glared at him. Turning to Lan Shang, he said, Brother Lan, this is my worthless son, Mo Chen. Oh, so this is the worthy nephew. He truly is handsome and talented. This is my daughter Lan Binding. I believe you two haven't met before. Lan Shang quickly rose, looking at Mo Chen with eyes full of admiration. However, to Mo Chen, who excelled at analyzing expressions and psychology, Lan Shang's acting was atrocious. He didn't actually like him at all. In fact, from his subtle expressions, Mo Chen could even detect a trace of disdain. Hello, Uncle Lan. Miss Lan, I know her. Heh. Mo Chen smiled at Lan Binding. You know her? Have you met my daughter before, worthy nephew? Lan Shang recalled the events of the previous night. He suspected that his daughter had actively sought out Mo Chen to cause trouble. But from the looks of it, Mo Chen hadn't shown any particular reaction yet. Maybe he hadn't taken it to heart, or maybe he was just pretending to be oblivious. Oh no, not really. But I follow the four beauties of Blue Sea. Oh, I mean, I've heard of them. Mo Chen began to display his acting skills. He decided to portray himself perfectly as a good-for-nothing, pleasure-seeking, lecherous, second-generation rich kid. Sure enough, upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Lan Shang couldn't help but frown slightly. Lan Binding's face remained expressionless, but inwardly, she was very satisfied with Mo Chen's performance. It seemed this young master, Mo, knew how to play along. Let's all sit down and talk. Mo Shizhong quickly interjected, interrupting the conversation between Mo Chen and Lan Shang. What was wrong with his son today being so reckless? If he kept talking like this, he would end up confessing all his romantic escapades. Brother Lan, my niece Binding is truly beyond compare in looks. Absolutely one in a million, and she's so talented and accomplished. I took a liking to her at first sight. I'm only afraid that following my useless son would be a disservice to her. As soon as Mo Shizhong sat Mo Chen down, he took the lead and got straight to the point. Before Mo Chen arrived, they had already been exchanging pleasantries for quite some time. Brother Mo, what are you saying? The worthy nephew is equally handsome and talented. He is the future head of the Mo family. If anyone is reaching above their station, it is our Lan family. And with conditions like worthy nephew Mo Chen's, I'm sure there's no shortage of beautiful girls actively pursuing him. Lan Shang hurriedly waved his hands in modesty. There are those who pursue him, but none have actually become his girlfriend. After all, they are just common beauties, far inferior to my niece Binding. Mo Shizhong explained with a smile. Exactly. Most of them are far inferior to Miss Lan. Only Su Yuyan and Yi Beer can compete with Miss Lan. Mo Chen pretended to flatter, echoing his father. As soon as he said this, he nearly choked Mo Shizhong. Why mention other women when they were praising Lan Binding? It seems young Master Mo is quite familiar with those two young ladies. Lan Binding decided to cooperate with Mo Chen and asked with a faint smile. Not really. I'm okay with Su Yuyan, but not so much with Yi Beer. And not so much, our relationship might be quite bad. She has some misunderstandings about me. Mo Chen chuckled. Su Yuyan. That Miss Su is also known as one of the four beauties of Blue Sea. I wonder how familiar you are with her. Are you confidants, or is it mutual affection? Xiao Ning, what nonsense are you talking about? From the moment his daughter spoke, Lan Shang felt something was off. Now that her words were becoming more and more inappropriate, he quickly spoke up to stop her. Oh, it's nothing really. She's just living with me now. Mo Chen grinned. What? Mo Shizhong and Lan Shang both exclaimed in shock, rising from their seats. A satisfied smile, however, appeared on Lan Binding's face. Why are you so worked up? Her living with me doesn't affect my ability to marry Miss Lan. Mo Chen looked surprised, as if this was no big deal. But his words left Mo Shizhong and Lan Shang extremely embarrassed. Lan Binding's expression also Mo Chen's words left Lan Binding somewhat unsettled. Was he speaking to appease the two elders, or were these his true thoughts? You wretched boy, what nonsense are you spouting? What exactly is your relationship with Su Yuyan? Is she homeless that she has to stay overnight at your place? Mo Shizhong's face darkened, yet his words implied a desire for Mo Chen to find an excuse and explain himself. Would he not know his own son's character? But fooling around was one thing, rumors from others were another matter entirely. Admitting it openly in their presence was a completely different story. Hey, Miss Su and I have a cooperative relationship, but we need to work together every day. She has no place to stay for now, so she's temporarily lodging with me. But I haven't done anything improper with her. Our relationship is purely platonic. Mo Chen raised both hands, grinning as he explained. Lan Binding sneered inwardly. Nothing happened. That would be a miracle. Young Master Mo's lecherous nature was known throughout the city. How could he resist a delicacy delivered right to his doorstep? Lan Shang forced a smile and said, My nephew speaks well. I still believe in your integrity. Though he spoke thus, he was deeply displeased. Like his daughter Lan Binding, he refused to believe that Mo Chen could remain unmoved with the stunning Su Yuyan by his side. It was as improbable as a cat not stealing fish. Yet having long heard of Mo Chen's reputation, what choice did he have for the sake of his family business? Besides which, scion of a wealthy family didn't dally. Brother Lan, rest assured. They'll have him find a place for Miss Su to move out within the next 2 days. Mo Shizhong said to Lan Sheng with a beaming smile. In truth, to Mo Shizhong, the Lan family was not on equal footing with him. The only family worthy of being the Mo family's rival was the Yi family. However, aside from the Mo and Yi families in Lanhai City, the Lan family was the most formidable. Recently, the Lan family had offended the Yi family in multiple ways. If he didn't bring the Lan family into his own camp, they would inevitably fear, yes, retaliation, and lean toward them. With such a shift in power, the Mo family would gradually be eroded by the Yi family. Thus, from a macro perspective, forming a marriage alliance with the Lan family was a win-win situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be treating Lan Sheng and his daughter with such humility. Alright, let's sit down and continue our discussion. Lan Sheng also nodded and smiled repeatedly as the two sat down again. Niece Binding, what do you think of my worthless son? Mo Shizhong looked at Lan Binding with an expression of benevolence. This question left the latter in a difficult spot. She couldn't speak too highly of him, for showing satisfaction would make it hard to overturn the matter later. Nor could she speak ill of him. How could she criticize someone's son right in front of his father? Wouldn't that be a slap to the face? If the Mo family retaliated, could the Lan family withstand it? Therefore, she had to gauge the scale of her response precisely. After a moment's thought, Lan Binding smiled and said, Uncle Mo, young Master Mo is handsome and talented, destined to be outstanding among men. Whoever marries into the Mo family would be blessed by past lives. I sincerely hope to become good friends with young Master Mo. Just a few days ago, a close friend of mine asked if he was single, hoping I could introduce him to her. First praising, then deflecting. Lan Binding felt her words were tactful. Seeing Mo Shizhong's smile stiffen, she quickly added, My friend is Ling Yao, also known as one of the 4 beauties of Lanhai City. I'm sure Uncle Mo and young Master Mo have heard of her. She comes from the Ling family, a prestigious and wealthy clan. Ling Yao, forgive me. For the sake of my happiness, I have no choice but to use you as a shield for now. Xiao Ning, what nonsense are you spouting again? Today is about you and my nephew Mo Chen. Why drag in the Ling family? Lan Sheng's head was starting to ache. His daughter was far too naive. Didn't she realize the trouble this would bring upon the Lan family? So it seems Miss Lan doesn't think much of my unworthy son. Mo Shizhong's tone gradually hardened. Having built the vast Mo family empire, Mo Shizhong was no pushover. Yes, forming a marriage alliance with the Lan family benefited the Mo family, a win-win scenario. But he only sought to avoid creating too many enemies. Even if the Lan family truly sided with the Yi family, would the Mo family really be afraid? Ridiculous. Catching the shift in Mo Shizhong's attitude, Lan Sheng's heart skipped a beat. That old fox Mo might seem amiable in his old age, but he was no saint in his youth. Provoking him and the Lan family might not even know how they met their end. With this in mind, Lan Sheng immediately stiffened his expression, turned to Lan Binding, and said sternly, Xiao Ning, let me make this clear to you now. We came today for 2 reasons. First, to let you get acquainted with my nephew Mo Chen. Second, to finalize your engagement. This is not up for discussion. Lan Binding was taken aback. She had also noticed Mo Shizhong's change in demeanor. Now her father, frightened into altering his stance, made it seem impossible for her to refuse. Her only hope was Mo Chen. After a brief hesitation, she smiled apologetically at Mo Shizhong and said, Uncle Mo, to be honest, I've never had a boyfriend, so I really don't know how to navigate such a relationship. This matter was sprung on me so suddenly that I haven't fully prepared myself. However, since father has given such a stern order, I naturally dare not refuse. But young Master Mo has dated many girls, I doubt he would enjoy someone as dull as me. Exactly. That's what Xiao Ning means. We have no objections, it all depends on my nephew Mo Chen's thoughts, ha. Seeing his daughter relent, Lan Sheng quickly chimed in to explain to Mo Shizhong. Oh. Mo Shizhong turned to Mo Chen and asked, Mo Chen, it seems the choice is now yours. Although I hope you will marry Miss Lan, I also want to hear your opinion. What do you think? Father, Uncle Lan. Mo Chen chuckled and stood up. Since Miss Lan has no objections, naturally I have none either. Being able to marry a woman as beautiful and well-born as Miss Lan is my fortune. Upon hearing this, both Mo Shizhong and Lan Sheng broke into smiles. But as his words faded, Mo Chen's mind received a system notification. Detected significant negative emotions from target Lan Binding. Host receives rewards: physique 2, energy 2, inherited medicine 3, resilience 3, comprehensive combat techniques 3, alcohol tolerance 2, business planning ability 3. Host gains new skill: piano performance LV 5. He glanced at Lan Binding and saw a flash of fury in the bowtie's eyes. Clearly she was filled with resentment over his capricious behavior, agreeing yesterday and reneging today. However, I still have a small request. I hope Father, Uncle Lan, and especially Miss Lan can agree to it. Mo Chen smiled inwardly, withdrew his gaze, and continued speaking. A request. Please speak, worthy nephew Mo Chen. Lan Sheng's face was full of suspicion. Lan Binding was also curious, wondering what trick Mo Chen was about to play this time. I have indeed had a few girlfriends over the years. Rumors say I'm a bit of a playboy, and you may have heard such things, Uncle Lan and Miss Lan. But I can tell you those rumors are false. am actually quite devoted. I put my heart into every relationship. It's just that some people weren't compatible with me, and some only wanted my money, completely blind to the brilliance of my personal charm. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mo Chen looked at Lan Sheng, then at Lan Binding, and asked with a smile. Lan Sheng was momentarily speechless. Seeing Mo Chen's earnest expression, one might easily be fooled by his seemingly heartfelt words if unaware of his true nature. Lan Binding found it amusing. When it came to lying through one's teeth, without batting an eye, no one could rival Mo Chen. Detected negative emotions from target. Lan Binding. Host receives rewards: physique 1, strength 1, A energy 1, medical heritage 1, A alcohol tolerance 2, business planning skill 1, piano performance 1. Mo Chen was delighted. So even talking nonsense could earn rewards. He had found a new method. What I mean is, for two people to be together, compatibility in personality and habits determines happiness. So I thought, why not let Miss Lan and me spend some time together first to see if we're truly suitable before making a decision. Having said that, Mo Chen's gaze swept across the three people present before finally resting on Lan Binding's face. This? Lan Sheng looked at Mo Shizhong in bewilderment. Just as Mo Shizhong was about to speak, Lan Binding suddenly stood up and said, "Young Master, Mo makes a valid point. Actually, I was thinking the same thing." Excellent. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Mo Shizhong slapped his thigh and also stood up. Then it settled. "Since there's nothing pressing today, you two can chat alone and get to know each other better. Brother Lan and I won't disturb you here." Indeed. Brother Mo is right. Let the youngsters get acquainted on their own. We won't be third wheels. Lan Sheng quickly stood up and laughed. As they reached the door, Mo Shizhong suddenly stopped and turned back, his expression stern. "Get to know each other properly. If I find out you went your separate ways the moment we left." "Brother Mo, the kids won't do that. At this age, they're naturally drawn to each other. They'll surely communicate well." Lan Sheng kept a placating smile beside Mo Shizhong while shooting a meaningful glance at Lan Binding. Then, holding Mo Shizhong's wrist, he steered the conversation to other topics as they left the private dining room. The door closed behind them. The room was left with only the two central figures of the day. "Young Master Mo, you promised me yesterday." Lan Binding confronted Mo Chen once she was sure the two old men had left. "Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. After thinking it over all night, I realized marrying a beauty like Miss Lan wouldn't be such a bad thing after all." Mo Chen leaned back in his chair, laughing boisterously. Detected negative emotions from target. Lan Binding. Host receives rewards: reaction speed 1, A acting skill 1, A business acumen 2, medical heritage 1, A alcohol tolerance 1, A business planning skill 1, piano performance 1. The notification in his consciousness made Mo Chen's smile even wider. "Mo Chen." Lan Binding stood up in fury. Her lips trembled with rage. "I never thought the esteemed eldest son of the Mo family would be so untrustworthy. Even if you have my body, you'll never have my heart. Aren't you afraid that after you marry me I will?" "Afraid of what? Even if you cuckold me, it wouldn't matter. I want your body. Oh, what use is your heart? We can just have our own fun. It's just a political marriage anyway, it doesn't mean a thing." Mo Chen waved his hand dismissively, looking utterly indifferent. Detected a massive amount of negative emotions from target. Lan Binding. Host receives rewards. The system notification echoed in his mind again. Mo Chen was overjoyed. Miss Lan was far easier to farm rewards from than Miss Su. Mo Chen. Lan Binding was livid. She didn't want to speak another word to this shameless scoundrel. She turned and strode toward the door of the private room. "Miss Lan, let me remind you, do you remember what my father said before he left? If he really gets angry and does something drastic, even I won't be able to stop him." Mo Chen said nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his head. Lan Binding, who had only taken a few steps, froze upon hearing this. After a long, dazed moment, she slowly turned back and gritted her teeth at Mo Chen. "Young Master Mo, what exactly do you want?" "I don't want anything, Miss Lan. How about you sit down first, and we can talk slowly?" Mo Chen gestured with his chin toward the seat opposite him. Lan Binding hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked back and sat down in her original seat. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely into Mo Chen's, as if unleashing a torrent of fury through her gaze. Mo Chen chuckled. He suddenly leaned forward. "Miss Lan, I'm actually a very kind person. If you're willing to give me one thing you possess, I guarantee that the Lan family will never face any threat from the Mo family in the future." "A thing? What thing do I have?" Lan Binding was utterly confused. "You know, that thing." Mo Chen's gaze roamed over Lan Binding's figure. "What thing?" Lan Binding still didn't understand. "The thing that Miss Lan still possesses but can only have once." Mo Chen winked and licked his lips. Finally, Lan Binding understood. Her pretty face instantly flushed crimson. Detected a colossal amount of negative emotions from target. Lan Binding. Host receives rewards: physique 5, strength 3, A energy 5, reaction speed 5, acting skill 2, business acumen 5, expression psychology analysis skill 5, medical heritage 10, impact resistance 2, comprehensive combat technique 5, alcohol tolerance 5, business planning skill 2, piano performance 5. Colossal. Mo Chen was stunned. But the next second, he saw Lan Binding grab a porcelain bowl from the dining table. Mo Chen narrowed his eyes. The bowl flew from her hand straight toward him. With his current reaction speed, he could easily catch it. He could even spin it dozens of times on his finger. However, he chose not to dodge. With his impact resistance, even if she threw an iron bowl or a shot put given her strength, it would only be a minor sting at most. If he could use this opportunity to set a trap and far more rewards, wouldn't that be wonderful? With that thought, Mo Chen pretended to be completely unable to react, braced himself, and let the porcelain bowl smash into his forehead. With a sharp crack, the porcelain bowl that struck Mo Chen's forehead shattered into countless pieces. Mo Chen covered his eyes and forehead with his hands, feigning a pained cry. My eyes! My eyes! This instantly startled Lan Binding into a daze. She swore that although she had been furious just now, she had not thrown the bowl with all her might. At such a close distance, how could Mo Chen have failed to dodge? But that no longer mattered. She was no fool. She knew that if she had actually injured Mo Chen, the Lan family would face a storm of retribution from the Mo family. I didn't mean to. What's wrong with your eyes? Lan Binding, now disregarding everything else, sprang to her feet and hurried to Mo Chen's side, her voice tense and anxious. It hurts. It hurts so much. How could you be so cruel? Mo Chen, clutching his eye with one hand and displaying an expression of agony, pointed accusingly at Lan Binding with the other. I really didn't mean it. They'll call an ambulance. It'll be fine. It'll definitely be fine. Lan Binding grabbed her phone, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Get out. I don't need you. Get out of my sight right now. I'm telling you, this isn't over. I was just joking with you, but I never expected you to be so vicious. If I go blind, either your entire Lan family will pay with their lives, or you'll spend the rest of your life compensating me. Mo Chen berated her fiercely. His harsh words left Lan Binding, whose hands were already unsteady, feeling utterly weak with trepidation. Get out. Leave this instant. I don't want to see you. Seeing her frozen in place, he roared again. Lan Binding trembled all over. Mo Chen's expression and demeanor filled her with dread. In her panic, she stumbled backward several steps to the door of the private room. She looked at Mo Chen hesitantly. Are you sure you don't need to? Get out. Mo Chen bellowed once more. Lan Binding turned, opened the door, and fled. After the door clicked shut, Mo Chen lowered his hand. I cursed her out so much and didn't get a single reward. Guess I really scared her. He chuckled to himself, gazing at the door. He wasn't worried that Lan Binding hadn't generated any negative emotions. The groundwork had been laid. There would be plenty of opportunities to reap rewards later. Eyeing the lavish spread of food on the table, Mo Chen's appetite surged, and he dug in ravenously. Meanwhile, Lan Binding, having left the restaurant alone, was consumed by a whirlwind of emotions. She regretted her rash action, yet felt that Mo Chen deserved the punishment for how he had treated her. Regardless, she should never have injured him. If something truly happened to Mo Chen, how could her Lan family withstand the wrath of the Mo family? She could never let the entire Lan family be dragged down with her. The only solution was to dedicate her entire life to Mo Chen. But then one could only imagine how Mo Chen would treat her. The rest of her life would likely be spent in an abyss of suffering with no hope of escape. What should she do? What could she do? Lost in thought, Lan Binding wandered aimlessly forward. After walking for an unknown distance, a speeding car suddenly screeched to a halt before her. The vehicle stopped so abruptly that it left long skid marks and a piercing sound. Lan Binding let out a startled cry. She instinctively stepped back 2 paces. The driver's door opened, and a graceful man stepped out, approaching her. Miss Lan, are you all right? Why were you walking in the middle of the road? That's so dangerous. Lan Binding finally snapped back to reality. She looked up at the man and recognized him instantly. MMR. Yi, she exclaimed in surprise. Don't call me mister. You just Yi Fan is fine. Miss Lan, you seem troubled. The man was none other than Yi Fan, who wore a warm, comforting smile as he inquired. No, nothing. This matter was hardly something she could discuss, especially with a stranger. Lan Binding shook her head. No, Miss Lan, you must have something on your mind. If there's anything upsetting you, you can tell me. Maybe I can help. How about that cafe over there? We could sit and chat for a bit. Yi Fan pointed to a nearby cafe. Lan Binding was indeed tempted. Yi Fan of the Yi family, the only clan in Blue Sea City that could rival the Mo family. If Yi Fan stepped in, perhaps this matter could be resolved. But, although Yi Fan had a good reputation, the Yi family wasn't entirely under his control. Even if the Yi and Mo families were always in competition, matters of capital were unpredictable. Would the Yi family openly confront the Mo family for her and the Lan family? Clearly that was impossible. She didn't believe her beauty alone would make Yi Fan disregard his family's interests to help her. There was no point in discussing it further. Besides, hadn't Mo Chen made a demand? She wasn't to have any contact with other men, especially those from the Yi family, for a year. If word got out that she had injured Mo Chen during a blind date, and then gone for coffee with Yi Fan, wouldn't people make a big deal out of it? What would happen if Mo Chen and the Mo family found out? No. Even if she harbored some fondness for Yi Fan, she couldn't get close to him for now. She had to keep her distance, let alone go for coffee. With that thought, Lan Binding stepped back 2 paces. Mr. Yi. Miss Lan, I told you, just call me Yi Fan. Don't be so formal. Yi Fan said with a smile. Well, Mr. You were not that familiar. He'll stick with Mr. Yi. He'll pass on the coffee or I have things to do, so he'll be going now. Lan Binding turned sideways attempting to walk past him. Miss Lan, have I done something to displease you? Yi Fan asked with a puzzled frown. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Lan Binding was startled. She couldn't afford to offend Yi Fan on top of Mo Chen. If the two giants joined forces, crushing her family would be like stepping on an ant. If not, then why do I feel you're deliberately avoiding me? Or did I say something wrong last night that upset you? Yi, you're overthinking it, Mr. Yi. None of that is true. I just have some personal matters to think over and resolve on my own. Please don't misunderstand. Lan Binding quickly explained. That's good to hear. I've heard of your talent, Miss Lan, and I've always wanted to get to know you better. Since you're busy. Mr. Yi, I really must be going now. Before Yi Fan could finish, Lan Binding interjected and hurried away. Yi Fan was stunned. He turned to gaze at Lan Binding's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Something was wrong. Had he not performed well last night? Or was he simply not handsome enough? Why did it feel like Lan Binding was deliberately avoiding him? While Yi Fan was lost in suspicion, Lan Binding lowered her head and began to sprint away. Just moments ago, as she spoke with Yi Fan, someone nearby seemed to have recognized either her or him, and they started taking photos and videos with their phones. If she didn't leave quickly, photos and videos of her and Yi Fan might soon surface online. Then her promise to Mo Chen would be broken, and she couldn't bear the consequences of breaking that promise. So without listening to what Yi Fan had to say next, she interrupted him and hurriedly ran off. What should I do? What should I do? Lan Binding asked herself repeatedly in her mind as she walked swiftly. This matter would surely be reported by Mo Chen to Mo Shizhong, who would then immediately confront her father. Rather than waiting to be blamed, it was better to confess to her father first and find a way out in advance. With that decision made, Lan Binding returned home immediately. After hearing what had happened in the restaurant, Lan Sheng was utterly dumbfounded. He stammered, "Daughter, are you sure Mo Chen's eye was injured? Was he bleeding? I didn't see. I was too nervous at the time and didn't pay attention." Lan Binding tried hard to recall, but couldn't remember the situation. No, something's off. Lan Sheng took a long time to come to his senses. He shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Regardless of whether Mo Chen was injured or not, why would he drive you away? Yes, why wouldn't Mo Chen let me call an ambulance and insisted on sending me away?" Lan Binding grew increasingly puzzled. In my view, his purpose in sending you away was to talk to someone about something he didn't want you to hear. Something you shouldn't hear must be targeted at our Lan family. Lan Sheng felt he was gradually getting closer to the truth. Then, what could it be? Lan Binding murmured softly. Not calling an ambulance immediately shows that he wasn't seriously injured, or even if he was, it wasn't severe. So the possibility of Mo Chen being gravely wounded can be ruled out. Lan Sheng said in a deep voice. That's good, that's good. Hearing her father's analysis, Lan Binding finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Your actions today alone have already angered him. Oh, I think I figured it out. Lan Sheng suddenly slapped his thigh. Dad, what have you figured out? Lan Binding pressed. Everything he said to you today was deliberately meant to provoke you, likely to enrage you into doing something that would harm him or show disrespect. Unexpectedly, you couldn't hold your temper and fell into his trap. After driving you away, he's sure to report this to that old man, Mo Shizhong. Lan Sheng sighed heavily. But what's their reasoning? Lan Binding asked, utterly confused. Reason? It might be precisely because of your objections today that the Mo family used this method. This time I'm afraid you'll have to marry him whether you want to or not. Lan Sheng looked at his daughter helplessly. But Mo Chen clearly promised me yesterday. Lan Binding stopped mid-sentence as a sudden realization struck her. Perhaps all of this was designed by Mo Chen after meeting her last night. First he agreed, then changed his mind today. The stark contrast provoked such a strong reaction from her. If this got out, the top wealthy elites of Blue Sea City would all accuse the Lan family's daughter of being ill-mannered. By then, if Lan Binding still refused, the Mo family would not hesitate to move against the Lan family, and other wealthy families would raise no objections. Even if the Lan family tried to seek help from the Yi family would be repulsed by Lan Binding's actions. Denying it would be unrealistic. Since Mo Chen had already used this tactic, it wouldn't be surprising if he had recorded a video. The Lan family had been put in a passive position by her small act. Strictly speaking, Lan Binding had effectively sealed her own fate. Mo Chen, what a deep schemer you are. Lan Binding gritted her teeth in resentment. Alas, let's go. Lan Sheng sighed and stood up from the sofa. Go? Where else? To the Mo family. This marriage can only be settled. Dad, Lan Binding cried out urgently. Shouting, don't you understand yet? Lan Sheng looked at his precious daughter with a complex expression. From the very beginning, we had no chance of winning. This incident is just the Mo family's way of intimidating us. They're telling us that when it comes to playing games, we're no match. If we dare to try any tricks, our fate will be miserable. Lan Binding wanted to say something, but found herself choked up, unable to speak. But one thing surprises me. That Mo Chen kid isn't the useless good-for-nothing the rumors make him out to be. Perhaps he's just putting on an act to fool the outside world. As Lan Sheng spoke, a flicker of astonishment shone in his eyes. Isn't there any other way? Lan Binding's voice was filled with despair. Alas. Lan Sheng shook his head. If today's incident hadn't happened, I had already thought of a few plans. I thought everything was under my control, but it turns out we've been caught in the Mo family's trap. Daughter, I'm sorry. For the Mo family sake, you'll have to endure this. Lawn Binding stepped back and slumped into a chair. She was unwilling. Her happiness had been within her grasp. How had it come to this? After a moment, a dejected Lawn Binding followed her father Lan Sheng to the Mo family. Having eaten and drunk his fill at the restaurant, Mo Chen had already returned home. Of course not to his own place, but to his father Mo Shizhong's residence. Son, are you sure you're really okay? Mo Shizhong examined Mo Chen's face with concern. Don't worry, old man, I'm not hurt at all. Mo Chen said cheerfully. He was delighted because on the way back he had received a notification and reward for Lawn Binding's surge of negative emotions. How dare the Lan family lay a hand on my son? Mo Shizhong's usual kindly tone changed to a murderous expression. Mo Chen knew his father well. For his son sake, he would stop at nothing. Spoiling him was the only thing Mo Shizhong devoted more effort to than building his vast business empire. Hey old man, don't be angry. She did it because I pushed her into it. Mo Chen said with a sly smile. Son, I never expected you to have such cunning. It seems you really want to marry that Lawn Binding. Mo Shizhong was delighted by his son's scheming nature. In business, deception is key. Without some tricks, how can one survive in the business world? Such a beautiful woman, why wouldn't I marry her? Mo Chen laughed. But I don't know what decision they'll make. Don't worry, son. Since I called you back, I'm confident in this. Soon that old man Lan Sheng will personally bring his daughter here. Mo Shizhong laughed heartily, full of confidence. Even if Lan Sheng brought Lawn Binding here and actively offered her hand in marriage to me, Miss Lan would never consent from the bottom of her heart, Mo Chen said. So what? Does my son need her approval to possess a woman? Once you have her body, her heart will eventually follow. And even if you never win her heart, we can always find a replacement. Mo Shizhong said nonchalantly. But that would rob me of the thrill of conquest. Mo Chen shook his head with a chuckle. Oh, son, what do you propose then? Mo Shizhong asked with keen interest. Old man, you know I've never lacked for beautiful women. Even if Lawn Binding is one of the 4 beauties of Blue Ocean to me, she's merely slightly more attractive than others. I care not for immediate physical possession. True pleasure comes from here. Mo Chen tapped his temple. Well done, son. It seems your old man underestimated you. To kill the spirit and break the heart, that is true conquest. Only when a person submits from within can you claim victory. It appears I can rest easy in trusting this business empire to you. Mo Shizhong's eyes gleamed with approval. It was impossible not to be surprised. Before this, he had thought Mo Chen was nothing but a playboy chasing skirts. Now Mo Chen's actions had utterly transformed his opinion. To control one's desires, to know what one truly wants, and to use one's mind to achieve those goals. These were the hallmarks of a successful man. Mo Chen smiled without a word. Son, tell me your plan. Your father will back you all the way. Mo Shizhong continued. Since I aim to break her spirit, I don't want her so soon. Instead of marriage, let's start with an engagement. Then I'll ensnare her with rules and regulations, torment her until she collapses completely and submits to me from the very core of her being. What I want is for her to kneel and beg me to take her. A sharp glint flashed in Mo Chen's eyes, though inwardly, he sighed with helplessness. He didn't want to go through all this trouble. The system forbade him from taking her by force, as she had to willingly agree. Moreover, he needed their negative emotions to reap rewards. Good son. Well, do it your way. Mo Shizhong was thoroughly pleased with his son's increasingly ruthless demeanor. To command a vast empire, one must be merciless. He was gratified that his son had finally wised up. Just then the doorbell rang. They're here. Mo Shizhong grinned at Mo Chen, then settled onto the sofa, his expression shifting to one of fury. Mo Chen in turn adjusted the fake bandage he had prepared over one eye. He then went to the door and opened it. Nephew, Mo Chen. Outside, seeing Mo Chen's face, Lan Sheng immediately broke into a fawning smile and nodded repeatedly. What are you doing here? Mo Chen snapped with ill temper. Oh well. Today I heard that my daughter accidentally injured you, nephew Mo Chen, so we've come especially to apologize. As Lan Sheng spoke, he scrutinized Mo Chen's face, trying to discern through the bandage the extent of the injury. Mo Chen's acting skill had reached 26 points, nearly matching the professional level of seasoned actors. He could control his facial muscles with precision to produce any required micro-expression. Noticing Lan Sheng's appraisal, Mo Chen feigned a wince of pain that tugged at his eye. Accidental. A mistake. Uncle Lan, is that what Miss Lan told you? Lan Sheng, a veteran of the world with considerable skill in reading people, could detect the pain in Mo Chen's expression. It seemed the injury wasn't as severe as a damaged eyeball, but neither was it as trivial as imagined. Clearly this matter would not be easily resolved. Mo Chen, let them in. Turning guests away at the door is not how the Mo family treats visitors. Mo Shizhong's voice rang out from inside the room, laden with gravity and anger. Oh, come in, Mo Chen replied over his shoulder, stepping aside with a cold tone. Thank you, nephew Mo Chen. Lan Sheng kept his smile plastered on his face as he took Lan Binding's arm, and the two walked in cautiously. Bang! Mo Chen slammed the door heavily. Lan Sheng and Lan Binding, having barely taken a few steps, were startled by the violent sound. Brother Lon, rest assured. The Mo family has never had the habit or upbringing of striking guests. Mo Shizhong's words dripped with sarcasm. Lan Sheng felt his face flush with embarrassment. He glanced sideways at his daughter. Lan Binding seemed on the verge of speaking, but held back. Brother Mo, what a thing to say. The Lan family has no such habits or upbringing either. It was an accident. An accident. Brother Lon, how about I accidentally do the same to you right now? Brother Mo, no, that's not what I meant. Uncle Mo, I think I should mention that earlier in the private dining room I was provoked by Mo Chen's words into overreacting. Hitting him was wrong, and that's why father brought me here to apologize. But the cause of this incident was after all Mo Chen himself. Provoked by words. You mean Mo Chen deliberately said things to provoke you into hitting him? Mo Shizhong interrupted Lan Binding before she could finish, his face dark as he questioned. Lan Binding wanted to say yes because at home she and her father had analyzed that this was indeed a setup by the Mo family. But saying so to their faces was another matter entirely. What use was analysis without evidence? What about him? What did he say to you that could drive you to hit him? Mo Shizhong pressed on his expression icy. Lan Binding hesitated. Some words she couldn't bring herself to say, others she couldn't utter at all. Last night she had gone to Mo Chen asking him to find a way to call off their engagement. That alone was her own problem, and bringing it up would only cause more trouble for herself. Enough. Lan Sheng barked softly at his daughter. Then turning to Mo Shizhong, he said, Brother Mo, since things have come to this, further words are pointless. There's no need for excessive explanation. Just tell me how you want to resolve this. If it's within my power, I will do my utmost to satisfy you. Me propose. Why don't you tell me Brother Lon, the sole heir of the Mo family, nearly had his eye blinded, and his face may bear a permanent scar. I'm sure you know that facial wounds of a certain severity constitute disfigurement. If it's deemed as such, your daughter's actions would be considered aggravated assault. Under the laws of our Dian kingdom, she would face at least 7 years in prison. Mo Shizhong snorted coldly. 7 years. Brother Mo, I recall it's 3 years. 3 years for injuring an ordinary person, but 7 years for injuring the heir of the Mo family. Don't you agree, Brother Lon? At these words both Lan Sheng and Lan Binding were stunned into silence. Seeing the two of them silent, Mo Shizhong sneered. At such a promising age it would be a pity to be sentenced to 7 or 8 years. If something unfortunate happens inside, like being disfigured, the 4 beauties of Blue Sea might turn into 3 beauties and 1 ugly. Mo. Brother Mo, there's no need to take this so far. My daughter. She is after all your future daughter-in-law of the Mo family. Lan Sheng was terrified by Mo Shizhong's words. He immediately recalled the son of Police Chief Zheng, who had nearly been beaten into a vegetative state. In the upper echelons of Blue Sea, everyone said it was Mo Chen's doing. Mo Chen neither admitted nor denied it. Chief Zheng was certain it was Mo Chen, yet without evidence or witnesses he could do nothing about him. If even the police chief's son couldn't escape such a fate, what were the lands compared to that? Backing down was the only way he could protect the Lan family and his daughter. Dad. Lan Binding wanted to protest, but a glare from Lan Sheng silenced her. I'm a daughter-in-law who injures others at the slightest provocation. I wouldn't dare to accept such a one. Our Mo family has always abided by the law, unlike those who disregard it. Mo Shizhong sneered. Brother Mo, I've already severely scolded my daughter at home. Rest assured, I Lan Sheng guarantee that if she ever dares to act like that again, I will personally kneel and apologize to you. Lan Sheng could clearly see what Mo Shizhong wanted, an attitude from him and his daughter. Lan Binding looked at her father, her eyes filled with grievance, but she dared not speak again. Son, what do you think? Mo Shizhong, seeing the situation had developed sufficiently, turned the conversation to Mo Chen. Me. Mo Chen glanced at Lan Binding, but remained silent. Nephew Mo Chen, if you don't mind, I think we should finalize the engagement between our families. When to go through the formalities, when to hold the ceremony. It's all up to you. Lan Sheng said to Mo Chen with a dry laugh. Uncle Lan, look at your daughter's eyes and expression. If I married her, I'm afraid she'd chop me up with a knife one day. Mo Chen snorted, looking at Lan Binding's face. Shouting, apologize to your brother, Mo Chen. Nephew Mo Chen is magnanimous and won't hold a grudge. Marrying a man of such bearing and capability is your fortune. Lan Sheng turned to his daughter, winking repeatedly. Lan Binding hesitated. According to Mo Shizhong's earlier insinuations, if this wasn't resolved today, she would likely be sentenced to 7 or 8 years and be tormented in prison, with disfigurement being the least of her worries. But marrying Mo Chen, how was that different from going to prison? The only difference was that if she didn't marry, the Lan family would be implicated. If she did, the Mo family would be spared and might even benefit. Her fate wouldn't change much, but for the entire Lan family, it would be a world of difference. After much thought, sacrificing herself was the only way out. Finally, she decided to set aside her pride. Mo. Master Mo. Call him Brother Mo Chen. Why Master Mo? So distant. Lan Sheng reminded her from the side. Lan Binding's expression turned awkward. She paused, then changed her address. Mo. Brother Mo Chen, today's matter was my fault. I apologize. Enough, don't say more. They'll ask you just one thing. Do you truly want to marry me? Mo Chen raised his hand to stop her. I do. Lan Binding lowered her head, forcing out the two words through gritted teeth. Well, to be honest, I can't get over this hurdle in my heart right now to marry you. Uncle Lan, if you're willing, I'd like to get engaged to Miss Lan first, but keep it confidential for now. After the engagement, I'll need to assess Miss Lan for a period. If she meets my requirements, I'll agree to marry her. How about that? Mo Chen's words stunned both father and daughter. It sounded as if the Lan family was begging him to marry their daughter, and he still looked down on it. Neither of them could figure out what Mo Chen was playing at. Lan Sheng's mind raced, and he suddenly felt this might not be a bad thing. First, during this period, the Mo family certainly wouldn't make a move against the Lans. He could also use this opportunity to grow the Lan family. If possible, he could cooperate deeply with the Mo family while seeking other options. If the Mo family ever turned hostile head, still have a backup plan. Moreover, given Mo Chen's lecherous nature, he might meet another beauty during this time and lose interest in her daughter. The confidentiality clause of the engagement was especially beneficial to the Lan family. With so many advantages and no drawbacks, why had Mo Chen come up with such a demand? Well, Uncle Lan, have you made up your mind? Mo Chen curled his lip. This? All right, as you wish, nephew Mo Chen. Lan Sheng couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Lan Binding also remained silent. She wasn't as thorough as Lan Sheng in considering the matter, nor could she see that far ahead. She only knew that buying some time was good. But since I'm to assess Miss Lan during this period, I have certain requirements. I wonder if Miss Lan can meet them. Mo Chen continued. Please speak, nephew Mo Chen. Lan Sheng nodded repeatedly. First, you must show me respect from now on. That address just now is good. Don't change it. No problem. Daughter. Lan Sheng signaled to his daughter. Lan Binding lowered her eyes and nodded slightly. All right. Second, the wedding date is up to me, but the engagement must last at least 6 months. Whether we ultimately marry is also my decision, and the Lan family cannot back out. No problem, no problem. Lan Sheng nodded again. Third, during the engagement, Miss Lan must not be alone with any other man except for necessary business. If any man shows interest in her, she must not give him a friendly look, let alone smile. I have a cleanliness obsession about this, and I hope Uncle Lan can understand. I understand. That's perfectly normal. Completely acceptable. Lan Sheng didn't find this too excessive. He knew his daughter, and Lan Binding rarely interacted with men anyway. Fourth, Miss Lan must report to me immediately every day about where she goes, who she meets, and what she does. If I forbid her from going somewhere, she absolutely cannot go. If I forbid her from doing something, she absolutely cannot do it. Whenever I ask her to do something, she must comply at once. Can you do all this? What? Am I your slave? The first 3 points were bad enough, but this last one meant she had no privacy or freedom at all. Lan Binding finally couldn't help but speak up. Uncle Lan, what was the first point I mentioned? Mo Chen's face hardened as he asked coldly. Xiaoning. Lan Sheng glared at Lan Binding, snapping her back to reality. What freedom did she have now? It seems Miss Lan doesn't agree to the engagement. In that case, I think I'll just report. No, nephew Mo Chen, Xiaoning just isn't used to it yet. Listen to me, you'll talk to her. Lan Sheng turned to his daughter. Xiaoning, aren't nephew Mo Chen's words reasonable? Apologize to your brother, Mo Chen, now. Hi. Lan Binding's eyes brimmed with tears. She forced herself to turn to Mo Chen, her voice trembling. Brother, Mo Chen. I was wrong. I agree to everything you said. Mo Chen was quite satisfied with Lan Binding's reaction. Of course, what pleased him was not her aggrieved appearance, but the negative emotions festering in her heart as she silently cursed him. With this maneuver, the rewards kept escalating round after round. Not to mention other values, his inherited medical knowledge alone had reached 100 points. Mo Chen was not entirely sure what 100 points signified. However, considering that at just 20 or 30 points he could cure Su Yiyan's early-stage malignant diseases, his current skill level likely surpassed even national masters or saintly hands. With too few cases to practice on, Mo Chen had no way to compare his abilities with Yi Fan's inherited skills. Unfortunately, the original author had left the story unfinished before revealing how Yi Fan obtained his medical prowess. Otherwise, he could have devised a way to neutralize Yi Fan's ability prematurely. Dealing with Yi Fan then would have been far easier. Returning from his thoughts, Mo Chen deliberately feigned reluctant agreement and said, since Miss Lan has agreed to everything, let's draft a contract to avoid future regrets. We are all business people, so let's handle matters by business rules, isn't that right, Uncle Lan? Right, nephew Mo Chen is correct. We are all business people, there's no need to drag other issues into this. Let's follow business rules and write the contract. Lan Sheng wore a smile on his face, but seethed with hatred inside. He felt as though he was falling step by step into a trap the other party had meticulously set. Yet helpless as he was, even knowing it was a setup, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed. Brother Lan, please take a seat. Our conversation has been recorded on video and sent to my personal lawyer. The contract will be drafted shortly. Mo Shizhong was as cunning as an old fox. This matter was orchestrated by Mo Chen, but before him Mo Shizhong had done similar things countless times. With home surveillance and recordings, whenever he wished he could instantly transmit them to his lawyer as evidence. After all, over the years he had employed no shortage of underhanded tactics. Those who came knocking openly or covertly always required a legitimate and legal method to preserve evidence for dealing with them. Hearing this, Lan Sheng became even more convinced that the other party had thoroughly prepared a trap to lure him in. But what could Lan Sheng do? He could only force a smile and sit down, nodding repeatedly. Brother Mo, you've thought of everything, everything. After sitting down, Lan Sheng's eyes darted around. Spotting a chessboard on the table, he smiled at Mo Shizhong and said, Brother Mo, since we have nothing to do now, how about a game of chess? Meanwhile, let Xiao Ning and nephew Mo Chen go to the room for a private chat to clear up today's misunderstanding. That's a good idea. You've awakened my chess addiction. Son, take Binding to the room for a talk. You're both young, today's events were impulsive. Once you talk it out, it'll be fine. No need to take it too seriously, understand? Mo Shizhong turned to Mo Chen. I have nothing more to say. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Mo Chen replied with extreme indifference. His attitude clearly showed he had no desire for a private chat with Lan Binding. Lan Sheng frowned and subtly signaled his daughter with a glance. Lan Binding suppressed the resentment in her heart and walked slowly to Mo Chen, her voice barely audible. Mo Chen. Brother, could I have a word with you alone? It was evident she was unwilling yet had to take the initiative. Mo Chen glanced at his father Mo Shizhong and Lan Sheng. It was obvious the two old men had private matters to discuss and were deliberately sending him away. At that moment, Mo Shizhong also gave him a signal. Mo Chen had no choice but to nod at Lan Binding. All right, follow me. They entered the room one after the other. Mo Chen closed the door and lay down on the bed. Miss Lan, if you have something to say, please go ahead. His expression was indifferent, his tone icy cold, a stark contrast to his demeanor earlier in the dining room. This left Lan Binding uncertain about Mo Chen's intentions. Sent away by her father, she was also pondering what topic to broach with Mo Chen. Just as she entered the room and Mo Chen closed the door, an idea struck her. Not only did she think of it, but she also believed this method might help her completely rid herself of that demon Mo Chen. However, it would require a sacrifice, once perhaps several times. In any case, enduring short-term pain for long-term relief, even if it meant swallowing her disgust, seemed worth it. But now seeing Mo Chen state, it seemed difficult to bring up the topic. After hesitating for a moment, Lan Binding finally murmured, Young Master Mo Chen, brother, I apologize for what happened earlier. I was too impulsive. I know Mo Chen, brother, likes me, and I have let you down. Who said I like you? Mo Chen suddenly interrupted her. Huh? Lan Binding was taken aback. What did Mo Chen mean? I was just teasing you, and you took it seriously. Mo Chen sneered. Hey, teasing. If you don't like me, why did you agree to the engagement? Lan Binding asked in astonishment. You beat me like this, and you think it'll just be brushed aside. Haven't you heard what kind of person I am? Even if you're a woman, I won't hit you, but you owe me compensation. What I'm asking you to do now is my compensation. Compensation? Lan Binding was momentarily stunned. After this so-called assessment, will you really marry me? Of course. If you pass the assessment, I will marry you. Even if you don't like me. Yes. Faced with Mo Chen's response, Lan Binding pondered for a moment, let out a long sigh, and finally made her decision. Young Master Mo, if that's the case, how about we change the deal? Change? How do you want to change? Mo Chen asked with interest. I know young Master Mo is never short of women, but I also know that every time a man changes partners, there's a period of novelty. Instead of binding me for a lifetime, why not do whatever you want of me now, and then we'll owe each other nothing? How about that? Lan Binding's voice trembled as she spoke these words. In all her life, she had never uttered something so explicit. You mean you want to sleep with me? Mo Chen sat up abruptly, a strange smile curling on his lips. It's not me who wants to, it's you. Lan Binding's face darkened. Who said she wanted to sleep with him? I never said I wanted to. Also, let me tell you, even if we get married, I might never touch you. As you just said, I'm never short of women. You think you're beautiful? In my eyes, you're nothing special. Mo Chen pointed a finger at the spot over Lan Binding's heart and said with a sinister smile, the torment here is what truly hurts. You. For some reason, even though Mo Chen had rejected her, she felt an immense insult. Rage surged within her while a smile lingered on Mo Chen's face. Another wave of rewards. Mo Chen absolutely adored this feeling. He wielded psychological torment with increasing finesse. At this moment, Lan Binding was no longer a beauty in his eyes, she was merely a tool. Anything else to say? Watching Lan Binding's furious yet helpless expression, Mo Chen asked with great delight. Is there truly no other term that can be substituted? Lan Binding gritted her teeth, unwilling to concede. No. Mo Chen shook his head. Then aren't you afraid I'll break those 4 demands after the engagement? Lan Binding clenched her fists tightly. Break them? Mo Chen snorted lightly, leaped off the bed, and stepped closer to Lan Binding. The tips of their noses were less than a centimeter apart. He took a gentle breath, first revealing an intoxicated look, then darkened his expression, and said, I don't mind. You can try. Lan Binding's entire body trembled. Though she forced herself to meet Mo Chen's gaze without backing down, she knew in her heart that she had lost, utterly lost. At the same time, the sound of a system reward notification echoed in Mo Chen's mind. The rapidly surging ability values brought him great joy, and he made a decision, no matter which heroine, he must never let them easily develop feelings for him. But this was quite a challenge. On one hand, he had to make them hate him, on the other, he had to prevent them from getting close to Yi-fan. This was definitely a technical task. Son, how did your chat go? Mo Shizhong's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Pretty well. Mo Chen stared at Lan Bining's face, answering, without turning around. Then come out, the contract is ready. Come out and sign. Mo Shizhong continued. All right. Mo Chen smirked mysteriously, leaned close to Lan Bining's delicate ear, and whispered, let's go out and sign. With that he turned and walked out the door. Lan Bining watched Mo Chen's back for a moment. She thought he was about to kiss her. This illusion left her both resistant and expectant. Resistance was instinctive, expectation. If he had done it, it would mean she still had a chance to negotiate with him. But Mo Chen didn't. Lan Bining thus fell into a strange cycle of relief and pain. Back in the living room, she saw her father Lan Sheng's grim expression, unsure of what Mo Shizhong had told him. The several-page contract had been sent via fax. Some of Mo Chen's demands were clearly not legal. However, after the lawyer's modifications, the content was legitimized in a roundabout way. Lan Sheng glanced over it briefly and signed his name without hesitation. Then came Lan Bining, Mo Chen, and Mo Shizhong. This contract is in triplicate effective from today. Mo Shizhong smiled as he handed one copy to Mo Chen. Brother Mo, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Another day you'll visit for a game of chess. Lan Sheng, his face ashen, forced a smile and said, Mo Shizhong nodded slightly. The Lan father and daughter left without a pause. Son, did I interrupt your fun just now? Mo Shizhong asked with a grin. Old man, am I that lust-driven? I was just giving her a taste of intimidation. Judging by old Lan Sheng's expression, you gave him a good dose too, didn't you? That's why we're father and son. You've truly inherited my fine genes. How about staying for dinner today? No, I don't want to disturb you and your little wives. You brat. What nonsense. When did I? Before Mo Shizhong could finish, his phone rang. He glanced down embarrassed and said, son, how about? You don't stay for dinner tonight. Mo Chen burst into laughter and turned to leave. He realized why the original Mo Chen was so lecherous. It was all in the genes. Leaving home, Mo Chen planned to check on the Tianlong Divine Group. Though he had brought in elite talents like Qin Fong and Yang Shui, he still needed to see how things were going at the company. After all, he would eventually compete with Yi-fan in the business world. Just as he settled into the driver's seat, his phone buzzed with a message. The message contained a photo. Damn, a paparazzo is stalking me. Mo Chen cursed as he looked at the photo. It showed him carrying Yi Beer into the hotel. Without a second thought, Mo Chen knew what would happen next. He was definitely about to be blackmailed. Sure enough, his phone rang the next second. Hello. Mo Chen pressed the answer button lazily. Mo Chen, Master Mo, you've seen the photo I just sent. Beep, 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 beeped. Before the paparazzo could finish, a busy tone sounded from the line. He hung up on me. What's wrong with Mo Chen? Isn't he afraid he'll leak the photo? The paparazzo muttered, reluctantly dialing Mo Chen's number again. Though the Mo family was powerful, as long as he kept his identity hidden and wasn't found, it wouldn't be a big problem. Besides, fortune favors the bold. He was drowning in gambling debts, and without money to pay them off, his life was at stake. Why would he care about offending Mo Chen and Yi-fan? After a dozen rings, the call was finally answered. Hello. Mo Chen's voice came through. Master Mo, aren't you afraid he'll post the photo online? The paparazzo cut to the chase. No money meant no life, and a desperate man fears nothing. He decided to get tough with Mo Chen. That photo you just sent. Mo Chen chuckled. What would happen if it went online? Master Mo, are you really that naive, or just pretending? That photo clearly shows you drugging Miss Yi Beer of the Yi family and taking her to a hotel. If this gets out, not only will the Mo family's reputation suffer, but the Yi family won't let you off easily, right? And soon the police will come for you. You must know that Deputy Director Zheng has been watching you every day because of Zheng Rui's incident. The paparazzo snorted coldly. I drugged Yi Beer. Are you sick? Can't you see she was just drunk, and I took her to the hotel? Master Mo, we all know what you're like. Whether she was drunk or drugged, people will draw their own conclusions. And Miss Yi Beer won't lack evidence. Oh, so you're saying Yi Beer knows what I did to her, right? Of course. Then why hasn't she come after me or called the police in 2 days? If she knows everything, why are you the one babbling nonsense with a photo? Well, how about this, you call Yi Beer first and ask if she's interested in having me arrested? Mo Chen, even if what you say is true, once this photo is out, who cares if it's real? People will only believe what they see and imagine. Your reputation and the Mo families will be ruined. I, Mo Chen, actually have a reputation. Mo Chen laughed out loud. He suddenly hoped the paparazzo would leak the photo. It would surely stir up negative emotions in many, and that meant a windfall of rewards. Young Master Mo, I know your reputation has never been good, but have you ever considered what will happen when the Yi family finds out about this? And while your name is tarnished, you've never stooped to drugging a girl before. Aren't you afraid they'll never dare come near you again? The paparazzo detected a note of utter indifference in Mo Chen's tone, completely undermining his plan to intimidate him with aggression. Yet he felt Mo Chen might not fully grasp the negative fallout if this were exposed. He decided to warn young Master Mo. Talking to a lowly commoner like you is truly exhausting. You'll probably never fathom the dynamics between wealthy families, will you? Mo Chen sneered in retort. What do you mean? The paparazzo was puzzled. Let me tell you, for families like ours, only money matters, nothing else counts. If you expose this, the Yi family will do just one thing for the sake of their honor and Miss Yi Beer's reputation. They'll proactively seek a marriage alliance with the Mo family. Then with a nod from me, Yi Beer becomes my wife. This is something you'd struggle to grasp, isn't it? A bit jealous, huh? Ha ha. Mo Chen began to needle the paparazzo. After all, Yi Beer knew nothing had happened to her. The police couldn't cause him any trouble. Let those extras who knew the truth curse him behind his back. The more they cursed, the better he felt. He hoped the paparazzo would embellish the story and blow it up as much as possible. Two don't believe it. The paparazzo was dumbfounded. Had heard of similar cases before, but he couldn't fathom this happening. The Yi family was no ordinary wealthy clan. They were the elite of Blue Sea. If this were swept under the rug, where would their pride go? And Yi Beer was no ordinary beauty. She was one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. Wouldn't she care about her own dignity? Even if the Mo family wielded immense power, they couldn't dominate everything, could they? You don't believe me? How about you post the photo online and see? I must say, Yi Beer has a great figure. If this lands me her hand in marriage, I'll send you a big red envelope. Mo Chen's tone carried a hint of excitement. The paparazzo frowned deeply. Young Master Mo was usually a playboy, but he wasn't an idiot. From his words, it seemed he genuinely wanted the paparazzo to do it. Could it be that Mo Chen was telling the truth? Gritting his teeth, the paparazzo decided to bluff one last time. If it worked, fine. If not, head turned to the Yi family. Young Master Mo, don't joke with me like this. I might actually send this photo out. Can you stop with all the nonsense? If you're going to post it, just do it. Wait, I have this photo too. If you don't, I'll post it myself. Too bad the quality's lacking. Think it over. My version's too pixelated to identify anyone clearly. I'll give you 2 days. If you haven't posted by then, I'll expose it myself. That's it. Mo Chen didn't need to expend much effort investigating the paparazzo. From the original story, he already knew his modus operandi. A gambler, a desperado who would stop at nothing for money, unafraid to blackmail anyone from politicians to gangsters. Killing him wouldn't be hard for Mo Chen, but he wouldn't do that for now. Keeping him around would help generate a wealth of negative emotional rewards and indirectly cause trouble for Yi Fan. This was something he relished. Mo Chen's rapid-fire words left the paparazzo stunned. In all his years, had never encountered such a situation. Before he could say more, Mo Chen hung up. Fine. You're ruthless, but I don't believe this won't affect you when it comes out. Frustrated, the paparazzo opened his phone and logged into Blue Sea City's largest forum. But before he could post, the top trending topic already showed Mo Chen's name. No way. That fast. Startled, he clicked the link. After reading it carefully, he was bewildered again. The main subject of the post was indeed Mo Chen, but the female lead wasn't Yi Beer. It was Su Yuyin, another of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea from the Su family. It claimed that Su Yuyin had spent a whole night indulging in wild cosplay with Mo Chen, even causing the Su family to miss a major business deal. Subsequently, she was expelled from the Su family, taken in by Mo Chen, and appointed as vice president of the Mo family's Launching Group. TSK. The paparazzo clicked his tongue. Being beautiful really pays off. She pleased Mo Chen so much she got promoted to vice president of Launching, a position even more impressive than being chairman of the Su family. He frowned after muttering, "Wait, this means Mo Chen genuinely isn't afraid of exposure. He wasn't joking with me. Su Yuyin, one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea, is already his kept woman. Even if he doesn't marry her, she probably won't dare say anything. So it's not impossible for the Yi family to marry Yi Beer into the Mo family." With that thought, the paparazzo felt frustrated. Had he missed a golden opportunity? No. He had recorded the conversation with Mo Chen. He should first contact the Yi family to gauge their stance. Had heard that Yi Fan, the second young master of the Yi family, had grown up with Yi Beer, and they were very close. Surely Yi Fan would care deeply about her happiness. Had reach out to him. Thinking this, the paparazzo took out his phone, found Yi Fan's number, and sent a message. The message contained the same photo Had sent to Mo Chen, but this time, he was clever. He blurred Mo Chen's face with a mosaic, leaving only a male figure visible. Yi Beer was fully exposed. How would Yi Fan react to such a photo? At that moment, Yi Fan had accidentally found a jade pendant in his elder brother Yi Tian's room and inadvertently shattered it. As it broke, an ancient, powerful aura enveloped him. The ancient martial medical art awakened. Surrounded by purple energy, Yi Fan was cultivating this inherited art. He had already broken through the first layer and was now working on the second. The art had 10 layers total. Mastering the 10th would allow him to regenerate flesh from bone, revive the dead, rekindle a dying flame, and extend life itself. Just as he was about to break through the second layer, his phone lit up with a message. Yi Fan glanced at it and saw a photo. At first he dismissed it, but then something felt off. The woman in the photo looked just like his sister Yi Beer. At this critical moment of breakthrough, he should have been fully focused, but Yi Beer held too much importance in his heart. In panic, he grabbed the phone, enlarged the photo, and scrutinized it. The photo wasn't very clear, and the man was blurred, but Yi Fan could tell one thing: Yi Beer was unconscious, being carried by a man into a hotel. Had that man already? At this thought his mind trembled, and his breakthrough state instantly regressed. The shock caused the ancient martial medical art to backlash against his body. Unable to control his meridians, and Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. Cultivating the ancient martial medical codex demands utmost serenity of mind and spirit. At this moment Yi Fan was far more than agitated. His very spirit had been wounded. Beer. How could this be? First Su Yuyan, and now this. Why do the women I set my heart upon all encounter such calamities? Who dares to lay a hand on my beer? Yi Fan was consumed by fury. Ignoring his internal injuries, he grabbed his phone to reply to the message. Just then the phone rang. He stared at the unfamiliar number on the screen, momentarily stunned. He pressed the answer button. Is this young Master Yi? Did you see the photo I sent? A strange man's voice came through. Who are you? What's the meaning of this photo? Yi Fan forced back the nausea and replied coldly. I believe you recognize the woman in the photo, young Master Yi. As for what happened to her, I'm sure you can guess. What the hell do you want? Spit it out. Yi Fan swallowed the blood rising in his throat, suppressing his inner energy with effort. Young Master Yi, I trust you wouldn't want this photo to leak, would you? The paparazzo asked with a smirk. Cut the crap. Just tell me what you want. Yi Fan bellowed in rage. Alright, I'll be direct. To keep this photo off the internet, 5 million. How does that sound? Are you blackmailing me? Blackmail? That's such an ugly word. What happened to Miss Beer wasn't my doing. I just happened to stumble upon it. This is a fair transaction. 5 million is nothing to the Yi family. Barely enough for a sports car or a night at the KTV. A small price for your family's honor, wouldn't you say? Fine. Then tell me who the man in the photo is. Yi Fan couldn't care less about 5 million. Even 50 million meant nothing to him. What consumed him was the identity of the man who had touched Yi Beer and cuckolded him. Oh well. Young Master Yi, our deal only covers deleting the photo. Revealing the person's identity involves privacy. You understand privacy, don't you? Bullshit. Don't lecture me about privacy. You took a photo of my sister and threatened to post it online. Isn't that a privacy violation? Name your price. Yi Fan had no patience for the paparazzo's games. Well, give me a moment to think. I hadn't considered that before. They'll get back to you once I've decided. The paparazzo hung up. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What the hell did he mean? Just name your price. Think. Think about what? Frantically he called back, but the phone was already switched off. Overwhelmed with fury and frustration, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Thus, not only had he failed to break through to the second layer of the ancient martial medical codex, but he had regressed to the first layer, suffering severe internal injuries. When did this happen? Beer. Gritting through the pain, he hesitated for a moment, then dialed Yi Beer's number. Brother. What's up? Yi Beer answered quickly. Oh, nothing much. I haven't seen you in a while, and wondered how you've been. You've been back in Blue Sea for days, and haven't come to see me, or Big Brother. Have you been running wild? Yi Fan didn't dare ask directly, starting with casual conversation. I've had no time for fun. Our bureau is investigating someone. It's been hectic. Once I'm through with this, I'll come visit you and Big Brother. Yi Beer replied apologetically. Beer, has anyone been bothering you lately? Yi Fan probed cautiously. Bothering me? Come on, you know my skills, brother. Even you might not be a match for me now. Who would dare? Yi Beer laughed. That's good. I have no doubt about your abilities, but you're a beautiful woman alone out there. Be extra careful, especially with unfamiliar drinks. There are many bad people now, and cases of lone women being drugged are common. Stay vigilant. Yi Fan carefully steered the conversation toward his concern. Don't worry, brother. I'm a cop. Who's more alert than me? Rest assured, the one who could take me down hasn't been born yet. But you're acting strange today, brother. Why bring all this up? Yi Beer's heart skipped a beat as she feigned calm. As long as you're okay. Remember, if anyone bullies you, tell me. He'll make sure they pay, even if they're the king of heaven himself. Alright, I know, brother. You're the best to me. I've got work to do, gotta go. Oh, okay. Listening to the dial tone, Yi Fan slowly lowered the phone. His expression darkened further. Just now, when he mentioned drugging, Yi Beer's reaction had been unnatural. She was definitely not as unbothered as she claimed. The photo must be real. Beer. Yi Fan pressed a hand to his chest. The thought of Yi Beer, pure as jade, the girl he had loved for years, whom he had never so much as touched, being drugged and taken to a hotel by some man, tore at his heart like a knife. More unbearable images flooded his mind. How would a beauty like Yi Beer be treated while unconscious? Was there only one man in that hotel room? Those perverts loved taking explicit photos and videos. Would he soon see Yi Beer's videos online? The more he thought, the more suffocated he felt. Like guarding a perfect cream cake he never dared to taste, only to have someone else smear it with sauce and devour it. His rage reignited. The inner energy he cultivated began to reverse uncontrollably. Blood rushed to his head, and Yi Fan collapsed unconscious. The paparazzo, having hung up, immediately turned off his phone. From Yi Fan's reaction, he sensed he might have asked for too little. He needed to think carefully about how to exploit the censored Mo Chen in the photo to squeeze more money out of Yi Fan. Yi Fan's anxious tone revealed his desperation. Since the paparazzo hadn't settled on a price, stalling seemed wise. Let Yi Fan stew in his anxiety. Maybe when the paparazzo finally named an exorbitant sum, Yi Fan would agree in desperation. As for Mo Chen, that reckless, shameless air, there was nothing to be done. But one thing was certain: the paparazzo didn't believe Mo Chen would actually release the photo. So he decided to ignore Mo Chen. As for Yi Beer, he saw no need to stir trouble. She was a cop, and if pushed too far, she might use official channels against him. The paparazzo was in high spirits. But Su Yuyan was far from cheerful. From the moment she entered the company that morning, Su Yuyan felt the strange glances of Tianlong God's employees directed at her. She was unaware that her affairs had been fabricated and posted online. Yet from those looks, she could discern mockery and disdain. Of course, not everyone harbored such sentiments. At least 3 individuals did not cast such glances. Qin Fong and Yang Shui looked at Su Yuyan with eyes full of regret and pity. It seemed that every time they saw her, they felt a sense of empathy. The other person was Lei Peng. He had witnessed young master Mo Chen's methods all too often. Threats, intimidation, bribery. There was nothing the young master wouldn't do. Judging by Miss Su's demeanor, she too had been coerced by Mo Chen. He wondered who Miss Su had offended, prompting someone to fabricate these stories about her and post them online. The goal seemed straightforward: to ruin her reputation. Su Yuyan paid little heed to the pointing fingers of her colleagues. She plunged into the conference room she had used earlier, immersing herself in the study of the project proposal. Hours later, she rubbed her sore eyes and entered the restroom. Just as she sat down, she heard the voices of 2 girls outside. President Su is so lucky. What are you jealous? Jealous of what? I don't have her beautiful face or her perfect figure. What's there to be jealous of? From the way you talk, you're definitely jealous. But honestly, who isn't jealous? Without any workability, just by pleasing young Master Mo, she gets the position of Vice President of Tianlong God. 80% of the women in this company are jealous. What use is jealousy? Miss Su is known as one of the 4 beauties of Blue Sea. Besides President Qin and President Yang, who else in the company can compare to her? Tisk, do you think a pretty face is enough to fool young Master Mo? Our young Master Mo has seen all kinds of beautiful women. Su Yuyan made great sacrifices to win his favor. Didn't you read the posts about cosplay bondage SM and all those games? We can't even imagine them. True, we use our brains to earn a living, exhausting our minds. Maybe Miss Su's body is covered in scars too. Huh? Su Yuyan grew increasingly uneasy, her face darkening. She took out her phone and logged into the largest local forum. The top trending post was marked in glaring red. She clicked on it and read the entire content. She trembled with rage. The post was detailed, but mostly composed of exaggerated trivialities and fabricated details. Who is it? Who is deliberately slandering me? Several faces flashed through Su Yuyan's mind. Soon Su Rong's image settled in her thoughts. It must be him. But I've completely left the Su family. Why does he still want to harm me? Aside from Su Rong, she could think of no one else who would deliberately harm her. Yet she couldn't fathom the motive. Fuming, she had no recourse. Should she explain to the people in the company? It was unnecessary. Even if she did, they would still whisper, where there's smoke, there's fire. What about asking Mo Chen for help? After all, she was working for him now. Moreover, the post had dragged Mo Chen into it, portraying him as shameless, lecherous, and malicious. If Mo Chen found out, for the sake of his and the Mo family's reputation, he might do something about it. With that thought, Su Yuyan decided to continue working and inform Mo Chen when she saw him. In the afternoon, a few hours before the end of the workday, Mo Chen strolled into the company building. As soon as he entered his office, Lei Peng slipped in and carefully closed the door. Old Lei, what are you sneaking around for? Mo Chen looked puzzled. Young Master Miss Su is in trouble, Lei Peng said gravely. In trouble? Mo Chen was startled. He shot up from his seat. If the leading lady was in trouble, how could he earn rewards? What happened? Where is Su Yuyan now? Mo Chen's voice turned icy. No, young master, don't worry. Miss Su is fine, as she's diligently working on the task you assigned. Lei Peng sighed inwardly. It seemed that the young master, who usually only played around without commitment, was getting serious this time. Seeing his anxious reaction to Miss Su's trouble, he had never shown such concern for any other girl before. First you say there's trouble, then there's none. What are you trying to say? Mo Chen said coldly. Young master, look at this. Lei Peng pulled up the post on his phone and handed it to Mo Chen. Rather than explain, it was faster to let Mo Chen read it himself. In Lei Peng's impression, after reading these defamatory words, the young master would fly into a rage and immediately demand to find the poster, if not kill him, then at least break his legs. To his surprise, a few minutes later, Mo Chen returned the phone as if nothing had happened. With a calm expression, he said, "That's it." Ah. Lei Peng nodded blankly. That's it. What did he mean? Wasn't that enough? All the scandalous details about you and your girlfriend Su Yuyan were exposed, and you're not angry. I thought it was something big. Just a bit of negative news. Haven't I had plenty of that over the years? Mo Chen sat back down in his chair. He laughed heartily. Lei Peng studied his expression closely, unable to tell if it was genuine or feigned. Could it be that the young master was so furious he laughed in anger? Enough, ignore this trivial matter. You're the general manager of Tianlong God. Go do your job. By the way, how are the onboarding procedures for Qin Fong Yang Shui and their teams coming along? Mo Chen changed the subject. A young master, all onboarding is complete. Qin Fong and Yang Shui have taken over their new roles. I observed them and their teams for a day. Your judgment is impeccable. The new employees are far more efficient and dedicated than our previous staff. Lei Peng flattered. This was indeed what he had observed and concluded for now. But their actual work capabilities would require more time to assess. Good. Also, recruitment must be prioritized. These people won't be enough. Mo Chen nodded. Rest assured, young master. Miss Yang Shui has already begun handling recruitment. Lei Peng was curious. Qin Fong and Yang Shui were exceptionally capable. How did the young master, who rarely concerned himself with such matters, manage to select such talented individuals? Go about your business. Later have Yu Yin bring me today's completed tasks. Mo Chen waved his hand dismissively. Yes, young master. Lei Peng bowed and exited Mo Chen's room. He quickly arrived outside the conference room, where Su Yin was engrossed in her work. At the moment he pushed the door, his hand paused in midair. This matter seems a bit troublesome. Judging by the young master's demeanor, he clearly cares about Miss Su. If things go well, Miss Su might become the lady of the house, yet the young master seems indifferent to the negative comments about her online. Such an attitude could upset Miss Su. Lei Peng did not want to find himself caught between these two in the future. He had to show his own stance. With this thought, he pushed the door open. Mr. Lei, has Mo Xiao come? Hearing the door open, Su Yin looked up. Seeing Lei Peng, a faint glimmer of expectation flashed across her face. This made Lei Peng's heart sink. It seemed that Miss Su was very eager to see the young master, likely because she had also seen those comments online. If she learned about the young master's attitude after meeting him, how heartbroken would she be? Miss Su, there have been some rumors online recently. Lei Peng began hesitantly. Mr. Lei, I know. I was just thinking of discussing this with Mo Xiao. Has he come? Su Yin asked again. The young master has indeed come, but actually, Miss Su, you know that the young master has had quite a few negative news stories over the years, so he doesn't really care about such matters. I've almost finished my work here, I'll go find him now. Su Yin seemed not to have listened closely to Lei Peng's words. She picked up the project documents from the table and walked out of the conference room. Su. Lei Peng sighed inwardly. He felt that after years of navigating through complexities, he had never encountered such a difficult situation as today. Forget it anyway, it seems this matter doesn't affect me at all, so why worry? Mo Chen was undoubtedly quite pleased with the negative news that had surfaced. Regardless of Su Yun's background, just the fact that she held the title of Blue Seas, for beauties, meant she had many admirers. If these people knew that their goddess appeared so humble and open in front of the young master of the Mo family, wouldn't they scold this wastrel in their hearts? Negative emotions would surely arise from this, right? Host has received rewards 1. Host's bank account balance has increased to 1 billion. 2. Proficiency in Eagle language increased by 5 points, Wood language by 6 points, Sea language by 8 points, World language by 5 points, Ancient Holy language by 3 points. Just as he thought about the rewards, they arrived, truly a wish come true. Mo Chen leaned back in his chair feeling quite pleased. Just then there was a knock at the office door. Come in. Mo Chen said casually. Su Yin pushed the door open and slowly approached the desk. She placed the project documents she was holding on the table and said, I have finished selecting today's projects. Mo Xiao, please take a look. Mo Chen lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at the projects Su Yin had selected and discarded. The best businesswoman is truly something else. Among today's project documents, only 2 selected projects had issues while 3 from the discarded ones were usable. In just one day her discerning eye was improving at an astonishing rate. There's. He was about to compliment her on her progress, but immediately stopped himself. No, if he praised her, wouldn't that make Su Yin happy? How could he create negative emotions then? He must scold her instead. Are you crazy? Is your brain ill? You had a whole day yesterday, and today there's not a single improvement. What have you been thinking every day? Are you an idiot? Mo Chen scolded her harshly. Although Su Yin had already formed a considerable change in her opinion of him, being subjected to such merciless insults still made her feel extremely hurt, making her think her learning ability might really be problematic. She lowered her head, the content of the online slanderous posts resurfacing in her mind, and she bit back her tears as she softly said, Mo Xiao, perhaps some things that happened today affected my focus and judgment. Some things that happened. Does a trivial matter affect your focus and judgment? What can you even accomplish? Mo Chen raised the project document high and slammed it onto the desk with force, his face expressing anger and sarcasm. It's not a trivial matter. Su Yin felt that Mo Chen probably didn't know about the posts online, and it was necessary to show him the post now. With this thought, she took out her phone, pulled up the post page, and handed it to Mo Chen. At that moment she did not speak, but her expression clearly said, look, when faced with such a situation, how can you expect me to concentrate on my work? This involves you too. Seeing this, wouldn't you also be unable to sit still? Yet Mo Chen took her phone, scrolled through it a few times, and sneered, is this it? You let this affect your work? This is not a trivial matter, it's an insult to my character. Bah. Su Yin raised her voice to argue, but was silenced by Mo Chen's furious shout. If you lack ability, just admit it. Haven't there been countless posts insulting me online over the years? Should I just let that make me furious? Don't those big stars get scolded too? Aren't they slandered? With your psychological quality and workability, I truly regret bringing you close and giving you such power and good treatment. Useless. You're nothing. Mo Chen grew more agitated as he scolded, almost fully immersing himself in the role. In his final words, he even gestured wildly forcefully, throwing Su Yuyan's phone to the ground. Instantly, the phone shattered into pieces. Su Yuyan was startled and stepped back 2 paces. She was frightened by Mo Chen's reaction. The fear in her heart began to rise again. Detected that target Su Yuyan has generated a large amount of negative emotions towards the host. Host has received rewards energy 3, A reaction speed 3, the acting skill 2, business insight 5, O emotional and psychological analysis ability 3, A medical heritage 3, resilience 2, mixed martial arts 4, A alcohol tolerance 3, piano performance 5, increased new skill art appreciation 5. Thanks to Miss Su for the generous rewards. Mo Chen felt a surge of joy within. Finally, he was able to harvest such a large amount of rewards from Su Yuyan, which was no easy feat. He wondered who had created that post, but had truly been a tremendous help to him. Otherwise, he should buy a trending topic. To prevent that post from sinking so quickly, he felt quite relieved internally. Meanwhile, Su Yuyan had slowly crouched down, picking up the shattered pieces of her phone. Why are you picking up that broken phone? Take the project documents and follow me. Mo Chen stepped closer and swatted the phone fragments from Su Yuyan's hands, speaking sternly. He thought he should seize the moment. Su Yuyan was in an extremely low mood, and if he took her to a high-end restaurant where wealthy people could point and comment, it would surely generate even more negative emotions. Looking at the fragments that had just been picked up only to scatter on the floor again, Su Yuyan could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed from her eyes. She hugged her knees and wept bitterly, her head bowed. This sight softened Mo Chen's heart somewhat. After all, since he arrived in this world, Su Yuyan had done nothing wrong to him, yet he had been using her to claim rewards. Bullying such a delicate beauty to this extent made Mo Chen feel somewhat guilty. But the thought that failing to accumulate enough rewards might lead to his demise at the hands of Yi Fan steeled his resolve. Cry. That's all you know when trouble strikes. If you have any capability, do your job properly. No wonder the Su family doesn't take you seriously. What's the difference between you and a useless waste? Hearing Mo Chen mention the Su family, Su Yuyan suddenly stopped crying. She lifted her head and glared at him with resentment. What are you looking at? Can you do it or not? If you can, take the project proposal and come with me. If not, ill. Before Mo Chen could finish, Su Yuyan sprang to her feet and swiftly gathered the 5 project proposals he had pointed out into her arms. Her sudden reaction startled Mo Chen. Done crying? He asked coldly. I will work hard. Su Yuyan replied, her tears not yet dry, but her gaze now resolute. Fine, I'll be watching. Let's go. Mo Chen nodded slightly and strode out. Yet inwardly, he wondered why, after knocking her phone away and scolding her, she hadn't generated any negative emotions. Trailing behind Mo Chen, Su Yuyan fixed her beautiful eyes on the figure ahead. She suddenly felt that everything he did seemed to carry a deeper meaning. She couldn't quite grasp it yet, but she believed it wouldn't be long before she uncovered his motives. In any case, he didn't intend to harm her. From the office to the building entrance, Su Yuyan felt the contemptuous gazes of countless employees. She could almost hear their hushed whispers. Her face flushed, but her steps remained steady. From now on, she would learn to be strong and not be easily defeated by these rumors. They got into the car. A dozen minutes later, Mo Chen parked in front of a phone store. Wait here, he instructed Su Yuyan before getting out and entering the store alone. A phone store? Could he be buying me a phone? She murmured to herself. In a few minutes, Mo Chen returned to the car with a bag. He tossed it to Su Yuyan. Change your phone when we get back. Su Yuyan was stunned. Inside the bag were 2 top-tier phones of different brands. Her guess had been right. Was he feeling guilty for breaking her phone and trying to make amends? Staring at the 2 phones, Su Yuyan felt her earlier grievance dissipate significantly. They cost 50,000 in total. He'll deduct it from your salary. Mo Chen suddenly added. Detected negative emotions from target Su Yuyan. Host receives rewards energy 2, medical heritage 1, piano performance 1, art appreciation 1. As expected, giving a gift and then demanding payment triggers negative feelings. Su Yuyan felt disheartened. With a monthly salary of 1,000, even without spending a cent, it would take 5 years to pay off the cost of the 2 phones. How stingy could Mo Chen be? Mo Chen started the car again. Half an hour later, they stopped in front of an exceptionally luxurious top-tier restaurant. Get out, Mo Chen said, opening his door and stepping out first. Su Yuyan hesitated for a moment, not moving immediately. She had been to this restaurant before. The taste was just average, but many large corporations chose it for entertaining clients. Companies of the Su family scale were regulars here. In short, walking in meant you might run into many familiar faces. And Su Yuyan dreaded encountering acquaintances the most. I said get out. Are you deaf? Mo Chen stood by the hood, his face darkening with anger as he saw she hadn't moved. He knew what she feared, but his purpose in bringing her here was to make her socially humiliated. Only through her humiliation could he gain more rewards. Su Yuyin hesitated for 2 seconds before reluctantly stepping out. MMR. Mo, are we eating here? She asked, softly approaching him. What? Don't wanna. Mo Chen frowned. No, it's just what? Don't you know your place? Remember, in my presence it's not about what you think. Everything is about what I think. With a dismissive glance, Mo Chen turned and walked into the restaurant. Su Yuyin had no choice but to lower her head and follow. As they entered, just as she had anticipated, the restaurant was filled with many familiar entrepreneurs dining. They were either entertaining friends or clients, their attention fixed on their own tables, so they didn't notice the pair entering. Su Yuyin hoped they would quickly get a private room to avoid any encounters. But to her surprise, Mo Chen, who always chose private rooms, picked the most central table in the entire restaurant. Mr. Mo, are we sitting here? Su Yuyin glanced around furtively and asked in a weak voice. What's wrong with here? Do you have a problem? Mo Chen deliberately raised his voice as if eager to draw attention. Nearby waitstaff and guests immediately turned their heads. Fearing he would shout further, Su Yuyin quickly sat down across from him. Tell me, do you not like looking at my face? Why keep your head down? Lift it up. Mo Chen tapped the table with his knuckles. Oh. Su Yuyin reluctantly raised her head. Sir, madam, what would you like to order? A waiter handed them menus. Yuyin, you order whatever you'd like. Mo Chen pushed the menu forward, his voice rising another octave. The sound was so loud that even guests in the corner could hear clearly. Dozens of eyes immediately turned toward them. Don't be so loud, Su Yuyin urged in a low voice. What? I was born with a loud voice. Do I need to sneak around just to eat? Mo Chen retorted, scanning the room with his gaze. He made sure everyone saw his face. Not everyone knew him, but a few tables had people who recognized him. Upon seeing Mo Chen, their eyes instinctively shifted to the beauty across from him. In terms of recognition, Su Yuyin was far more well-known than Mo Chen. Moreover, these men had all seen Su Yuyin's image through various channels. The sight of the two together turned the once relatively quiet restaurant into a noisy, chaotic mess. Whispers and gossip naturally reached their ears. The lewd remarks and contemptuous looks became too much for Su Yuyin to bear. She abruptly stood up. What are you doing? Sit down. Mo Chen glared. Su Yuyin couldn't stand the environment and wanted to escape. But Mo Chen's icy eyes pinned her in place, making her afraid to move. I said sit down. Can't you understand? He stared at her, enunciating each word. Confronted by those disdainful gazes and idle gossip, and contrasting with Mo Chen's threatening expression, Su Yuyin ultimately relented. She braced herself and slowly sat down. Order. Mo Chen commanded once more. Su Yuyin steeled her resolve. Ever since being cast out by the Su family, she had already placed life and death aside. Mere looks and gossip, what could they do to her? She consoled herself with these thoughts, reaching out to take the menu from the waiter and vengefully ordered over a dozen dishes. The waiter turned and left. Mo Chen furrowed his brow slightly. What was going on? No negative emotions. No reward. Had he not been harsh enough just now? Su Yuyin lowered her head for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Mo Chen and said, Young master, Mo, can you find a way to delete that post? Or perhaps come forward to clarify? Huh? Mo Chen wore an incredulous smile. Delete the post. Clarify. Why would I do that? Because this matter truly prevents me from focusing on work and it also tarnishes your reputation, young master Mo, and might even affect the entire Mo family. Stop. I already said earlier that if such a small thing affects your ability to work, it's because your own mental fortitude is too weak or simply your work ability is lacking. No wonder the Su family has never appreciated you. Also, I, Mo Chen, never explained my actions, nor do I need to explain to anyone. And besides, Mo Chen sat up straight with a smile, his gaze sweeping around the restaurant. After exchanging glances with those secretly watching him, he suddenly raised his voice. What we do is legal and reasonable. Those people may appear righteous on the surface, but in their hearts they're all envious of me. Everyone cooperating with the Mo family is making money, who would cut off their own financial path just because I have a beauty by my side. Then leaning forward, he looked at Su Yuyin with a wicked grin. So whether it's clarification or deleting the post, I won't do it. I advise you to give up that idea. He then stared at Su Yuyin with a smirk, silently urging, curse me in your heart quick. I want my reward. After hearing Mo Chen's words, Su Yuyin was momentarily stunned. She mechanically looked around only to find that those people, after hearing Mo Chen's words, had all averted their gazes. Her request had been rejected, yet she felt no resentment in her heart. There was an elusive sense telling her that Mo Chen was right, and it made her realize something. What was it? Mo Chen stared at her blankly until all the dishes were served without receiving a single reward. Bloody hell, no way. I rejected you so ruthlessly, and you still don't curse me or hate me. Su Beauty, could your mind be starting to twist? What you said makes sense. Su Yuyin lowered her head and said softly. Makes sense. Mo Chen was baffled. He had actually been acknowledged. Moreover, after saying this, Su Yuyin took the initiative to pick up her chopsticks and start eating. Hey, I haven't given you permission to start yet. Just as Mo Chen was about to put on a stern face and try again, a man's voice at the door caught his attention. Not only him, but also Su Yuyin. President Feng, President, by this deal owes much to your kind words. Later we must drink freely, and let me properly thank you both. You're too kind, President Su. It's the Su family's solid qualifications that made it possible. As the three chatted, pausing mid-sentence, they simultaneously noticed Mo Chen and Su Yun seated in the center of the restaurant. Young Master Mo. Among the three who entered, one was Su Rong. Although Su Rong had latched onto the big tree that was Yi Fan, he dared not offend Mo Chen. So upon seeing Mo Chen, he immediately flashed a fawning smile. The two men beside him were Feng Du and Bai Shu, who had previously been ordered to acquire Qin Fang's company. Now, having confirmed Mo Chen's identity, both showed expressions of shock. Isn't this young Master Su? What a coincidence. Oh, President Feng, President Bai, you're here too. Together with young Master Su, does this mean there's business cooperation with the Su family? Mo Chen first took a bite of food, and then said with a hearty laugh. The two exchanged wary glances. They had already been thwarted by Mo Chen during the acquisition of Qin Fang's company. They wondered if it was coincidence, or if he was deliberately interfering. Last time they reported the matter to their boss, who advised them to avoid provoking Mo Chen for now, and to set aside the Qin Fang matter. Clearly their boss was also extremely cautious of Mo Chen and the Mo family behind him. Now, having just started cooperating with the Su family, they encountered Mo Chen again. Could this be another coincidence? Their gazes shifted to Su Yuyan. They had all seen the online post. If the content was true, Mo Chen might very well stand up for Su Yuyan against the Su family. And they, as partners of the Su family, would likely be implicated as well. With the situation unclear, they decided not to speak rashly for the time being. Thus they merely gave Mo Chen a polite smile and said nothing. Su Rong, emboldened, stepped closer to Mo Chen and said with a flattering smile, "Young Master Mo, last time you asked the Su family to expel her, claiming you hated her. But now you've turned around and made her vice president of Tianlong Shin Group. Is it because—" As he spoke, he cast a lecherous sidelong glance at Su Yuyan. "Yes, you guessed right. Your sister has left me very satisfied. Rest assured, I'm a man of my word. As long as your Su family doesn't provoke me, I won't touch them." Mo Chen raised his voice with a laugh. His words immediately made the diners in the restaurant prick up their ears again. Su Rong's face flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, Mo Chen was too malicious. Saying such things in front of so many people implied that the Su family had handed Su Yuyan over to Mo Chen as a plaything to save themselves. If this got out, how could the Su family hold their heads up in the future? But he dared not directly refute Mo Chen. All his pent-up anger was thus redirected towards Su Yuyan. Fine. It must be this wretched girl whispering in Mo Chen's ear in bed. He shot a fierce glare at Su Yuyan and continued smiling at Mo Chen. "Young Master Mo, as long as you're happy, you can do whatever you want with her. And this sister of mine, though she seems innocent, is actually quite open-minded and knows many tricks." Su Rong. Su Yuyan couldn't bear Su Rong's vile insults. She abruptly stood up, her pretty face flushed with anger, and blurted out furiously, "What are you yelling at me for? I'm your brother. How dare you speak to me like that? Is this how the Su family raised you?" Su Rong deliberately put on a stern face. He dared to treat Su Yuyan this way in front of Mo Chen, mainly to test Mo Chen's attitude toward her. This would determine how the Su family as a whole would treat her and her parents in the future. "You're despicable," Su Yuyan shouted again. "Yuyan." Mo Chen suddenly frowned. "He's your brother. Show him some respect." Mo Chen's sudden remark left Su Rong and Su Yuyan utterly bewildered. Neither had anticipated that Mo Chen would actually side with Su Rong. Target Su Yuyan generated intense negative emotions. Host rewarded stamina 3, strength 3, energy 4, reaction speed 2, acting 2, business acumen 3, inherited medicine 2, alcohol tolerance 3, piano performance 3, art appreciation 4. The reward notification finally appeared in his mind. Mo Chen couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Su Yuyan, seething with resentment, caught that fleeting smile and seemed to grasp something. She fixed her gaze on his expression. In her mind, she replayed every word Mo Chen had spoken to her today, piecing together the outcomes of his every action. Then it all clicked. She understood completely. Mo Chen acted with razor-sharp purpose, and whatever he set out to do, he inevitably accomplished. Most crucially, whether he appeared angry or not, it was all a deliberate performance. That is to say, his excitement was feigned, his fury was a mask. His true inner self had always remained utterly unperturbed, unflappable in the face of change, with expressions born of the heart. This was the very temperament essential for a great achiever. I get it now. From the very start, he was tempering my character and honing my will. If I care too much about others' opinions and idle gossip, it clouds my judgment. If I let a petty person like Su Rong insult me with foul words face-to-face, I'd easily fall into the traps they set for me. Su Yuyan's gaze toward Mo Chen grew increasingly radiant. Mo Chen deliberately brought me to this restaurant and sat us in the most conspicuous spot in the hall, all to strengthen my resilience under pressure. He probably even knew in advance that Su Rong would show up here. For my sake, he went to such lengths, yet I was so slow to catch on. Not only did I fail to see it until now, but I also kept cursing and blaming him in my heart. This shift in thought gradually transformed her gaze. The look she cast at Mo Chen softened with tenderness. This startled Mo Chen. Could it be that he had pushed things too far and driven Su Yuyan into a state of schizophrenia? Phew. Su Yuyan let out a long sigh. She slowly settled back into her chair, her earlier anger completely dissipated, replaced by an enigmatic half-smile. Su Rong, ever since the Su family cast me out that day, I've had nothing to do with them. You never acknowledged me as your sister, so why do you now call yourself my brother? Is it because I'm close to young Master Mo, and you want to use me to get in his good graces? Nonsense. What connections do I need from you? Young Master Mo and I. Su Rong never expected his usually meek sister to suddenly transform like this. He tried to retort, but when he caught sight of Mo Chen's furrowed brow, he dared not continue. What relationship did he have with young Master Mo? None at all. Mo Chen probably didn't even regard him as a person. The moment he opened his mouth, Mo Chen was displeased. Su Yian, don't think just because young Master Mo favors you now you're someone special. He has plenty of beauties around him. When young Master Mo tires of you, you'll have plenty of time to cry. Su Rong spat out in frustration. Young Master Mo has a keen eye for talent. A petty ignorant man like you could never understand who he truly is. Do you really think he's a useless rich kid like you, only knowing how to play a frog at the bottom of a well? Su Yuyan retorted. She had never admired a man as much as she did now. The whole world misunderstood Mo Chen. Since she left with him, he had not only treated her illness and paid her parents' hospital bills, but also given her a job and cultivated her work skills. He tempered her will, and he had never laid a hand on her. If he didn't truly care for her, she couldn't think of any other reason for him to do all this. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. She wanted to take revenge on the Su family and protect her parents. What Mo Chen was doing was empowering her to do just that. Wishes fulfilled through external means never bring true joy or liberation. Only results achieved through one's own mind and hands can silence those who once looked down on her. You. Su Rong dared not refute her words. He couldn't very well say Mo Chen was a useless wastrel who only knew how to eat and play. After stammering a few words, he squeezed out, do I need you to tell me that? Young Master Mo is no ordinary man. Then forcing a smile at Mo Chen, he said, young Master Mo, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now, ha? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow and ignored Su Rong entirely. For a weathercock like him, if he couldn't be used to farm rewards from Su Yuyan, he wouldn't bother with a single word. Seeing Mo Chen ignore him, Su Rong, feeling humiliated, turned and left with Feng Du and Bai Shu in disgrace. As for Feng Du and Bai Shu, they hadn't dared utter a word the whole time, fearing trouble. Not until the three figures vanished around the corner did Su Yuyan turn back to Mo Chen and whisper, young Master Mo, thank you. Thank me. For what? Mo Chen was utterly confused. Was Su Yuyan either crazy or suffering from a split personality? The contrast was far too drastic. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I was too dull to figure it out until now. All this time I've been silently cursing and blaming you. What I want to say is, from now on I won't curse you in my heart anymore. I promise. Su Yuyan's eyes, expression, and voice were all incredibly tender. Mo Chen was dumbfounded. What thoughtfulness? What did I do? No, Miss Su, what the hell did you figure out? Not curse me anymore. If you don't curse me, where will my rewards come from? You promise. Promise my ass. The whole point of all this was to make you curse me in your heart. Getting grateful from being abused. That's a mental disorder. You need treatment. Young Master Mo, let me toast you. I also promise I'll never let you down. With that, Su Yuyan raised her glass to Mo Chen and downed it in one gulp. Mo Chen was still in a daze, not responding at all to her toast. He just rolled his eyes inwardly. Damn it, you're already disappointing me like this. Su Yuyan took no offense at his cold reaction, she was already used to this side of him. If one day Mo Chen suddenly became warm and smiled at her, she'd probably feel very uncomfortable. That meal Su Yuyan savored every bite, while Mo Chen found it utterly tasteless. That evening, back at their lodgings, Su Yuyan eagerly plunged into a pile of project documents. Now her mind was clear and sharp. She believed that before long her business acumen would soar to new heights. Meanwhile, Mo Chen collapsed onto his bed, pondering how else he could continue farming rewards given Su Yuyan's now twisted psychology. At the same time, Yi Fan slowly regained consciousness in his room. He tried to calm his mind. The shock of Yi Beer's accident had caused him to go berserk and his cultivation to regress. He knew this wasn't the time to dwell on such chaotic thoughts. Mastering the ancient martial arts medical codex was paramount. But just as he was about to resume his cultivation, messages kept popping up in a chat group on his phone. It was a wealthy group in Blue Sea City filled with young heirs. Yi Fan initially didn't want to pay attention to what they were saying. But the name Su Yuyan, which kept appearing in the messages, made him unable to resist picking up his phone again. Brothers, have you seen it? The hottest topic. What hot topic? I know. It's none other than Su Yuyan, one of the Blue Sea Four beauties. Su Yuyan. What's up with her? Did our young Master Yi bag her? What are you talking about? If young Master Yi had bagged her, would it still be the hottest topic? Are you from the Stone Age? Don't you go online? It's #1 on the trending list now. I never would have guessed, truly. Our group members alone make up at least a quarter of Blue Sea's elite, right? Everyone here has pursued Su Yuyan, haven't they? Apart from young Master Yi, she never gave anyone else the time of day, right? Exactly. If it weren't for young Master Yi's interest, I'd have found a way to get her long ago. She always plays so aloof, but who'd have thought she's so wanton underneath? Ah, it's all a facade. Think about it. She only ever treated young Master Yi decently, and now she's hooked up with that bastard Mo Chen. Sure, our circle plays around, but we all know what Mo Chen is. He doesn't just play, he ruins people. How many decent ones end up in Mo Chen's arms? They're all cut from the same cloth. What about young Master Yi? Why hasn't he made a move in these 2 days? He must know about such a big deal, right? Every top tier in Blue Sea knows young Master Yi was closest to Su Yuyin, and now she's openly cuckolding him. Young Master Yi can't just sit back and do nothing, can he? I bet young Master Yi is scheming how to deal with that slut, and that bastard Mo Chen. Well, it's hard to say. Young Master Yi has always been kind-hearted and benevolent. Maybe he'll just let Su and that Mo guy be. Maybe, but I couldn't take it. If it were just behind closed doors and no one knew, fine, but every top tier in Blue Sea knows about it. Where's the face to go? We've been chatting for so long, and young Master Yi hasn't said a word. Is he too heartbroken? Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. Hey, stop calling him. He's troubled enough. Let me tell you something. Lin Xie is coming to Blue Sea. Lin Xie? Which Lin Xie? Are you stupid? How many Lin Xies are there? It's that Lin Xie. No way. Are you kidding? The real Lin Xie. The very one. The one hailed as the film industry's most beautiful skin and legs, the Best Actress winner, who debuted at 17. Lin Xie. I'm a huge fan of hers. What's she doing in Blue Sea? Cut it out, you're not a fan. You're just a leg man. So what if I am? Aren't you? Enough, let's get to the point. Word is she's coming to Blue Sea to shoot a new drama. Then it's every man for himself. Hey, don't get your hopes up. We can't even land the Blue Sea for beauties, let alone a nationally famous Best Actress. Probably only young Master Yi among us has a shot. Yi Fan had lost all interest in reading their chat. His face ashen, he opened the forum and immediately spotted the blazing red trending post. A moment later his chest tightened, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. What the post said largely matched what Su Rong had told him that day, but the details were richer. Yi Fan had tried to put the matter out of his mind, but the stinging feeling of being cuckolded made it impossible to ignore, especially now that the entire Blue Sea elite knew about it. His pride. Where could he hide it? Mo Chen. Su Yuyin. You. Ugh. Yi Fan's eyes turned bloodshot as he spat out more blood. The true qi in his body began to run wild. Sharp pain tore through his internal organs. Damn. Qi deviation. The thought barely crossed his mind before he collapsed unconscious once more. The protagonist Yi Fan's spirit is damaged, generating 1,000 points of hatred toward the host. Host rewards energy 5, reaction speed 5, acting skill 6, business acumen 5, expression psychology analysis 3, a medical heritage 6, impact resistance 5, mixed martial arts 5, alcohol tolerance 10, a business planning 5, piano performance 8, art appreciation 7, World Bank deposit 2 billion, language proficiency Eagle Baiji, Ryukyu 10, each world language 15, ancient sacred language 8. Mo Chen, who had been wholly focused on scheming about Su Yuyin, suddenly received the hatred reward from Yi Fan, and such a hefty one at that. It nearly made him leap with excitement. That kid Yi Fan must have seen the forum post and gotten furious hating me this much. Looks like I need to stir up more scandals when in with the female leads. Other ways of building hatred yield pitiful amounts, but this cuckolding thing, no man can stomach it. Ha ha. Mo Chen muttered to himself, finally bursting into laughter. The sound was so loud that Su Yuyin heard it from the other room. What's Mo Chen laughing about? What's so worth celebrating? Su Yuyin glanced toward Mo Chen's room, then lowered her head to continue reading her project proposal. Mo Chen has me diving into these investment projects. At first I thought he was trying to mess with me, but now I see he's been honing my business sense and ability. If he hadn't treated me so coldly and harshly, I wouldn't have such a fierce determination to succeed, nor would I have improved so quickly. With that thought, Su Yuyin's delicate fingers gently traced over the hot pot restaurant project proposal. Mo Chen, rest assured, I won't let you down. I'm sorry. When you were pursuing me, I kept misjudging you, thinking you were just another useless playboy like the rest. If I'd known you were like this, maybe I truly would have. Su Yuyin's fingers suddenly froze. She realized that a strange, growing feeling for Mo Chen had taken root in her heart. Once she thought Yi Fan was an exceptional man, but now Mo Chen seemed no less remarkable. Both men were extraordinary. Yi Fan was kind and gentle, Mo Chen was rough, yet incredibly attentive. But now Yi Fan's place in her heart was no more than that of a casual acquaintance. And Mo Chen. He had never shown her a warm face, but she understood it was his unique way of being good to her. Beyond striving to improve her in every way, there was probably another reason Mo Chen wasn't good at expressing his true feelings. So what am I even thinking? This isn't the time to dwell on that. I need to make something of myself and show all of Blue Sea and the Su family that Su Yuyin isn't just some trophy wife relying on a man. Su Yuyin's gaze grew increasingly resolute. 2 or 3 hours later, Yi Fan finally regained consciousness. He felt that the true qi generated from practicing the ancient martial medical art had almost completely dissipated. Though the qi deviation had subsided, he would have to start cultivating his true qi from scratch. He managed to regain his composure. He wouldn't let such a trivial matter defeat him. But before that there was one thing he had to do. Save his face. Grabbing his phone, Yi Fan dialed a number. Hey, it's me, Yi Fan. Get rid of that trending post about Su Yuyan by tonight. No matter the cost. And make the poster apologize and admit they were spreading rumors. That's all. Yi Fan knew that if he didn't delete that post and handle this matter properly, he would become a laughingstock in the elite circle of Blue Sea for a long time. Being cuckolded was something no man could endure. At dawn, a major incident occurred on the forum. The original trending post about Su Yuyan and Mo Chen was deleted. Simultaneously, the author issued an apology statement claiming that the previous post was fabricated out of resentment and jealousy upon seeing Su Yuyan walking alongside Mo Chen. After writing it, he felt guilty as Su Yuyan had always been his dream goddess, and slandering her troubled his conscience. He also emphasized that Su Yuyan was innocent, and that Mo Chen was the one at fault. It was Mo Chen who, in pursuit of Su Yuyan, forced the Su family to expel her, threatening dire consequences if they refused. Su Yuyan's proximity to Mo Chen was born of coercion and helplessness. The new post aimed to exonerate Su Yuyan, further vilify Mo Chen, and absolve the Su family of negative repercussions. The reasoning was twofold. First, Yi Fan would never spend money to whitewash the scoundrel Mo Chen. Second, if both were vindicated, the public would suspect the author was threatened or bribed by Mo Chen. Vindicating only one while maligning the other eliminated suspicion. Thus, Yi Fan could shed his cuckold stigma while Mo Chen's despicable image would be etched into the public's mind. As expected, the post ignited a firestorm across the internet with a unanimous outcry condemning Mo Chen as inhuman. For Su Yuyan, there were apologies and regret alongside sympathy for Yi Fan. At dawn, just after freshening up, Mo Chen received a reward notification in his mind. From the accumulation of negative emotions from supporting characters sufficient for a reward, the host receives a deposit of 8 billion in a World Bank account automatically upgraded to a Platinum account. Eagle Kingdom Language 15, Wood Kingdom Language 25, Sea Kingdom Language 35, World Language 20, Ancient Sacred Language 10. Where did all these extras come from? Cursing me? Did I offend someone while sleeping? Mo Chen was baffled but delighted nonetheless. Curse away, though I don't know what I did. If I did, I'd do more of it. A phone rang. The screen showed Yi Beer's name. Her. I can't hold back, can she? Mo Chen chuckled and answered. Miss Yi. Yi Beer's voice came through. Miss Yi, is there something you need? Mo Chen asked with a smile. About that day, I'd like to treat you to a meal, mainly to thank you. Are you free today? Today? I am rather busy, with a mountain of company matters to handle. Is it just you and me, the two of us? Mo Chen's excuse trailed off as his tone shifted to a lecherous one. Yes, just the two of us. Yi Beer suppressed her disgust for Mo Chen. Had it not been for her Master Tong Nis insistence, she would never have agreed to meet him. Though he had once saved her, the post from last night had cemented him as a sinister scoundrel in her heart. Just the two of us. Have final squeeze in some time. Give me the address, Miss Yi. Mo Chen's acting was superb. Even over the phone, his lewd intent was palpable. Target: Yi Beer detected with negative emotions. Host receives reward: physique 2, strength 3, A reaction speed 3, inherited medicine 2, alcohol tolerance 2, piano performance 3, art appreciation 3. Though the reward was modest, Mo Chen was satisfied with Yi Beer's reaction. This was just a phone call. The actual meeting would surely yield more rewards. They'll send the address and time by message. See you then. Could see you then. Mo Chen simpered like a sycophant, but the moment the call ended, his expression turned cold and sinister. Yi Beer, you'll not only farm rewards for me, but if a scandal brews between us, the blow to Yi Fan would be several times greater than Su Yuyan's affair. After all, Yi Fan cherishes you the most. Since you're not his blood sister, he's always harbored intense, unusual feelings for you, though you remain unaware. Young Master Mo. Su Yuyan, already freshened up, greeted him with a smile as he left his room. How's the project review going? Mo Chen asked, his smile fading. You're truly formidable, young Master Mo. I've thoroughly studied the 5 projects I misselected or overlooked yesterday. My inexperience showed, but today I'll redouble my efforts and not disappoint you. Su Yuyan's face lit up with a joy long absent. Mo Chen, who had intended to continue provoking her, felt a pang of reluctance. Forget it. I've already harvested several waves of rewards since last night. He'll spare her today and let her be happy. Go to work on your own today. I have other matters to attend to. If I finish in the evening, I'll check your work at the company. If not, go home by yourself, Mo Chen said nonchalantly. Very well, young Master Mo. I'll take my leave. Su Yuyan was as docile as a gentle kitten, her attitude toward Mo Chen softening once more. This left Mo Chen slightly unsettled. She paused before the Tianlong Divine Tower, not entering immediately. Instead, she stood there taking deep breaths to compose herself. Su Yuyan, from now on, no one can defeat you. You are the strongest person in this world. After a silent self-hypnosis, she stepped inside. As she passed by employees of the Tianlong Divine Group, she noticed something amiss. Whether due to her mindset or not, yesterday their gazes had been contemptuous, but today they seemed gentler. Many even greeted her proactively. What's going on? What happened? Su Yin mused until she reached her private office and coincidentally encountered Lei Peng. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Lei Peng in a low voice, "President Lei, may I ask you something?" "Miss Su, please go ahead," Lei Peng replied amiably. "When I came yesterday, the staff was unfriendly due to the online posts, but today their attitude has completely changed." "Did young Master Mo issue some order?" That was the only possibility she could conceive. "So that's it." Lei Peng smiled mysteriously. "Miss Su, haven't you checked the trending post today?" "President Lei, to be honest, I really don't want to look at that post. That would trouble my heart." "Miss Su, I suggest you take a look. After reading it, you'll understand." Lei Peng chuckled. "Oh, all right." Su Yin, perplexed, took out her phone. Moments later, the post that had replaced yesterday's trending topic left her frozen like stone. That post was not only deleted, but the author even came forward to apologize. "What exactly is going on?" she murmured softly. "Sigh, in all these years I've never seen young Master Mo care so much about any woman. Miss Su, I hope you won't let down young Master Mo's deep affection." Lei Peng let out a light sigh and shook his head. He didn't know if Mo Chen was behind this, but in his view no one else could have done it except the young master. After all, in all of Blue Sea City, fewer than 20 people possessed such capability. Yet who else besides Mo Chen would care about Su Yuyin's reputation? Combined with Mo Chen's recent displays of concern for Su Yuyin, Lei Peng was convinced from the bottom of his heart that Mo Chen was responsible. "President Lei, do you mean that the post was deleted and the author apologized because of young Master Mo?" Su Yuyin stared at Lei Peng in astonishment. In truth, she had vaguely harbored that same thought just now, but she dared not be certain. Because the post was entirely about clearing her name without a single word to exonerate Mo Chen. This made her wonder. If Mo Chen had done it, shouldn't he have cleared his own name too? Apart from young Master Mo, can you think of anyone else who would have a reason to do this? Lei Peng said with a light laugh. But if young Master Mo wanted to do this, why did he blacken his own name even more? Su Yuyin voiced her doubt. "On this point, Miss Su, even if I don't say it, you should be able to figure it out, right?" Lei Peng continued with a smile. Is it because if he cleared both our names, people would doubt it? They'd think the poster was threatened or bribed. Since I have no powerful backing or background, if the poster only clears me while continuing to slander Mo Chen, people would believe it's the truth." Su Yuyin speculated. "Exactly. Miss Su is truly sharp-witted," Lei Peng praised. "But in that case, doesn't Mo Chen's reputation get worse? Won't he and the Mo family suffer huge negative consequences?" With confirmation, Su Yuyin couldn't help but cry out in anxiety. Hey, the young master's reputation wasn't great to begin with, and he never cared about such things. As for the impact, there will certainly be some, but with the Mo family's power, they should be able to handle it. ITLL, just take a bit more effort. But the young master never tolerates any grievance. For you, he willingly endured being cursed by the whole city. Lei Peng paused mid-sentence, leaving the rest unsaid, merely giving a look that said, "You should understand. For me, Mo Chen, who has always been domineering in front of everyone, did this for me. No, I have to post a statement to prove." Miss Su. Just as Su Yuyin was about to take out her new phone from last night and post an explanation on the forum, Lei Peng raised his hand to stop her. "Miss Su, if you explain now, all of the young master's efforts will be in vain. Not only will it fail to clear things up, but it might also make people think you and the young master orchestrated this together, or that you were threatened by him. In any case, staying silent is the best outcome." Faced with Lei Peng's words, Su Yuyin fell silent. She found his reasoning quite sound. She never imagined that when she begged Mo Chen at the restaurant yesterday, he had refused outright. Yet he had already handled everything by evening. Recalling the sudden laughter from Mo Chen last night, he must have given the orders then. Holding the brand new phone in her hand, Su Yuyin's heart was filled with boundless gratitude. So Mo Chen had been silently giving for her all along. That very bad, very wicked demeanor was merely a facade he put on. His thoughts had even reached heights ordinary people couldn't fathom, so he simply didn't care about those idle rumors. No, perhaps it wasn't that he didn't care. It was just that his mental fortitude was exceptionally strong, allowing him to remain unmoved. Wasn't this one of the abilities he was cultivating in her? Perhaps the bad reputation of Mo Chen that had long circulated in Blue Sea City was also fabricated by others, just like what she was experiencing now. Because those people were ordinary, always looking at the surface without deep thought. Maybe in this world only 2 or 3 people truly understood Mo Chen, and she was one of them. "Miss Su, I suggest you focus all your energy on work. Although the young master hasn't said anything to me, I can see that the tasks he assigns you are all aimed at cultivating you and improving your abilities." "I know. President Lei, thank you for your reminder. Yuyin is deeply grateful. I will redouble my efforts and not let young Master Mo or you down." Su Yuyin raised her head, meeting Lei Peng's gaze with unwavering determination. "I'm glad you understand, Miss Su. He'll get back to work and not disturb you." Lei Peng nodded in satisfaction. Su Yuyin watched Lei Peng leave, then turned and entered the meeting room. In her mind flashed Mo Chen's handsome face, sometimes angry, sometimes wearing a wicked grin, and a faint smile crept onto her own face. Mo Chen had already left home, driving toward the restaurant Yi Beer had specified. He knew that Yi Beer's summons was undoubtedly Tong Nis' idea. Most likely they planned to have Yi Beer stir up something to expose his inherited medical abilities. Tang Rou had always been a thorn in Tong Nis' side. Previously Mo Chen's inherited medical points were only a few dozen, but now they had reached 119. Based on his previous treatment of Su Yuyan, with his current value treating Tang Rou should be no problem. So he needed an opportunity to reveal his abilities. Since Tong Ni and Yi Beer wanted to see it, he would let them and conveniently use this skill to earn another round of rewards. Mo Chen quickly parked his car at the entrance of a restaurant. As he got out, a waiter approached him. "Hello, are you Mr. Mo Chen?" "I am," Mo Chen replied. "Miss Yi has been waiting for a while. Please follow me." The waiter respectfully led the way, guiding Mo Chen into the restaurant and to a table at the very center of the hall. Yi Beer was already seated there. Seeing Mo Chen arrive, she stood up and smiled. "Young Master Mo, you're here. Please have a seat." Mo Chen glanced around. What a setup. This was exactly the same approach he had used yesterday when he took Su Yuyan to dinner. The seat right in the middle of the restaurant, clearly visible to everyone around. Wasn't this likely intended to see? "Young Master Mo, what are you looking at?" Seeing Mo Chen glancing around with a faint smile, Yi Beer felt a twinge of unease. Could he have discovered something? At present, there were no real customers left in the entire restaurant. All the diners were arranged by Tong Ni and Yi Beer. Around Mo Chen, there were over 20 recording devices capturing him from various angles. Yi Beer herself carried a recording device on her person. Even the area directly above where she and Mo Chen sat was equipped with recording equipment. They intended to document every single movement of Mo Chen without missing a beat. By then, even if Mo Chen tried to deny it, it would be too late. "I've never been to this restaurant before. The ambience is quite charming, and these diners are rather interesting." Mo Chen replied with a smile as he sat down across from Yi Beer. "Interesting diners? What do you mean?" Yi Beer's heart leaped into her throat. "Oh, nothing, just rambling. Miss Beer, you look absolutely stunning today. Did you dress up just for me?" Mo Chen asked with a mischievous grin. "This no. Well, yes, I suppose so. After all, I must thank you for saving me, so I couldn't be too casual." Yi Beer initially wanted to deny it, but then recalled Tong Nis' earlier instructions. She needed to get closer to Mo Chen, enhance his favorable impression of her, and avoid arousing his suspicion. Thus she changed her tune and admitted it. "To be honest, Miss Beer, you didn't need to go to such lengths. There's just one thing you could do to thank me." Mo Chen shook his head and chuckled. "One thing? What is it?" Yi Beer asked curiously. "Simply offer yourself to me." Mo Chen leaned forward and whispered with a grin. "You? Young Master Mo, you're joking." Yi Beer was furious. Initially, she had felt some gratitude toward Mo Chen for saving her, but his lecherous behavior constantly repelled her. What was he trying to do? Yet no matter how angry she was, she couldn't lash out at him, especially since this was a trap set by Tong and I. "I'm not joking, I mean it. Miss Beer is so beautiful. If you agreed to marry me, I'd treat you well. What do you say? Care to consider it?" Young Master Mo, stop teasing. Let's order. What would you like to eat? Yi Beer's expression turned awkward, but she struggled to maintain her composure. "How why rush to eat? Let's talk business first. I've been thinking if I hadn't saved you that day, those men would have taken you. If they had, you'd have been. Well, you know, offering yourself to me isn't such a bad deal. I'm much handsomer than them, aren't I?" Mo Chen found amusement in Yi Beer's purple-faced frustration. Since he knew she dared not offend him or lose her temper, why not seize the chance to rack up negative emotion rewards? "Young Master Mo." Yi Beer's face still held a smile, but her voice seemed to come through clenched teeth. "What? Have you decided?" Mo Chen asked cheerfully, as if oblivious to her expression. "Sorry, Young Master Mo, but this involves my lifelong matters, and I can't decide on my own. Let's not discuss this today, let's just eat, shall we?" Yi Beer, prompted by Tong Nis' reminder in her earpiece, suppressed her anger and replied with a gentle smile. "Our lifelong matters are hard to decide. Yes, that's a bit too much to ask of Miss Beer." Mo Chen nodded repeatedly. But before Yi Beer could relax, Mo Chen leaned in again. "Then how about doing it by the count? 10 times. No. How about 5? Seeing Yi Beer's smile stiffen, Mo Chen sensed he was close. He hesitated further, then maybe twice. Or even once. "Hey, Miss Beer, where are you going?" Before he finished, Yi Beer turned and walked away. Mo Chen called out, but Yi Beer replied without looking back. "Young Master Mo, wait a moment. I'm going to the restroom." "Oh, okay." Mo Chen leaned back in his chair with a smug smile. Detected target: Yi Beer, generating massive negative emotions. Host rewarded: physique 3, strength 5, energy 5, or reaction speed 5, acting 2, business acumen 3, inherited medicine 4, impact resistance 3, comprehensive combat techniques 5, alcohol tolerance 5, piano performance 5, art appreciation 3, new skill observation 10. Even if Yi Beer pretended to be calm, the rewards from negative emotions couldn't lie. Mo Chen was thoroughly pleased with his handiwork. He was quite satisfied with this female lead who had come to him to rack up points. But was this the end? Of course not. As long as Tong and I still had designs on him, Yi Beer would have to endure and stay. The only fear was that if he put too much pressure on Miss Yi and Tong and I didn't allow her to vent or explode, she might end up psychologically twisted. That would be a loss. Once out of Mo Chen's sight, Yi Beer stormed into the restroom, clenched her fist, and pounded the wall while stomping her feet. Damn Mo Chen. Pervert. Lecher. I'm going crazy, she shrieked in a high-pitched voice. Beer, you know he's not that kind of person. Otherwise he would have touched you back at the hotel. Tong Nis' voice came through the earpiece. I know, master, but why does he keep saying such things to me? Doesn't he know how rude that is? Doesn't he realize it's a huge disrespect to me? Yi Beer yelled angrily. I can't be sure of his real motive yet, but I suspect there are two possibilities. Tong Ni replied. Two possibilities. Master, what do you think he's trying to do? Yi Beer asked in confusion. First, he might genuinely have feelings for you, but doesn't know how to express them. You see, a rich young man like him has never had to, nor needed to, pursue a girl. It's always been the other way around. If he wants to court you now, but doesn't know how this could be his way of acting. Have feelings for me. Impossible, impossible. Even if he saved me, I can repay him in other ways. I would never fall for someone like him. His behavior is too shameless. I've said it before, if I ever fall in love with him in this life, he'll spell my name backward. Beer, don't be hasty. Besides that possibility, there's another. Mo Chen might be hiding a secret and doesn't want to interact too much with people like you and me. His actions might be deliberate to disgust you. Master, you mean Mo Chen is intentionally trying to disgust me? Yi Beer found it hard to believe. Exactly. Think back to your first encounter with Mo Chen, how he refused to admit saving you last time, and now is teasing. Put it all together. Tong Ni said in a grave tone. Upon hearing her master Tong Ni's words, Yi Beer was completely stunned. If someone said Mo Chen liked her, she wouldn't think so. But if they said Mo Chen was deliberately trying to disgust her, the more she thought about it, the more it seemed true. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Beer suddenly felt a surge of anger. Deliberately trying to disgust me. Just to make me stay away from you. Mo Chen, you really don't take me seriously, do you? Whether I like you or hate you is my own business. Why should I let you control it? You want me to dislike you? He'll do the exact opposite. Aren't you just spouting those filthy words? What else can you do besides this? From now on, I won't take any of your words to heart. Let's see what tricks you can pull. Beer, have you figured it out? Seeing that Yi Beer hadn't responded for a while, Tong Nis' voice came again. Master, I figured it out. Don't worry, I won't be toyed with by him this time. He just wants to disgust me, right? He'll remain steadfast and see what he can do to me. Yi Beer's voice was firm and resolute. Tong and I finally felt at ease. If her disciple couldn't control her temper and refused to cooperate, treating Tang Ro would be difficult. Fortunately, she understood the bigger picture and sympathized with her master. Now everything depended on her. Yi Beer calmed herself, watching her expression in the mirror shift from anger to a gentle smile. She then turned and walked out of the bathroom. Miss Yi, you're back. Have you considered the question I just asked? When Yi Beer returned to face him, Mo Chen grinned. Yi Beer rolled her eyes. This guy wouldn't let go of the topic. Luckily, her change in mindset left her unmoved. She smiled faintly at Mo Chen and said, Master Mo, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. Please think of another way. How about I treat you to a couple more meals instead? A meal, eh? Mo Chen pretended to ponder, then nodded seriously after a moment. That's not impossible, but I have one more condition. Yi Beer sneered, inwardly thinking, I bet you can't come up with anything to anger me now. Maintaining a composed expression, she asked, Master Mo, please state your condition. Well, we can eat, but can you feed me and I feed you? Mo Chen asked with a lecherous grin. Of course I can feed you right now. Yi Beer scoffed inwardly, if I knew it. Mo Chen, your tricks are nothing special. Missy, I mean feed me with this. Mo Chen sneered, pointing at her rosy, glossy lips. With this? What? What do you mean? Yi Beer was puzzled, momentarily unable to grasp his meaning. I mean, you feed me what you eat with this and I feed you what I eat with this. How about it? Never tried this way of eating. Isn't it novel? Mo Chen's smile grew even wider. You? Yi Beer thought she had seen through all of Mo Chen's schemes and wouldn't lose her temper. But faced with this, she found this man utterly despicable. He would stoop to any level to disgust her. Even knowing it was deliberate, she couldn't remain indifferent. Mo Chen's skills were truly formidable. Detected negative emotions from target Yi Beer. Host rewarded strength 3, energy 3, a reaction speed 2, business acumen 2, inherited medicine 3, a alcohol tolerance 2, piano performance 2, art appreciation 1, observation 2. As the reward notification sounded, Mo Chen's smile deepened. Don't get angry. Don't lose your temper. That would play into Mo Chen's hands. Stay calm, stay calm. Within seconds, Yi Beer steadied herself. Her slightly altered expression forced a smile. Master Mo, don't joke like that. Swapping saliva is unhygienic. How about I send you some gifts as thanks later? Let's order now. Miss Yi, don't change the subject. Fine, even if we don't feed each other, can we at least share some imported wine? One sip for you, one for me. How's that? Mo Chen came up with another new trick. Master Mo, stop teasing me. I sincerely want to thank you. After this meal, ill-prepared generous gifts and personally visit to express my gratitude. If you fancy any young lady, I can even introduce you. What do you think? Yi Beer was now remarkably calm, feeling she could handle Mo Chen's moves with ease. You have your words, I have mine. What else can you do? Mo Chen nodded lightly, then suddenly burst into laughter. He stood up and said, Since Miss Yi lacks sincerity, I have no interest in this meal. Forget about the thanks. From now on, let's have no further contact. With that he strode toward the restaurant entrance. This sudden move left Yi Beer bewildered. This wasn't part of the rehearsal with her master. No, he's deliberately using this to create distance. But what should she do now? Was she supposed to agree? Sharing wine would mean losing her first kiss. How could that be? Her mind was in turmoil, while Mo Chen remained composed. He wasn't worried that leaving would sever ties with Yi Beer. As long as Tang Rao's injuries hadn't healed, as long as Tong and I still felt guilt toward Tang Rao and held hope for her recovery, she would make Yi Beer contact him again. Even if he left today, Yi Beer would come knocking within 2 days. Farming rewards from her, and then using those points to deal with Yi Fan. Just thinking about it felt satisfying. Yi Beer stood frozen, watching Mo Chen near the restaurant door until Tong Ni's voice finally came through the earpiece. Beer agreed to him. What? Yi Beer was shocked. Agreed to him? I beg you, master has never begged anyone in all these years. Beer, please help me. Tong Ni's voice was heavy and sorrowful. It carried not only guilt toward Yi Beer, but also pain and hope for Tang Rao. Perhaps Mo Chen was her last hope to cure Tang Rao. If there was even a glimmer of chance, she would do everything to let that beautiful girl in the prime of her youth stand in the sunlight again. But master, my first kiss. Yi Beer felt aggrieved. Yet she understood why Master Tong and I did this. She believed that if she and Tang Rao swapped places, her master would do the same for her. But she just couldn't accept Mo Chen's demand. Beer, I beg you. Tong Ni's voice carried a final stubbornness and despair. It struck Yi Beer's heart, making her tremble. Master, she murmured softly. Then looking at Mo Chen about to pull the door open, she raised her voice and called out, Master Mo. Oh. Mo Chen's footsteps abruptly halted. Sensing another surge of rewards flooding his mind, he turned back with a sly smile and confirmed, Miss Yi, what did you just say? I said, I agree. Yi Beer bit her lower lip tightly. Her eyes brimmed with grievance and reluctance. To quell the fury within, she could only console herself repeatedly. This is from master, all from master. Mo Chen chuckled softly, slowly walked back, and sat down opposite her. In his mind, he asked the system, if we drink mouth-to-mouth later, would that count as me forcing her? System rule retrieval in progress. Host, please wait. What's this? Running out of processing power, are we? Never encountered this situation before, right? Mo Chen continued questioning in his thoughts. No relevant content found. Based on the principle that what doesn't exist isn't a violation, the system deems this act as not forced and not a violation. So the so-called coercion is only subjective coercion. If a third party forces it, it doesn't count. That opens up a lot of possibilities for the future. Mo Chen couldn't help but reveal a sinister grin upon receiving the system's response. His smile had little to do with his perverse demand on Yi Beer. But in Yi Beer's eyes, it was the triumphant smirk of a scheme fulfilled. Yet she didn't lose her temper this time. Instead, she sat down in her seat. Still, her heart was tense, uncertain when Mo Chen would make his move. Now we can order. Mo Chen tapped the table lightly. The nearby waiter immediately approached and handed over the menu. Mo Chen took it randomly, selected a few dishes without looking, and pushed it to Yi Beer. How could Yi Beer have any appetite? She just wished to hurry through the crucial part and end this agonizing date. So she waved her hand and said, What, mister? Mo ordered is enough. By the way, this wine is a must order. We'll be drinking mouth-to-mouth later. Mo Chen stared into Yi Beer's eyes, deliberately sticking out his tongue to lick his lips. Yi Beer's pretty face flushed crimson. Mo Chen received a small boost of rewards. Miss Yi, what kind of wine do you usually prefer? Mo Chen's gaze swept over the menu as he asked. Anything will do, Yi Beer replied in a low voice. Anything will do? I heard a certain wine is all the rage lately, called Oxhead Horseface. Yes, that's the one. Bring a bottle, Mo Chen said, handing the menu back to the waiter. The waiter turned and left. Yi Beer's eyebrows twitched incessantly. Damn, Mo Chen, even ordering a drink had to be something so terrifying. Truly a psychopath. Miss Yi, actually, if it's just gratitude, you don't have to go this far. Honestly, is there something you want to ask of me? During the wait for the food, Mo Chen leaned back in his chair and asked casually. Yi Beer was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so direct. As she pondered how to respond, Tong Ni's voice came through her earpiece. Admit it. Ask him about the people we're investigating. Hearing Tong Ni's words, Yi Beer immediately nodded and said, Yes, mister. Mo is indeed sharp. There is one more thing I wish to ask of you. I knew it. But since you have a favor to ask, I'll have to make some demands. Mo Chen seized the opportunity to push further. What other demands does Mr. Mo have? Yi Beer's expression soured again. First, tell me your matter. He'll set my demands based on the specifics. Everything must be of equal exchange, right? Don't you agree, Miss Yi? I'm sure your master sister Tong would concur. Mo Chen spoke with a knowing smile. Well, all right. What I want to ask of Mr. Mo isn't too big. It's about those who drugged my drink that day. We retrieved nearby surveillance footage, and after facial recognition found they aren't locals. They're not in the national database either, so we suspect they might not even be from the Great Yin Kingdom. Miss Yi wants me to help you find them. Mo Chen asked, puzzled. Not exactly. Mr. Mo is just a businessman after all. Those people had a peculiar symbol on their clothes, and we suspect they're foreign terrorists. We hope you can provide any relevant useful information from that day, as they might commit extreme acts within our Yen Kingdom, especially in Blue Sea City. Though these words held truth, they were also a pretext. The recorder on Yi Beer that day had already captured those people's faces and conversations. Mo Chen couldn't possibly have more clues than she did. Yet Mo Chen was unaware of the recorder on her. Thus this reason held water in Mo Chen's eyes. Mo Chen nodded in sudden realization. Oh, I see. But this matter still carries some risk, Miss Yi. You see, I'm just a legitimate businessman engaged in lawful trade. Getting tangled up with these people would cause me no end of trouble. So, is Mr. Mo afraid? Hey, what's there to be afraid of? Didn't I just say everything must have equal exchange? Since there's risk, naturally I'll expect a higher return. Please state your demands, Mr. Mo. Yi Beer stared at Mo Chen's sardonic expression once again, sensing a bad omen. How about this, Miss Yi, if you agree to treat me to 2 more meals after today? Fine, no problem. I haven't finished yet. I mean treat me to 2 more meals, and at each one share a mouth-to-mouth drink with me. How about it? Mo Chen said, licking his lips again. Yi Beer felt she had dug a pit, and jumped right in. If Mo Chen could really provide useful information, she might reluctantly accept it. But everything from that day was recorded on her device. Mo Chen couldn't possibly reveal anything new. Wasn't this just letting Mo Chen take advantage of her twice more for nothing? Now if she said she didn't need his help, the lie wouldn't hold. After a moment's thought, Yi Beer resigned herself to fate. Today's ordeal was unavoidable anyway. Since her first kiss was about to be stolen by this pervert for Master Sake, the next 2 times might as well be bites from a dog. Miss Yi, Mo Chen called with a smile. Fine, Mr. Mo, I agree. As Yi Beer nodded again, Mo Chen's rewards in his mind grew slightly. But the stimulation from the same event was likely diminishing. The reward points also dwindled. Meanwhile, the waiter had begun serving the ordered dishes. Of course, among them was that bottle of Oxhead Horseface. Miss Yi, before we eat, let's have an aperitif. Mo Chen picked up the bottle, first filling his own glass to the brim, then slowly pouring Yi Beer's. As he poured, he deliberately moved at an agonizingly slow pace, prolonging the sense of dread for this beautiful Miss Yi, as if she were approaching the execution ground. Savoring the expression of fear and worry on her face, listening to the chime of new rewards in his mind, Mo Chen filled Yi Beer's glass to the very top. Miss Yi, would you like to go first, or shall I? Mo Chen set down the wine bottle and asked with a smile. Yi Beer had mentally prepared herself for quite a while, but when the moment arrived, she still couldn't help but want to back out. You go first. Very well. Mo Chen paid no heed to what Yi Beer meant by that. And made the decision for her. He took a gentle sip of the wine before him, then waved at Yi Beer. Yi Beer's mind immediately began to buzz. Cold sweat burst forth in an instant. Even when facing merciless bandits in the past, she had never felt such terror. Tong and I did not urge her on. This psychological hurdle was something she had to overcome on her own. If Yi Beer could manage this, she would have proven worthy of her master. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Beer finally forced her legs to move and approached Mo Chen. Mo Chen sat still and waved again. Steeling herself, Yi Beer pressed her rosy lips against Mo Chen's. The intense aroma of alcohol surged from his mouth straight into Yi Beer's mind. In an instant, her mind went completely blank. At that moment, a single word popped into Mo Chen's head. Damn, that's 5 bowls. After a long while, Yi Beer finally snapped out of her daze. She found herself lying limply in Mo Chen's arms. In a panic, she pushed hard against his chest and straightened up. You? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she struggled to catch her breath. Pointing at Mo Chen, she tried to speak, but couldn't utter a single word. Miss Yi has quite the tolerance for alcohol. Mo Chen smacked his lips and chuckled. His teasing words triggered another wave of rewards. Now it's my turn, Mo Chen said, pointing at the wine before Yi Beer. Having already experienced the first contact, Yi Beer no longer hesitated. She took a large gulp of her own wine and approached Mo Chen. A few minutes later, both glasses were empty. Yi Beer gently wiped her lips with the back of her hand, and blushing returned to her seat. Meanwhile, the people in the restaurant, pretending to be customers, but secretly taking photos, were all stunned. Even those hiding in a room with Tong and I watching the monitors stood with their mouths agape, unable to speak. Only one thought echoed in everyone's minds: damn, Mo Chen is just too lucky. He even got to take advantage of the beautiful Miss Yi. Mo Chen licked his fragrant lips and smiled with satisfaction. He knew this scene must have been captured by the cameras. If this footage ever reached Yi Fan, would it drive the protagonist to spit blood in fury? Miss Yi, your technique is a bit clumsy, Mo Chen suddenly remarked. What clumsiness? I wasn't kissing you. Yi Beer, still unsettled, was provoked by Mo Chen's words into a look of deep resentment. What just happened between them wasn't even a kiss, was it? What did clumsiness have to do with it? And besides, even if it had been a kiss, it was her first time. Wasn't clumsiness only natural? Miss Yi probably lacks experience. No worries, I have plenty in that area. I can teach you slowly when there's a chance, Mo Chen said magnanimously. Who needs you to teach? Yi Beer was nearly driven mad by Mo Chen. She once again contributed reward points to him. By the way, this restaurant's flavors are really quite good. Ignoring Yi Beer's rising anger, Mo Chen picked up his chopsticks and began eating on his own. Faced with this ill-mannered, rude, and psychologically twisted fellow, Yi Beer was at a loss for words. After muttering to herself for a while, she began preparing for the next step. Before her lay a set of chopsticks and a bowl coated with a medicinal powder. Ingesting this powder alone would have no effect. For it to work, it needed two other components. One had already been added to the dishes. The other was alcohol. Even if Mo Chen hadn't ordered wine, Yi Beer would have. Next, she needed to pick up the chopsticks and take a couple of bites from the plate. The combination of the three elements would produce a special effect. While harmless to the body, it would create the illusion of poisoning. If left untreated, it would induce a state resembling death after a while. This death-like state would last for a period until the drug wore off, and the victim would naturally awaken. The duration varied from person to person. Some took 30 minutes, others 40, and some even an hour or more. It was a secret drug developed by the Institute of Biology for use by personnel on special missions in critical moments. Now it served as a tool for Tong and I and Yi Beer to test Mo Chen. If Yi Beer fell victim to this poison, Mo Chen would surely step in to save her, and once he did, the secret of his mastery of inherited medical arts would be exposed. For this moment, Tong and I had led her team in rehearsals for a full 2 days. Now it was time for the real execution. Yi Beer slowly picked up her chopsticks and reached for the dish on the plate. But just as her chopsticks were about to touch the food, Mo Chen, who had already devoured nearly half the food like a whirlwind, reached out, snatched the plate before Yi Beer dumped its contents into his own bowl, and set the empty plate back. Yi Beer shot him a bewildered look and with no other choice turned her chopsticks toward another dish. But wherever she reached, Mo Chen would stretch out his hand and take the food away. As a refined lady, Yi Beer couldn't very well fight him for the food with her chopsticks, could she? Mo Chen ate like a starving ghost with absolutely no regard for table manners or decorum. In no time, he had cleared all the dishes from the table, leaving Yi Beer with nothing but bare plates. Staring at the empty plates, Yi Beer felt like crying. She wanted to curse. Who had ever seen a man eat with a woman and snatch all the food away? Was he out of his mind? Even Tong and I, watching from the monitoring room, was dumbfounded. No matter how much they had planned, they never anticipated Mo Chen pulling such a stunt. What now? Order another table of food. Mo Chen let out a long, satisfied burp. Not bad, really not bad. This place truly has great flavors. I'm full now. Are you full too, Miss Yi? Yi Beer's teeth itched with rage. Are you blind? You ate everything. How the hell could I be full? I haven't even taken a single bite. Just as she was worrying, a waiter hurried over and placed 4 new dishes on the table, respectfully saying to Mo Chen and Yi Beer with a smile, Miss Yi is a regular here. These are complimentary specialties from our boss. Please enjoy and offer your feedback. Yi Beer knew this must have been arranged by her master Tong and I. Without hesitation, she reached out with her chopsticks to grab the food, fearing that if she were any slower, Mo Chen would snatch it all again. If she had to say complimentary dishes again, the excuse would be too flimsy. To her surprise, Mo Chen didn't reach out this time. He just sat there watching her with a smile. Watching her put food into her mouth time and again. His half-closed eyes seemed to be anticipating something. You? Not eating? Yi Beer asked, as if possessed by some unseen force. It seems Miss Yi didn't get her fill just now. He'll pass. Mo Chen shook his head with a smile. Just now. Yi Beer was speechless, a line of black lines forming on her forehead. Just now? I didn't even get a single bite, alright. After contributing another modicum of reward to Mo Chen, she lowered her head and focused on eating, saying no more. However, during this process, Mo Chen kept glancing at the time. Young master, Mo, do you have other matters to attend to? Yi Beer couldn't help but ask. Seeing Mo Chen's gesture, she naturally assumed he might be in a hurry to leave. If that were the case, it would disrupt the plans she and her master had made. Oh no, I was just thinking the time should be about right. Mo Chen said enigmatically. About right? What's about right? Yi Beer, for some reason, always felt that Mo Chen's smiling eyes could see right through her. What exactly was he referring to? Could he have seen through what she was about to do? Impossible. Mo Chen's current inheritance medical points had soared to 137. He wasn't entirely sure what level this number represented. But as soon as the food entered Yi Beer's mouth, he spotted a wisp of black qi on her complexion, resembling poison, yet not quite poison. By piecing together the sequence of events and her reactions, he could basically deduce that she had prepared and ingested the substance herself. The cause and effect were clear. Judging by the speed at which the black qi spread throughout her body, it would take effect in at most 2 minutes. This was the trap they had devised. Cameras were set up all around, and they tricked him into revealing his healing abilities. Mo Chen smiled faintly. But even if I expose my medical skills before you, so what? What gives you the right to demand that I save someone? Without some benefits, would I do it? Of course he'll still do it, because if I don't, once that Yifan guy improves his ancient medical art, he might end up curing Tang Rou. How could I let that happen? Yifan, I won't leave you a single female lead. But before that, he'll use their requests to rake in enough rewards first. Mo Chen stared into Yi Beer's eyes, his smile growing more delighted. Young Master Mo, why do you keep staring at me and smiling? Is there something on my face? Or is my eating manner too unsightly? Yi Beer felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, and she couldn't help but ask again. Oh no, Miss Yi is overthinking. I was just thinking that Miss Yi is very beautiful, and the way you eat is quite alluring, especially when you're sucking on the snails. It unconsciously made me think of, well. Think of what? Seeing Mo Chen trail off with a knowing smile, Yi Beer asked curiously. Nothing, just some delightful memories. Please continue, Miss Yi. Mo Chen waved his hand. Some things were better left unsaid. As the saying goes, it can be hinted at, but not spelled out. Miss Yi was still too naive. Inside the monitoring room, besides Tong and I, there were several staff members. The audio from Yi Beer's side was broadcasted, and everyone heard it clearly. As seasoned individuals, they naturally understood what Mo Chen was implying. For a moment, everyone, including Tong and I, wore awkward expressions. What exactly did young Master Mo think of a? Yi Beer was brimming with curiosity. The more evasive Mo Chen was, the more she wanted to know. Yet despite her persistent questioning, Mo Chen only smiled without a word. Meanwhile, Tong and I and the others in the monitoring room were drenched in cold sweat. They fretted over why Yi Beer was pressing such a trivial matter. At the same time, they worried that Mo Chen might actually say something which would leave Yi Beer embarrassed and possibly cause her to lose her temper again. Then all of Tong and I's meticulous planning for this session would be in vain. Fortunately, Mo Chen seemed resolute. No matter how Yi Beer pressed him, he remained silent. However, his gaze was fixed intently on Yi Beer's rosy, alluring lips. Young Master Mo, either stop staring at me, or just tell me what's on your mind. Otherwise, you're making me very uncomfortable. Yi Beer said with a hint of awkwardness. How I told you it's nothing. I was just thinking about imported wine. Mo Chen, sensing he had piqued her curiosity enough, used this as an excuse. As he expected, the moment he said this, Yi Beer contributed another small amount of reward. The people in the monitoring room breathed a sigh of relief at Mo Chen's words. Good. Tong and I glanced at her watch. From the time Yi Beer took her first bite to the subsequent increase in food intake. Based on this timing, the fake poison should take effect in less than 10 seconds. She picked up the walkie-talkie, her expression turning serious. Attention, all units, Yi Beer is about to have an episode. Everyone stay alert. Don't miss a single frame or movement. As her words faded, several gazes in the dining room simultaneously fell upon Mo Chen. At the same time, Yi Beer finally reacted. Her body stiffened, the hand holding the chopsticks grew weak, and the chopsticks clattered onto the table. As a feeling of limpness spread through her body, Yi Beer began to feel chest tightness and shortness of breath. Although her master Tong and I had mentioned earlier that the drug's effects would cause a period of intense discomfort, and Yi Beer had mentally prepared herself, when the attack came, she was still filled with fear. A suffocating sense of impending death surged within her. It hurt so much. Help! Save me! Without needing Tong and I's prompt, Yi Beer instinctively cried out for help. Mo Chen chuckled inwardly. It seemed it was time for his performance. At this moment, he had two ways to harvest negative emotions for rewards. One was to treat Yi Beer coldly, but that would expose their scheme. Mo Chen didn't want to do that for now. Letting them continue to think they were setting a trap for him, while they willingly offered rewards, was the best course of action. So he chose the second method. Concern. Miss Yi, you've been poisoned. Mo Chen stood up from his seat. Without even touching her, he shouted out with an anxious expression. Tong and I in the monitoring room felt a surge of joy. From Mo Chen's demeanor, it was clear that he genuinely cared about Yi Beer. It wasn't an act. As an expert in micro-expression analysis, she couldn't be mistaken. This meant that in the next second, Mo Chen would reveal his extraordinary medical skills. Several people held their breath, watching the monitors with tense focus. Mo Chen took 2 steps to Yi Beer's side. He first pretended to feel her wrist, forehead, and neck. Then with a grave expression he said, Miss Yi, you are indeed poisoned. Am I? Feel terrible. Yi Beer felt discomfort all over her forehead, covered in fine beads of sweat, but she was still conscious. Hearing his words, she felt a glimmer of joy. Mo Chen was about to treat her. Don't worry, I'll help you. But the treatment method is a bit special. There are too many people here, it's not convenient. Let me take you somewhere private. With that, he exerted his strength and lifted Yi Beer horizontally into his arms. Oh, Yi Beer hadn't expected this turn of events. Before she could react, her body was already being carried toward the restaurant entrance. By the time she came to her senses, they were already outside the restaurant. The events unfolded too swiftly, too abruptly. The patrons in the restaurant had yet to react. Even Tong and I, stationed in the surveillance room, was dumbfounded. She had calculated every possibility, but this one. Now only the recorder on Yi Beer's chest could still transmit video footage. Had she known, she would have arranged for a private room instead. Tong and I silently cursed her own folly. Indeed, Mo Chen had always concealed his medical skills. How could he be expected to reveal them before others? All her troubles stemmed from excessive concern, leading to such blunders. Sister Tong, what do we do now? A female officer beside Tong and I inquired. You few follow me. The rest remain at the monitors, Tong and I said after a brief pause. She led several people rushing out of the restaurant, chasing after Mo Chen. Due to the mission's unique nature, Tong and I's phone was also linked to the real-time feed from Yi Beer's recorder. The device bore a live locator. Even if Mo Chen vanished, they could track him. Yi Beer sought a way to prevent Mo Chen from leaving the restaurant. Yet she lacked the strength to act or think, merely watching helplessly as Mo Chen carried her to an unknown destination. She harbored little concern for her safety. Mo Chen had not touched her last time, as surely he would not now. With the recorder and locator, her master could pinpoint her location at any moment. The plan for covert multi-angle surveillance, however, was doomed. Leaving the restaurant, Mo Chen soon placed Yi Beer in his luxury car and sped away. Tong and I, who had pursued them, was bewildered again. What was Mo Chen up to? Get in the cars. 3 vehicles. Tong and I commanded. Mo Chen drove at breakneck speed. Feigning concern, he comforted, Miss Yi, rest assured. I'll take you somewhere quiet to detoxify. Bear with me, I'll drive as fast as I can. The engine roared through the streets. The furious speed forced pedestrians to dodge and curse. Ignoring the red lights at intersections, he floored the accelerator and barreled through. Sister Tong, he ran a red light. The officer driving reported urgently. Follow him. Tong and I said sternly. Seconds later, Sister Tong, he ran another. Keep following. Sister Tong, traffic police are chasing him. This, Mo Chen. Tong and I was speechless. She yearned to stop him, but feared ruining all her preparations, making it harder to trap him again. She cursed inwardly, then dialed. This is Tong and I. Notify traffic police on Central Avenue. A blue Shin-Dun limited edition plate blue 888888. Do not intercept at any intersection. Cease pursuit. We are on a special mission. Repeat, special mission. After hanging up, the pursuing traffic police vehicles pulled over. Officers preparing to intercept also halted. Mo Xiao, where are you taking me? Yi Beer's mind was clear as she needed the answer to prepare Tong and I. Northern Grand Hotel. Its feng shui suits your detoxification. Mo Chen knew her thoughts and answered without hesitation. Yi Beer fell silent upon hearing the destination. Now she only had to wait, leaving everything to Tong and I. Northern Grand Hotel. Tong and I murmured, dialing again. The shortest route from Central Avenue to Northern Grand Hotel. Notify traffic police to ensure pedestrian safety. Clear all vehicles for blue 888888. After Tong and I's orders, nearby traffic police deployed, fully blocking vehicles and pedestrians at intersecting streets. From the moment Mo Chen announced his destination, the path was unimpeded, almost as if police cars were leading the way. Tong and I never imagined such a trivial matter would escalate. Yet she had no choice. Matters had reached this point, she could not abandon it halfway. If consequences arose, she would bear them alone. Despite knowing the destination, she could not pre-deploy or request cooperation from local police near the hotel. After all, it was not an arrest. How could they cooperate? Mo Chen rounded 2 corners and spotted the Northern Grand Hotel tower. Parking before it, he carried Yi Beer into the lobby. Sir, would you like a room? A double bed. Quick. Miss Yi Beer can't wait. Before the receptionist finished, Mo Chen tossed out his ID and shouted. Miss Yi Beer. Oh, Miss Yi. The receptionist gasped, freezing. Yi Beer, the subject herself, was equally stunned. Hearing the receptionist cry, Yi Beer wished she could vanish into the floor. Having been away from family business and only recently returned, she was only vaguely familiar with many holdings. Combined with her discomfort, she had not realized upon hearing Northern Grand Hotel. Only now did it dawn on her it was her Yi family's property. A man carrying the Yi family's eldest daughter into their own hotel, shouting, Miss Yi can't wait. This was utter social death. Refute. She lacked the strength. All she could do was shut her eyes in embarrassment. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear me? Miss Yi is suffering. We need a double bed. Hurry. Mo Chen chuckled inwardly, his face a mask of urgency. He deliberately made his words ambiguous. Even if Tong and I heard, she could not fault him. Yet to the hotel staff, it was a different story. They could only think the Yi family's eldest daughter was incredibly open and bold. If you're with a man, why not choose another hotel? Coming to your own, and so ostentatiously. Wasn't the Yi heiress supposed to be graceful, refined, and well-educated? This didn't match at all. The receptionist dared not delay. She quickly processed Mo Chen's check-in. After all, this was the boss daughter bringing a man for a room. Who would risk displeasing her? Retribution, if not outright firing, would come in subtle forms. Mo Chen took the key card. In his mind, the system's prompt flashed. Detected target Yi Beer generating significant negative emotions. Host receives rewards: stamina 10, strength 3, vitality 5, reaction speed 3, a business acumen 5, psychological expression analysis 3, inherited medicine 5, impact resistance 2, comprehensive martial arts 3, a alcohol tolerance 5, piano performance 5, art appreciation 4, observation 5, new skill driving 5. Under the gaze of many, Mo Chen carried Yi Beer into the elevator. Tong and I stared at the black screen. After the video signal cut off, her expression shifting. With that shout, Beer's reputation was ruined. Was Mo Chen deliberately stirring trouble? The elevator ascended slowly. After hearing the reward prompt, Mo Chen couldn't help but ask in his mind, System, what's this new skill you just gave me? New skill, driving skill. Driving skill? Can you elaborate? Driving skill, as the name implies, is the technique of operating a vehicle. Operating a vehicle. Mo Chen pondered thoughtfully. Host, please keep your thoughts pure. This skill refers solely to the ability and technique of driving a vehicle, not the kind of driving you're imagining. System, I understood it as the ability to drive a vehicle. What did you think I meant? Mo Chen rolled his eyes at the system, a look of disdain on his face. I thought you meant the technique of riding a motorcycle. Looks like you're quite innocent, huh? Can I ask, are you male or female? A peculiar thought suddenly crossed Mo Chen's mind. The system sometimes behaved so human-like. Could it be that it was actually a person? Host's current level is insufficient to ask such questions. Level insufficient. Mo Chen seized on a key point. It wasn't that the system couldn't answer, but that his own level was lacking. It seemed that as his abilities grew and he reached a certain level, he could still uncover the system's origins. Just as he was pondering, the elevator doors opened. Mo Chen temporarily set aside his thoughts about the system. Such matters couldn't be resolved overnight. For now, it was better to focus on collecting rewards. He carried Yi Beer into the room he had just checked into. Turning back, he closed the door. Miss Yi, let me first explain the effect this poison has on you. Placing Yi Beer on the bed, Mo Chen sat beside her. Yi Beer remained silent, but in her heart she scoffed. Her master had claimed Mo Chen's medical skills were extraordinary. This fake poison had been tested repeatedly. Aside from creating an illusion, it had no real side effects. Seeing Mo Chen's grave expression, he surely had no idea what it was. Actually, the poison you've ingested can't strictly be called a poison. As soon as Mo Chen spoke these words, both Yi Beer and Tong Ni, who was still in the car and hadn't yet reached the Northern Grand Hotel, were startled. From this statement, it was clear that Mo Chen recognized the fake poison. We'll call it a fake poison for now. Its only effect is to create an illusion, making one appear poisoned and eventually feign death. After that, in about 30 minutes or so, the person in the feigned death state will return to normal, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Even the most advanced instruments won't detect any issues. However, Mo Chen's description of the fake poison was perfectly accurate. He stunned everyone who heard his words. His level of understanding was as if he had personally used the fake poison. However, what? Yi Beer was now 80% convinced by Mo Chen. Could there really be some serious side effects that even the creator didn't know about? However, it has several side effects that you won't feel on the surface. Over the next 1 to 3 years, these side effects will gradually manifest. Of course, they're not fatal, and if you don't care about them, they won't have a significant impact. Mo Chen said calmly. Fine, then what are they? Yi Beer's curiosity was piqued to the extreme. Mild ones include slight hair loss, accelerated skin aging, gradual vision decline, a hoarse voice, brittle bones, a tendency to gain weight and lose shape, and a slight decline in various bodily functions. Additionally, there are personality changes, such as irritability and restlessness. Besides that, for women, there's one more thing. Mo Chen gestured near his chest. The bust line will gradually shrink. Hearing this, both Yi Beer and Tong Ni in the car had their expressions shift slightly. But don't worry, these side effects won't all appear at once. They occur slowly, so slowly that you won't notice them in daily life. It'll take at least 3 years before you can see the difference by comparing current photos. So even if you don't treat it, it's not a big deal. Mo Chen let out a light laugh. No, I want to be treated. Yi Beer's face grew increasingly pale. For a woman, aging was the greatest fear. From Mo Chen's description, it wasn't just a little aging. It touched upon nearly every worrisome aspect, especially skin aging, body distortion, and a shrinking bust line. If these were truly chronic side effects, then of course the experimental tests wouldn't have detected them. But how could one prove Mo Chen's words were true? Yi Beer still harbored some doubt in her heart. Tong and I also felt skeptical. However, in such matters it was better to believe than to risk disbelief. Since Mo Chen could accurately describe the poison's effects, it wouldn't be surprising if he could deduce the side effects right. How do you? Yi Beer hesitated. How do I know? Mo Chen chuckled lightly. In our lives, no matter what method we use to ingest substances into our bodies, a portion cannot be metabolized and excreted. Ultimately, they are absorbed by our bodies. Miss Yi, you're aware of this basic fact, aren't you? Yi Beer nodded slightly. Although this poison is just a fake to produce its effects, it needs to impact your body in a certain way. This process of impact is a process of damage to the body from negative factors. After the illusion fades, the toxins settle within the body. Mo Chen stood up, picked up a bottle of purified water from the table, and said, "Look at this bottle of water. If I put some sand and soil in it, and shake it, it becomes murky, looking like dirty water. If I let it sit long enough for the sand to settle, the water may appear clear again, but at the bottom, you'll see the sand that couldn't be expelled." He raised the bottle in front of Yi Beer. Mo Chen wasn't aware of the recording device on Yi Beer, neither this time nor the last. But he knew that Tong and I had come prepared this time. It was impossible that Yi Beer didn't have listening devices, and recording devices might also be present. Perhaps on Yi Beer's button or somewhere else, but it would definitely be in front. So he held the water bottle in front of Yi Beer, ensuring Tong and I could see it. "Miss Yi, you might think that once the sand settles, the water returns to being clear, right? Yes, it appears that way, but you must understand that this water is only part of our body. The bottle itself represents our true body. Without expelling that sand, the water inside will inevitably become murky again. Can you understand what I'm saying?" Mo Chen placed the bottle back on the table. Before Yi Beer could fully grasp it, Tong and I had already understood. She quickly reminded through the intercom, "Beer, what Mo Chen says should be true. I've been observing his micro-expressions, and he isn't lying. With her master's reminder, Yi Beer grew even more panicked. Then I. So do you want me to save you or wait for the effects of the fake poison to pass on their own? Mo Chen asked softly. Save me. A look of urgency appeared in Yi Beer's eyes. Saving you isn't impossible, but it can't be for free. Mo Chen gave a mysterious smile. Tong and I and Yi Beer were not at all surprised to hear Mo Chen say this. Merchants, after all, would never act without profit. Even if he had saved Yi Beer for free, once there was no reason for him to do so every time. Mo Chen smiled as he watched Yi Beer's expression. What he had said about the side effects was indeed true, but not as severe as he made it out to be. Such conditions could occur, but over a longer period and with milder symptoms. After all, aging is a natural process that progresses with time. Mo Chen had merely exaggerated the drug side effects tenfold, not an excessive exaggeration. Beer agreed to whatever he demands. I don't want to lose you as well because of Tang Ro, Tong and I quickly decided. Hearing her master's concerned voice, Yi Beer nodded at Mo Chen. All right, I agree. I haven't even stated my terms yet. Mo Chen laughed. Whatever it is, I'll agree, Yi Beer said without hesitation. No matter the cost, she couldn't bear to lose her beauty so soon. Anything. You mustn't go back on your word, once said. Mo Chen took out his phone and started recording a video of Yi Beer. Yes, she replied, her heart racing. She feared that any further delay might worsen the poison, leaving permanent damage even if Mo Chen intervened. Very well, I need proof. Miss Yi, please make a vow before my camera. Voluntarily, not under coercion. What vow? What do you want? Yi Beer felt a rising unease at Mo Chen's smiling face. I've said before that I admire you greatly. But as a gentleman, I would never force anyone. You only need to voluntarily promise that after I cure you, you will become engaged to me, be my fiancé, and follow my arrangements for our marriage. Mo Chen smiled with feigned sincerity. What? No, I can't. Yi Beer shook her head frantically. How could she marry a stranger so rashly? No. Then there's no help for it. I've said it's all voluntary, no coercion. So Miss Yi, you'll have to wait for the poison to run its course. Oh, by the way, you're about 20, aren't you? In 5 years, when you're 25, you'll look at most like a 50-year-old. With good care, maybe a couple of years younger. With makeup and a beauty filter, you might pass for 45. But by 40, you'll resemble someone in their 70s. Mo Chen shook his head with a sigh. No, I don't want that. Yi Beer was terrified. Tong and I's car finally stopped in front of the Northern Grand Hotel, but she didn't get out immediately. Rushing in now would be futile. They could only wait and think of a plan. Tong and I began to regret her actions. Her selfish desire had dragged her disciple Yi Beer into this mess. How could she bear to see the young and beautiful Yi Beer age prematurely? Beer agreed to him. After a few seconds of thought, Tong and I called out through the intercom. To ensure Yi Beer would comply, she added, agree for now. From his micro-expressions, I can tell he's sincere. I believe he won't truly force or harm you. If you later show reluctance, he'll be too fond of you to persist. Then we can find another way to compensate him. Yi Beer trusted her master Tong and I implicitly. So when Tong and I's words reached her ears, she nodded and said, all right. I, Yi Beer, vow that after Mo Chen cures me, I will voluntarily become engaged to him and follow all his arrangements for our marriage. No backing out. Mo Chen added with a smile. No backing out, Yi Beer said after a moment's hesitation. Good. Now I'll detoxify you. Mo Chen put away his phone and approached Yi Beer. He looked her over and sighed. It's a pity I didn't bring needles. To fully expel the poison, I need acupuncture. A few pricks, and it's done. Without needles, they'll have to resort to a lesser method, massage. It's slower than acupuncture, so the treatment will take longer. Please bear with it, Miss Yi. Massage. Where? Yi Beer was startled. With acupuncture, I only need to pierce 7 major acupoints. For massage, they'll press 64 acupoints along the meridian lines. Don't worry. Though it takes longer, the result is the same as acupuncture with no aftereffects. Mo Chen smiled reassuringly. Yi Beer's face flushed crimson. She glared at him inwardly. I'm not worried about aftereffects. I'm worried about the massage itself. If there are no objections, shall I begin? Mo Chen flexed his wrists lightly. Isn't there any other way? Yi Beer asked hopefully. There is. I could go back and prepare an antidote. It would take about 7 or 8 hours, but by then the poison would have already run its course. Mo Chen chuckled. Yi Beer looked at him with resentment, knowing she had no choice but to endure his ministrations. So shall I start? Mo Chen asked. Yi Beer didn't answer or object, she simply closed her eyes tightly. At that moment she fully understood the old saying, out of sight, out of mind. Seeing her like this, Mo Chen smiled and moved closer, pressing both palms on her shoulders. Up. She couldn't help but gasp as his hands applied gentle pressure. The sound sent a shiver through anyone who heard it. Tong and I glanced around, and seeing the embarrassment on the officers' faces, quickly muted her phone. But she kept the video playing, determined to witness the miraculous medical technique that could expel poison through massage alone. Mo Chen's hands slowly moved down from Yi Beer's shoulders, passing her upper arms, forearms, and reaching her wrists. Then they returned to her shoulders, moving down the inner sides of her arms to her ribs, waist, thighs, and calves. Yi Beer lay there with her eyes closed. Besides the tingling sensation along the path of Mo Chen's massage, she felt like a pig about to be butchered. The slight numbness and pain from his touch made her emit soft moans. Tears streamed from Yi Beer's tightly shut eyes. A woman who had never been touched by a man was now being felt all over by this stranger. Though it was a massage for detoxification, she still felt deeply wronged. After 10 minutes, Mo Chen's movements gradually came to a halt. To Yi Beer, those 10-odd minutes felt as interminable as half a century. When Mo Chen finally withdrew from her and said, "Alright, you can get up now," she felt as if she had encountered a savior. Throughout the treatment, Mo Chen continuously received rewards from Yi Beer's negative emotions. The rewards were frequent, yet each time the point value was minuscule. Clearly this was triggered by the fierce inner turmoil raging within Yi Beer's heart. She leaped off the bed and landed on the floor. The unpleasant physical sensations she had felt moments ago had vanished entirely. Moreover, her body felt lighter than usual, and her spirit seemed even more invigorated. As she marveled at these strange changes in her body, Mo Chen also surveyed his current total points. Stamina 81, Strength 75, Energy 98, Reaction Speed 75, Acting Skill 47, Business Acumen 80, Psychological Analysis 27, Inherited Medicine 148, Resilience 71, Comprehensive Combat 63, Alcohol Tolerance 96, Business Planning 43, Piano Performance 62, Art Appreciation 31, Observation 30, Driving Skill 25, World Bank Wide Account Balance 20 billion, Eagle Country Language 34, Wood Country Language 44, Sea Country Language 56, World Language 42, Ancient Sacred Language 21. Overall, having amassed so many reward points in just a few short days since arriving in this world, as Mo Chen was quite satisfactory. Yet Mo Chen himself felt somewhat anxious. In the original novel, Yi Fan was a prodigy in cultivation. After obtaining the ancient martial arts medical codex, his cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. The codex had 10 layers in total, and Yi Fan had already reached the second layer in less than 2 days. He reached the third layer in half a month, the fourth in 2 months, the fifth in 6 months, and the sixth in a year. By the point where the original author left the story unfinished, the timeline was less than 2 years, and Yi Fan had already cultivated to the 7th layer. What did the 7th layer signify? According to the novel, even if outnumbered, Yi Fan could single-handedly take down over 200 top-tier special forces soldiers armed with weapons using only his bare hands. As for medical arts, he could cure 99 of all ailments in the world with a mere touch. By the timeline, Yi Fan should have already obtained the ancient martial arts medical codex and begun cultivation. Whether he had reached the 3rd layer was uncertain, but at least the 2nd layer was certain. A 2nd layer, Yi Fan could easily take down 20 unarmed top-tier special forces soldiers. Mo Chen wondered how his own strength, reaction speed, comprehensive combat skills, and resilience translated into actual combat power. With inherited medicine at 148, he was unsure who was superior compared to a 2nd layer Yi Fan. However, one fortunate point was that the protagonist Yi Fan generally abided by the laws of the Great Yin country. The forces he cultivated abroad were not brought back to the Great Yin country, and in the original novel, Yi Fan never deployed those forces within the country. Even when dealing with all enemies, Yi Fan primarily relied on economic suppression through business tactics and assassination through medical arts. Thus, Mo Chen was not overly worried that Yi Fan would make an overt move against him. However, for self-preservation, it was best to enhance his own martial prowess as much as possible. Furthermore, if his inherited medicine could far surpass Yi Fan's, he could use the medical arts to assassinate Yi Fan, just as Yi Fan had done to his enemies in the original novel. Yet Mo Chen dared not use this method lightly. The original author had left a foreshadowing behind. Yi Fan stood an even more formidable force, an immensely powerful individual supporting him. If he acted rashly without sufficient strength, he might attract the attention of that force and those powerhouses. The safest approach was to simultaneously collect rewards while investigating the true strength of Yi Fan's backing forces and powerhouses. At the same time, he must do everything possible to curb the development of the protagonist Yi Fan. Fortunately, there was one thing Mo Chen didn't need to worry too much about. The forces and powerhouses behind Yi Fan seemed intent on tempering him. They never showed themselves, nor actively helped him deal with troubles. Given this situation, as long as Mo Chen wasn't too hasty in killing Yi Fan, those behind him might even regard him as a tool to hone Yi Fan. This essentially granted him ample time and space for development. A tool? Mo Chen sneered inwardly. Let's see who truly ends up as the tool. Yi Fan, when you learn that I am engaged to the sister you so desperately cherish, will you choke on your own blood? Ha ha ha. Withdrawing from his thoughts, Mo Chen looked back at Yi Beer, who was examining her own condition. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he said, Miss Yi, I have only gathered all the toxins in one place for now. They still need to be expelled from the body to be truly cured. Gathered in one place. Bloodletting. Which finger this time? Following the previous experience, Yi Beer extended both hands before Mo Chen without hesitation. No, not bloodletting this time. The amount of toxin is substantial, so it requires some external assistance. Mo Chen frowned. External assistance. What do you mean? Yi asked, puzzled. It means the toxins in your body need to be personally dissolved by me. Go take a look in the mirror. Mo Chen deliberately changed the subject mid-sentence. Look in the mirror. Filled with doubt, Yi hurried to the mirror. The moment she saw her reflection, she let out an awe of shock. At the same time, Tong Ni, who was watching the phone screen, was also startled. Yi once rosy lips had turned a purplish black. How did this happen? Yi rubbed her lips vigorously with the back of her hand, only to realize the purplish black color originated from beneath the skin, not the surface. All your toxins have accumulated there. I need to. You understand. Mo Chen tapped his own lips with his finger. You mean? You want to kiss? Yi mind involuntarily flashed back to the scene at the restaurant earlier, when she had drunk mouth-to-mouth with Mo Chen. It's not that I want to, it's that you need it. I'm indifferent. The toxins must be sucked out and transformed by me. If not, they will continue to spread through your body, soon rendering all the treatment just performed useless. Mo Chen spread his hands helplessly. Yi mind went blank. She gently touched her lips, now blackened with purple, imagining the possibility of premature aging. Finally, she steeled herself. After all, she had already promised Mo Chen 2 more rounds of mouth-to-mouth drinking. What was there to hold back now? With a determined look, Yi, her face flushed crimson, strode quickly toward Mo Chen. Tilting her delicate face upward, her small lips accurately met Mo Chen's. After a few minutes, Yi stepped back. Is it done? She asked softly. Just a tiny bit left, Mo Chen replied. Yi gritted her teeth and pressed her lips to his again. Mo Chen earned a small reward, chuckling inwardly, good thing, good thing. If Yi had hesitated any longer, the color on her lips would have faded on its own. The so-called need for external force to draw out the poison was entirely fabricated by Mo Chen. His goal was to drain every last drop of Yi-beer's vitality. Mo Chen was certain that Yi-beer would fall for it, for such is human nature. When you have paid a small price and feel you have lost, if someone tells you that a little more effort will recoup your losses, few can remain clear-headed and calm. Most will impulsively plunge deeper. This is why scam rings can repeatedly deceive the same person. Yi had already agreed to everything asked, endured the massages, and consumed copious amounts of imported wine beforehand. She could not overturn all her previous efforts for the sake of this final sacrifice. After a moment, Yi slowly stepped back from before Mo Chen. Before she could question him, Mo Chen smiled and said, "It's done now. Go look in the mirror." Yi turned and rushed to the mirror. Indeed, her reflection was as beautiful as a painting, her lips rosy, delicate, and translucent. There was not a trace of the terrifying purple-black hue from before. Tong Ni, watching through her phone, felt her hopes soar once more. Mo Chen was the one she needed. He surely had the means to cure Tang Rou. No matter how many or how difficult his demands, she would satisfy them all. Why do I feel my body has become lighter? Yi examined herself for a while, then turned to ask Mo Chen. Because my massage technique not only draws out the poison you ingested, but also expels the impurities and latent toxins accumulated in your body over time. When those harmful substances vanish, you naturally feel lighter. Moreover, before long you'll find your skin has improved, as well, Mo Chen explained with a smile. Can a mere massage technique truly have such effects? Yi was astonished by his words. She turned back to the mirror, gently caressing her face. Whether it was psychological or not, she felt her skin truly seemed smoother. Amid her surprise, Yi-beer's impression of Mo Chen began to shift unconsciously. Indeed, it is just a massage technique, but it is also more than that. It involves the flow of meridians, the guidance of breath, and the summoning of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. For instance, why did I insist on treating you here at the Northern Grand Hotel? Mo Chen pointed around the room and chuckled. Oh, why? Yi had been wondering this herself and seized the chance to ask. She had just suffered utter social humiliation in the hotel lobby. Because the feng shui here is excellent, Mo Chen said, turning his gaze to the window. Feng shui. Is medicine related to feng shui? Yi was skeptical. Of course. Miss Yi, have you heard of patients with stubborn ailments that never heal in one place, yet when they move to a distant city, the illness resolves without treatment? Mo Chen smiled. I have heard of such things. Yi nodded blankly. Everyone seems to know of such cases. But what scientific basis is there? No one can say. Could this be feng shui? In truth, it is closely tied to feng shui. The Northern Grand Hotel's exceptional feng shui helps accelerate and more thoroughly expel impurities from your body, making my treatment more effective and allowing your physique to grow stronger by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Mo Chen smiled as he spun his fabrications. I see. Yi seemed fully convinced, nodding unconsciously. Outside the hotel, Tong Ni, phone in hand, carefully analyzed Mo Chen's expression and pondered his words. After a long moment, she nodded to herself, muttering, "So Mo Chen came here to enhance the treatment's effect, not to humiliate Beer deliberately. I misjudged him. Little Rouse illness has hope. Well, thank you for this," Yi said softly, nodding in gratitude. Her expression and demeanor had softened, influenced by her subconscious shift in perception of Mo Chen. Mo Chen laughed inwardly. He felt that if he continued to play the role of a good man, he could soon fool the beautiful Miss Yi completely. Perhaps he might even make her fall for him. But that was not what Mo Chen wanted now. He knew nothing of Yi Fan or the formidable figures and forces backing him. His priority was to extract more rewards. Thus he could not let Yi Beer develop feelings for him so early. He had a series of schemes planned, it would be a waste not to use them. So facing Yi Beer's gentle overture which could have been leveraged into affection, Mo Chen put on a sly grin and said no need for thanks. It would be even better if you offered yourself to me. Yi Beer's face flushed. Yet to Mo Chen's surprise he received no reward. Though flustered by his words, Yi Beer smiled slightly and asked young Master Mo, why do you always try so hard to make me dislike you? Me? Try to make you dislike me? I don't understand, Mo Chen thought alarmed. Could his healing efforts have captured Yi Beer's heart? He quickly asked the system in his mind system, how does Yi Beer feel about me now? Has she developed feelings for me? Target Yi Beer has a slight favorable impression of the host, not yet to the level of liking. Does the host intend to force it? I just asked if she likes me, who said anything about forcing her? I find your thinking rather perverse, system. Mo Chen retorted with disdain. The system is not perverse. The system analyzes and answers the host's underlying issues. Oh, spare me. You're perverse. Mo Chen continued to mock. No, the system is not. Mo Chen ended the conversation with the system. Probing it just enough was wise, too much might alert it. He chuckled silently and said no more. Young Master Mo, after these few encounters I've come to see that you are quite talented. With your family background and appearance, if you truly pursued me, I might be willing to give it a try. If you win my heart, gaining me would come naturally, Yi Beer said with a smile. That makes sense. Mo Chen pretended to ponder, then shook his head, but I lack the patience. It seems Miss Yi enjoys the process of romance. I however prefer to skip straight to the final step. Miss Yi, since we're alone in this suite with a large bed, and you've just agreed to our engagement, how about we proceed directly to that final step? Young Master Mo. Yi Beer gazed at the smirking Mo Chen, unsure whether he was being sincere or not. She withdrew her smile, furrowing her brows. I won't go back on my promise to you, but we're only engaged. Oh, Miss Yi means you disagree? Mo Chen asked. Of course I disagree. Yi Beer declared firmly. Then, Mo Chen suddenly flashed a sinister grin, taking 2 slow steps forward, closing the distance between them. This startled Yi Beer. She retreated in small steps, asking, Young Master Mo, you wouldn't possibly try to force me, would you? I was unconscious last time, and you did nothing to me. I don't believe you'd resort to force today. Last time, I simply wasn't in the mood. Resistance excites me. The more you resist, the more thrilled I become. Look, I've saved you twice now, enhanced your physique, and even absorbed the poison myself. I'm sacrificing myself to save you. Is it too much to ask for some compensation? How about this once, and then the engagement is off? What do you say? Mo Chen caught a flicker of panic in Yi Beer's eyes. He planned to press his advantage, reaping a bounty of rewards. Impossible. Yi Beer's expression finally darkened. The goodwill she had just begun to feel toward Mo Chen was utterly destroyed by his antics. Mo Chen, you knew my identity and my combat skills the first time we met. Do you dare to force me? She was so flustered by his behavior that she had cast aside her earlier understanding of him. Didn't I tell you? The more you resist, the more excited I become. Combat skills. I'd love to experience them firsthand. This was Mo Chen's true thought. In fact, he was eager to test the strength of his own comprehensive fighting techniques. It was a perfect opportunity. He could provoke negative emotions in Yi Beer while using her to gauge his abilities, a win-win situation. According to the system's advice, he should avoid harming the female lead. He didn't need to actually hurt her, he only had to feign intent, prompting her to retaliate. A brief exchange would suffice. Mo Chen, don't go too far. Out of moral obligation I've spared you, because you saved me twice. Yi Beer stepped back again, startled, but not truly afraid. Besides her own considerable abilities, Tong and I had followed with her men. If she truly proved no match for Mo Chen, Tong and I would immediately intervene to protect her. If you want make a move, then I will. Mo Chen paid no heed to her words. Without waiting for her to finish, he raised his hand to grab her collar. Yi Beer hadn't expected him to act so abruptly. One moment he was courteous, the next he transformed into a ravenous wolf. This Mo Chen was truly unpredictable. Yi Beer raised her right hand to block his while her left fist shot toward his ribs. She wanted to end the fight, quickly incapacitating him in a single blow. With Mo Chen's reaction speed of 75 points, she couldn't possibly intercept his hand. He deliberately slowed down to test his combat skills. As her fist came, he decided to gauge his endurance, neither dodging nor countering, taking the blow to his ribs. Up! Yi Beer cried out in pain, feeling as if she had struck a sheet of iron, her arm numbed by the impact. Mo Chen, however, remained unfazed. He knew her combat prowess from the original story. Seeing that his 71-point endurance allowed him to withstand her strike at his weakest point, and even injure her arm, he felt a surge of elation. The numbers might seem modest, but the effect was formidable. He probably wouldn't suffer any harm, even if a group of muscular men ganged up on him now. Having tested his endurance, he moved on to combat techniques. He paused deliberately, then struck simultaneously at her face and abdomen. Of course he again slowed his attack, otherwise Yi Beer wouldn't have been able to react. She dodged the blow to her head, while using one hand to block the strike to her abdomen and the other to seize his wrist. With anyone else, she would have had them firmly in her grip, followed by a series of joint locks. But to Mo Chen, her techniques were riddled with flaws. He let her grab his wrist, then bent his arm and lunged forward. He crashed into her, hooking his foot behind her knee and lifting her horizontally into the air. His forward momentum carried them both, and in the next second they fell from the floor onto the bed. Yi-beer was beneath him, pinned firmly. She was stunned. From the start of the exchange to now, a mere 2 seconds had passed. She had been defeated, and completely under his control with no room for resistance. Miss Yi, I've never trained in combat. You're a multiple-time champion. Are you going easy on me? Oh, I get it. You want to repay me with your body, but are too shy to say it, so you're letting me win. Am I right? Mo Chen's face was less than 5 centimeters from hers. His warm breath, laced with laughter, brushed against her skin. She was both ashamed and furious, panicked, and desperate, silently calling out, "Master, save me." At that moment, a notification chimed in Mo Chen's mind. Detected massive negative emotions from target Yi-beer. Host rewarded with Strength 5, Power 5, Energy 6, or Reaction Speed 5, Acting 3, A Business Acumen 5, Psychological Analysis 6, A Medical Heritage 6, O Endurance 5, Comprehensive Combat 7, A Alcohol Tolerance 7, A Business Planning 3, Piano Performance 5, Art Appreciation 3, A Observation 5, Driving Skill 6. New Skill Kissing Technique 20. New Skill Wilderness Survival 15. A smug grin spread across Mo Chen's face. Massive. Not only had every skill received bonus points, but he had also gained 2 new ones. Wilderness survival aside, what was the kissing technique? What use was that? He rolled his eyes internally. Humph, I knew this system was perverse enough. However, he could go no further. Continuing would breach the system's rules. But to stop, he needed a plausible excuse. Sister Tong Beer is in danger. We need to go up now, the female officer beside Tong and I exclaimed urgently as she saw the scene on the phone video. No, Tong and I refused immediately. Although from Mo Chen's expression, she felt he genuinely intended to force himself on Yi-beer. Yet for some reason, she had an intuition that Mo Chen wouldn't do it. Even if he would, she needed to stall for time. If Mo Chen dared to act, she would have leverage over him. Using that leverage, she could force him to treat Tang Ro. Even if Mo Chen truly intended to take further action, she was confident she could intervene before he succeeded. Time should be sufficient. At that moment, Mo Chen felt somewhat awkward. He had already obtained the reward he wanted. As he had anticipated, Tong and I should have arrived by now. Hurry in and stop him. Otherwise, what would he do next? What if Yi-beer realized he wouldn't actually touch her? Then he could never use this method to farm rewards again. Mo Chen, let me go. I've already agreed to the engagement. You can't treat me like this. Yi-beer cried out, trying to stall for time until Tong and I arrived with backup. Coincidentally, Mo Chen shared the same thought. He also wanted to delay until Tong and I came to stop him. He replied following Yi-beer's words, since you've agreed to the engagement, you're my fiancé, and I'm your fiancé. Why can't I treat you like this? I agreed to the engagement, but the ceremony hasn't actually taken place. And, Mo Chen, I'm a police officer. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Yi-beer had no choice but to use her identity to pressure Mo Chen again. Haha, I don't know why, but hearing you mention that makes me even more excited. Mo Chen chuckled. Although he was looking for a reason to let Yi-beer go, he wouldn't be intimidated by her threat. Otherwise, she would always use that against him in the future. Everyone suspected that he was behind the attack on Deputy Director Zheng's son Zheng Rue. In their eyes, aside from outright murder, there was nothing he dared not do. He had to maintain his lofty and glorious image in others' minds. As soon as he spoke, Yi-beer's surge of negative emotions brought him a small reward. Ring. Just as Mo Chen was racking his brains over his next move, his phone rang at the perfect moment. Your phone is ringing. Yi-beer clung to it like a lifeline, shouting urgently. At this time, why would I care about a phone call? Mo Chen chuckled lightly. What if it's an emergency? Yi-beer cried out again. Emergency? Mo Chen's gaze sharpened. He had finally found a reason. Muttering, could it be something with the company? He released. Yi-beer stood up from the bed and pulled out his phone. Freed from his grasp, Yi-beer quickly moved toward the door. But she didn't leave immediately. She figured Tong and I hadn't burst in yet, probably because she hadn't arrived. The mission had progressed this far, she couldn't give up halfway. Pressed against the door, she watched Mo Chen with wary eyes as he answered the call. Miss Su, what do you want? Mo Chen's face showed confusion when he saw the name Su Yuyan on the screen. After pressing the answer button, he spoke with a hint of impatience in his tone. This tone was both an act for Yi-beer and a subtle message for Su Yuyan to hear. But to Mo Chen's surprise, Su Yuyan showed no resentment at his tone. Instead, she said softly with great tenderness, "Nothing, I just wanted to hear your voice." Mo Chen was stunned. What's going on? Is Miss Su crazy? Could she have fallen for him? Hear my voice. Are you insane? It's work hours, why aren't you doing your job? What nonsense are you listening to my voice for? Mo Chen still didn't give Su Yuyan any kindness. MMO work hard and won't let you down. You. Come back early tonight. Huh? This time Mo Chen was completely dumbfounded. Had Su Yuyan gone mad from his scolding? Her tone sounded like a little wife waiting for her man to come home. Was she about to say she'd cook for him next? Tonight, I want to cook you a meal. Su Yuyin continued timidly. Damn, he had guessed it. Mo Chen's scalp tingled. It had only been a few days. He hadn't farmed many rewards yet, and Su Yuyin had already fallen. Was he too handsome? Or was his charisma too strong? No, he had to stop this situation from worsening. When I go home, is that any of your business? Who do you think you are to me? Stop with all that nonsense. Just do your job. Mo Chen's voice was icy. I understand. Beep, beep, beep. Su Yin's voice remained gentle, then she hung up. Mo Chen stared blankly at the beeping sound. On the other end of the line, Su Yin looked at her phone screen and smiled tenderly. Just moments ago, she had received news. The Chu family who had snatched the contract with Lao Mei Company from the Su family had been deceived. That Lao Mei Company was just a shell company registered abroad, a scam in essence. The Chu family had lost over $1 billion in goods in one go. Their vitality was directly shattered. To plug the hole, the Chu family had even started selling off a large amount of fixed assets. If it had been the Su family that signed the contract instead of the Chu family, they would have gone bankrupt outright. Mo Chen had said before that he deliberately stopped her from signing with Lao Mei. In other words, he knew Lao Mei was a scam. But why didn't he just tell me Lao Mei Company was a scam? Su Yin pondered, her gaze fixed. After a moment, she understood. It must be this way. Back then he was pursuing me, and I never gave him a good face. Even if he had told me the truth, I wouldn't have believed him. He was forced to help me and save the Su family this way, never expecting the Su family to treat me like this. Seeing all this, he not only felt for me, but also harbored anger toward the Su family, so he used reverse psychology to make me pull myself together. Recalling everything that had happened between her and Mo Chen these past days, the more she thought, the more she believed her judgment was correct. He loves me and gives selflessly, yet I hurt and misunderstood him time and again. No matter how harshly he treats me, it's deserved. Besides, his main reason for treating me this way is to make me strong. I might not have understood before, but how could I not guess it now? Su Yin lowered her head, looking at the name Mo Chen in her contacts on the phone screen, smiling gently. Mo Chen, everyone misunderstands you, and I did too, but from now on that will never happen again. I understand you, I know you. I will work hard to make up for past mistakes. Trust me. In the hotel room, Mo Chen stared blankly at his phone. In his mind, he urgently asked the system, what's going on with Su Yin? Has she fallen in love with me? Target Su Yin's acceptance level toward the host is complete. The host can do anything to Su Yin without coercion, as she fully accepts. No way, really. Mo Chen should have been pleased, as Su Yin was one of the particularly endearing heroines in the original story. Once she fell in love, she would offer meticulous care. Coupled with her exceptional work ability, she was practically the perfect girlfriend. But if that were the case, he wouldn't be able to earn rewards from her, would he? Absolutely true. The host may obtain Su Yin in any way he prefers. The system replied. Then Mo Chen hesitated for a moment, then suddenly thought of something else. He asked again, system, if I touch her, will I never earn rewards from her again? The host is correct. Then what if I don't touch her now? Can I still continue earning rewards? The host is correct. In that case, I can't touch her for now, but since her affection for me is already this high, I can't bear to treat her the way I did before. How am I supposed to keep earning these rewards? It's so troublesome. Mo Chen felt a bit troubled. The host needs negative emotions. The female lead likes you. If you don't touch her, shall still generate negative emotions. Oh, is that really possible? System, I suddenly realize you understand women so well. And you're kind of cunning. The system is not cunning. System, judging by your tone, you sound like a female. Mo Chen said casually. The system is a computational program. It has no gender. Oh, got it. Mo Chen smiled calmly and didn't press further. But the system's suggestion gave him some ideas. Withdrawing from his consciousness, he turned his gaze to Yi Beer. Bang, bang, bang. Just then the room door was knocked. Yi Beer's suspended heart finally relaxed as she hurriedly opened the door. Sure enough, Tong and I stood outside with over a dozen people. The reason they came up now without waiting any longer was that, after calming down, Tong and I felt a sense of guilt toward Yi Beer. For the sake of another disciple, she had made this one suffer terribly. As a master, she had been utterly irresponsible. Anyway, the recording device on Yi Beer had already captured footage of Mo Chen's medical expertise. At worst, she would expose the matter of Yi Beer's recorder. Sister Tong, what a coincidence you're here to get a room too. Mo Chen breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of Tong and I, then deliberately teased. Tong and I was left speechless by his words. Mo Chen, we came here specifically to find you. She put on a stern face, adopting an extremely serious official attitude. Find me. Mo Chen first looked stunned, then exclaimed, no way, Sister Tong, you are so old, and am still a young lad. Miss, he might be acceptable, but you're also trying to make a move on me. What nonsense are you talking? Even Tong and I, with all her scheming and insight into people's hearts, couldn't help but grind her teeth in frustration at this deliberately roguish banter. At the same time, she was secretly astonished. From the moment the door opened and she appeared through these two exchanges, Mo Chen had never shown the slightest surprise or fear. This made Tong and I feel as if he had known she was coming. But that couldn't be right. There was no reason for Mo Chen to know this. Mo Chen, don't you realize what you just did? Tong and I continued sternly. Just now? You mean getting a room with her? Mo Chen pointed at Yi Beer and laughed. Who got a room with you? Yi Beer's face flushed crimson. She recalled the words Mo Chen had shouted when they entered the hotel lobby. It probably wouldn't be long before those words spread. Maybe even the entire high society of Blue Sea City would know. Where would she hide her face? What were we doing if not getting a room? Mo Chen retorted with a smile. You weren't helping me. Before she could finish, Tong and I gently patted and squeezed her shoulder. Yi Beer, being quite clever, immediately understood her master's intention. Helping you with what? Mo Chen continued to ask with a grin. You? Yi Beer was momentarily at a loss for words. Mo Chen, don't you realize the seriousness of the situation? What you just did could land you in prison. Tong and I said in a dark tone. You mean we weren't getting a room, but I was forcing her? Is that it? Mo Chen revealed an extremely mysterious smile. Looking at Mo Chen's expression, Tong and I felt as if it wasn't her setting a trap for him, but rather the other way around. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Tong and I forced herself to say, Mo Chen, what do you think? Oh, I see. You mean I just forcibly took Yi Beer, this Miss Yi family, the champion fighter officer, Yi, right? Mo Chen suddenly raised his voice as if afraid others outside wouldn't hear. Detected target Yi Beer generating a large amount of negative emotions. Host receives rewards: physique 2, strength 2, A energy 3, A reaction speed 2, acting 2, business acumen 3, expression psychology analysis 2, inherited medicine 3, impact resistance 2, comprehensive combat technique 2, alcohol tolerance 3, piano performance 2, observation 2, driving skill 2, kissing skill 2, wilderness survival skill 2. His words caused Yi Beer to generate more negative emotions, and her face not only flushed but turned purple like the color of an eggplant. At that moment, Yi Beer wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Being said to have been forcibly taken was worse than admitting she had come to get a room. Given her status and the halo above her head, that would be even more disgraceful. Tong and I frowned as she listened. She stepped 2 paces into the room and instructed those behind. Wait outside. Don't come in unless I say so. With that, she closed the door behind her. Hey, Sister Tong, what are you doing? I have no interest in you. Although with my stamina, I could handle 3 or 5 of you, I just can't get past the psychological barrier. Mo Chen waved his hands, repeatedly feigning panic. Mo Chen, I want to remind you that the problem you're facing is very serious. I'm giving you a chance. If you keep this attitude, I won't be able to help you. Tong and I planned to first use threats to see if she could make him yield. If intimidation failed, she would have to think of another plan, as she certainly wouldn't resort to framing him. For Tang Raosake, as long as she didn't cross her professional bottom line, she would accept being called a cunning villain. Sister Tong, forgive my stupidity, but what serious problem are you talking about? Is it about me forcibly taking her? But what use is her single accusation? You have no evidence. Mo Chen spread his hands and laughed. Evidence? Tong and I knew that if she exposed the recorder on Yi Beer, she would never again be able to use similar methods to extract useful information from Mo Chen. But since things had come to this, she had no choice. She took out her phone, pulled up the video footage she had just watched, and handed it to Mo Chen. Mo Chen stared at the video footage for a moment. Tong and I had deliberately started playing it from the point where he tossed Yi Beer onto the bed. If this segment alone were taken out of context, it could indeed serve as evidence. After it finished playing, Mo Chen shook his head with a smile and said, Is that all? Sister Tong, what are you trying to threaten me with this video? Money. Mo Chen, you've always denied your medical skills, but today, when Beer was poisoned, you saved her with your skills again. How do you explain that? Tong and I felt the situation was under her control and began to slowly steer the conversation toward the main point. Medical skills. Saved her. I did nothing of the sort. Don't falsely accuse me. Mo Chen quickly waved his hands. If you admit to your medical skills, what you did to Yi Beer was saving her. If you deny them, what you did was assault. Think carefully, these two choices lead to vastly different outcomes. Tong and I said in a deep voice. You're trying to frame me. Mo Chen deliberately showed a look of surprise. So, young Master Mo, you're a smart man. You should know how to choose right. Now tell me your decision. Admit or deny. A smile gradually appeared on Tong and I's face. She felt her plan was finally about to succeed. Sai, I thought I was shameless enough, but you're even more shameless than me. Mo Chen let out a light, Sai putting on a helpless look. Fine, I admit. Since young Master Mo has admitted it, then I admit I don't know any medical skills, so I was just about to assault her. Before Tong and I could finish, Mo Chen suddenly stared at her with a serious expression. Tong and I and Yi Beer both cried out in shock. Damn, in all their years they had never seen someone like this. He would rather admit to doing something bad than be seen as a good person. Was Mo Chen out of his mind? What? Didn't you hear me? I'm the eldest son of the Mo family. Do you think my father would let me learn some damn medical skills? Bullying men and abducting women is what I'm best at. Let me tell you, I only did the assault. Don't try to frame me for saving someone. Mo Chen curled his lip as if saving someone were a heinous crime, while assault was a trivial matter. Mo Chen, do you even know what you're saying? The smile on Tong and I's face disappeared, replaced by shock and anxiety. As an expert in psychological and microexpression analysis, she had never in her life encountered someone as perverse and abnormal as Mo Chen. At this moment her professional skills seemed to have completely failed her. On Mo Chen's face, she could find no flaw whatsoever. Of course I know what I'm saying. You have the video evidence, and she's the witness. I admit to everything you said. Not only that, but it'll spread the news throughout the entire Blue Sea. Mo Chen. Seeing Mo Chen gesticulating wildly, as if he had gone mad, Tong and I called out darkly. She finally understood. It wasn't she who had set a trap for Mo Chen. It was Mo Chen who had set a trap for her. Mo Chen's current behavior showed that he had her exactly where he wanted her. He knew she didn't dare to falsely accuse him. He knew she desperately needed his medical skills. Threats were utterly useless on him. Mo Chen, what a formidable mind. When had he seen through her scheme? It seemed that everyone, including herself, had underestimated his cunning. What? Sister Tong, is there anything else you want to ask? Mo Chen asked with a smile. Forget it. You're a smart man. Playing tricks with a smart man was my oversight. Perhaps I should never have tried this game with you. The young master of the Mo family must have long been accustomed to such tricks, and long mastered them right. Tong and I sighed helplessly. What? Sister Tong, are you ready to talk properly now? Mo Chen's expression was calm, all trace of his earlier madness gone. Mo Chen, from now on I won't play any tricks with you. He'll tell you everything. I should have done this from the start. Go ahead. Mo Chen nodded slightly. Mo Chen, I know your medical skills are extraordinary. From the way you detoxified beer, just now your abilities likely surpass the 10 national masters and the 10 sage masters. So I want to ask you a favor. Use your medical skills to save someone for me. Tong and I looked at Mo Chen with sincere eyes. Hey, if you'd said that from the beginning, why go through all that trouble and beat around the bush? Isn't it boring? All that nagging, weren't you annoyed? Mo Chen said with a smirk. So young master Mo, you mean you agree? Tong and I was overjoyed. No. Mo Chen shook his head. No. Why? Tong and I was confused by Mo Chen's capriciousness. What do you mean why? Fine, I admit I'm proficient in medicine and my skills are formidable. Those so-called 10 national masters and 10 sage masters are mere amateurs in my eyes. But why should I help you? Mo Chen snorted coldly. Because. Tong and I was stunned. Indeed, why should Mo Chen help her? He had no reason or obligation to do so. But he was a businessman. In business, everything could be traded. The Mo family lacked nothing, least of all money, so a monetary deal was out of the question. But there had to be something Mo Chen needed, right? After thinking it over, Tong and I nodded. Young Master Mo has a point. I have no right to ask for your help with just a word. But if you have any request that I can fulfill, we can make an equivalent exchange. What do you think? That works, that's fair. But do you think there's anything I lack? Mo Chen spread his hands and laughed. Young Master Mo is right. On the surface you come from a wealthy family, are handsome, and seem to lack nothing. But I think everyone has things they desire, but cannot obtain no matter how rich they are. Can you think of such things you lack? Given my status and position, I should be able to accomplish some things that you cannot. Tong and I said solemnly. Sister Tong, I admit your words have some merit, but I really don't need anything. As he said this, Mo Chen deliberately glanced at Yibir. Tong and I immediately caught this subtle movement. Her heart sank. She became even more convinced that Mo Chen truly wanted Yibir. The problem was, as a master, how could she force a disciple to sacrifice her happiness for the health of another? At that moment she fell silent. But Mo Chen suddenly smiled. How about this? I'll make 3 requests. If Sister Tong agrees to them, it'll help you save someone. Deal. 3 requests. Fine, name them. Tong N's eyes lit up, a glimmer of hope kindling in her heart. First, you saw how Miss Yi agreed to be engaged to me, didn't you? Mo Chen said with a smile. Tong and I nodded slightly. I require you to bear witness that Miss Yi cannot back out of this, and we will hold a formal engagement ceremony with the Yi family on a chosen date, with all members present. Mo Chen stared at Yibir, gently licking his lips as he spoke. You. Yibir tried to retort. Mo Chen raised a hand and said, Miss Yi, don't rush. The engagement lasts 1 year. After that, if you refuse to marry me, I won't force you. But even if you agree, I may not wed you. Of course, within this year, as long as you're unwilling, I won't touch you. Then we'll annul the engagement. How about it? Really? Yibir was slightly stunned. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, we can record a video, have Sister Tong bear witness, and draft a contract. I'm a law-abiding man who values the spirit of agreements. Mo Chen chuckled. Yibir and Tong and I exchanged glances. Then the former asked in confusion, why must you be engaged to me? And annulling it after a year? What good does that do you? No. Mo Chen wagged a finger before Yibir. I don't really care about benefits. I'm confident I can make you fall for me within a year. By then, even if you wanted to break the engagement, I'd be the one refusing. As he spoke, Mo Chen chuckled inwardly. Over the year, he would use Yibir to provoke Yi fans, stoking his hatred to reap rewards. At the same time, had extract enough benefits from Yibir herself. How could Yibir possibly fall for him with this approach? He never really considered it. Imagine walking into the Yi residence and holding an engagement ceremony with Yibir right before Yi fans' eyes. What expression would that wretch wear? His name might as well be changed to Greenleaf Fan. If he didn't make Yi fan spit 3 mouthfuls of blood in rage, this whole charade would be wasted. As Mo Chen's words faded, Yibir snapped, fall for you? Never. Fine, as you said, after a year, it'll definitely annul the engagement with you. Otherwise, it'll spell my name backward. There was a hint of petulance in her tone. Was Mo Chen this narcissistic? Make her fall for him in a year. Dream on. What a pipe dream. Since Miss Yi agrees, let's draft a contract and record a video as evidence. Now let me state my second request. Mo Chen turned his gaze to Tong and I. Please go ahead, Master Mo. Yi Beer's agreement eased Tong and I's mind considerably. Even if the engagement was only for a year with no coercion and an annulment afterward, it would still tarnish Yi Beer's reputation. Had Yi Beer refused, Tong and I would never have pushed her. Thinking of her disciples' sacrifice, Tong and I resolved to find a way to compensate Yi Beer later. Second, within this year, when my Mo family competes with any rival enterprise in business, Sister Tong, you must use all your connections to side with me, especially on government projects. Before Yi Beer, Mo Chen didn't name the Yi family directly. But his meaning was clear in Blue Sea City. Who else could rival the Mo family but the Yi family? This was a blatant demand for Tong and I to choose sides between the Mo and Yi families. Though outwardly just a professor, Tong and I wielded immense influence. To some extent, she could tip the scales. Yi Beer, uninvolved in family business, didn't grasp the implications. So when Mo Chen made this request, Tong and I instantly saw his intent, while Yi Beer barely registered it. Master Mo, this request exceeds my authority. I know. I'm asking you to use your personal abilities and influence. What is it too difficult? If I agree but fail to deliver? Tong and I paused before asking. If you can't deliver, then what I promised you will also fail. So Sister Tong, think carefully before you answer. Mo Chen gave a cold smile, knowing full well that for Tang Rao Sake, Tong and I would go to any lengths. But you're asking for a year. Does your treatment also require a year? Tong and I asked doubtfully. Naturally, that's why I set this one-year term, to keep our transaction balanced. How can you know ITLL take a year without even seeing the patient? Do I need to? With your resources, you've likely consulted top medical experts, even the 10 national masters and 10 holy hands. No one could cure them, so you turn to me in desperation. But I guarantee no matter how severe the injury, once I step in, I'll heal it. You'll see results quickly, but full recovery will take nearly a year. Mo Chen feigned analysis. In truth, he didn't know how long his inherited medical skills would take to cure Tang Rao. After detoxifying Yi Beer, he had some grasp of his abilities, likely surpassing the 10 national masters and 10 holy hands, but he wouldn't know for sure until he saw the patient. Even if he couldn't cure her now with daily reward boosts, healing Tang Rao wouldn't be too hard. Tong and I lowered her head in thought. Mo Chen's request carried huge implications. Once she used her influence to aid him, Blue Sea City's elite would all know she stood with Mo Chen. It would create a signal favoring Mo Chen, tipping future competitions with the Yi family in his favor even without her direct involvement. What a scheming mind Mo Chen had. After a moment, her guilt toward Tang Rao won out. She looked up at Mo Chen and said, Master Mo, this isn't impossible, but if your Mo family gets involved in illegal matters. Sister Tong, what a joke. My Mo family runs legitimate businesses and am a law-abiding citizen. When have I ever done anything illegal? Mo Chen exclaimed with feigned surprise. Tong and I opened her mouth, but said nothing. She couldn't refute that. So far the Mo family had indeed committed no illegal acts. Or rather, they'd never been caught doing so. And just the name Mo Chen conjured words like bully and oppress and lewd and vile in Blue Sea City's elite circles. If had never done such things, why such a reputation? Very well, I agree to this. But I warn you, if anything illegal comes up, I won't help. No problem, it's a deal. Mo Chen laughed heartily, unconcerned by her caveat. Seeing his reaction, Tong and I felt a slight relief. Now for the third request. Mo Chen smiled. Tong and I fixed her gaze on Mo Chen. The first two demands had each been more difficult for her than the last. She wondered just how twisted the third demand would be. Mo Chen's eyes swept over Yi Beer before slowly settling on Tong and I's face. Sister Tong, before I state the third demand, shouldn't you first introduce the condition of that patient? From the 2 times you helped Beer, I trust your ability. Besides, you just said you'd show me results in a short time. If I don't see them, our agreement is void, and so is Beer's engagement. Tong and I replied in a deep voice. TSK. It was Miss Yi who personally experienced my extraordinary abilities, yet Sister Tong has such great faith in me. Still, I'd like to hear Sister Tong describe the patient's condition, so I know just how far to push this third demand. Mo Chen actually knew Tang Rao's situation, but he still wanted Tong and I to state it herself. Otherwise, if he accidentally let slip something he wasn't supposed to know, it would be troublesome. Well, alright. Tong and I had already told Yi Beer about Tang Rao's situation before. As she brought it up again, Yi Beer couldn't help but furrow her brows deeply, as if she could imagine the horrific harm Tang Rao had suffered. The patient's name is Tang Rao. She was once my apprentice. During a mission, she was captured by criminals. Both her arms, both legs, and many bones, including her ribs, were shattered. All her internal organs suffered permanent damage. She had over 20 knife wounds on her body. Her face was carved with a dozen characters by a red-hot dagger. These are just the physical injuries. The male and female team members with her were all tortured to death. especially the female members. They were violated and then murdered right before her eyes. Tong Ni's voice grew softer as she spoke. She hadn't witnessed the brutal process, but she had seen the tragic outcome. That outcome was enough for her to imagine what the process had been like. And even more, she could imagine the immense pain and helplessness Tang Ro must have felt in the face of such despair. After speaking, she was silent for a long moment before looking up at Mo Chen. That's basically it. Perhaps just describing it from my mouth doesn't truly let you imagine her current state. If you saw her in person. Sister Tong, I understand. Your apprentice Tang Ro is now disfigured with multiple disabilities. She probably can't even stand anymore. Coupled with psychological trauma, she must be in a state of depression and resistant to any doctor who tries to treat her right. Mo Chen had read this description in the original novel. Now spoken by Tong Ni with emotion, the tragic scene seemed even clearer in his mind. He had to admit, when he read that part, he too had felt deep sympathy for Tang Ro. No wonder Tang Ro developed admiration for Yi Fan after he healed her. If he could heal her, she would likely transfer that affection to him. That would naturally be a good thing. Why not gain another ally against Yi Fan? Besides, he could earn rewards in the process. He clearly remembered how resistant and repulsed Tang Ro had been when Yi Fan treated her. That negative emotion was useless to Yi Fan, but to him, Mo Chen, it was absolutely a tonic. Tong Ni nodded slightly. That's right. Now Tang Ro not only refuses treatment from doctors, but also becomes extremely wary of anyone approaching her, including me and her parents. From this situation, Tang Ro is truly severe. As I expected, it won't be easy to cure her without at least a year or so. Mo Chen said, feigning contemplation. So for this situation, what is your third demand? Tong and I brought the conversation back to the point. To be honest with Sister Tong, I use inherited medicine, not modern medicine. I know that. Modern medicine is helpless against her condition. I can only place my hopes on inherited medicine. It's quite different from treating Miss Ye's case. If I were to treat Tang Ro, it would consume a large amount of true qi. Do you understand true qi? Mo Chen asked Tong and I. I've never seen it. Like the true qi in martial arts novels. Tong and I countered. Something like that, but not so mystical. It's a method of guidance. By using true qi to stimulate the meridians, it triggers a secondary development in the human body like a newborn, allowing injured areas to regenerate and heal completely, no matter where the injury is or what kind it is. That's my treatment plan. However, this method consumes a large amount of my true qi and damages my body to a certain extent. Mo Chen's words weren't entirely fabricated. His increased proficiency in inherited medicine gave him a deeper understanding of this skill. Coupled with what he had observed when Yi Fan used ancient medical arts to treat others, the consumption of true qi was indeed real. But claiming it caused damage was a bit of a stretch. That damage would be fully recovered after 2 good meals and a night's sleep. To a certain extent, aside from the consumption of true qi, it mainly used energy. Mo Chen had no fear about that. He was a man with an energy stat of 110. This reward was second only to inherited medicine, the highest among all his skills. Just how terrifying a man with abundant energy could be. There was no need to elaborate. Everyone could imagine it. So that so-called damage was probably just a matter of a good night's sleep. But he had to make it sound severe. Even if he exaggerated a bit, Tong and I would certainly believe him. Because being able to cure Tang Ro was itself a miracle in medical history. If such a miracle could happen, what couldn't? Young Master Mo, I understand your meaning. I also know this treatment will cause you no small harm. Just state your demands. If I can do it, I will do my utmost. Tong and I nodded firmly, deeply convinced by Mo Chen's words. My third demand is to ask for 3 more demands. Is that too much? Mo Chen said with a sly grin. Huh. Tong and I was stunned on the spot. What did he mean? Was he trying to exploit a loophole? After the first 2 demands, the third demand was for 3 more. Then after using 2 of those with the last one left, head asked for 3 more again. Why not just use a magic lamp to gather Dragon Balls, and then use the Dragon Balls to summon the magic lamp? Hearing this shameless statement, Yi Beer's face darkened as well. Mo Chen also earned a small batch of rewards from Yi Beer at the same time. Though it wasn't much, every little bit counted. Young Master Mo, I am discussing this sincerely with you. I hope you can be genuine as well. Xiao Ro is really. Tong Ni's voice trembled slightly. Not okay. If not, forget it. I'm easy to talk to. He'll change to another demand then. Got it. My third demand is still related to Miss Yi. Mo Chen turned his head to look at Yi Beer, revealing a sinister smile. Yi Beer felt a chill run down her spine. Miss Mo, this matter is between Tong and I and me and has nothing to do with Beer. I hope you won't keep dragging her into it. Tong and I met Mo Chen's gaze and said, Oh, then if Miss Yi doesn't agree to this third condition, our previous 2 agreements are void. Goodbye. Mo Chen cupped his hands decisively and turned toward the door. Wait. Yi Beer called out urgently. She glanced at Tong and I. Master, why not first hear what he demands? If it's not too unreasonable and something I can do, let me contribute my part. Beer. Tong and I was deeply moved. She nodded slightly and said to Mo Chen, Master Mo, go ahead and tell us. Mo Chen halted, turned back with a smile, and said, Actually, this third demand is quite simple for the next year. No matter what rumors circulate about Miss Yi and me, she must not publicly deny or refute them. That's all. Rumors about you and beer. Not refute them. What does that mean? Tong and I frowned in confusion. Exactly as it sounds. For instance, if someone says Miss Yi climbed into my bed willingly, no matter who said it, Miss Yi may not acknowledge it, but she must remain silent. She absolutely cannot refute it. And by refute, I mean not just to outsiders, but even to your own family. How about that? Mo Chen had just thought of this third condition recently. The inspiration came from that paparazzo. He decided to create some incidents for those paparazzi to expose. Imagine if someone claimed that the pure and chaste Yi Beer was entangled with him, Mo Chen, and she couldn't speak out. Wouldn't that stir negative emotions in her? Wouldn't those wealthy second-generation admirers of Yi Beer, both open and secret, also harbor resentment? And most importantly, Yi Fan. Yi Beer might not be the most important person in Yi Fan's heart, but she was certainly the most special. They grew up together with no blood ties. Yi Fan had long regarded Yi Beer as his destined one. If this person who was supposed to be absolutely loyal betrayed him, wouldn't Yi Fan vomit 3 liters of blood every day? Wouldn't he constantly feel like he was wearing a green hat? Wouldn't this bring in a flood of rewards? Yi Beer was baffled by Mo Chen's words. What did he mean? Why did he think there would be many rumors about them in the future? And forbidding her to refute them, what if rumors like those he mentioned actually appeared? Wouldn't that ruin her reputation entirely? He might not care about his own face, but she did. Just by making this demand, Mo Chen had already earned a small amount of rewards from Yi Beer. Seeing Tong and I and Yi Beer both awkwardly silent, Mo Chen smiled and said, "Is it too difficult? How about this still a 1-year term? Within that year you cannot refute any rumors. After a year you're free to deny them. Deal?" Tong and I was tempted. This last demand of Mo Chen seemed simple on the surface, but who knew what ulterior motive lurked beneath? Yet if she could refute them after a year, even if something happened in between, there was always a chance to make amends. Besides, with Yi Beer's status and family background and her own connections, clearing up some false rumors shouldn't be too hard, right? Tong and I thought so, and Yi Beer felt the same. They exchanged a glance. Tong and I said nothing. Yi Beer felt that with the time limit added, this condition was barely acceptable. After all, curing someone as severely injured as Tang Ro would be a good deed. With that in mind, Yi Beer nodded slightly. Alright, I agree. For 1 year, I won't refute any rumors about you and me. Mo Chen nodded in satisfaction. It had only been a few days since he transmigrated, and his rewards had already climbed this high. With another year, he was absolutely confident he could ruin Yi Fan. Very well, it's settled. Let's draw up a contract and record a video. Tong and I went outside to get paper and pen from her subordinates. The 3 of them quickly completed the video and contract. After each kept a copy, Tong and I said directly to Mo Chen, "Master Mo, since our business is concluded, can you come and see the patient today right now?" "Now? Alright, I don't have anything else to do." Mo Chen's heart stirred. He hadn't planned to go so soon. If he refused now, he might squeeze out a few more rewards. But he also wanted to assess Tang Rao's condition, to prepare himself, and to gauge how powerful his inherited medical abilities truly were. "Master will go with you." Yi Beer spoke up. "Beer, you'd better not come. Xiao Rao's condition is complicated right now, she's very afraid of people. The fewer visitors the better. Today it'll only take Mo Chen for a preliminary look. It might take several days of work before we can approach her." Tong and I shook her head with a sigh. "Well, alright." Yi Beer nodded and dropped the matter. Soon the 3 left the private room. Tong and I had already dismissed the other officers when she fetched the paper and pen. Now only the 3 of them walked out of the hotel together. Once their figures disappeared through the hotel's main entrance, the lobby staff quickly gathered to whisper among themselves. "What's going on today?" Mo Chen, the eldest son of the Mo family, actually brought Miss Yi to a Yi family hotel to rent a room. Hasn't there always been talk that the Yi and Mo families aren't on good terms? This is really strange. Just because the families aren't close doesn't mean the eldest Mo and Miss Yi can't have something going on. Isn't that like Romeo and Juliet? Romeo and Juliet didn't end well. Using them to compare with the eldest Mo and Miss Yi. Aren't you afraid hell here and deal with you? I heard the eldest Mo even dared to mess with the police deputy director's son, and Deputy Director Zhang was furious but couldn't do a thing about him. Do you think the eldest Mo is too arrogant? He's nothing but a wastrel. How could Miss Yi fancy him? Exactly. Look at our boss Yi Tian, the eldest Yi. Refined, kind, and generous. A true talent. Even our second young master Yi Fan is 100 times better than Mo Chen. With 2 such outstanding brothers, how could Miss Yi's standards drop so low? You all, I advise you not to badmouth the eldest Mo behind his back. You might end up dead without knowing how. Do you think you're more important than Deputy Director Zhang's son? Hey, you're too cautious. People like the eldest Mo see us as insects. Why would they bother with us? They see us as insects. And how do you treat insects? Also a bunch of cops just rushed in. I bet they were after the eldest Mo. Maybe he forced Miss Yi and her colleagues came to rescue her, but the eldest Mo's power was too great, so it ended in nothing. No way. Even the Yi family doesn't dare to offend Mo Chen. It's not necessarily about daring. There's a lot going on among these top families that we can't know. But I think our two young masters need to hear about this. Right, I agree. So, who's going to report it? Report what? This is such a big deal. Unless someone's deaf or blind, everyone already knows. Through the chatter of the hotel staff, the news of Mo Chen taking Yi Beer to the Yi family hotel to rent a room quickly spread like wildfire. Soon a new trending topic appeared online starring Yi Beer and Mo Chen, replacing the fading post about Su Yuyin and Mo Chen. Mo Chen drove the car carrying Tong Ni and followed the address provided to a residence in the suburbs. The house was a standalone building with a small garden outside which appeared quite pleasant. Mo Chen, wait here for a moment. He'll go knock on the door. Tong and I got out of the car, approached the door of the residence, and gently pressed the doorbell. Before long, a haggard-looking middle-aged woman opened the door. Professor Tong, why are you here? Upon seeing Tong Ni, the woman showed a hint of surprise. Sister Ling, I wanted to see Xiao Rou, and I've brought a friend who is skilled in medicine. Tong Ni said softly. Skilled in medicine? The middle-aged woman instinctively glanced around Tong Ni. Soon she spotted Mo Chen's figure behind Tong Ni, and only that one figure. She frowned slightly. Professor Tong, the friend skilled in medicine you mentioned, is that young man. Yes, it's him, Tong. Professor Tong, I appreciate your kindness, but we've consulted almost every renowned expert across the country, and even abroad, including the top 10 masters of traditional medicine. You and I both know that with injuries as severe as Xiao Rou's, there has never been a case of recovery. The physical wounds can't heal, and the emotional scars are even harder to soothe. Please don't keep putting her through this. The middle-aged woman called Sister Ling had eyes full of disappointment. Clearly she had no faith in such a young man like Mo Chen. Weren't the top 10 masters all experienced famous experts over 60 years old? Even they had no solution at all. How could a mere youth know how to treat anything? However, she didn't blame Tong Ni. As Tang Rao's master, Tong Ni had exhausted every effort these days. She had used all the connections she could. Knowing it was impossible, yet still trying, Tong Ni had fulfilled all her responsibilities as a master. Sister Ling, trust me, the person I've brought this time is truly extraordinary. Tong Ni's gaze was exceptionally resolute. She had complete confidence in Mo Chen. What had happened to Yi Beer was too incredible. Even those top 10 masters and national experts couldn't achieve what Mo Chen had done. Moreover, she had explained Tang Rao's condition to Mo Chen, and he still confidently said it was no problem. Mo Chen was Tang Rao's last hope. Professor Tong, you said the same thing when the last master came. The middle-aged woman shook her head with a bitter smile. Tong and I felt a bit embarrassed. Tang Rao's mother had long lost all hope after her daughter had been examined by nearly 100 famous doctors. To boost her confidence, Tong and I had used similar words to persuade her every time. This had created a cry wolf effect in her mind. Tong and I gripped the middle-aged woman's shoulders tightly and said through gritted teeth, Sister Ling, trust me one last time. If he still can't help, then he'll give up completely. Professor Tong. The middle-aged woman looked at Tong and I for a long while before finally nodding. All right, for Xiao Rou to have a master like you in this life is truly her blessing. You, come in. Tong and I hurriedly turned back and approached Mo Chen, saying, Mo Chen, come in with me. Mo Chen stood still, snorted coldly, and said, Sister Tong, what status do I have? If you hadn't begged me so earnestly, I would never have agreed to treat her. No, I wouldn't even have revealed my medical skills. Yet now I have to face doubt. Do I have to endure others' disdain? This matter, I think, should be called off. His words immediately panicked Tong and I. As the saying goes, concern clouds judgment. The usually calm Tong and I could analyze any issue rationally, except when it came to Tang Rou. She simply couldn't stay composed. Mo Chen, you promised me. You can't back out now. Tong and I grabbed Mo Chen, who was about to turn away. Sister Tong, it's not that I'm backing out, but the patient's family doesn't trust me. When the patient doesn't trust the doctor, do you know what that means? Not to mention my reputation, but during treatment, I'll need to use various methods. Won't I be suspected of taking advantage of the patient? Mo Chen asked angrily. How could that be? A patient shouldn't avoid a doctor out of shame. You'll have full authority over all treatment methods. I guarantee no one will question you. Tong and I glanced back at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman now noticed Tong Ni's state. Something was wrong. Why would Tong Ni, someone usually so aloof, lower herself to plead with someone? There could only be one reason: this person truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he could actually cure her daughter. As a mother, she hoped for a miracle no matter how slim the chance. So she stepped forward to Mo Chen and said apologetically, Sir, I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. I've been through so many treatments that I've lost hope from the bottom of my heart. Please don't take offense. Mo Chen, see. She's apologized to you. What status do you have? Be magnanimous. Do you still need to dwell on this? Tong and I had never spoken such flattering words in her life. Even the middle-aged woman was astonished. At the same time, she was even more awed by Mo Chen's identity and abilities. Sister Tong, but my pride. Mo Chen, I promise you, if there's a conflict between your Mo family and the Yi family, I will use all my power to support you. Tong and I bit her lip hard. At this moment, on the edge of emotion, she had finally shattered her own bottom line. Hearing this, Mo Chen finally smiled. He hadn't anticipated this outcome, he was just trying to gain some extra benefit from the situation. Alright, since Sister Tong has said so, he'll give you some face. But let me make it clear up front, the treatment may involve intimate physical contact. Don't accuse me of taking advantage of her then. Mo Chen snorted lightly. Intimate physical contact. The middle-aged woman's expression stiffened. Mo Chen, rest assured no one will suspect you of that. You're surrounded by beauties, how could you possibly take advantage of a disfigured person? Tong and I assured him again. And what about her concern? Mo Chen's gaze shifted to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was startled and quickly shook her head. I trust Professor Tong's words. Actually, I'm not worried about Xiao Rou being taken advantage of. With her current appearance, no man would be interested. I'm just concerned that during treatment she might resist because you know what she's been through. If that's the issue, rest assured, I have my ways to handle it. Mo Chen smiled slightly. All the preliminary work was done. Alright, let's go inside. The middle-aged woman turned and led the two into the three arrived before a bedroom door. The middle-aged woman pointed at the door and said, Xiao Rou is in this room. Let me go in first to calm her down, and then. No need. Mo Chen raised his hand to interrupt her. He'll go in alone. You all wait outside. But she gets extremely agitated whenever she sees a stranger. If she can't control her emotions, how can you treat her? The middle-aged woman asked. Well, by the way, what's your name? Mo Chen inquired. Me. Oh, I'm Tan Ling, Tang Rao's mother. Madam Tan, I have a question. If I could completely heal both Tang Rao's psychological and physical injuries, but the process might be very distressing for you to witness, can you bear it? Mo Chen continued. What do you mean? Tan Ling looked puzzled. I mean, from Sister Tong's description, her injuries are severe. They might require some hard-to-accept methods during which she'll appear to suffer greatly. Simply put, it's a cure by poison approach. If you can accept it, it'll begin. If not, that's fine too. Mo Chen paused and added. I must also say this up front, if you can't bear it midway and want to stop, I don't mind, but leaving it half-treated will worsen her condition and could even be life-threatening. So either we go all the way or not at all. Make up your mind. Alright, I agree. Tan Ling pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. Then it settled. Wait outside. He'll come out when I'm done. No interruptions under any circumstances, or you'll face the consequences. Mo Chen snorted coldly, opened the door, and walked in, leaving Tong and I and Tan Ling outside, their hearts filled with anxiety. The room had its curtains drawn, making it dim despite it being daytime. Tang Rou lay on the bed. Hearing the door open and close, her gaze remained indifferent. It was only when Mo Chen approached and she saw a stranger that she couldn't help but show panic. She tried to curl back, but her severely injured, stiff body prevented any significant movement. Don't come near me. Stay away. She began to scream, but her cries were feeble. Mo Chen's gaze swept over her like an X-ray. With his heritage medical skill at 161 points, he could clearly see the flow of meridians within Tang Rao's body. As for her bones, he could roughly gauge their condition from her external appearance, but the finer details required Hansen examination. This made Mo Chen deeply wary of Yi Fan's ancient medical arts. In the original story, Yi Fan could heal Tang Rou with true qi from a distance, clearly far surpassing Mo Chen's current skill level. I need to rack up rewards fast. Otherwise, once that genius Yi Fan starts cultivating, he might catch up to me in no time. Mo Chen thought with alarm. He stepped forward and grabbed Tang Rao's arm. At his touch, Tang Rao's body trembled violently, as if electrocuted. Her eyes fixed on Mo Chen were filled with fear and hatred. Target Tang Rou generates negative emotion from fear. Host receives reward stamina 1, strength 1. That's it. A bit meager. Mo Chen was initially pleased to hear the reward prompt, but the small numbers left him disappointed. Before he could complain further, the system chimed again. Target Tang Rou generates negative emotion from fear. Host receives reward stamina 1, energy 1. Target Tang Rou generates negative emotion from fear. Host receives reward strength 1, energy 1. Target Tang Rou generates negative emotion from fear. Host receives reward. For the first time, Mo Chen was overwhelmed by the rewards. He was merely holding Tang Rao's hand without doing anything else, yet the rewards kept pouring in like experience points from defeating monsters. Each reward was tiny, but they came so frequently. He tried letting go and stepping back. The system's reward sounds naturally ceased. When he grabbed her again, the rewards resumed. Interesting. If I had the time, I could just sit here holding her hand all day and level up. This is so easy, it's almost unsettling. Mo Chen grew fond of Tang Rou as a reward farming tool, even considering taking her home for daily use. While farming rewards, he probed a strand of true qi into Tang Rao's body. Within seconds, he had a complete grasp of her current condition. Her bones, organs, internal and external injuries, and even her mental state. Understanding this, Mo Chen felt confident. Though he couldn't heal with true qi from a distance like Yi Fan, he could restore her body through true qi guidance, massage, and acupuncture. As for her psychological trauma, he could address it through meridian adjustment, stimulation, and consolation techniques. However, healing her quickly would waste the opportunity to farm rewards. Even if he could cure her within a month, Mo Chen decided to deceive Tang Rou by claiming she wasn't healed, then continue the fake treatment for a full year of rewards. But to maintain Tang Ni's confidence, he needed to demonstrate some skill early on. He grabbed Tang Rou's arm again. This time he stayed for 2 hours, only letting go when he felt the rewards were tapering off. It wasn't that he didn't want to farm more, but prolonged use of this method diminished the negative emotions, so he'd need to switch tactics later. Next, he gently tapped Tang Rou's forehead. A stream of true qi entered through her forehead and swiftly coursed through her meridians. The agitated Tang Rou suddenly felt a cool sensation throughout her body, and her chaotic consciousness began to clear. Seconds later, she turned to look at Mo Chen with surprise. Mo Chen smiled slightly, stood up, and opened the door. "You can come in now." Tan Ling and Tong Ni, who had been anxiously waiting outside, rushed in immediately. "Mom, Master, you're both here." Tang Rou suddenly spoke to them. "Why you called me what?" Tan Ling's eyes welled up with tears. "Xiao Rou." Tong and I also couldn't help but sob. "Why are you crying?" What happened to me? Why am I so weak?" Tang Rou asked, bewildered. Tong and I turned to Mo Chen with a questioning look. "I just unblocked the meridians in her brain that were obstructing her consciousness. She can recover for a while, but it won't last long, at most a minute or two." Mo Chen explained. "Is that all?" Tan Ling turned back, her expression filled with reluctance. "No, this is only the first day. The meridians need to be unblocked gradually. Also, I now understand her physical condition. With daily treatment, she can fully recover within a year." Mo Chen said calmly. "Fully recover meaning?" Tan Ling's eyes sparkled with hope. Both body and mind, as if she were never injured. Perfectly intact, returning to her former beauty. "Do you understand?" Mo Chen smiled. "So you'll come every day to treat her?" Tong and I asked excitedly. "How could that be? I don't have that much time." Mo Chen gave a strange smile. "But you said you treat her every day?" Tan Ling urged. Until the moment before entering the room, Tan Ling still harbored doubts about Mo Chen. Yet when she saw Tang Rou with clear eyes and heard that long-lost call of Mom, she finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. She had come to trust Mo Chen utterly with every fiber of her being. If only Mo Chen would heal Tang Rou, she would do anything he asked. "Ms. Tang, given your daughter's current condition, if I spent time treating her daily, I could cure her completely within a year. But I'm not a man of leisure. Do I have the time to come here every day for her treatment?" "Don't worry though. I can spare time for a weekly session. At that rate, she'd recover in 3 to 5 years at most." Mo Chen shrugged with a nonchalant grin. 3 to 5 years. No, mister. Mo, please think of another way. Why not take her back to your place for treatment? That way you wouldn't have to come here every day. Tan Ling suddenly struck upon this brilliant idea. "Take her back? Are you joking? Then I'd have to look after her every day? I'm a physician, not a servant. Actually, I'm not even a physician. If someone found out I was practicing without a license, they'd report me in a heartbeat. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I wouldn't dare break the law." Mo Chen chuckled inwardly, though he waved his hands in feigned refusal. "A medical license? That's easy. I have connections. I'll get it for you." Tong and I interjected. "Sister Tong, what do you mean by get it for me? So I owe you a favor. Let me ask you, what use is that license to me? Do you think I'm so destitute that I'll need to earn a living as a doctor?" Mo Chen rolled his eyes. No, I misspoke. I didn't mean for you. I meant to help you, to save you trouble, you see." Tong and I quickly corrected herself. "Fine, you can get the license. Though I have no use for it, as you said, it might save me some hassle. But taking her home?" Mo Chen hesitated, a troubled look crossing his face. "Young Master Mo, if you have any other conditions, just name them. Within my ability, I'll do my utmost." Tong Ni's wits were gradually returning. She could now see the truth. Mo Chen was truly worthy of being the eldest son of the Mo family, the son of that old fox Mo Shizhou. He had undoubtedly inherited the old fox's true essence. Without some benefit, he would never relent. He might even invent new pretexts later to demand more. But now she was caught in a bind and had no choice. Well then, I suppose I could consider it. Mo Chen wore a look of surprise, as if he had never expected Tong and I to say such a thing. Tong and I, a master of micro-expression analysis, stared at his incredibly genuine, subtle expression and once again doubted her own professional skills. Was it her lack of skill, or was Mo Chen simply too deep and too good an actor? She knew exactly what he was thinking, yet she couldn't see it on his face. "How about this, Sister Tong? Agree to 3 conditions from me, and I'll agree to take her back for daily treatment. What do you say?" Mo Chen raised 3 fingers, speaking with grand magnanimity. 3 conditions. Tong and I cursed him endlessly in her mind. Damn it, did Mo Chen have no shame? Hadn't she just satisfied 3 of his demands before coming here? And now he wanted 3 more. So that 3rd condition of his, asking for 3 more conditions, had been serious all along. She even began to suspect that Tang Rou's illness might not require daily treatment at all. Perhaps this was a trap Mo Chen had set for her all along. As she hesitated, Tan Ling beside her cast a pleading gaze at Tong and I. Her voice carried a note of pitiful entreaty. "Professor Tong, I believe Mr. Mo is a good man. For Xiao Rou to recover in this state would be a miracle. So many doctors before were helpless, and I can imagine how much effort and care Mr. Mo must put into treating her. I doubt he'll make excessive demands. With your connections and abilities, Sister Tong, as long as it's not illegal, please agree. Our Tang family owes you this debt, and we will repay it 100-fold. Seeing Tan Ling's state, Tong Ni's heart softened. Yet she couldn't bring herself to admit that she had already agreed to 3 conditions just to bring Mo Chen here, even sacrificing her other disciple Yibir. After much thought, Tong Ni decided. She had no 3rd disciple anyway. At worst, she would be the one to take the fall. All right, young Master Mo. But let's be clear. Nothing illegal, nothing that abuses power for personal gain. Tong and I looked up at Mo Chen. Sister Tong, in your heart, am I just a complete villain? Why is it that whenever I mention conditions you immediately think of breaking the law and abusing power? Let me reiterate, our Mo family runs legitimate businesses, and I am a law-abiding citizen. Young Master Mo, I was wrong. I overthought things. I promise I'll never doubt you or the Mo family again, all right? Tong and I interrupted him helplessly. Now go ahead and state your conditions. I haven't thought of the 3 conditions yet. They'll tell you when I do, and you'll just have to comply. For now, I'll send you my home address. Tonight, have Mississippi Yi drive Miss Tang Ro to my place personally. Remember, Miss Yi must drive her there herself. Mo Chen chuckled slyly. Tong and I was once again speechless. Damn, it wasn't your real target still, Yi Bir. I gave you 3 conditions, and you could have used 1 for this, but you didn't. Are you so sure I have no choice but to obey you? If there are no objections, they'll be going now. Mo Chen turned with a smile and headed for the door. Aunt! Tang Ro suddenly cried out again. My daughter! Xiao Ro! Tan Ling shouted in panic. After just over a minute, Tang Ro had lost consciousness once more. Young Master Mo, well, send her to your home tonight. But may I ask one favor? Please find a way to extend her lucid moments. I haven't talked to her in so long, and I want. Alas, how profound a parent's love is. Though it will drain a great deal of my true chi, seeing how pitiful you are, it'll help you this once. You 2 step outside. They'll treat her again, and try to keep her conscious for half an hour. Mo Chen waved his hand. Tan Ling and Tong and I withdrew without hesitation and closed the door behind them. Within seconds, Tang Rao's terrified screams began to echo from the room. The cries sounded exactly like the fearful, resistant reactions of someone being bullied. Tan Ling and Tong and I exchanged a glance. Sister Tong, Mr. Mo is treating Xiao Ro right. He's not doing anything else. Is he? He should be. Tong and I replied awkwardly.